And away we go. It's marathon time. 513 day here at BearcatJournal.com. This is our second annual 513 day where we broadcast for a long time. I think we have guests scheduled through like 9:30, something like that. Knowing how we operate, we'll probably just roll through till 10 o'clock and make it a 12-hour stream. If you're going to go big, you can't stop at 11 and a half hours. So we'll be here with you all day, roughly until you're ready to go to bed, depending on who you are and what time you go to bed. But thank you for joining us. Thank you for tuning in. We have a lot to get to. What is 513 Day, you might ask? Tuesday, May 13th. Bearcat Journal, along with UC Athletics, will celebrate 513 Day, a department-wide celebration to encourage support for our student athletes and programs. We're calling on our coaches, athletes, and fans to help us make this our very own Giving Day to raise funds for the Athletics Impact Fund. As college athletics continue to evolve, Cincinnati Athletics is stepping up to ensure we stay competitive at the highest levels. With the House versus NCAA settlement set to take effect on July 1st, universities across the country will begin compensating student athletes directly. Cincinnati has opted into the settlement and is committed to equipping its student athletes with the resources needed to succeed in the Big 12 and beyond. We're introducing today the Athletics Impact Fund. Why does it matter? It helps UC recruit and retain top-tier student athletes. It provides elite resources to support Bearcats on and off the field and compete for championships in the Big 12 and beyond. Supporting the Athletics Impact Fund not only strengthens the Bearcats, but it also comes with exclusive donor benefits. All donations are tax deductible, earn 5 priority points for every $100 donated, and improve your UCATS ranking to enhance seating and ticket opportunities. Bearcat supporters can make a direct impact by contributing to the Athletics Impact Fund today. With continued investments and the opening of the $134 million practice facility and performance center this June, Cincinnati is poised to compete at the highest level. How do you contribute, you ask? GoBearcats.com/513. There it is. It's in the chat. So you can jump on and contribute as well. All right, Aaron. How you doing?
Just trying to get out the links and tweets and what have you.
And what have you?
Yeah, this is far earlier than we normally do a show. I haven't had to really deal with the kids this morning, and so I'm in a great mood.
It's like a day off for you.
Kinda. Yet I'm working. Weird.
That's how days off work around here. You work. Trying to see.
Just heads up, by the way. I know you tried to stream on your Twitter, but you have to have a premium account in order to do so. So
yeah, there is a premium account on the Bearcat Journal.
Did you do it from that one?
Yeah.
It says, please upgrade to a premium subscription on X or stream to a different destination.
Well, I have a premium subscription on X.
I don't know. Gotta love technical difficulties. But thank you for joining us already. We got people piling in already. Happy 513 Day to all who celebrate the Queen City.
I thought I already did that, but I guess I'll go ahead.
This makes for great listening.
It does. You gotta get things You got to get things taken care of here.
Ducks in a row. All right. Good morning to Deanna. Happy 513 day to Keith. Bearcat 101. Of course, you're the first one to drop a comment. No surprise there. Got to pump it up. Robert, happy 513 day. Look, if you're going to crack open a beer, why not do it Cincy Light Style, as they are the sponsor here of the studios. And that helps the cause, if we're being honest.
Let's see.
Jackson, 513 day, let's go.
Is this how we make it last all day? Just drag out the setup portion?
I mean, I'm trying to do something while you just are doing.
Well, we are now live.
Thank you for saving me, Keegan. Good Lord. Filibustering over here.
we are now live on the Bearcat Journal Twitter account as well. That's what took the extra minute.
Keegan, how's things on campus?
Oh, it's great. The Wi-Fi is giving me some issues, so there's nothing like technical difficulties to start a 10-hour stream. So that's
12-hour
amazing.
stream.
But 12-hour stream.
12. Yeah,
my apologies. But yeah, it's amazing. Gloomy day a little bit, but we're gonna create our own energy here on this marathon.
Are we having internet difficulties at the hub where all of our interviews are going to be happening?
That I do not know. I would not expect so, since it's going to be on Cincinnati purchase software. I don't think that would be an issue. But on the refurbished computer software that I can afford, that's where the stuff comes in.
Daniel, this is the third marathon. I think we did a stream for the Big 12 entrance day, but we didn't do like a crazy
double-digit hours
stream. Yeah, double-digit hours. The subathon to get us monetized on YouTube was 15 hours. And then last year was the first annual Big 12 or 513 day. We did 12, and then today we are back with another 12.
Big 12 entrance day wasn't long enough that Keegan had to ask when his lunch and dinner breaks were.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. All right, I want to know surprises.
We were not. You were in a whole different book.
Yeah, you were playing a different sport. When do we get breaks? Whenever you can take one is the proper answer on marathon day.
Because I just remember last year, like Nico came in, and that was probably the 15th time he'd already been on with you guys. So I was like, all right, they're going to go for 45 minutes. I have time to run to the vending machine and get a granola bar.
I texted him trying to get him to drop in and do a surprise pop in, and he said he's traveling today, so he isn't going to be able to join us. But I was trying.
That's funny.
We were trying to surprise Brent.
Oh, okay.
He would have gone sprinting from wherever he was.
You should buy Brent tickets to the national championship game. That would probably be a pretty good surprise for him.
Well, obviously, like his grandma was a big fan of whatever team is playing. He had a buddy that was like a team manager or whatever the case may be. He's always got something.
Does the Marty BBP episode count as a marathon?
It counted as something. Ooh.
It's not a marathon.
I mean, he did go an entire football game.
An entire football game.
The NFL football game.
Crazy.
Oh, 8-hour car ride. Like this is perfect for you, Daniel. There couldn't be a better thing to happen for an 8-hour car ride for vacation than to listen to us knuckleheads for the entire ride. I hope you're not with a significant other.
It could be the end of that relationship.
Yeah.
could.
A lot of people wake up and like hear your guys' voices in the morning because their significant others in the bathroom listening. So I don't think a car ride would be that difficult.
It's actually Keegan. Whenever like a couple come up to me and somebody's like, I love the podcast. I always look to their significant other and go, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like you didn't ask for this.
Oh gosh.
So we've got Scott Satterfield coming up here in about 3 minutes. Is he up there with you, Keegan, or is he going from his office?
He'll probably be in his office, but they did set up, I believe, a backdrop in the classroom. So that could be
Okay.
where they're trying to do a lot of it just for aesthetics sake.
There was a wedding he had to attend. Yeah. That's also very likely. My wife loves the podcast. She thinks Brent is funny.
We all think Brent's funny.
That man was working so hard to get us over an hour and a half last night, Aaron.
When I went to bed last night, I told Rachel, I said, I don't understand how he talks so much. What should have been probably, I don't know, a 68-minute podcast, as you had suggested at one point yesterday, turned into what, an hour and 45. I don't have any clue how we got there because we talked about nothing to the point where you even said, great analysis, Aaron.
Great analysis.
Oh, your fiance is grateful for headphones. Yeah. Are we getting a special appearance from Royer in the air? He said he was going to try. I doubt it. He has said that before, Aaron. Yeah, I'll try to pop in. Brent can talk in circles better than anyone. Did you see me doing this last night as he was just going and going and going and going?
Yeah.
Your wife loves Aaron more than you. I'll be nice.
That's a you problem, bro.
Yeah. I don't think that's an Aaron problem. I think that's an Ed problem. We're going to have a bunch of giveaways from Cincy Light. If you have not yet, go to Cincy Light's Instagram page. Follow Cincy Light. Follow Bearcat Journal. Tag a friend. And you will be registered for one of the many, many, many Cincy Light giveaways. We're also, I haven't heard from Danco Joe. Danco Joe offered up some free oil changes that we might be giving away here as well.
And hats.
Keegan, you work here. You're not eligible.
I need an oil change, please.
Well, you'll
pay for one like a normie.
Do they have Cincy Light at the bars at CVG? I don't think so. Thanks, Ed. You're the best. But yeah, we're just we have filibustered for the opening 15 minutes as anticipated. And now we wait to get this show on the way, on the road, with Scott Satterfield. It's we have guests pretty much lined up for every half-hour block from now until 9:30 tonight. So,
do you guys have you gone through the updated list of guests that we have?
He has not sent it to me yet.
Do you want me to rattle it off? I have it right in front of me.
Why don't you email it to us as well?
That'd be great.
We get Dan Horde at 3. That wasn't on there, I believe. And then we get Brennan Sorsby at 6:30. So starting QB for UC. Maggie McKinley at 7. Eddie Taylor and Trevor Wright at 8. And then recently named the Big 12's best athletic training department. The head of that, Aaron Hemler, will be on at 8:30. So big day.
What a perfect frame for Keegan to freeze on.
He said,
"What? So what did you not hear?"
No, we heard everything.
Oh, okay.
But when you switch screens, your face was stuck.
Oh. What time is Wes Miller? Wes is at 6 p.m. tentatively?
There he is.
There we go, Coach.
What's up?
That's a nice looking background you got there behind you.
It's not bad. Zach's coming through this time.
This time.
This time.
All right, let's kick it off, man. Welcome in, and we haven't talked to you in a couple weeks at least since the end of spring ball. Spring portal has I don't want to say come and gone completely, but you guys have done your heavy lifting in the spring portal. Now you get settled in to build towards the summer and camp higher ground. What's the vibe around the office? Does it feel like, you know, your roster is where you want it and everything's pushing forward?
Yeah, you know, I think right now our guys have been gone for a couple of weeks. This is the break they get. The biggest break they get throughout the whole year is, you know, the first part of May. We're going to get them all back in here. We're starting Monday, you know, the 19th. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like our roster is, you know, a lot of the things that we needed to get done, we were able to do. And particularly, you know, getting our big tackle, Joe Cotton, getting him in here. I think that was obviously a huge get for us. Offensively, probably the last piece of the puzzle that we really needed. You know, created a little bit more depth with another wide receiver and then another linebacker. So there were not a ton of needs that we had, but we were able to meet those needs.
We haven't talked about Joe Cotton. Give us a little rundown on him. I know you guys acted quick on that one, got him in here right as soon as the portal opened and didn't let him leave without a commitment. It's always the critical part in portal recruiting, right? You get a kid on campus, you got to make sure you get it done before they go fly off somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, for us, you know, that was certainly a big need, you know, getting a big tackle, certainly a guy who has great length. I mean, he came in, his measurements were, you know, somewhere around 6'7", around 320, you know, and really looked good. I mean, he's a guy who grew up playing soccer, so he's got great feet. And then just kind of grew it into his body. You know, with that kind of length, it's hard to run around him in you know, as a pass protector, but he also will come off the ball and do a great job in the run blocking. So it's just a really good fit. He's a great family, blue collar family. So he fits everything that we're trying to do within, you know, our program. And I think, you know, we had some guys, I know, but now we could create a little bit more depth for ourselves at that tackle position. And, you know, we all know that, you know, you want to have that blindside block guy there for the quarterback, for Sorsby to be a great player. And so we feel like, man, he's going to be a really good player for us. You know, going throughout the spring, was really pleased with a lot of the positions. You know, we really helped ourselves at wide receiver to bring in, you know, some guys that can really run. Also, Tyree Walker, I thought, had a great spring. Some of the things that he was able to do, he showed some great burst, as well as having a great size. Evan Pryor, I thought, man, he's really elevated his game also and had a really good spring. You know, and then, you know, tight end room, I thought, you know, the two freshmen that we signed last year have really stepped their game up. I think they're going to give us some great depth there at tight end along with Joe. And so I think just offensively really, you know, really where we need to be. And I think, you know, and now Sorsby, another year in the system. I know that he felt a lot more comfortable this spring, playing with a lot of confidence. You know, so hopefully he's going to have a huge year for us.
You guys had an injury on the defensive line in spring practice, and then you add multiple guys in the spring portal. Did you kind of look at last season's situation and say, okay, look, we're going to make sure that doesn't happen again, and we're going to kind of stockpile as much depth as possible?
Yeah, I think about, you know, we think about the guys up front, O-line and D-line. You know, if you don't have enough guys there, it's hard to manufacture those guys. You don't have a bunch of, you know, 280, 90, 300-pound guys on your roster. You know, you're just going to be screwed, quite honestly. You know, you're not going to have the depth that you need. It really hurt us last year, you know, essentially losing a couple of guys before we even start playing. And, you know, we felt like, let's get us some depth there. Let's get us some bodies in here that can really come in and help us. And we can rotate some guys. We can keep them fresh up front. And hopefully, you know, there's not much drop off from the starters down to the second team guys or third team guys. Those guys, you know, really trying to wear down the offensive line up front. And I think that's going to be big for us as we go throughout this summer. You know, you mentioned Cam Rutherford, you know, a guy who got injured and, you know, will not be able to be available this year. But I think obviously getting Dante back for another year is huge. Marquez Parker had a great spring. He's up to about 285 pounds. He plays with a great twitch, and he can really move. And Hunt's a guy who's a 300-pounder that we missed last year that I think can be a huge addition to us this year. Obviously, he's got to stay healthy throughout, the summer and into spring camp. But, it all starts up front. If we can create those guys and mismatches up front and allow our linebackers to run and make plays, I really feel really good about our linebacker room. With about 6 or 7 guys that can play. And, so that's really going to help us, and then I think in the secondary, we added some guys back there at safety. We moved Logan, Logan Wilson over to corner. McDoom's coming in at corner, so I really feel like that room in the back end has gotten a lot better as well. And also have some depth that we'll be able to rotate some guys back there.
You've had some time now with some of the guys transferring in. Christian Harrison has emerged as quite a leader from all accounts. Everything we've heard about him is he has fit the bill as being the son of an NFL player. Can you tell us a little bit more about how much he's meant to this secondary at this point?
Yeah. I think probably the biggest thing for him is just being a really good football player. Like, he understands the game. He understands where he needs to be at within the defense. He can look at the offense and get a good idea about what they're getting ready to run. I just think he's got a good awareness, and but he's also got playmaking ability. He's a guy who can come up and pull his trigger when he's trying to stop the run, but he also understands where he needs to be in the passing game. And I think he's very versatile. I mean, he's a guy that can play 2 or 3 different spots back there in the back end, and that creates a lot of versatility with our defense for him. And for us to be able to put the best 11 on the field, and I think he's certainly, will be a guy who will be in the mix out there and give us, really help us out. I mean, I think in a lot of different avenues, whether it be the star position, the free safety, or the strong safety position. And, I think he's a quiet guy. He doesn't say a whole lot, but he works hard. I think he does a lot of that stuff by example and going out and working in the weight room and on the field in practice. And it is showing up whenever it's 11 on 11.
Coaches generally work from inside their own tree when they're hiring. You had a connection to Tyson Veit, but it didn't seem like you and Tyson Veit had a long-term history.
Yeah.
So him coming in last year was kind of new. How different is that relationship now in year 2, where you've gotten to work with him for a year, you've seen his defense, his tendencies? From the outside looking in, I love the guy. He's amazing.
Yeah, no, I think it's been awesome to have Tyson here. His style of coaching is different than my style, which is awesome. I love that. He brings some great intensity on that side of the ball for the defensive side. He knows what he wants in that room, and it's been a really good mesh here in our program. And I love what he's doing on that side. I mean, defensively, I think, man, I'm so excited having the same coordinator for 2 years in a row now. We hadn't had that here at Cincinnati in a while. We're able to pick up where we left off last year, and kind of build off of that this spring as we head into the summer. And, I feel like these guys, especially the guys that were here last year, have so much more understanding of what we're trying to do defensively. And I feel like this spring we're able to do a lot more. Last year, if you go back and watch our defense, we didn't do a whole lot. We basically played our base defense probably 90% of the time. I feel like this year we're going to be able to be a little bit more multiple and bring, show some different things. And I think that's going to help us. But no, Tyson's been awesome for us. He brings, just a great, like I said, a great deal of intensity on that side of the ball, and our guys like playing for him. And, I think certainly we're going to take another step forward. I mean, we took a step forward last year. I think we were 6 or 7 points better per game last year. And I think we're going to make another jump again this year. And that's certainly going to give us a great chance to compete for the Big 12.
Hypothetically speaking, this is pure hypothetical, Coach. You said potentially special teams by committee. If something were to change and you were to bring in a special teams coordinator, hypothetically, what would have changed to make you go that route?
Well, I thought let's get through the spring and let's see where we're at with it. And so, we obviously got through our 15 practices and just, again, evaluating our program. I just felt like for us, in order to be the best team we can possibly be, is to go out and let's go look and see what's out there. That we could possibly bring in a guy that will come in and oversee the teams, but also utilizing our staff. And because I really believe that's very valuable to utilize your staff. Not all the staff, like our coordinators, quarterback coach, O-line coach, they're not really involved with special teams, but the other guys are, the corners coach, safeties and linebackers and tight end coaches. They're going to be more involved in our special teams. But having somebody just, sitting there every day, they're looking at the special teams. They're looking at our roster, which guys can best help us in the teams, and scheme-wise, what can best give us the best chance to go out and gain some yards. Field position's huge for us. Last year, the second half of the season, that was one of the things that we just lost the field position in the second half of the season. And you guys see it. I mean, the margins are so tight in this league. If you can gain a little bit here or there, and especially in the teams, then it's going to give you a chance and an opportunity to go win some games. And so, I think that's something that we're certainly looking at, potentially, getting a guy to come in and oversee that.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, of course.
You mentioned Brennan Sorsby kind of going from year 1 to year 2. And when I talked to Coach Thomas, he said from that year 1 to year 2 jump, you go from taking football 101 classes to kind of graduate level classes. So in your experience, both as a player, as a coach, kind of coaching these guys, what can guys focus on and really develop in year 2 that they can't really do in year 1, or they can't really have that focus?
Yeah, I think like for where he's at, where Brendan's at now, is that I think at times last year, and we all saw it, he tried to do a little too much at times. And I think once you get comfortable within a system and you feel really good about it and you understand, the overall arching theme of the system, then you can be a little bit more poised in your decision making, meaning I don't have to force the ball every time. I don't have to, let's say we call a shot play. Well, maybe the defense, had that thing defended. It's not going to be there. Let me just hit my check down right here. Like that maturity and that poise comes from experience. And I think that's something that that Brendan can certainly grow and get better at. But I do think it's in his nature just to be aggressive. I think a lot of times where he wants to try to get it in, and he's got the arm to do it. He's got the arm talent to push the ball down the field. But at times, hey man, you got to take what the defense gives you. And that's something we're constantly working on. And I think we can constantly get better and at that. To say, hey, dumping the ball off to an Evan Pryor, for a little 4-yard pass play, that may turn into an 80-yard touchdown, because of the talent that he has. So let's certainly don't just, forget about that. We have to be able to hit that. And so for him, that's something I think he can get better at. And I thought he did this spring. I think he can continue to get better at that throughout the fall. Because we all know he had the ability. I mean, go back at the Texas Tech game. I mean, shoot, man, we threw for over 400 yards. I mean, we lit it up against their defense, and it gave us an opportunity in that game on the road to go out and get that win. So, but we also seen the other side of that, with the West Virginia game where we're trying to do too much, and then we, turn the ball over. So, again, these possessions are so critical. We have to take care of the football, but a lot of that comes back to the quarterback. And I do believe that we have some great weapons around him this year that I think, some big play threat guys, Cyrus Allen, Caleb Goody are some new guys. Of course, Evan Pryor, I think Tyree Walker, Joe Royer. I mean, we got some weapons out here that we can get the ball to, that those guys can make plays. They can keep the chains moving and give us another opportunity to go score. And so I think Brendan's just got to play within himself, and I think he's got enough talent that he's going to make those plays. He's going to make a lot of plays that if he'll just play within himself.
Mm-hmm. Coach, we've talked to Coach Nico about how much input he had in the indoor practice facility and how excited he is about it opening up. How much input have you had in the course of this whole construction, and how excited are you that we're just some days away now from the grand opening of the IPF?
Well, I mean, for me, just even coming over here, taking a job, that was a huge piece. I mean, John Cunningham talked about the building of that had been approved. They were in this thing. And as soon as I got here, really, we started looking at plans, immediately to say, if we want to tweak it here, tweak this there. I thought the architects did a great job with the building and the flow of the building, and then having been over there a bunch over the last 2 years, going over there and kind of walking through things, you get a sense and a feel for how big a room is. And they did an outstanding job. And so we've been able to, along the way, just tweak a few things here and there and try to enhance the building. And but it's incredible. I mean, it really is. It's, the way that we're going to be able to, continue to enhance our team and our players, because that's really, there's so many things in it that are going to make the players better. There's so many things in it that are going to help their recovery, because we all know that, hey, they train hard these days, and they got to be able to come back the next day and train at 100%. In order to do that, you have to recover properly. And we got so many apparatus things, and so many different things in the training room, the weight room, the red light therapy. There's so many things that I've never even heard of. I'm like, hope that stuff work. But I think us staff, we're going to try it out first. We're going to get in there, and as soon as we get in the building and jump in there and try all those things out. But it's incredible. The way they finished the building out with the graphics, Sea Paws, Cincinnati, are going to be all over the building. It's really, really a beautiful building. They did a great job with it.
I think when we did a run through of it, I think this is probably during basketball season, they told us about this kind of car wash thing that they have.
Yeah.
It's where the players just run through it and then it like washes off all the pellets. What part of this whole thing is going to be your favorite part of it? Because that was the most interesting thing to me, that you kind of
that was interesting.
like cars.
Yeah. No, I walked through it the other day, and I didn't realize, but there's, they have them around the knee level, and when you're walking through, and then it's around shoulder level, but they also have showers up top. So you walk through this thing, you're going to get it from all sides. And at some point when we walk through it, I'm sure we're going to get wet with it. But yeah, that's an awesome feature that, obviously designed to get the pellets off before they get into the cold tubs or, hot water tubs and all that. So, but I think, for me, I love there's so much glass in this building.
Yeah.
Like if you're standing in the indoor looking back at the building, the whole wall of glass. And so you're able to see everything that's going on out on the field. And then the way we're going to have connection with our guys is what I love about it. I mean, there's 3 levels there, and, as coaches and staff members, we're all going to be all in this thing together. And I love the fact that we're going to be able to hang out. We'll go down to the players' lounge, and there's couches, there's TVs, there's going to be a pool table, there's some stuff like that. I just think being connected, just so many conversations strike up, not about football, that we're going to be able to have. And you just get to know the people on a personal level so much more. And I think anytime you have that the players they want to lay everything out on the line when they're on a football field, when they have that big time connection, not only with their teammates, but also the staff. And I think that's what I'm most excited about, because we're in this building now. We're up on the 7th floor, the weight room's on the 1st. I mean, we're so spread out here that I like that connection is going to be the best thing for me.
A question I think a lot of people have in the chat, is it going to change anything with higher ground?
Yeah, we're still going to go out to higher ground. I do think it's, I don't. It's going to be hard for me to want to leave that building. I mean, quite honestly, you have everything that you ever need and want right there. But it is a great tradition to go out to higher ground, and the people at higher ground, they treat our guys, man, as good as you can treat anybody. The way they feed us, and we do have great space out there. You're able to, 2 practice fields and all the meeting space that we have. And so we're certainly going to go out there. We're going to, it's yet to be determined how long we stay, but we're certainly going to go out there, and spend some time at higher ground, and because it is a great time of bonding, having your guys out there. And so, and obviously a great tradition. And, but it's going to be hard to leave that building, and we want to get back in it probably pretty quickly, I'm sure. And, just for the things that I mentioned, when you're going through a training camp, you have to get your bodies ready the next day, and all the things that we do have in that building to get those guys ready to go, I think is something that we have to take advantage of.
I'm glad you brought up the food, because that is one thing that higher ground has that you do not have at the IPF. That food is unreal.
No, we don't know that, Aaron. They got a kitchen in that place.
We do. We're gonna.
It's not higher ground.
It's not. Yeah, I think it's the love that they put into the making of food at higher ground that makes it so good, man. They got a lot of it out there too. They just keep putting it on you. So yeah, they're great out there, and that is one of the things that I look forward to is going to eat in the cafeteria there.
Yeah, the IPF probably won't have bacon in the ranch dressing. I think that's the most important part that Chad likes.
I mean, look, you put bacon in ranch. Coach is from the South. He knows.
Oh, yeah. Bacon and everything, Chad.
We never went Bearcat 101. We never went through with the Bearcat Journal storage closet. We came close on that, but there was a $5,000 price tag to put the BCJ logo on a storage closet, and I didn't pull the trigger. But there's still got to be a time, right? I can.
You still got some time for that. Yeah, still got some time for that.
Just put the logo on the storage closet in the basement. When you look at success in 2025, year 3, it's not as simple as make a bowl game, right? It's bigger than that, right? The picture's bigger than that.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, we obviously want to continue to grow and climb and do better as we head into year 3 of the Big 12. And we all know what's happened in the first year and the second year, and made progress last year. But we got to continue to make progress. You know, I'm excited about this team. I think we have a lot of pieces of the puzzle that we need. I think as far as the coaching staff goes, but also the players, I think, man, we've done so many great things over the last year, and the things that we've added to our roster, and also, you know, what we're doing. Like I mentioned, we mentioned the new facility. So, and now year 3 in the Big 12. I mean, we all know how tough the Big 12 is. It's challenging. You know, for us this year, it's great. We got 7 home games, you know, that we're going to be playing right here in Cincinnati. We got a game that's a neutral site playing against a great team in Nebraska, you know, and then 4 tough road games in the Big 12. You know, you go to Utah, you go to TCU, Oklahoma State, Kansas. I mean, these are all really good football teams, good coaching staffs, you know, and you got to continue to take it one game at a time. And the thing that we got to do a much better job that we haven't done in the first 2 years is the close games. We got to get on top of these close games. I mean, you know, we have struggled in the one possession games the first 2 seasons, and a lot of that's coming down to 1 play, 2 plays, whatever it may be. Just the little fine margins, and that's where we got to get better. You know, we got to be a more disciplined team. You know, and I think for us in all 3 phases, and special teams is a huge part of that, you know, of how we can overcome and win those close games. And I think that's got to be the focus this year. And I think we can do that. Then we can have a special year. I mean, we really can. We all know how this league is. You know, we beat a team at Arizona State that really went to the playoffs, you know, so, you know, it tells you're kind of right there. And also you got to stay healthy. We know that, you know, and when you're playing these teams, you know, those games on the road or these games at home, you want to have all your bullets. You want to have all your guys there to be able to go out and compete against these guys. And so that'll play a big part in it as well.
I was to give you before. Go ahead, Aaron.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. If I was to give you the opportunity to offer a rebuttal to Coach Matt Rule and Nebraska in the Big 10, would you take that opportunity to give anything back?
What you're saying that what he said, the Big 10's better.
Yeah.
Than
everybody.
Than everybody else. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's certainly, you know, he's in the Big 10, so he's going to try to pump his conference up, you know, but I think, you know, there's some good football there, but to me, there's good football everywhere. I mean, I really believe that there's a few teams out there that we've seen in this era of spending money that have spent a lot of money on their rosters. You know, the Ohio States, the Oregons, you know, Texas Tech this past semester. I mean, you know, so that those teams that have done that, but I think the parity in throughout the country, and I don't care what, you know, if you're SEC, ACC, whatever, Big 12, you know, I mean, Texas spent as much money as anybody, you know, and Arizona State, in my opinion, really should have won that game last year, you know, if it wasn't for that last little touchdown pass. So, I mean, I feel like the Big 12 can compete with any league out there, can compete with a Big 10, certainly can compete with the SEC. I mean, you know, so it's just a matter of now we got to go prove it. We got to go prove it on the game, you know, when we play them. And I think, you know, we're looking forward to the game against Nebraska. You know, certainly a good measuring stick for our team. And in our league, really, quite honestly, you know, when we go play teams like that. So, you know, yeah, I'm just looking forward to going to play them. You know, I think it's a great opportunity, and now you're playing them at a neutral site, you know, like Arrowhead, and I think it's going to be an awesome game and playing on Thursday night. And so it's a great way to kick off the season.
I think one of the great advantages that you have that doesn't get talked about enough is getting talked about more this offseason. Aaron Hemler, trainer of the year in the state of Ohio. Now your entire training staff wins best staff in the Big 12. What has it been like working with this group? And how does that compare to other places you've been? Because they're all I know, but they're phenomenal.
Yeah, they are. No, they are outstanding. You know, Aaron, you know, when I got here, Aaron was here, Michelle was here. You know, they've done an outstanding job. They're great to work with. You know, you have to have, you know, great communication between your training staff, your strength staff, and your football staff, obviously trying to work with our athletes. And we got a great working relationship. And Coach Nico and his guys and his staff working with Aaron and his staff, I thought he did a great job of going hand in hand, of trying to get our guys back, all the while, protecting our guys. And I think there's obviously a fine line there, because in football, you're going to be hurt. There's going to be things that are going to be wrong with you. But they do a great job of pushing the guys through when they need to, but also holding back. Hey, listen, we got to get this thing fixed or healed up before we get you back out. And it's just a great communication. And I also, and our guys know this, they have their best interests at heart. And I think Aaron and Coach Nico and those guys, they're going to look after our athletes first and foremost. And I think that's why they stand apart. I've been a part of a lot of great trainers throughout my career. I would put Aaron Himmer up at the top of the list. Matt Summers was with me at Louisville. He's at the Bengals now. I think Matt Summers is outstanding. I think Aaron is right there, if not better. I think, I've been very fortunate to be a part of those two guys that are outstanding. But Aaron, again, he deserves the accolades that he gets. A lot of times those guys go unnoticed and people don't talk about him. But I'm glad he is getting some notoriety out there the last year, because it's well deserved.
And you don't have to deal with Bob.
I just see Bob in the elevator every now and again going up and down. So, yeah.
He's probably grumpy about something. He's always grumpy about something.
Oh, yeah. He kind of looks that way to me. He's always been nice.
You guys got anything else?
I had one last thing, if Coach is willing, but you kind of talked about Nebraska in that game. And, a lot of coaches are very open that they like to start the season off easy, kind of like what you guys have done the last 2 years. What are the benefits of starting the season with a game like that, at a neutral site against a really good team?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you certainly want to be hitting on all your cylinders when you start a first game. There's not going to be much room for error. I think it's interesting to me as you come out of fall camp, the August camp, some coaches really push them hard, and it's a really physical camp, and you get some guys dinged up and beat up. Some guys maybe a little bit more finesse. I mean, it's interesting to listen and hear about how they go through camp. And I think because a lot of that determines how you play that first game, and I think because you want to have all you guys there, you want to be healthy, but you also want to have made it hard in August because knowing that you have a tough opponent. Because I know Nebraska's big, strong, they're going to be physical. So, I mean, yeah, we're going to have that kind of camp. But you also want to get through it. So you got all your guys there. So it's going to be a fine line there with that. But I like starting out with certainly a game like this because of that reason. You everything that you do throughout the summer, I mean, you can't half-ass it. I mean, you got to be a full, focus, and your preparation's got to be key. And you got to be hitting on all cylinders. Now, here's the interesting thing: when you do play a first game, particularly when they have new coordinators. Nebraska's got 3 new coordinators: offense, defense, and special teams. And so now they hadn't really put much on film, with the Nebraska squad. And they have other places where they've been, but now you really have to go back and try to guess a little bit about what they're going to do. And I think part of that's why, Coach Rule didn't want to put anything out there in the spring game and all that, trying to hide, players and scheme and all this and that, So I think that was part of it as well, because you do have some new coordinators that are going to be in there. So that'll be interesting. Once you start playing the game.
Excited to play in Arrowhead?
Yeah, I've never been there. I understand, obviously, you see the playoff games there when the Chiefs are playing, and, the Bengals went there and won, so there's a team from Cincinnati that went there ahead and won. So hopefully we can do the same thing.
Keegan and I drove past it. We went to Allen Fieldhouse, went for the first UC game at Kansas. So on our way there, we drove past it. So that's
That's awesome.
Well, now we're going to both of them this year. So
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you guys.
Coach, we appreciate you, and good luck. And I'm sure the smile on your face is going to be immense that first day you walk into the IPF for good.
Absolutely. Can't wait. Count it down. Not long now.
We'll see you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Coach.
There you go. Starting off the day hot. Keegan just left with Coach. Okay.
He said he was.
I got it. I know. I got it. I'm just giving him a hard time because he can't defend himself right now. A lot of interesting stuff in there, Aaron. I mean, it's a big year for him. I like the acknowledgement of, look, we're not looking to just be bowl eligible. Like we need a big year. We need a year where we compete. We need a year where we
knows.
play really well. He knows. Like 6-6.
Yeah, it's a warm seat. He knows it's a warm seat, and I don't know. He's not one to really bullshit. I mean, he's going to give you. He's a straight shooter for the most part.
Yeah.
I mean, so he's going to tell you how it is. So I don't know. I appreciate his candidness.
Candor. Yeah. I mean, look, and you've got. This is a year we need to see Brendan Sorsby do it for a year, not do it for
Half a season.
half a season and then struggle. Need to see him do it for a year and finish strong. I mean, I'm going to ask him about it later, Aaron. I saw a publication the other day, I think it was ours, 24/7, that had him ranked as the 12th best quarterback in the Big 12.
I think that's just as much on Brad Glenn, though, as it is on Brendan Sorsby. He can't be the only one shouldering all of the blame.
Yeah, but if you're Brendan Sorsby, yeah, he's got to be disrespected a little bit to hear 12th best quarterback in the league. I think I'm better than that.
If you look at the stats last year, though, it's hard to argue better than that.
Yeah,
he's got to show us. When you look at this, the second, it's the biggest gripe I had with the offense last season is you have to be able to air the ball out more than half of a season.
The big problem there is, Aaron, guys also have to be open.
Yeah.
And I think what we saw a lot in that second half of the season, guys weren't necessarily open, so Sorsby was running more. Like, I think teams had figured out the scheme, had figured out what Cincinnati was trying to do. They covered up Henderson, they covered up Royer, and they said, we dare these other guys to beat us. We saw Tony Johnson emerge through that, but we didn't see anybody else. And that was kind of the problem.
That's why I go back to Brad Glenn. When you're the OC by title, you are the wide receivers coach.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to scheme some things up. So and obviously Coach Satterfield is one calling the offense by all counts. But at the same time, I don't feel like it's entirely on the 20-year-old student athlete.
Yeah, but there is,
there's certainly blame. Yeah.
He had some games where, he didn't look good down the stretch. He had some games where he looked really good early. You go to West Virginia, a couple decisions in that West Virginia that he made, he'd love to have back. That's what's going to give people some doubt. It's going to be on him to answer that bell. And I also think, Aaron, that's why he was so active in the portal. The conversations of him reaching out to guys, wide receivers, and guys who could help him, reaching out directly and sliding in their DMs to get those guys here, I think, shows he's aware. Got to get some more help. Got to play a little bit better. And hopefully this thing can get fully turned around in year 3 of the Satterfield era. Who talks with their hands more, Trump or Sat? He's a hand talker. There's no denying that.
We could put it up for a vote, but you might have to have a recount.
You so funny. We got about 10 minutes left to go. Up next, we're going to be joined by, I know at least Sydney Nolan and Lily Gillespie. Might have another one. Yeah, those two are confirmed. Then at 11:30, Aaron, we're going to be joined by Carrington Cross and Landon Vidorek. We're going to have to ask Landon the proper pronunciation. Noon, we've got Logan Wilson. I love talking to Logan Wilson, so I'm excited for that one. He is a lot of fun. Daniela Tomic, the new women's coach, coming at 12:30. John Cunningham at 1 o'clock. Gavin Gerhardt at 1:30. Jake Golday at 1:45. Katrina Merriweather at 2. So we are loaded, Aaron, from now until through Vidrick. Okay. Well, Bearcat 101 says he went to high school with him, and it's Vidrick.
You just don't pronounce the whole syllable? in the
I
middle?
don't know. Kevin says Vidrick. Bearcat 101 says Vidrick. I don't know who's right.
TBD.
We'll get to it in a little while, I guess. But let's see.
Let's get 5 more chuckleheads in here, and we'll be
Get
at
to
1,000, and then we can maybe do a giveaway.
That's what I was looking at. I was
So
looking
close.
at giveaway.
So close
Right now.
990. Oh, there it is. 1,000. We did it. Oh, we dropped one.
But we hit it. We hit the mark.
There it is. We're back.
We are back.
Tiger likes it.
He does. Oh, that was Callie, I think.
Oh, all right.
Getting into the sponsorship stuff here. We have a Cincy Light shirt to give away. This has been going on Instagram. So pulling that up, and our first winner, Aaron, of the Cincy Light shirt giveaway. This is an Instagram handle. So not always full names, but at the DS Hive _ at the DS Hive _ is our first winner. So you will get a Cincy Light t-shirt. They will be reaching out to you on your Instagram feed to get your information and get you your shirt. Will Tony or Mo join the show later this evening? Mo was planned to join the show. Mo was going to be live from the baseball stadium for the game tonight. He is not going to be able to do that now because the game was canceled. So I'm not sure on that. We are efforting to figure out if we can squeeze in Mo, but we have a guess pretty much. Are we still, maybe that's a good question for Zack Keegan, is if we're still going to simulcast with Mo at 4:30.
Okay. Would you like me to text him, or should I get up and ask him?
We've got until 4:30 on that one.
Okay.
So
I'll do it when I take my lunch.
All right. The ladies are ready to go. It looks like they're ready to go.
Such a humble brag. Did you want me to get up and ask him? He's right here. We're hanging.
He's right here. I can ask him for you if you like. Aaron, have we ever topped 1,000 viewers before during a live show?
This is new. We're in new territory. So just real quick before we get started with the ladies here, like and subscribe while you're here. If you're on our YouTube channel, if you're on our Twitch, definitely do that because it only helps us out so we can continue to deliver this outstanding quality for you.
Exactly. Let's go now. We've got a couple young ladies from the women's volleyball team joining us, Sydney Nolan, Lily Gillespie. I've got an important question to ask for the two of you first. You're both NKYBC alums. I'm a volleyball dad, so I know my daughter plays for Apex, so I'm down with the scene in Greater Cincinnati. I've got, who had the better team?
Oh, I mean, she did. Honestly, she did.
Oh, both of our teams are pretty good.
Yeah. No, I mean, we loved playing there, though. It was great,
Yeah.
but her team was super competitive. I mean, mine was too, but they were
Yeah.
always like in the top, like in the finals of everything. So
We competed pretty good at practice, though.
Yeah.
Like, we were pretty even.
Did you let her know about it when you got here? Like, we had the better squad.
I came second. I would not say
she's our humble girl,
But not you. You'll let her know.
Maybe a little.
How's the transition been? And I know obviously tough to lose a head coach with Molly being let go, but Daniela's come in and kind of taken over. And how has that transition been this summer to a new system and learning and getting ready for a Big 12 season?
Yeah, it was really smooth. I mean, they did a great job of right away having great communication with us, and they set like standards for us really early, which made it really easy for all of us. And we had a great, really competitive spring. We had a lot of fun. So we're
Yes.
really looking forward to this summer, and we're getting like 8 new girls, so we're super excited to see and meet everyone.
Yeah, it was definitely a big change, and change isn't always easy, but it was a really good change, positive for us.
What are your thoughts on the Big 12? Obviously a great volleyball conference and very competitive at the top. And it's a big task to jump up and compete with those top teams, the ranked teams in the league.
Yeah, I mean, it was both of our first years in the Big 12 last year, so we were both kind of experiencing it at the
Yeah.
same time. But I mean, each game, like there's never one game that it's like, oh, this is gonna be like an easy win. Like, I mean, I think that's what makes it so fun too, is like every game is so competitive, and being able to play against the best in the country too is something we always like really look forward to.
Yeah. And I think having a chance against those really good teams too, because even though it wasn't always an easy game, like it wasn't always they had a guaranteed win either. Like we always put up a good fight against every team.
Is there a team that has given you guys the most trouble that you are most looking forward to trying to beat next season?
Um, Personally, I think one of the most fun games we had, and especially like they had a great crowd too in their gym, was at BYU. And I mean, they're a great team, great program, and they're just a great time to play. So I think we're excited to run that back and
Yeah, I would
have another
agree.
shot at that. Yeah.
Gotcha.
They take their volleyball very seriously in Utah, don't they? Utah
Yes.
and BYU.
Yes, they do.
The BYU crowd, for every sport, it looks crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, their gym was rocking when we went
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't even like hear yourself talk. It was crazy.
Is that an adjustment, knowing like how much bigger the crowds are around the conference and how important, how big volleyball is in the Big 12?
Yeah, I think the bigger the crowd though, the more fun it is to play and the easier it is to just like let go and just like have fun with your teammates.
I agree. I mean, like we had some really good crowds this past season too. And like one that stands out is we had like our kids night,
Yeah.
our grade school night, and it was just a great time. Like the team we were playing, they were like, you could tell they were taken aback by how many young kids were in Cincy gear in the stands. So it was awesome. Yeah.
Better volleyball atmospheres, ACC or Big 12?
Oh, I'm going Big 12. Yeah, for sure.
We kind of touched on Coach Tomich, but what is it about how she approached the transition and kind of got to know you guys, or the coaching style that she's already showed, that made you guys buying into her program now? What did she do that made that easy to do?
I think her really getting to know us as people first and not just as players made it a lot easier to transition with her because she really cares about what we're doing outside of volleyball and it's not just all about what we can do in the gym.
I agree. I think that was huge. And like she also takes time to like meet with us individually on like a weekly basis, which was super nice. And I think too, like I kind of mentioned before, like she had very clear like standards and goals for us to meet this spring, which it was nice to see it like laying out in front of us, like what we need to meet, which made it super, super easy and easy to adapt to as well.
Sydney, you
Is
played
there-
You played at UNC, and then you come to Cincinnati, and then you have the coaching change. So is something that you're hoping for is just a little bit of stability and kind of have kind of the same program for maybe 2 seasons in a row here? Is that one of your goals?
Yeah, that's for sure a goal. I mean, I really love to see like where we're going to as a program and as a team. Like, I mean, the girls have been fantastic since I've been here, and same with all the coaching staff. So I've really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Tell us about the system. What are you guys expecting to look different? What are some things that are going to be similar? How how do you guys feel? I know you haven't had a ton of gym time, but you had like the spring practices. How does it feel as an outside hitter? Or are you looking to be a little bit more aggressive, or what's the style?
Yeah, I mean, something that we've talked about going in this spring is like we want as hitters and we like want our system to be able to like trust us to like take like rips at everything. So like I mean our back row, like Lily, like this spring has been completely relentless. Like no balls hitting the floor is like something that Coach Tomich really like emphasizes and like has us like practicing daily. And I think like that's something that's raised in our gym, like the level of like grittiness, I would say. So I think that's something to look for. And then we're super excited. Something that will look different is all of our new girls who will be joining, and we're super excited to have them here in June.
Yeah,
You guys
I would
brought in
agree.
some transfers. Can you talk a little bit about what kind of expectations you have for them, or how they're going to kind of fit into your team?
I mean, we just expect them to. I mean, honestly, like she said, Coach Tomich has a bunch of standards for us just to
Mhm.
try to meet those. But we also understand that it's a transition and a change for them too. But as summer goes on, just to try to meet where we're at so we can build a good like foundation and team culture with everybody.
Gotcha.
How's life as a back row libero DS in this system?
It's really good. Like she said, like the effort and just like the relentlessness that we've built through the spring, like I feel like me personally, like I've grown so much with these new coaches, and just like being able to trust them helps me to be able to take my game to a whole different level.
Diving a lot of
Yes.
big question, Lily. Do you wear the knee pads underneath your knees or over your knees? I have this argument with my daughter literally every time she walks off the floor and says, my knee hurts. And I say, that's because your knee pad is below your knees.
I mean, mine are pretty on my knees. And I also tape under my knees because I get burns all the time from the ground, but I also wear leggings a lot. So I put a lot of padding on my knees because those guys love to bleed during practice a lot.
I tell her if they wanted you to wear shin guards, they would give you shin guards. They give you knee pads to take care of your knees. I don't want to hear about your knees hurting because you dive all the time as a libero.
Oh, that's funny.
So obviously, his daughter Kelsey is a big volleyball player, and there's a lot of people who are trying to get to the college ranks and reach the level that you guys are at now. As players with multiple years of experience in college, what would be your message to the 15, 16-year-olds that want to make it to the Division I level or just college at all? And or what would you guys tell yourselves if you could go back in time and give yourselves advice about how to kind of navigate that process?
Yeah, I think our club did a really good job at from a really young age, like instilling in us like you're gonna do it for yourself. Like if you like
Mhm.
wanna like make it to the next level, like you have to be the one like wanting to get extra reps, like weight lift, like everything like that. So I think like from a young age we like really had that like in us. So that'd be my biggest piece of advice is just like if it is a goal for you, like you're the only one who can like get yourself in the long run like to that place you want to be. So just putting
Mhm.
in the work.
Did you
I
guys
would
get
say
to meet?
also,
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think also learning to be uncomfortable. I think coming into
Mhm.
college, that's something I wasn't really expecting, and it's just a little bit of a transition. But I think that's something that I would tell my younger self is just to like be okay with that.
Gotcha.
Did you guys get to meet Jordan last year when she was around? And if so, what was that like meeting an Olympian, a gold medalist?
It was awesome. Like honestly, like she's such an inspiration. Like we were saying, like literally like days after meeting her, we were like fangirling so hard. We were like, oh my gosh, like she's just the best and like she's so cool. It was a great experience.
Yeah, I mean, I like since we've grown up here, like I came to watch her. Like I had pictures with her from when I was in like seventh grade. So getting to actually see her in person and like talk to her, I literally still feel like she's a celebrity.
That's awesome.
Do you still stay connected to the high schools that you guys went to, Notre Dame and Turpin? Do you still keep in contact? And do Sydney, you got a couple state titles. You let them know. Come on, girls. Just pick it up.
Yeah. Me and my one of my best friends, she plays at Louisville University for volleyball. Actually, we just ran a camp of like 85 girls, like future NDA pandas. So it was really fun to lead, and we love giving back any chance we get. Like I love that school, so yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I keep in contact with everyone from high school still, and I have a lot of family that also goes to my high school. Yeah.
I bet I know like 4 or 5 of those girls that were at your camp. My daughter's played with like 4 or 5 that are going to end up at Notre Dame.
Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, no, it was
Yeah.
a great time, and everyone worked really hard. It was really enjoyable. Yeah.
You guys kind of both took different tracks to Cincinnati, but the bird's eye view, why did you choose the Bearcats? Was it just kind of a homecoming thing, or was there other levels that made you guys want to come back?
Me personally, I just wanted a bigger opportunity because I was committed to a different school before, and it didn't feel right anymore. And after like meeting the girls and everything, I just like had a feeling that this was like the right place for me to be. It's just we have a different kind of culture here with the girls.
I was gonna say too, like when I was in the portal and I was talking to coaches, like going on visits, like this is the place. Like obviously I am from here, but like I've honestly not visited anywhere that has a culture like we do here. And like as a volleyball team, yes, but as a whole athletic program as well. Like it's honestly not like anything I've ever seen. Like I mean, I think we preach unity here, and like everyone really stands with that. So I mean, it was easy decision for me to come back. Yeah. And I've loved every
Yeah.
second of it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Where else can you be on a stream on 513 day and have dogs barking in the background? This is a pretty special culture we have here.
Seriously.
I think the mailman just drove by. He's not a big fan of the mailman, so he's got to let him know that I'm inside the house behind this window, but if I could get out, you would be in big trouble. Do you ever let them know like the Northern Kentucky side's the better side of Greater Cincinnati?
Oh
my
yeah,
gosh.
all the time. All the
God's
time.
country.
Oh yeah. Kentucky on top.
I won't tell you
Oh,
where
that's
I
awesome.
went. I went to Lloyd.
Oh,
Volleyball not a
okay.
big thing at Lloyd. Anything else, Aaron? You got anything?
I am not well versed in volleyball. I would be doing them a disservice.
I tried my best.
You did all right, Keegan. You did all right.
Thank you.
6'1" or 5'2".
Here's one. I've got daughters. They are 3 and 1. If they were to get into volleyball, what age do you get into volleyball?
Ooh. You got in later, didn't you?
Yeah.
I got in early. I was playing club at 10.
Yeah, I didn't play club till I was 13. I played a lot of other sports. So
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I have a lot of friends too at the same level who like started playing at 14. But I mean, for me, it was easy, and it was nice to start young.
I think it depends on also like how much you prioritize your other sports too. Like if you're fully into just volleyball, then I think the younger you go, it's easier. But if you have other sports you prioritize too, then it can wait maybe a little bit.
I feel like I nailed it because that was the most passionate answer I think you guys gave. So yes.
I would say like 10 or 11 probably would it seem like the girls that started earlier, it feels like there's less development that takes place. I know we were on a 13s team a 14s team this year where a couple of the girls were new, and it was like you're kind of with the girls that have had a couple years experience, you're kind of dragging them to get them up to speed on the more than the physical stuff, like the terminology and what you're trying to run and all that good stuff.
Well, I figured I needed to know the answer because my 3-year-old is topping all of the charts for height, weight. Like they said she's on her own curve.
Let's go.
It's crazy.
6'1" or 5'2".
Ooh. Honest, I mean either. I say 6'1" though.
Yeah, I would agree.
Hmm.
Me and Aaron
you
are
don't,
just like it's
Lily.
a foreign language.
Lily, you don't look too confident in that. Like she
We were
wants to
talking about
say
this
5'2".
earlier.
She
Yeah, we
wants
were
to
actually
say
talking about this
5'2".
earlier.
No, I think having one, I think it's a lot more reliable having like the same person you get every ball from. Because
Yeah.
back in the day, I was also a hitter.
Yeah, she was.
So I can say that that's what I would prefer.
She was a beast
Switching.
too. Yeah.
Switching every 3 rotations can't be fun. Having a
Yeah.
different setter every 3
Adjustment.
turns. Yeah. These guys are lost now. We lost them. All right, ladies. Thanks so much. We really appreciate
thanks.
it. And tell everybody why they should get out and see you guys this fall.
Let's go. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. There we go. A little volleyball talk. It's a good question, Aaron. It is a.
I wouldn't have guessed 10. And her saying that was the early age. I would have guessed far sooner because you get these kids in soccer at like what 3-4 years old. So that makes sense.
But
It's a whole different skill set. Very different skill set. But yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, one, you got to be able to get the ball over the net on a serve, which generally 9-10 years is the earliest you really have enough power to make that happen. I guess a good way to put it. Even underhanded. I mean, it's, you'll find a couple exceptions, but even underhanded, it's not fun. So, yeah, I think Kelsey started playing like rec league at like 11, something like that, and then moved up to club at 12. So it's a good question. All right, there we go. Sydney Nolan, Lily Gillespie, 2 of the locals on the volleyball team that Daniela Tomic got a lot of work to do to catch up in the Big 12. It is a big time volleyball league. There are, you look at baseball, football, basketball, you're talking multiple top 25 programs year in and year out. So it's going to be fun to see the progression of the volleyball program under Daniela in 2025. Not too far away from that as we get it runs concurrent with football season. So
also we just hit 1,500 of you people in this chat. That's insane. Considering we've never hit 1,000. Now we're at 1,500. So I did want to mention, donate now to the Impact Fund to help the Bearcats recruit and retain top players and compete for championships. That goes for football, basketball, of course, baseball as well, and volleyball, who we just had on. So go to gobearcats.com. That's gobearcats.com/513 to donate to the Impact Fund today. All right, Keegan.
Gosh. Yeah.
How's campus?
Campus
Has
is
anything changed
amazing.
since the last time I asked, like an hour ago?
The IPF is looking basically finished. There's obviously some like kind of dirt areas that I think they're still going to do something to. Maybe, I don't know, put some grass down or something. But it's from the outside looking in, it looks just about done. I think it'll get very real when the football team inevitably posts the pictures of the turf kind of going down. I think that's when it's going to be okay. This place is awesome and it's almost done. So that was because I hadn't been up here in 2 or 3 weeks probably. So being able to see that and that progress was very, very nice. Yeah.
I was up there last weekend, and it's just incredible, the scope of that thing.
Yeah.
Like to think what was there before,
right,
and then to see what is there now. You're like, how did this work? how did they make this actually happen? Because it is a monster. I mean, you talk about a showpiece for that section of campus. It is incredible.
Yeah.
If we had to sacrifice upside down Lego Man building to get this, so be it.
Let's see. We have coming up at 11:30 Carrington Cross and Landon Viderek.
Viderek.
I got Viderek. I got that from JP Sponseller. So happy 513 day from Australia. Andrew, great to have you.
Crazy.
What is
The
it
reach
like
we
2
have.
o'clock in the
Yeah.
morning there?
Let me.
What's the time conversion? I think it's like 14 hours, isn't it?
1:15 a.m.
I was close.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
close. I think there are parts that also go in half-hour segments. I think they're one of the only places that does that. They have half-hour time differences.
Time zones.
Yeah.
It could be 10:15 or 1:15 based on where he is.
See, he said they do.
Look,
I was right.
The real question is, did he have Cincy Light imported for the occasion?
513, yeah, for the 513 stream. I'm going Dr. Pepper for now. Maybe I'll get crazy and bust out a Cincy Light as we get later in the day, but I don't think you want me doing Cincy Lights at 11:15 in the morning.
I've got 3 Diet Cokes in the fridge waiting for me. Very, very
They let
nice.
you use the fridge? Wow, they must
Yeah,
think
I
very
brought
highly
2
of you.
meals. I'm prepared for this.
Did Keegan get some sleep? Some dark eyes there. I think it's lighting. I think it's a lighting
It's the
issue.
Yeah, it
lighting,
is.
yeah.
The lighting is all up top. There's no lighting
Yeah.
in his face, so that's it. He's in an office instead of a podcast studio. So need that new Cincy Light Lime at some point back in the
Same.
US. It is
Oh, yeah.
very good, Andrew.
You've had
It's
it?
very good. Yeah, of course I've had it.
Is it out?
No, well, it's out on tap at some places. You can get it
Okay.
at the tap room. And then I know they said you could have got it the other night.
I was gonna say they had it where you were at for the Corleone burger.
Oh yeah. I'll have to get, I
Yeah.
wonder if they have it at 50 West. I'll have to get it on the 21st.
It's 514 day for him. Well done, Jason. Well done.
Very, very good.
So yeah, it's really good. Just the right amount of lime, and it tastes like lime. It doesn't taste like synthetic. It doesn't taste I don't know. You know what I mean? It's not overly processed. So,
Yeah.
We got about 10 minutes to go before we get to the baseball, guys. We can talk a little baseball with Keegan Nickerson here.
As a
big
former player,
weekend series. Huh? Yeah, he's a former baseball player.
Yeah.
Junior college catcher,
Absolutely.
and then
Absolutely.
decided writing was probably a better path.
I became a NARP.
What's this team need to do this weekend, Keegan? They're right on the bubble. They're right on the cusp. They've got Kansas State coming to town, who I think last I checked was 1 spot behind them in RPI. What do you think this team needs to do this weekend?
From everything I'm hearing, 1 and 2 should get them in. But I think if you're 1 and 2, you're kind of on the edge of your seat. I think a series win might lock it up. And obviously a sweep would do a lot of good. But I mean, this is basically win this series and you're in, maybe for either team. So either team could have a chance coming out of the series depending on what happens. So, I think they might have wanted to be a little bit more comfortable, but Cincinnati Athletics, they have to make it as interesting as possible as we get to the end of the season.
How impressive
Talk
is
about
batting 400 in a season, Keegan? Like, I'm going to ask Carrington about that, but that's at that level to be batting 400, and I believe his on base percentage is over 500.
Yeah,
those stats are insane.
You're basically just in the zone the entire season, and you're seeing the ball like a beach ball for the entire season, which is one of the better feelings of being a baseball player. And I think I'm interested to ask him about his journey and if he ever thought he would be this good, if he ever thought he would be like on draft boards kind of thing. But it's been really, really cool to see him play. And I love his approach and how hard he swings, how he really wants to do damage, but he also is extremely aggressive on the base pass, will lay down bunts, and can also be a contact hitter when necessary.
Yeah, 406 is his average, and 532 is his on base percentage. That's he's
what was
getting
your
on base
percentage, Keegan?
In high school or at Danville?
Which one makes you look better?
High school. When I was facing 81 miles an hour, that was when it was better. But yeah, 532 is I in my mind almost more impressive than 400, because you're just changing the game every single at bat basically, and you have an opportunity to do that. So that's an extremely valuable player.
Keegan, why was Indiana so excited to cancel today's game?
I thought Cincinnati was excited to cancel today's game. I thought that was more of they can hurt you more than they can help you kind of thing. So yeah, I don't know. I think both sides might have been okay with it, but
probably
yeah,
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, you hate to have weather influence the season just as it did last year with the UConn game. I think that got canceled in the second inning. Is that what it was, or something like that? Really early.
Yeah.
But the amount of cancellations going on throughout the country today, it'll be interesting to see how different the tournament field could have been if all these games had been played. But that's just something you can't really control.
I mean, honestly, if you're IU, do you really want to, at this point in time, they've got Michigan this weekend, do you really want to risk getting on a bus? What's it, like a 2-hour bus ride, probably? 2.5-hour bus ride?
2:45.
To get to Cincinnati, get here, have them say, even if the weather ends up being fine, the chance that you're going to drive 2.5 hours, get here, be told no thanks, we can't play today, and then get back on the bus and go 2.45 back to Bloomington, where you didn't play a game and you spent 6 hours on a bus.
Yeah, especially carrying a lot of momentum after a big series win against Purdue. I think they're just kind of locked in on.
Nobody cares.
You were talking about Indiana. For the first time in the history of this channel, Indiana was brought up, and it wasn't by me.
I should have hit him with a rock. It doesn't matter what you. Is Indiana on the bubble, Keegan? Matt wants to know. I don't want to know.
I don't think so.
Back in the 50s, I think, in RPI.
Yeah, I think they're on the outside looking in. So,
current record, I can tell you, 29-22. In the Big 12, they're 14-13. I don't have the standings, but at least there's that.
The Big 12 tournament starts on the 21st, I believe, in Arlington.
For baseball, how much weight do conference tournament wins have compared to basketball, which often don't seem to help teams on the bubble? Do you have an answer, Keegan?
I would say every game matters, and they would influence it a lot. But I just remember that Oklahoma series at the end of last season kind of holding more weight than anything that they might have done in the Big 12 tournament. But they beat Texas in Arlington, right?
Yeah.
And then I think if they had rattled off 1 or 2 more wins, I think they might have been in a good spot. But they ended up losing to UCF to end the season. So I think it's just more controllable to win during the season instead of trying to go on the crazy run in the tournament when you're playing basically every day. So
I think this is a good point. It's a smart move by Cincy. Save some arms. Don't risk losing any RPI. Considering the fact that this weekend you're playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday instead of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's probably even more important to save those arms.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is JP going to be on the show today? I don't think so. We are literally booked every half hour all the way through 9:30. So I'm not sure. Let's do before we get the baseball guys in here. One more giveaway. We're doing these every bottom of the hour. So 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. Listen for your name to see if you win a T-shirt from Cincy Light. The second winner today is Kirsten Martini at Kirsten, KIERSTEN MARTINI. Kirsten Martini is our second winner of a t-shirt from Cincy Light, and they will be reaching out to you. So check your Instagram DMs for that. All right. And do these guys look ready? They look like they're talking to somebody.
You don't no clock on you guys at all.
Me.
Are they? Who's distracting you? Is it
That's
Molly?
Chris.
Molly, calm down, Molly. Welcome in, guys. We've got Carrington Cross and Landon Vitterek. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thanks for having us. Yeah.
JP hit me up via text to make sure I didn't screw it up.
Hooked on phonics.
I mean, that is not a Hooked on Phonics name.
No, not at all.
Guys, welcome in. It's been a fun season so far. You are 3 games away from the conclusion of the regular season. How has this journey been as compared to a season ago? And how is it being in contention for that NCAA tournament spot?
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty good. I mean, even with our position right now, I think we still know we're a little bit better than what we should be. But overall, it's been pretty good. And even last year when everyone thought we would be nothing and kind of proved everyone wrong, I think we're just carrying on from last year, playing with high energy, playing fast. And I think we're still shocking the world, even though deep down, I think we know we're better than we are still to this day.
I agree with
Coach.
that. Hit that
Go
right
ahead.
on that.
Coach Bishop was on with us, I guess, a week and a half ago now, on Monday, and he has his own brand of baseball at this point. I know we all refer to it as Bishop ball. You guys refer to it as Bishop ball. Everybody does. But how has it been playing for him different as a player, as opposed to just somebody watching it? And what have you had to work on, like really work on, that maybe you didn't have in your skill set before you started playing for Coach Bishop?
For me, I mean, I love it, obviously. Just like playing fast, stolen bases, the bunting, stuff like that. I didn't really have the stolen bases in my skill set that much before he got here. And then the bunting aspect also just really worked on that. Helps you get more base hits, opens up a lot of holes. And the base stealing obviously just helps everybody offensively. So for me, that was huge.
Yeah, another big one is that people don't see is just the intent behind every pitch, both offensively and defensively. We really work on mental process and good picture, good like seeing yourself succeed. And it might not seem like much, but obviously you can tell just along with everybody's game, it's really affecting how we play. And then people move in for the bunts, and then in our head we're like, we're going to do damage here, and we have better success with the base hit. So it's kind of like being locked in more than almost any team on every single pitch. And that's huge that people don't see.
Landon, that home run on Sunday against TCU, was that the furthest ball you've ever hit in your life? Because it's very rare that you see balls disappear behind the batter's eye. And that shocked me when I was able to watch it back.
I don't know what the metric and stuff were on it, but it was definitely up there a little bit.
Do you think it went farther than Carrington's in the Big 12 tournament last year with the famous bat flip?
Yeah, for sure. He's got more juice than me. I don't know, but his against Butler, his freshman year, you got to pull that one up. That one was probably one of the biggest ones I've seen out of him.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Landon, what do you think the biggest, or for either of you, if you could talk about the other person, if an MLB GM came to you and said, "Why should I pick this guy? Why should I draft this guy?" What would be the thing that you would tell them that would really make them a difference maker?
I can start this. We were talking about this like 20 minutes before this. Vid's kind of just like the man around here. He's got every tool possible. He can hit the ball 500 feet, like you just said. He can throw at 95 from the outfield. He can run a sub 4 to first. This guy's got every tool possible for a baseball player. So, I mean, I think scouts know that, and that's kind of why they're looking at him pretty heavy right now. But yeah, he's got everything you want in a player.
Casey's easy. I mean, it's
The
obvious.
opposite of that.
He's
That's me.
no, he's made he's made the news quite a few times. He said it himself. He's not going to be somebody who's going to hit the ball harder than you, throw harder than you, hit it farther, or whatever. But he's going to he'll outcompete anybody every pitch. Like even myself, anybody on the team, anybody on the other team. Like he's going to outcompete him. Doesn't matter if it goes his way or not. He's just going to be back up there, just competing as hard as he can.
Yeah.
5 for 7, 3 home runs, 10 RBIs. Did you even let anybody talk to you that night? Were you just like, everybody just stay away?
I mean, they kept coming at me. They're giving me jokes all night. I probably shouldn't say them on here, but yeah, it was just a wild day for me. My phone was blowing up. Girlfriend was blowing me up. I mean, there was just a lot of stuff I just had to stay away from, I guess. But it was a crazy day. I mean, I never expected that of myself. But like you said, like Vid just said, I mean, I just kind of played the part, and it went my way that day.
Were you swinging at a beach ball? Like, did it just look like?
I mean, not really.
Out of body experience.
I mean, I was 1 for 3 going into the 6th or something with a strikeout, so it could have went any which way. I could have had a horrendous day with like 1 for 7 with 4 Ks. But like I said, I didn't try to do too much. I kept doing what we preach, which is mental process, working every pitch, and it went my way. Wind was kind of carrying out. 2 of them were for sure gone. The last one was definitely a good day ball, but I don't know. It could have went either way, and I kind of just trusted the process, and it turned out in my favor.
Both of you are neck and neck in some of your stats here as far as runs scored, 57 and 55, Carrington in the lead. Doubles 9 and 10, Landon in the lead. Home runs 14 and 11, Landon in the lead. Total bases 121, 108, Carrington in the lead. Do you guys know your stats? Are you actively just competing with each other to keep them close like that?
Well, the home runs
we're
kind of competing on, and he had a 3-run home run lead going into Kansas, and I caught up with 1 game, so that could change easily. Stolen bases, we're not going to talk about that. I have no chance.
I left that one out on purpose. I got you.
Yeah, the other ones, there's not too much competition behind, but home runs, we have a little bit going.
Well, it seems like as far as stolen bases go, 37 of 38, and then he's obviously got the lead. But Carrington, you're getting on base more than half the time. Like, just these stats are bananas. Did you ever look at the season from the beginning thinking that you were going to have this type of season for either of those things?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's going great, and I'm not trying to do too much. I'm not trying to chase numbers, but like I never kind of expected this. But I think deep down I knew I could produce numbers like this. I just needed to kind of like really, I don't know how to say it, but like it's like the experience has kind of pushed me in this direction. I just know I just have to keep trusting what I'm doing, and then the experience would take over. So like my eyes have been dialed in more to the zone. I've been taking more balls. So I think I had it in me deep down. It's just a matter of if I did it or not.
And landing on the other side of that coin, 37 of 38 stolen bases. Like that's, again, just banana. Like every time you steal, you pretty much, we got it.
What happened the one time?
well, the one time it wasn't even like a actual caught stealing. It was like I got picked off and gotten like a pickle, like a rundown in the middle. It wasn't like an actual caught stealing thing. But they put it on the record as caught stealing.
Have you contested that?
I'll have to ask Dubs. He's gonna have to be the one to do it for me.
So I'm from Hamilton, so I've known about Landon for a while. Just hearing about this kid that I think was like 4 years younger than me, who's a stud football player, stud baseball player, 2-way baseball player. But so I guess no one is really surprised that it's worked out for you a lot and how well you've competed. But Carrington, tell us about your journey and kind of getting here from Brownsburg, I think, is that where you're from? Did you expect to have this kind of career, or was there a time here at UC where it kind of clicked for you that it might end up working out in this way?
Yeah, I mean, I've always had the confidence that I'm kind of gonna do well. But I mean, coming in, I talked about it the other day. I mean, you come out of high school and you're like the guy of your area.
Yeah.
And then when you get to college, you're not like you're the freshman back in high school again. So there was definitely a lot of doubt my first year, especially sitting the bench, being a red shirt. And even with COVID, like I went into a summer ball league who had guys like Henry Davis and Dolan Rushing, 2 first rounders, all Americans. And I just couldn't compete yet. And it just took a lot of grit, grinding out, getting up to speed with everybody. But even I had adversity my sophomore year. I hit, I think, 260 with not great numbers. So I think there's just a lot of doubt, but I think I always knew I was ready. And I think once Coach B came here and I started having more of a plan and more of a good mental mindset in the box, I think those boxes started to check more and more and more. And then we're just leading to here now where I'm kind of the guy with a lot of experience and I know what I'm looking for. And I think the numbers are just showing the improvement along the years.
Landon, you guys handled Ross pretty easily in high school, right?
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
watch it. Watch it.
Tell me you played against them when you were a freshman and did damage.
I didn't. I don't think so.
What was your freshman year? What year was it?
2018.
Okay. Yeah, you lost that year. We won.
Yeah. I didn't. I wasn't up on varsity that year, but
That's why.
Yeah, you probably
yeah,
played
that's
me as a
That's
sophomore.
coaching
and
error.
Box Wrecker hit me 3 times, so that wasn't a fun game for
Oh.
me.
you know, man.
Yeah, I know box.
Yeah.
I'll tell Nathan Hegeman that
Oh,
he's
yeah.
probably the reason why he lost.
What's got to happen this weekend, fellas? What you got a big one against Kansas State. They're 1 spot behind you in RPI. There's an NCAA tournament berth. I mean, I know, you guys talk about one game at a time, but big picture, obviously you guys know what's on the line this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's just treating every game the same. We don't want to try to do more or chase those numbers. I think that's our biggest thing so far is we're treating one game at a time versus trying to play for series wins. We're just focusing on that single game. And then it's going to be a very high level, fast game. I think both teams run a freaking amount. Both teams bunt a lot. And then both teams also hit a lot of homers. So we'll see how it's going to be an intense weekend.
We've had Coach on a couple of times. What's he like as a leader of the dugout?
I don't know. As leader of the dugout, I don't know. I kind of think of like BG as the leader of the dugout, but I mean, Coach B is just like making sure everybody like stays locked into the game. I mean, it's easy in a baseball game, super long, especially some of the games we play. It's creeping to the 4-hour mark. It's super easy to just like get lousy at the like end of the dugout or whatever, and he's just always like pacing the dugout, making sure people are still locked in on the game.
42 Diet Mountain Dews later.
Yeah.
A Dr. Pepper every now and then.
Yeah, Diet Dr. Pepper every now.
Diet.
No water. No water.
No water ever.
It's like,
I
he's like
haven't
John
seen
Daly.
it. I haven't seen the waters come in yet.
A PG John Daly.
What has the fan support been like for you guys? Because it's obviously grown as you guys picked up steam last year, carried over into this year. Can you feel that when you're in the stadium, that increase in eyes and attention and people following you guys?
But yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's one guy on social media who really does a great job, Tim Adams. We'll give him a shout out. But really,
our guy.
It gives
Tim works
fan
for us.
engagement big. But yeah, I mean, it's great. It's seeing the jump from my freshman year where we had nobody in the stands. Like every now and then would be a few to a lot more consistency now. It's great to see where Cincinnati baseball is going.
And you expect a lot this weekend, right?
Yeah, hopefully. I know a lot of students went home, but any hometown guys, we'd love to see you guys out here. Senior night too.
In the chat here, thoughts on Nathan Taylor? How's batting against him in BP?
Oh, there's probably 2 guys you shouldn't ask about that.
Yeah, we kind of own Nate.
We do own
I hope he
Nate.
sees it.
I hope he sees it too.
I think my slugging off Nate's around 2,000.
Yeah,
so.
mine's definitely up there. It's probably two wrong guys to ask about that.
Should have brought Kling on here too. Kling hit like a 500-foot homer off Nate. We should have brought him on. But no, definitely facing Nate. Even in inter squads, you can tell people struggle against him. But
it's not fun.
It's just two guys beating very well here.
Yeah.
Who gives you the most trouble then? Who gets you out all the time?
I don't really know. There's a
It's
freshman
such a
who,
humble
for him,
brag to
nobody.
think so
Nah,
hard
there's
about
there's
it.
a freshman here who got hurt. His name's Bright. I don't even know how to pronounce his last name, but Bryce, he kind of owns me. I think I'm like 0 for 3 with 2 or 3 strikeouts against him.
Okay. Landon, if you got on the mound, what could you touch right now?
I don't know.
5.
Not 95, maybe, possibly.
Okay.
I don't know where it's gonna go, but hopefully it'll be fun.
It's
What's
coming in
your-
fast. You're just not
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, just not sure where it's at.
What's your outfield velo?
In the fall in the fall we were just messing around with it. 98,
Okay.
but
That'll do.
Just messing around.
Yeah.
Nice.
That'll do.
Ed wants to know: do either of you mess around and play in the Metro to show up the 40-year-old dudes who think they can still make the league?
we should definitely hop in there.
Go down to
Do
Rumpke.
you even know what that is?
No.
It's like a
Is it
like
beer
a
league softball?
yeah, beer league
Yeah.
softball.
Well, I got after my
It's-
Kansas game,
yeah.
former alum Dondre Bremner texted me, said, "You're getting recruited to us next year." So I might have an appearance in a beer league game.
Pass up the MLB, go to the Metro.
The problem is, it's not beer like the Met. It's at
It's
the
like
time,
actually serious.
it's ridiculously serious for slow pitch softball.
They don't drug test either, I'd assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I found myself in a softball league, it's beer league or nothing. I'm not going backspin poolside. I'm gonna have a good time, not a serious time.
Did you? Did either of you see the backflip catch in the Savannah Bananas game? And could you execute that?
No chance. 220 can't go around that well.
Yeah.
Maybe Vid, maybe Donnie, but no chance.
I
crosses
can
right
do
now.
the backflip part, just probably not the catching it. I'd be a little too scared for that one.
Is it too early
What's
to
the
start?
football team looking like? I don't think these guys know. Either of you play football. How good? Quarterback?
He went to a state championship his senior year.
He loves to talk all about it.
He took them to state. He was the man.
He's all-
He also punted for him.
He's all about it.
Landon, I don't think you'll appreciate this later in life. There's nothing better than having a good hype man next to you. Like you have
He's
to
a
take
hype
him
man
everywhere
to
you go.
Yeah, he's a hype man to a different level. He takes the football part overboard. You know, he likes to just out of nowhere just let me hear about it.
Oh,
But-
that's great.
How
We just
heavily
hit-
were you recruited as a football player?
Not that much. I committed to Cincy pretty early for baseball, so it wasn't that much. I was more interested in playing baseball. I feel like I'm way too small. I'd probably get killed. We're gonna be honest. I don't want to find out how that would go, but
Don't give Vid too much credit. He wouldn't hang in the GMC GCL.
Here comes JP with his
Yeah, here
Mason
comes
High School
JP.
baseball stats.
yeah.
Red Ohio and
Mason's
doubles. You get it,
different.
JP.
JP and Brennan
Mason's
Garola,
different,
Mason legends.
Is it too early to start thinking about MLB draft?
I mean, it's always in the back of probably
Yeah.
both our heads, but we're kind of focused on getting to the regional right now, and then whatever. Obviously, if you win more, we're gonna get recruited a little bit more, but we're probably not thinking too much about it. But it's definitely back there. It's just not our main focus right now.
Good
Do you-
coach speak answer.
Great coach speak answer.
What's that process like? Like, does it hold off basically till the end of the season, and then you start hearing kind of what your projections are? What do you know what the process is even like at this point?
I mean, my process is probably a little bit different than Vid's because he's a true junior, but like I mean, for me, it didn't start until last fall where Coach B actually did a good job of kind of getting a scout there, and then one of them was interested in me. And then from there, it kind of took off more in the springtime. You start filling out this thing called Prospect Link. Teams start inviting you like throughout the season, and then you start getting phone calls. So it's a long process that probably carries all over summer. And he was in the Cape, so I bet he can probably talk more on his kind of recruiting process. That's a little different than mine.
Yeah, it's a long process. It just, I mean, for me, like just telling like my advisor, like, hey, like kind of want to focus like on this season a little bit. Like we got plenty of time like after the season to worry about the draft stuff, worry about like all the camps and like pre-draft workouts and all that kind of stuff. But not too much thought about it.
How was
What's the
playing in the Cape?
Yes.
What was that?
How was the Cape Cod League? What was that like?
Oh gosh, it's a sore subject. Was it? I didn't have the greatest time there, but no, it's good. It's a really good experience. I mean, face a lot of high level guys. Like somebody starts a dude from Arkansas, like, oh, like now I get to face a bullpen arm from Tennessee. Like it never stops. Like everybody they bring out, it's a super high level arm. It's a fun league, but you know, my experience there, I didn't show out too well.
You still stay with like a host family and all that out there?
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Cape Cod in the summer, that's got to be terrible.
Yeah. Well, it seems fun, but like I was there for a month and a half almost and had 2 off days.
Ooh.
So it's like, and
Yeah, that does sound terrible.
yeah,
You're right,
usually
that
your
sounds
off days are like when the game gets canceled because it rains. So it's not like we went to the beach like one day, but other than that, it's just a lot of ball.
What's it been like for you guys kind of growing up through the NIL era, and especially for baseball? Guys at baseball were getting, you know, just partial scholarships before any and all of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's only going up from here. I mean, we obviously don't get the same amount as like football and basketball, but the fact that we're getting anything at all is great. Even it really helps with recruiting, and even guys who are kind of like less fortunate to get the scholarship, you kind of have this backup deal to kind of like help them out. It's really taking the load off student athletes, and I think it's a great addition to baseball and college athletics to kind of help out everyone on the team.
Sure. I asked Sydney Nolan and Lily Gillespie this, 2 volleyball players that were on with us earlier. But I just kind of asked about if they could go back in time and give themselves advice or give a 15, 16-year-old in high school advice about getting to the college level, Division I level, JUCO, whatever, D2, D3, and AIA. What would you tell them is kind of the best way to go about it, or what do they need to be doing?
Uh-oh. We lost your audio.
Yeah, we lost them. Can't hear them.
We lost your audio, Carrington. Oh no. It's out of my hands.
If only we had someone on site that could maybe go help them fix the problem.
Oh, is it fully out?
Oh,
There we go.
There
Now
it
we're
is.
good.
Now you're back.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened.
You can hear it now?
All right. I was
Yeah.
talking the whole time. I thought it was bad.
Restart.
I was
Sorry.
saying it just to enjoy it and kind of grind it out. I know a lot of people hit the portal immediately because they're not getting the playing time, but like a place like Cincinnati here, it kind of turned into like my home, and I loved everyone around it. So I am incredibly grateful that I did stay and it worked out for me. But obviously people want to play, so I get that. But I think finding a place and enjoying it for why you committed there is huge, and it makes you enjoy your college and your athletic career more than you would just bouncing around and kind of just trying to play versus turning a place into a home and somewhere you want to be the alumni, you want to come back. Like this place is home to me, and I'm so grateful I stayed all 5 years.
Gotcha.
You want to talk about it?
Yeah. I mean, for me, like it was obviously just staying close to home, but I would say just picking somewhere that like you're really comfortable with. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's cool to say that you commit to SEC or whatever, like all these big schools, but like the real question is just like, are you comfortable there? Like, is it home? Like, can you actually see yourself there for 4 years? Like Casey said, like a lot of people are like bouncing around in colleges like every year. For me, it was just important to like find somewhere that I could actually see myself for 3 to 4 years, whatever it may be. But I mean, that was obviously this place for me.
Yeah, and then
Landon's advice was just gonna be be a really good athlete and you'll be fine.
yeah, pretty much.
Take care of everything.
Yeah, and then another one was just don't beat yourself up. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a
Yeah.
sport. Go out, enjoy the other sports, enjoy hanging out with friends. Like, you don't need to destroy yourself because you're not living up to expectations. If you kind of just trust yourself, enjoy yourself, it's gonna work out more than you think it would. That doesn't mean don't try, but it doesn't mean beat yourself up about not succeeding.
Yeah. Are there any MLB guys that you guys compare yourselves to?
Not really. I don't
Just go ahead.
I don't watch too much MLB. I know he's probably wanting
We're
me
gonna
to
say like
Shohei
Shohei
or
Ohtani.
Oh my
or
god.
say a Suzuki.
Yeah, Ichiro, somebody.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere along those lines for me. But I don't watch too much MLB. I don't think there's too many guys I'm like, yeah, I want to match my game around him. I kind of want to just play my game. But yeah, name any other Japanese player. It's probably someone people think I look after.
Well, maybe the better question is there an MLB guy that you guys think the other one is?
Ichiro, probably. Shohei.
Hassan Kim. I don't know, P-Crow Armstrong for vid maybe with more hit tool.
Less blue hair.
Yeah,
No.
less blue hair. I think it's
Not
like
Kyle
blonde
Tucker?
now.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I
that's
give
hilarious.
that.
So JP does the show with us on Thursdays with Cole Harding. Do you have any good stories about either JP Sponseller or Cole Harding?
I mean, I got a lot. I don't know
I
how many
can't
I
say
should
them on
talk.
here.
JP's probably in the chat, like giving me this.
He's real nervous right now.
JP's shaking, but I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of them. I remember my COVID year. I remember this one's not too bad. It's bad, but it's not bad. But the first week, me and Harding are obviously freshmen. They live right down the road.
Bad question.
But it was obviously COVID, and obviously as a freshman, you want to get out. So some of the older guys held like an party in the area, and all the freshmen kind of joined over. And then all of us got hit with COVID, and Harding was the first one to test positive. But that's kind of like a funny one. It's just we're all fun guys. We all have great stories. I'm just gonna share that one though.
Fair enough.
I could see the filtering, like getting all the way to the end of the story to make sure you didn't run into anything that you didn't think you were
Nothing
gonna
crazy.
say.
Nothing crazy.
Oh, that's awesome. Has there been a favorite moment this year?
Sure. Let's see. Arizona State was a pretty cool one for me this year. Coates pinch hit home run in the bottom of the ninth to tie it, and then Corey Klingenbach, Cincinnati kid, safety squeeze. But
Yeah.
overall, I think the Josh Hegman one will be
Yeah.
undefeated for me. I mean, he's a Hamilton guy. It's Vid's boy from Baden,
Yeah.
but he was also my roommate for 5 years. So me and him were really close. So to see him get that first home run for me was top tier and definitely a heartwarming moment.
Yeah. Did you guys give Quentin any crap about his first career home run being taken off the board at Prasco?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like, oh, stats don't count. Got to do it again.
Got to do it again.
And then he did it pretty soon
Yeah,
after.
and then he did it again. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we appreciate it. It's been an absolute blast to have you on and get caught up with everything. You're probably not too disappointed. You don't have to go out there today, right?
Oh, we still got lift in
Yeah.
practice, so we're out there.
Yep.
We got to go stretch in 30 minutes.
Yep.
It would have been fun to beat up. Keegan went to Indiana, so we were hoping you guys got that game in, so we could talk some trash to him after you take down the Hoosiers. But we'll just pretend like it. You beat him in the fall, right? So we can act like it happened already.
We'll pretend that counted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Best of luck this weekend, and hopefully everybody gets out and gets a chance to take in the series against Kansas State. It's a big one.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Make sure to come out, support the Bearcats this weekend, fans. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
They're
I
funny.
mean, those
They're
guys are,
super funny.
we're over 2,000. Those guys are popular.
Yeah. Every baseball alumni for the last 10 years is just watching that.
I mean, those guys can rake. So, you know. All right, we have another big giveaway to do here at noon before we get our next guest in. This is the Cincy Light Golf Bundle that we are giving away now. It gets you a Cincy Light Golf Can Polo, a set of tees and balls, Cincy Light tees and balls, and a Cincy Light golf towel.
Ooh.
So it's a big one. And let me scroll down my list here.
Keegan Nickerson.
No, we'll go with AJ Hennis. Hennes is the at on that one. AJ Hennis is the winner of the Cincy Light golf package. Also, while we're on the golf topic, we're working this up right now. It's not fully organized yet, but it's coming in the future. Golf season, Bearcat fans, in the coming weeks, we're going to announce a chance for you to win a round of golf with Dan Horde and other UC notables. This will be an auction-style sweepstakes. So get your games ready to bid, and you can win a foursome with Dan Horde. Not sure who will join him. Maybe a Wes Miller, maybe a Steve Logan, something along those lines. But whoever it is, you'll get to play in a pretty awesome foursome with you and I believe one guest playing with Dan Horde and a Bearcat legend. So that should be pretty outstanding. Looking forward to that.
Also, if you're here and you're on Twitter, if you could do us a favor and hop on over to the YouTube channel and like and subscribe this video, it would help us out. We'd appreciate it. Almost 2,200 people here, by far our biggest show to date. And we certainly support all of you joining us for a fun day, 513 day.
Over 2,000 of you on X. So that was a good decision by me, Aaron. That was a last minute. Should we put it on X? Do we think it'll get any traction there? We were both like, I don't know. Might as well try.
I wasn't worried about
it out.
I wasn't worried about it getting traction. We also want them on the YouTube channel.
Yeah. So pop on over to YouTube, youtube.com/Bearcat Journal, and like and subscribe. Even if you're gonna, stay watching on X, go over and join the channel, support Bearcat Journal, and boost those numbers. We're like 100 away from 3,000 subscribers on YouTube. So let's get there today. If 5% of you go over there right now and subscribe, we'll be at 3,000. So that would be greatly appreciated, and a major thanks to all of you for popping in today and joining us. And now we get to, it's one of my favorite guys, Keegan.
Oh, it's
one of my favorite guys.
Oh, should I guess who it is?
What up, Chris?
You can guess who it is.
One of your favorite guys.
One of my favorite football guys to talk to.
Gosh. I don't know. I can't think of it.
Logan Wilson in the house.
Oh, I should have known. Yeah, he's
How y'all doing?
Yeah, a fan
One of my
at
favorite guys.
A fan at Bucketheads asked Coach Sat who the funniest player on the team was, and like Dante, Joe, and Sat are thinking they're saying some names. I'm like, guys, it's Logan Wilson, and they were like, oh yeah, you're right. It definitely is Logan Wilson.
I ain't too funny, man. How y'all doing?
Good.
Great. How about you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Let's get to it. Switch back to corner. You played there before in your career after spending last year at safety. How was the spring for you? How was getting those mechanics back, getting all the footwork and the fundamentals back at cornerback, and how do you think you performed this spring?
I feel like making the change. It was kind of good though. Like just in just helping the team out in any way, fashion, just trying to be the best me. But I think making the change was actually like probably one of the best things that done happened to me. And the spring was good though. It's still a lot of improvement I got to do, and us as a group has to do, to be where we need to be at an elite level. But other than that, though, it was good though. Just making the switch.
Do you have a favorite moment from last year? I think I might know it. I was watching some highlights of the West Virginia game. Is
Right.
that probably is that probably your favorite moment from last year?
Nah, it most certainly was though. That just the whole game though, not even the play, just the whole game, just the atmosphere. That was probably one of the best games last year that I remember. My funnest moment.
Yeah, I was watching. I was like, wait, he did catch that. Like, he almost used his back to catch it. That was
It was
wild.
crazy though. I don't even know how I caught it. I just so happened to look up and it just fell right into my hands.
Those are the best ones.
My favorite moment from the spring game was probably when you were out there just talking to the ref, yelling at the ref, like, what do you mean? You got to call it both ways. You can't just call it on him.
They got to. The ref has to call it both ways. Like they gave me the PI to play before.
Yeah.
And then the play happened and Jeff kind of pushed me a little bit, but they didn't call it. But it's all right. It's all right.
What's going up against Jeff like? That's a big, fast dude.
Man, but it's actually good though because he's 6'5", 220, 225, running 4.4, 22 miles. Like, man, just going against him every day just brings the best out of like not only just me but everybody else in the room. Like just going against him 6'5", because we're gonna see that every game this year. Somebody big, somebody that can run, somebody that's physical. So just going against him every day just brings the best out of all of us. And he's a great player. So I'm looking forward to watching him this year.
Were you surprised when he got to campus? Like you hear a guy coming in from Lindenwood, you're like, come on, what's this all about? And
like,
then
where's
he comes in
Lindenwood?
and he is 6'5" and does run like it runs like a deer. Like, whoa. They got this guy out of a factory somewhere.
Somewhere they had him out of a machine or something, just build him in. Because it's crazy. You would be surprised, like him just moving around and just a freak of nature.
Matthew McDoom, he's not just a name. You get to play alongside him. First off, what's his skill set like? What do we expect to see out of Matthew McDoom? And second, who's going to win CB1?
Go lock up the other side. Like Doom, I think Doom's best play is like just coveraging, just mano on mano, just handling his business on the island. And I think Doom is gonna surprise a lot of people just by the way he plays. He plays with energy. He plays with like enthusiasm. Like Doom gonna be one of the ones. But to answer your question for QB1, it has to be me for sure. To answer your question, it has to be me. But just the guys though, like him, it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be a fun year, and everybody's gonna compete at an elite level and have ourselves like in a great position to be as a team.
What's it been like getting to know Eddie Hicks? Is he as big of a character as he comes off as, kind of through social media and seeing him at practice?
Absolutely, like every day, just not even just in the film room, just every day he got the same energy, the same enthusiasm, just funny. But he gonna get on you, and he wants us to be the best like in the country. So that's what he pushes us to be every day. So we just get work. He come in, joke around, but when it's time to roll and it's time to lock in and get going, that's what we do. But I love Coach Hicks though. He gonna bring a lot of fire to the team and just really to the program.
Got a whole room of new safeties at this point. Where you used to play. So who's gonna be doing big things back there at safety that we need to keep an eye out for?
Man, you want to just say the safeties and the star, or just all safeties?
I mean, I guess what I'm looking for is
safety, star, all of them.
All of them.
Who's gonna be stepping up in that room? Yeah.
Man, I'll say Trey Galakar, he'll step up. Trey's an excellent human being. I mess with Trey. Tatum Barnes actually He gets to it. He gets to it. He's gonna open a lot of eyes, and he's small, but he plays with fiery. He plays with that edge and that aggression. CH Christian, I mess with Christian. Christian just looks so poised and just look like he's did it before. He just looks real smooth, real fluent. And you got to give it to the young guys, Saints and Quavo. I think they're gonna do some big things for us as well. And then Peak. Peak is going to punch the ball out. Peak going to make plays. So, I feel like the group back there is going to be real. It's going to be different than last year, but at the same time, I think it's going to be way better than last year, just how they play.
So that's why you got out of that room, right?
I won't say all that, but that's why I did get out the room, though.
What was your reaction the first time you saw Peak just literally go in there like he was a prize fighter and punch a ball out?
I said, man, he's shooting it like a missile. The way he just put it in there, just get it out every time. It's weird because in practice he do the same thing and ball come out, coaches be mad, but it's that's just what he does. I think that's in his bag. That is in his play. He gonna punch
the history of that.
Absolutely.
That's his dad's move. That was his dad's, and his dad's. You've seen his dad's a large human, a large human, and that was
a large human
to come in there, whack, and punch it out. He taught it to his little one, and and Pete brings the heat with it as well.
Look how it worked. Because Pete get it out of there. I heard his dad used to get it out of there too, though.
His dad was good. I mean, his dad's probably top 5 defender in school history, and he would be mad that I didn't say he was 5'4", 3 or 2.
That's crazy. Crazy.
His dad could go.
Dang, I'm gonna have to watch some highlights about his dad. Then I'm gonna have to watch them. See what it is.
What's the vibe with Tyson Bite?
Man, Coach V, man. Coach V he goes the same person every day. Focus on consistency, poise, just much as consistency as anything. Just have us keep going day to day. Everything day to day has to be routine and everything has to be the same in order for us to keep getting better each and every day. And Coach V he gonna bring the energy, gonna bring the juice. He gonna get on you. But when they get on you, he wants to see you do good. He wants to see you succeed. And I love Coach V, man. Coach V, a great man, great human. Love V.
Do you think you fit in this 3-3-5 better as a corner than as a safety? And is that one of the reasons that you were so excited about making the transition?
I wouldn't say just fit better. I just think my kind of play in the 3-3-5 fits corner better than just safety. Because I can just cover all day. I still gotta be in the run fit, and that's cool, but just having me covered, I can wipe out one receiver for the whole game and just clear up the rest of the field so Coach V can work with whatever he wants to work with. So I think that's really what this change was for. And I think it just worked best as a team and as a defense.
Gotcha.
Question in the chat. Did making the position switch alongside Kai Stokes make it easier in any way?
Yeah, Stokes. But Stokes just learning it. So Stokes is more so he getting the groove of it, and Kai gonna be a tremendous corner. He got long, he athletic, freaking nature too. So Kai Stokes gonna be a big part of this journey as we go on it too. Because Kai makes plays, he made plays in the spring game and springtime. So he just learning, but we all learning. But Kai's just got there at corner. I played corner from freshman year.
What's it like walking past that indoor practice facility every day, knowing that it's almost time for you guys to move in there?
Man, I can't wait to get in there. Just seeing it, people so excited. People just can't wait to get in there, and we can have a indoor field instead of coming into the NIP every day doing some work. We can actually go in the indoor and do some drills and just have fun all together as a team instead of just being outside at the NIP where everybody can come to the field, watch, and how it is, it's open. So just having that building and just being in there and just being in there all day and got the recovery, got the meetings and stuff. It's gonna be a wonderful time. So we're looking forward to getting in there.
You ever just stand in front of it and go, damn, this place is huge?
Huge. When I drive by it, I'll be like, man, I can't wait till we get in there. It's crazy. But I don't know how big it is. I just like 6 floors, 7 floors.
I think it's like 4 or 5, but
But it's huge.
Yeah,
it's
feels
huge.
bigger. Some of that it's built into the ground kind of. The way the hill goes up, so it looks even bigger than it actually is.
Okay.
This defense, Coach Sat was on with us earlier. He talked about last year, because it was new, there was a lot of base, and you guys didn't really get a chance to get too fancy, I guess, out of it.
Right.
Through the spring, could you tell that Coach V was messing with some things and getting a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah, because we was blitzing a lot. He's actually like smooth coverages around. Some folks is coming in the hole. Some folks is getting out into the post or outside hash. So you can tell he's getting a little creative with it. And it was the first time, like, I guess he was doing it, and then we was in the spring. So I just feel like fall camp and everything like that, he gonna have a lot of more new things in there and a lot of more stuff that he wants to do and have pieces moving around and whatever he wants, blitz more, play, just whatever he wants to do. But I feel like it's coming because in the spring we were seeing it and we was like, okay, like we working with something, we cooking with something. So it's gonna be fun seeing how he gets it and how he sees it, how he sees our defense to put where he needs to put at.
We know how you feel about Jeff Caldwell, but there's a lot of other new wide receivers in that room as well. They've all done some things, not necessarily at the Big 12 level, but they've all done some things in their past. How are you feeling about the wide receiver room as we get closer to camp?
Ooh, it's going to be a good group. Fast guys. I'm going to just say by name because, like, Cyrus, he's going to be big for it. Cyrus is speedy guy, gets open. Like, really, I don't think nobody can guard him. Just me being real, he gets open. So I mess with Cyrus. I mess with Goody. Goody's gonna do some great things. Another fast kid that we got. Even like the young bucks. Gio gonna be tremendous for us. I mess with Gio, just his physicality and his size on the outside is gonna be good. B Jack, Barry, just all those guys, and then they bringing the young guys along like DA and all them. So I just feel like we're gonna be a better group than we were last year. Just how everything is, and like their hunger of playing the game and hunger of getting to it, and every day they working out and trying to be the best that they can be is gonna be huge for us. So I'm actually really excited to see that group live in action when we play Nebraska the first game of the season. So I can't wait.
Is Joe Royer one of those guys you like going up against, or do you kind of let a linebacker handle that one?
No, what's crazy though, I used to when I was playing safety, I had to go against Joe all the time. So I mess with guarding Joe. Joe's a hell of a player. So me going against Joe, it's just gonna up my game. But now I just let the linebackers or the safety deal with Joe. I don't even want to mess with Joe. Joe got it. Joe got it.
Yeah. After last season, Sorsby is talking about like how close he felt you guys were to having a completely different year. And then we talked to Coach Sat this morning, and he says we're 1 or 2 plays away in like every game from having a completely different season. Is that kind of similar to how you feel? And do you think there needs to be more changes or adjustments, or do you think you guys are ready to be that team that can get to that 8-9 win level?
I think we're the team to do it. It's just little nicks that we had last year, just as what Coach Sat said, just 1-2 plays just didn't go our way. So I think like the team that we got this year and like the changes that we have made is gonna put us at that 8 or 9, win this season. It's just last year was just a lot of things going on, but this year I feel like everybody is dialed in, everybody is confident and just playing at a high level. And I really just feel like this year going to be one of those years just in all aspects with the staff, leading up with the staff and Nico, turn it down to the players, leaders on the team. And I just feel like this is gonna be the year for us to do something in Cincy.
Who was the best week 1 team you went up against at North Texas? And were you ever excited for a game there like you are to go against Nebraska at Arrowhead Stadium?
My biggest week 1 team was Cal. That was probably like my biggest one. So Nebraska's gonna be my biggest one. So I really can't wait for that one. And my cousin go on the team at Nebraska too. So we've been back and forth over the summertime, and we done worked out together in Dallas. So it's like, with us going against them, it's gonna be fun. So I can't wait for that one.
What position does he play?
Safety.
Okay. I was hoping you were going to say receiver. That would have been.
That's what I wanted. I wanted to lock him up the whole game. I wanted that. But it's gonna be cool. You know, I can see him play. You know, so it's gonna be see him go against Sorsby, Jeff, and all them. So it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys were able to retain. You were able to retain Brendan Sorsby, and it's essentially what feels like a quarterback carousel every single year right now. So, what's it mean to the team to be able to keep a guy like Brendan Sorsby?
Man, Sorsby is the key to the team. Like Sorsby is the whole fruit of the plant. Sorsby makes the team go. So Sorsby, man, keeping Sorsby, it just build everybody confidence up, and just because everybody want to play for Sorsby. Sorsby a cool dude, man. I love Sorsby to death, and you know, whatever Sorsby say go, either we like it or don't. Whatever Sorsby say go. So, and everybody respect him. So that just puts us at the best level, at a higher level than what everybody think we are. So, man, Sorsby gonna have a good year this year. I can't wait to see Sorsby go out there and throw touchdowns on folks and everything like that. Is gonna be good.
So he's not the 14th best quarterback in the league. Like,
man, nah, it's okay. No, they gonna find out this upcoming year what Sorsby gonna do. So he top 2 and he not 2. That's what that is. So can't wait to see Sorsby go out there.
Tell us a little bit about the young guys in that corner room. There's Gravy and Willie and Jane. Like there's a good young group behind you guys.
Yeah. Those young guys coming along, man. Like James coming along tremendously, and James one of those guys. He likes to work hard. He gonna come in, do what he's supposed to do. He's been making tremendous progress, like gaining weight, doing all the little things that he's supposed to do to play on the field, and he's showcasing it on the field in the springtime that he can play. And James is going to be a big part. Willie also, man, Willie getting it. You know, it's probably still new. They switch corner coaches and everything like that. You know, it plays a little role on him, but coming in, Willie getting along. He trusting Coach Hicks and just listening to what he doing, and he coming along. And Gravy's that guy, man. Gravy's that guy. He's gonna be a stud. He's gonna be a stud.
You ever look at Gravy and go, I wish I was born 6'3" with never-ending arms?
Man, every day. Every day. Like Gravy, you got the whole package, man. Use it. You got the whole package. Put it into your advantage, man.
Have they told you to go line up against Royer at any point in time? And did you tell him no?
Nah, you know I'm not gonna tell him no. I'm not. If Coach V would be like, "Lo, you got cool, Coach. I got you. Don't even worry about it." But it's gonna happen in fall camp. I know it's gonna happen. I gotta get my get back from last fall camp. He got me one time. I gotta get my get back. So hopefully they'll move me over there.
That's a big dude,
man. Joe huge, man. Smooth with his routes and everything. Joe's a hell of a player, man.
You bring up Camp Higher Ground. What do you think about going back to Camp Higher Ground now that you got one under your belt?
Oh, I can't wait. I think it brings the best out of everybody, man. It's just every day, wake up, time to get to it. So I think even like with the new people coming in, I think this is gonna have us all mesh together. Because now I done been there. A lot of people on the team done been there one time or a few times. So I just feel like us going back there with new folks, and it's going to be good. Everybody can mesh well. Our team chemistry should come up.
Excited about the food?
Nah, I'm playing. Yeah, I'm excited about the food.
See, Aaron doesn't know. Keegan, it wasn't as good last year as it was the year before.
Man.
They switched the dietitian switched stuff up. I know about that.
Yeah, it wasn't.
See,
They
I heard it
messed
used
with
to be
the
good
formula.
though.
Yeah, they made it more healthy this year, and that's not as good.
See, we just gotta go back to the roots.
We need
back
carbs.
Go back to the roots.
That's not where you cut carbs at higher ground.
Yeah,
You guys
you
are
need
out
the
there
carbs.
from 9 o'clock to 9 p.m. every day.
Come
Like
on.
you got to get the carbs in.
You need all the carbs. All the carbs.
I mean, if they want to make the lineman eat a salad, that's fine. But you know,
yeah. But
you're
the
out there
skill
running all
position.
day.
Thank you. The skill position needs some protein, some carbs, all that. So hopefully it'll be good this year, man. I can't wait.
You guys got anything else?
I think I'm good.
My face hurts.
Now you know why Logan's one of my favorite guys. All right, man. We appreciate it, Logan. It's been fun, and hopefully we'll see you hanging out in the IPF this summer as we get ready for higher ground.
Yes, sir. Of course. Thank y'all for having me, man. Y'all take care.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir. Appreciate
Thanks,
y'all,
Logan.
man. Thank y'all.
There you go. Last time you waited an extra couple seconds, so Aaron gets mad at me if I touch any buttons, Keegan. I'm not allowed to touch buttons.
He's the producer.
I know. I'm just trying to help.
That was fun.
That was fun. That was fun.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. My face hurts.
He's hilarious. Like he was like that last year. He didn't know anybody. It was like the first week of camp when it wasn't spring ball. It was spring ball, and they let us talk to him, and he had us cracking up laughing. Like he didn't know anybody, hadn't barely been here for 5 minutes, and he had us cracking up. I'm like, all right, we got a go-to. We got a new go-to to add to the list.
Yeah.
Yes, it's hard not to root for that guy. My goodness. And you told a good joke if he hits you with the
Yeah.
What should I get for lunch?
Pub sub.
I have to go. How am I going to get a pub sub? It's 20 minutes away.
DoorDash.
They don't
DoorDash
pub subs.
I don't know.
Unfortunately.
Dave's Hot Chicken. That'd be good to eat and then sit for 8 hours.
Kelsey's already had that 6 times. It's been open for less than a month. We've already had Dave's Hot Chicken 6 times.
You can say no.
I'm so done with it. I haven't had it 6 times, Aaron. I drop her off at the front door, and then I go and get something that's around there. It's in Florence, right by the mall, so there's a bunch of good food around there.
Is she tall enough to be in a restaurant like that, unaccompanied by an adult?
She's watching. She corrected.
Oh, I know.
I said
I'm
earlier.
well aware.
I'm gonna get a
Something I
text.
said earlier.
Oh gosh, that is hilarious because they'll call me all the time, and they'll be they're picking up dinner, and they'll go to Chick-fil-A for Kelsey, and then Chad will go to a different restaurant and get different food, and that's crazy to me.
You don't have kids. Look, man, they get set in their ways about I want this and only this. And if you don't want that, you have to get to a point that you're like, I'm out. You all right, Aaron?
I'm good.
Okay.
Just volleyball.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh. So no. Okay.
Oh hey, Jeff.
El Jefe. Yeah, Deanna knows. You got to pick your battles. Sometimes you just got to get them what they want, and you go get something else.
Yeah, I just didn't. If I didn't like the food, I didn't eat. That was how I was raised up.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not worth the fight. It's just not worth the fight. How about
Yeah.
Wingstop?
Lemon pepper with the ranch.
I'm getting wild fries from a spot around here.
Reagan! Jeff's here. Reagan's here. The gang's all here.
Reagan Yoakum. Yeah, look
We're
at my
up over-
dad. My dad knows. Keegan learned no options. I did not have any options.
I tried that for a little while, and it just wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth the hassle. It's just easier to get her what she wanted and get myself something else.
Mom was a really good cook, so it made it pretty easy 90% of the time.
Yeah, this is more like if we cook here, I'm not making something for her and making
Okay.
something for me. Like this is like volleyball after volleyball practice, or like, you know,
yeah.
there's work stuff going on where we're out. She eats like 4 things. And that's
Mac and
it.
cheese, chicken nuggets,
Chicken tenders. Chicken tenders more than chicken nuggets. It's a lot.
All those chicken growth hormones, you would have thought maybe taller than 4'11".
Oh my gosh. I just know she's so mad.
And yet
Always.
there's nothing she can do about it.
Right? That's the beautiful part.
Oh, we have a surprise guest. Kelsey Brendel has joined the stream.
She doesn't have the link. She doesn't have the link.
I'd be producing her right on out of here. While we are here, though, 2,600 people in here. My goodness. Y'all got nothing better to do today. I love it. Donate now to the Impact Fund to help the Bearcats recruit and retain top players like Logan Wilson and compete for championships. Go to gobearcats.com/513. Again, that's gobearcats.com/513 to donate today. Also, thank you for joining us. We appreciate y'all for being here. Like and subscribe if you're on our YouTube channel. If you're not on our YouTube channel, go to our YouTube channel, like and subscribe.
Yeah, go to the YouTube channel. We got to hit 3,000 by today. We're at 2,902. We're 98 away from 3,000.
I think you're just gonna have to look into monetizing live on Twitter. If that gets you so much play. I'm talking about in the future.
Yeah, they don't pay as well as YouTube does. So we'd prefer you go to YouTube.
Oh, okay. I see. I see.
In any case.
Oh gosh.
All right. In case you are just joining us, just to give you a rundown of what you've missed today. At 10:15, we had Coach Scott Satterfield. Around 11 o'clock, we had Sydney Nolan and Lily Gillespie from the volleyball team. At around 11:30, we had Carrington Cross and Landon Vitterick from the baseball team. At noon, we had Logan Wilson, and upcoming, once we see her pop in the next couple of minutes, it'll be Coach Daniela Tomich from
Tomich.
So close. From the volleyball, the head coach of the volleyball team. So, and then big gun coming in at 1, AD John Cunningham. So.
Yeah, mine and Chad's close personal friend Spencer Tuckerman made sure to correct us on that after he heard Chad say it wrong the first time.
Man,
we got a group text.
You'd think he had his own podcast or something once upon a time. Oh, varsity.
Oh gosh. Who are you most excited for down the list, Aaron?
I mean, anytime you get John Cunningham on, he's always pretty insightful with everything. Dan Horde is we're best friends. He just doesn't know it yet. He'll never admit it too, so don't ask him. It'd get weird. Joe Royer, he's fun to talk to. Coach West, just see how things are going with the state of basketball. There's a lot of good. Katrina, I mean, we got a lot of heavy hitters coming up.
Yeah.
Mo.
Yeah, we're actually joining Mo's show live. So this will be going out over ESPN 1530. We're going to actually do that, I think, at 4:20-ish instead of 4:30, just to meet with Mo's clock. So we'll have our Cincy Light friends on at 4, and then we'll squeeze Mo in shortly after.
I think Aaron Hamler is going to be a very good one. Has he ever been on a podcast with you guys or anything?
Yeah, he's been on with us before.
Okay.
But Aaron drives me nuts. He's very humble. He doesn't like. He texted me last night. And he's like, "I hope I don't." Aaron. No, I hope I don't tank your numbers. Blah. I'm like, Aaron, relax. You're the trainer of the year in Ohio. You've got the best staff and you got the best team in the Big 12. We're going to be good.
And you work with Bob, so this should be a walk in the park.
Yeah, I mean, you got to work with Bob every day. Like that's not easy. I think I'm going Izzy's.
Harry and Izzy's?
Huh?
Potato pancakes.
Getting a ribeye.
What?
Harry and Izzy's, the steakhouse in Indianapolis.
Nobody gives a shit about Indianapolis, bro.
Man.
Izzy's. The
It's a
Cincinnati
Reuben, bro.
Deli, the staple.
It's a Reuben.
I had knockback Nats a while ago. That was again just
incredible.
So good. Garlic ranch, spicy garlic ranch. Are you kidding me? That's perfect. I think Jolie Cry, I think I pronounced it right. Jolie Cry. I think I confirmed it. She's the first female Big 12 champion in school history.
There you go.
If you look at it.
Yeah. When is Dan on? Dan is on at 3:00. Potato pancake for the win. Happy 513 day. Happy to report
we got Coach here.
Cincinnati. Okay. Let's go for it. Hi, Coach. How you doing?
Hi, doing great. I enjoy listening to your, chat. I was trying to figure out what your guys are talking about.
We're trying to figure out lunch.
So
we're doing this for 12 hours.
So what's the decision? Where are you going to have lunch? Barbecue or what's...
I'm going Izzy's. Have you had Izzy's yet?
No, I have not.
Izzy's is a deli. It's kind of a Cincinnati staple. They have great sandwiches and awesome potato pancakes. You get a potato pancake.
Ooh, okay. German heritage. I will go for a potato pancake.
Reuben.
Yes.
Yeah, a Reuben and a
I don't
potato
eat meat.
pancake.
Yeah, I don't eat meat, so I'll skip meat.
Oh,
you got double potato pancake.
Okay. Easy is cool.
So, Coach, how has the transition to Cincinnati been? How is getting settled in and getting to meet at least half of your team or so far?
Yeah, I finally feel like I settled in. I have actually furniture in my apartment, and I'm not commuting every weekend to Bowling Green, moving stuff. So I feel pretty good. Transition is transition. It is unsettling, but it helped me to be in the gym with the team. When I came in January with a couple of bags, it was okay because I spent most of the day at work, my staff and I figuring out recruiting and getting to know the team. And I feel we had a really good spring. We call it investment season. It's not off season for us, even though we don't play. And the feedback we got from our players at the end of the semester before they went home was very positive, and it told me we are on the right track. So the best is yet to come, though.
How was, you mentioned recruiting season and getting into the portal? How was that change for you, having that Big 12 moniker and the Cincinnati brand behind you as you went out on the recruiting trail?
It's definitely, I mean, recruiting is recruiting. It's always ongoing. We are still working, trying to get a couple of players from the portal. We are still looking for to fill some positions, but it's been exciting. I mean, the CPAW is a recognizable logo everybody knows about Cincinnati, and having the Big 12 brand definitely helps. I feel like we are getting a lot of emails, just a lot of interest from younger players, and it's been exciting to see also the excitement and the level of athletes who are reaching out to us. We are still finishing, in a coaching transition. You always are a little bit behind when it comes to recruiting, because we had some players who entered the portal prior my hiring. Everybody who was with us in the spring, everybody's coming back, so that's a positive sign. But we are finishing this year, and my assistants might be upset with me and they'll say I'm going to jinx it, but we have 100% success rate. Everybody who we brought on a visit told us yes, committed. And the last commitment we had actually 2 days ago, last Sunday, that we are excited about. So it's been really good.
We had Sydney Nolan and Lily Gillespie join us earlier today. We got to hear their thoughts on you. So now let's flip the script. And what are your thoughts on them? How have they been as players for you, and what kind of impact did they have on the team?
Yeah, you set me up here. I should have listened to their interview prior to me talking about them. Well, I'm glad it was positive. They're fun. Sydney is going to be a key factor for our team. That's how I feel after spending a semester, 4 months with her in the gym. She got better as a volleyball player. She got stronger. She has a fun personality. She is one of those athletes who can take the game lightly, but still be very competitive. She doesn't like to lose. I mean, no athlete likes to lose, but she does it in a way that brings lightness to the team, and her teammates love to play with her. So I'm really, really excited to see her compete this fall. Lily also, I felt, made a huge strides this spring in her position as a potential libero defensive specialist. Her service receiving numbers got better. Defensively, I think she got better. Her range got better. Our whole team, I think that was one of the big improvements that we coaches saw, is just the mindset of how we play defense. It's a relentless effort. That's something that I take pride in, my teams playing relentless defense and playing hard and competing. And both of those that you mentioned, Sydney and Lily, have shown that they embraced the changes that we brought as a coaching staff.
I think it's easy watching volleyball to get caught up in the highlight of the set and the spike and the offense of it. But in this league, with as much talent as there is, you can win a lot of games if you are really, really sound defensively, and you can keep the ball off the floor and keep, plays alive and get it to your hitters and to the front row.
Yeah, Chad, speaking like a true volleyball dad. Yes, that's absolutely right. Well, you need,
and the dad of a libero.
Yeah. I mean, listen, offense doesn't happen without defense, right? You need a ball to go to the setter to set it to the hitters. To be a championship team, you need both of those. I actually had a colleague of mine told me, that was the first time I've heard. She said, defense delays losing, offense wins. That's an interesting perspective. I think defensively, when you have a good defensive team, it brings also the energy. I mean, it's just exciting when somebody digs a ball that everybody thought should have been a kill, and you keep it up, and then you convert and you score after digging those balls. gives the momentum to the team, and I think it's important. And it's just it's the identity that we're going to build. We're going to be a great, gritty defensive team, but also have a really strong offense. And when I talk about defense, I also don't think only back row. It's a blocking. It's what we do, that first line of defense. Sure. How we slow down some of those hits and make it easier on our back row. But then we need offense to score for us. So we are again building with recruiting, going back to that. That's kind of how we are putting this puzzle together, that we have all of those pieces and we have a depth in every position. We believe in competition. We believe that rising tide lifts all boats. So we want to have a competitive environment throughout the week. You can't practice below average, when the lights are not on, and then show up on a match day and expect you're going to play well. So you need a competitive environment in practice daily, and I felt like we made progress in that area. And we'll have a half of the team is going to be new, and every year our job as coaches is to recruit better players and to create that better competition in the gym. And I always believed, and I told the team, I want our practices to be harder than matches. Like if we get in a match and we say, you know what, we are prepared, we've seen everything that our opponent is going to bring, I know that we are then in a good spot and that we can compete for championships.
Coach, I look at Louisville and look at, obviously they recruit nationally, but they really have done a great job with the two big clubs down there, Kiva and Mava, getting those girls into the program, building a lot of continuity through that. Do you look at this region with Tri-State Elite and NKYBC and see an opportunity there where it's not going to be all of your recruiting, but you can build a pretty good pipeline with both of those clubs that really helps you in the long term?
Definitely. I mean, when I interviewed for this job, what excited me about is just the region and Cincinnati, greater Cincinnati area and Northern Kentucky, the clubs, the ones that you mentioned, and there are some other clubs.
There's many others.
Yeah. We have the talent. Yeah, we have the talent. It's everybody in the nation comes and they want to recruit the top players from those clubs. Now, our approach is going to be all of those players will hear from us. They will know that we want them at Cincinnati. Now, is everybody going to choose us? No, it's unrealistic to expect that, but they will hear from us. We are also developing relationships, even better relationships with the club directors, club coaches. Our staff is doing different club summer camps, just again, being present in the gym. It's going to take some time. Right now in our recruiting cycle, we're late. Our true recruiting class is going to be 27. That's actually on June 15th when we contact those prospects. But you're absolutely right. I mean, there's so many great young volleyball players, great coaches who develop youth players. And there's no reason why Cincinnati cannot keep the local talent stay and play for the city, for their city. And that's our goal, that we get to that point that we have a lot of those local kids stay here and their families come and fill the fifth third and create a great environment for our team to play in.
You talked earlier about recruiting for Cincinnati out of the Big 12 and what that's been like for you coming from Bowling Green. But what are some of the challenges that you feel like you just face as a coach now at the Big 12 level as opposed to being at Bowling Green in general?
Well, the group that you're recruiting, it's getting smaller, right? So we are going for the next level of athlete, and the other part is its financial part. I mean, we are all still waiting to hear what's going to happen with the settlement, the NCAA house settlement. It's financially, it's not just anymore offering a full scholarship. It's a rev share, so there's also difference how much money some schools are giving to the volleyball program. So that's gonna be interesting how that's gonna unfold after the settlement is finalized. But it's at every school, every place I coached, I had challenges, but I don't see it as challenges. You also have opportunities. I always like to look from that perspective. What are the opportunities? What can we offer? Again, I've learned, and I knew when I came here, if we can get families on campus, if we can get our prospects to come to Cincinnati, to see this beautiful campus, to see this amazing city, to meet our players, we have a great chance of getting them. And we've proven that that's actually the case. I mean, we almost every recruit that we had, who we had and came, and they said, I didn't expect this. You think about Cincinnati, urban university, whatever image maybe parents or even players have about the campus is different seeing it on a video. When you come and you see how compact our facilities, the beauty of the architecture and the city, they were impressed. And we had 3 who committed on spot. That hasn't happened to me. I mean, they committed before they left the campus. So I see that as an opportunity, right? What can we do to get them here, fly them in, drive them, whatever we need to do? And when they meet our players, that's another feedback we get from prospects and families, how nice our players are, that we have good people here, not just, again, our current student athletes, and how committed they are to Cincinnati and to leaving their mark and being a part of building a championship culture. And we are attracting those families. And so the challenge is Big 12. I mean, every coach, if you talk with, they'll tell you the same thing. It's figuring out, navigating the new landscape that all of us are working within college athletics right now.
Have you had much time to start looking around the Big 12 and getting a feel for what you're going to be going up against, or has it been too much recruiting? And we'll worry about that when we get there.
My philosophy is focusing on things that are in my control. And I mean, you see on social media, recruits who are going to other schools. I never focus that much. We'll do our game plan. Of course, we're going to study our opponents when the time comes. But we are so busy focusing on what we need to do and recruiting and laying the foundation of our culture and staying connected with our players. I don't have a time to spend time, watching what other Big 12 schools are doing, coaches.
Good.
Is everybody going around the 7th floor and picking out new spots for when football moves out of there, or?
We are not picking. It doesn't work like that. We were told where we're going to be. So
there's a draft order.
Yeah, no. Volleyball is still going to be on the 6th floor. We're going to expand a little bit. Our neighbors are women's basketball on one side and swimming on the other side. So I know swimming is moving to the 7th floor, I believe. And I think soccer is coming down. So it's going to be reshuffling. We're going to get a little bit more office space for our program. But what an exciting time for our football. That facility I drive by every morning is just amazing. I can't wait to go and see the inside. I've been watching videos that JD does weekly. I think it's just phenomenal. And that's going to help us as a volleyball program. If football is successful, basketball is successful, it helps everybody.
Are there any
spring go? Go ahead, Aaron. Sorry.
I was just going to ask, are there any benefits that you're getting as the volleyball team with the football team moving into the IPF? Are you getting any extra facilities or anything around your area there?
Yeah, the dining hall actually is going to be for all student athletes, is going to be now in the new facility. So our student athletes are going to be there. That's the only part we're going to use. Everything else, weightlifting, the weight room, everything is staying that our athletes are going to use in training room. But the dining hall, what we were told, is going to be fantastic and a big upgrade from what we have now. So that's exciting for us.
Spring ball. Everybody talks about it for football. It's a big thing in volleyball as well. How was it to get out there, and how much were you able to kind of learn about what you have, how your style is going to fit with these ladies? What was the overall takeaway from the spring?
Yeah, unfortunately, we had a little bit different spring because we didn't have 2 healthy middles, so we couldn't really schedule. We have 4 dates in volleyball that we are allowed to play different opponents. What we did have a one training opportunity session. We actually went to Columbus and practiced with Pittsburgh, that is Final Four team, last few Final Fours they were in, and eventually they will win the national championship. That's my prediction. But we spent 3 hours in the gym with them, ran some drills, and then played 3 sets to 15. And then we went to support Abby Walker, who played for Columbus Furry, the pro team. And Pitt also had some of their alumni. So it was a full volleyball day. It was very good for our team. I actually thought it was beneficial to see that we can compete with the top of the top. It helped us get better, and I think to boost a little bit of confidence of our players, to see also all the work that they put in the spring. It was transferring in the match situation. We did because we couldn't compete against other teams all spring. Every Friday was our competition day. So we call it the Bearcat Battle Friday, and our team would even wear jerseys, and we did a draft. Actually, we had 2 players who would draft the teams, and we have a scoring that we use from Athletes Unlimited. That's another pro team that we really liked, and the team enjoyed it because it can, if you're only training and you're just playing against each other all spring for 4 months, it is hard for anybody. So we try to make it fun, and those Fridays were fun, just to recreate as much as we could that competitiveness and the match kind of atmosphere.
Aaron, got anything else?
I'm tapped out on volleyball questions.
Ask her your question.
Well, I did. I guess I could ask that again. I asked the girls earlier. I have 2 daughters. They are 3 and 1. But at what age do you really get started with volleyball?
It's a good question. They have volleyball is fun. It's one of those games, like it's hard to play a true volleyball because you have to have skills, like you have 3 contacts. But even you can start playing with them now, like a balloon, get a beach ball, like have them think that they're playing volleyball. Then organize volleyball. Sorry?
Like keepy uppy.
Yeah, exactly. Just say we're playing volleyball. Here we go. I think most clubs have 12 and unders. They have a 10 and under. 10 is a good age just to get them in the gym, teach them how to just have a feel for being in the gym and being around other kids, right? 12 already, they start competing. But I would recommend, I tell everybody, all the parents, multi-sports, like have them try every sport. It's good for overall development. But of course I'm biased. I hope they choose volleyball at the end. But 10, 12 is a good age.
All right. And I am lucky. I think it's the most of the women's sports. As a spectator, I think volleyball is the most enjoyable.
I completely agree with you. And I always tease my basketball friends, coaches. I always say, listen, you have too many timeouts. It's just at the end of the game, like basketball, come on. It's like, minute on the clock, and then I'm still 10 minutes later, I'm still in the gym waiting for the game to finish. So our game is fun. It's somebody always scores. Like, there's always every point, somebody's going to get a point. It's very athletic. The power of our athletes, the athleticism. I think what I hear from the fans who come for the first time and they see high-level college volleyball, they're surprised how fast it is, how athletic it is, how exciting it is. So I'm going to give this pitch here right now. We are selling season tickets and we are ticketing volleyball now at Cincinnati. Please come. If you don't love it, I will refund you. Like, I believe so much that you're going to have a blast. Like, come check out our team. The teamwork, I think this is another part of volleyball. When you have a really good team, you cannot win if you're not a team. And you see that teamness that attracts people. And it's fun. And so come and check Cincinnati Bearcat Volleyball, and you'll love it. I really believe that much.
I'm with you on that one, Coach.
Thank you both.
The speed and athleticism as you get to the higher levels is incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah, you have to hear it, right, Chad?
Yeah.
Like you don't hear the sound of the ball like on TV. It doesn't give you that perspective, and when that ball connects with a hand, and it sounds different. And I know all our fans always ask, they feel like bad when they see our defensive players hitting the hardwood floor, like, does it hurt? Oh yeah, a little bit, but that's what they're used to. We teach them how to dive, how to make it less hurt, but it's exciting sport.
And you teach them to wear their knee pads above their knees, right? Not below.
Can you help me with that? I do not understand.
Trying.
Like they're called knee pads. They're not shin pads. It's just like, I don't know. I'm old school when it comes to that, but
if they wanted you to wear shin guards, they make those, they would give them to you.
Exactly.
Thank
So
you.
I might need to have you come and talk to my team. Some of them still do not listen to me.
Kelsey's a libero. She hustles relentlessly. She dives. She's on the floor all the time. And then after every match, she's like, my knee hurts. I'm like, yeah, because your knee pads are below your knees.
Exactly. I don't know who started that trend. I need to go back and then check who did the TikTok, I don't know, something video that you should wear knee pads on your shins.
Yeah,
you're right.
I hate it. All right, thanks, Coach. We appreciate it, and
thank you, guys.
I look forward to spending some more time around and getting closer as you guys get ready for the season.
Same here. Thank you. Go Bearcats.
Thank you so much. Daniela Tomic, women's volleyball coach. This is a thing, Aaron. The knee pads underneath the knees is. I dove and hit my knee. I'm like, well, yeah, you had a knee pad on. Well, it was below my knee. Well, then your knee's gonna freaking hurt. Sorry. Deal with it.
It's the drip. You always be wary of the drip.
It is.
See, drip is like unnecessary gear that you put on.
Well,
like
when you're wearing your knee pad on your shin, it is unnecessary.
well, that's like me taping my wrist in baseball was unnecessary, but wearing knee pads on your shins just makes no sense.
I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. And you would think after hurting their knees for like the 40th time, they would understand to pull it up above your kneecap and you won't hurt your knee as often.
Gosh,
I don't know. I'm glad she reacted that way. Because if she would have been like, no, it's
awesome.
Fine. She would have got punted. Is a sliding mitt necessary or drip?
Sliding mitt is
depends
not
on the age.
Well, it also depends on
age.
how often. Keegan is going to say not necessary because he never stole a base.
Stop. I was a great base stealer. I was
37
sneaky, athletic.
Oh
no,
yeah.
definitely not. Sliding mitt is not necessary. The only thing I'd say is necessary is like an ankle guard when you're hitting, so you don't foul it off your ankle or toe.
Chad, I saw a kid in JV baseball the other day wearing work gloves. He had
awesome.
the actual work gloves on.
That's awesome.
Nice. I agree, Jeff. If you run fast enough, the sliding mitt is necessary.
Depends on
you
the
don't
age.
want to jam your fingers on the base.
Never jam my fingers on the base.
You're not fast enough.
You kind of told on yourself there, Keegan.
He did.
No,
he did.
The speed at which you slide is the important part, and most people slide at around the same speed, I'd say.
That's what a slow person would say. The speed at which you slide.
You're not helping.
Dude,
Oh boy. All right, we got John Cunningham coming up here in a moment. And then after that, Gavin Gerhardt and Jake Golday, followed by Katrina Merriweather at 2, Ellie Flower at 2:30, Dan Horde at 3, Joe Royer at 3:30. We'll talk some Cincy Light at 4. At 4:20, we will be simulcast live on ESPN 1530 with Mo Egger to do a segment with Mo. And then that gets us into Zack Grant at 5 o'clock. Jolie Cry at 5:30. Wes Miller at 6. Brendan Sorsby at 6:30. Like, we are rolling right along.
Yeah,
Got a lot of good stuff coming up this afternoon.
3 hours.
Almost 3,000 people.
We are at almost 3,000. We're almost at 3 hours. Matter of fact, it's 3 hours now, and this is the part where we told you. We're looking back and we're like, oh wow, it's already been 3 hours. How did we get here?
yeah. I think it might be tough to top what the baseball guys did. I think that was pretty stellar.
That's because you're a baseball guy. Like,
No, it's
you're
'cause
gonna
they were
love
awesome.
the baseball guys because you're a baseball guy.
They were awesome. I'd argue Logan Wilson was equally as awesome, and he was by himself.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Logan Wilson's outstanding. Logan Wilson, when he's done, might be a co-host of one of these podcasts here. I love Logan Wilson. All right, we got now John Cunningham, athletics director at the University of Cincinnati. We're just sharing how impressed we've been with the student athletes that have joined us so far.
Yeah, I was listening to all the ones that you've had on and will have on, and that's an impressive list. We have a lot of them around here, so I'm glad you're letting them do their thing. They're pretty special people.
They are. We've had a great time, and I'm partial to Logan Wilson. Keegan likes the baseball guys because he's a baseball guy.
No doubt. Well, they've been fun to watch. Yeah.
The volleyball ladies were great as well, and being my connection to volleyball, it was good getting to know them also.
Yeah, I'm glad. I when I was walking out, I saw Daniela leaving, so I'm glad you're getting to know her a little bit. She's going to be really good for our program, and just kind of a dynamic person, a cool background. So I'm glad you're able to ask her some questions about that team for next year.
Yeah, and we got to complain about our hate for the fact that these girls wear their knee pads below their knees and then dive and wonder why their knees hurt.
I don't get that either. I don't know. I'm back in the day where you had big, huge, thick knee pads that were worn on the knees. So I don't know what changed, but same thing with the pads on cornerbacks, right? Like they become just like biker shorts. So I don't know. They must not need their knee pads on the cornerback side of things either, but who knows?
All right, let's get to it, John. As we get into, there's never any slow time. May might, now that the way the portal is kind of played out, like May might be the slowest month, but there's never anything slow that happens in college athletics anymore, right?
That's right. And to be honest, for me, because of the pending house case that isn't quite settled yet, it hasn't been that slow because we continue to talk about what that's going to look like if and when it gets done. I think it is going to get done. I'm very confident of that, but we're still kind of waiting on Judge Wilkin in that courtroom in California to make a decision. And then from there, we get to put into place all the things that we've been working on for a long time. So this summer is not going to be a quiet summer in any stretch of the imagination, and it's going to be a lot of prep on what college athletics will look like going forward. And we're going to be ready for it. So we've got a good plan in place and ready to break glass when we're supposed to break glass on that one.
Speaking of that plan and kind of divulging what you can at the very least, as someone who's tried to follow this and kind of what's going to happen when it's put in rolling, what would be the steps that you would then take as an athletic department kind of going forward with this revenue sharing? Because I know obviously you have the back pay part of it. Is that kind of the first thing you get out ahead of and then you kind of approach everything else?
The back pay part is fairly simple because it comes from the conference. It's a bill from the conference. So we will pay the bill when we receive it, and it's spread out over 10 years. And so we know that we'll get a bill somewhat soon after it gets done. So that's probably the easiest portion, just not because it's expensive, but it's a budgetary thing. Everything else is about putting into place, and really, to be honest with you, and we're not alone. Everybody's been operating this way. Because the contracts, the NIL contracts and things had to be sort of prepped and ready over the last few months, we've gone ahead and got everything ready to go and have had conversations with the people we've had to have conversations with to go ahead and kind of transfer from a Cincy Reigns model, a collective model, to an in-house revenue share model. And so all of that's been in the works, and a lot of it, to be honest with you, is legal based. And so our OGC's office, I give a huge amount of credit to how much time and effort they're putting in, our general counsel here on campus to help us get that done. And then we transitioned Trevor Wright, who ran our compliance office for several years. We transitioned him out of the compliance office to run an in-house unit to deal with NIL and support our GMs in both football and men's, women's basketball and baseball, volleyball.
Gotcha.
Pretty sure Trevor's going to be on with us later tonight, so we might be able to ask him a little bit more about that and what that's been like for him. I'm surprised Keegan didn't tee off with baseball, but baseball's been on fire. Coach Bishel has been one hell of a hire by you. Little hat tip there. But baseball hosts Kansas State this weekend. They're doing the Thursday, Friday, Saturday instead of the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. IU obviously got canceled here today. But they got to win, at least one, maybe two to get in?
This is the classic one game at a time. I think you're trying to win all three, obviously, and you think you can at home. We've been so good at home. But yeah, you got to perform your best right now. I mean, this is the time. We're right there on the bubble. And Kansas State is a team that is kind of right there with us, in terms of being potentially a bubble team. Maybe they're in, but certainly a good RPI team. So any win over Kansas State this weekend is going to certainly help us, and we got to go perform. And then we got to get ready and go do what we can in the Big 12 tournament in Arlington. It's single elimination, which is odd for college baseball. It's odd for baseball. And I think they're just going to do that this year and then change it going forward. But this year it's single elimination. So we got to go down there and try to do some damage too. And then I think we do those things, we're going to be in great shape. Our numbers, our metrics are really, really good. Strength of schedule is really strong. RPI is really good. We've got great wins over, Duke and Louisville and, the sweep of Kansas, all those good things. So, I think we're positioning ourselves, to get in and to get in pretty easily as long as we take care of business here with the remaining schedule.
And this is your last time to see the Bearcats at home this season. You got your Cincy Koozie giveaway on Thursday, mental health awareness game on Friday, and then the senior day and season ticket holder appreciation game. You got tickets available for all three games currently.
We do. I cannot emphasize enough. And that's really if I have one message today, it's this, come out and support the baseball program this weekend. They've been so good all year. Such an exciting brand of baseball. The way that Coach Bishel plays the game, guys are going to get on base. Guys are going to move around the bases. Just a fun atmosphere. And there's just no reason to not get over to our baseball stadium and check them out. We need you. We need to pack that place all 3 days. And, I think this team and some of its great student athletes like Carrington Cross deserve it. And it's going to be his senior day. He's a future Hall of Famer. I mean, he's somebody that we got to support the heck out of, maybe the Big 12 Player of the Year. So come out and support that group all weekend. Let's pack the house all 3 days.
Kind of touching back on Coach Bishel, but I think I remember in your intro press conference for him that one of the bigger things that you liked about him was that he'd won everywhere that he had been. So kind of from what you knew about him coming in, what has surprised you about him or maybe caught you off guard about what he can kind of provide as your baseball coach and like getting to know him as a person? What has shocked you about him?
Yeah, that's a great question. He's obviously, I knew he was an accountant, and that has played itself out. I mean, he's so detailed. If you get an email from Jordan Bishel, it's not gonna. You got to sit down and grab a cup of coffee and take a while, because it's going to be a couple pages long and it's detailed. And I mean, you should see we're doing one-sheeters now to the baseball committee and talking about the things, and he breaks down everything, and I love him for that. I think maybe what surprised me is just, he has a way about him with the team that I just really, I think that they buy into. He has a calmness about him, but yet a strength at the same time. And I like those combinations in coaches, and he demonstrates that. So, I think the team really enjoys playing Bearcat baseball, and it shows in the dugout, it shows on the field. And so I would give him a lot of credit for just how he goes about his day-to-day, interaction with the young guys, and staying relevant to them, and keeping baseball a top priority.
Yeah,
you're going to be able to get him the Diet Mountain Dew sponsorship that he so much desires.
I know he loves it. I worry about it because I know it's not super healthy for him, but I guess we'll let him just keep going with that, because it seems to be working. So we won't dial him back to water just yet. We'll give him some Mountain Dew.
Yeah, there are worse ways to go than Diet Mountain Dew. That would probably be one of my preferred ways, if I'm being honest. But touching on the house settlement again, you guys have been at a half share for a while from the Big 12. Now, when this revenue thing hits, is it gonna kind of normalize for you, and you guys get the full share pretty soon? From a financial standpoint, it's normal.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Normal in the sense that we are equal to everybody in the Big 12 in every way financially, which is good. Obviously, when you get an opportunity to get into a Power 5 conference, you jump at it, and so we took a half share for 2 years, knowing the third year we would be at full. And so couldn't happen at a better time, to be honest, because we do have the revenue share model coming, which is a huge expense for our department. We need as much help as we can to fulfill the full share and allow us to compete at the highest level in every single one of our sports. So that's the Impact Fund. We've talked about that before, and we'll continue to talk about that, but that's exactly what the Impact Fund does. If you think of sort of where Cincy Reigns was in terms of putting money into a collective, that moves to our university now. If House passes, again, I believe it will. And once that happens, then the Impact Fund goes to paying the revenue share. So all those things being said, you're back to your question. Yes, full member share. We've always felt very much that we were a full member in every other way other than the bottom line. But now we don't have to worry about that anymore, and we can get the full share.
Gotcha.
There have been some ADs around the conference and around the country that have talked about having to reorganize and restructure because it's money that they were already getting that they're not, accounting for. They're having to find new ways to account for that $20 million coming out. Are you in a unique position because you haven't been spending that extra $20 million yet?
Yeah, that's, we talk about that quite a bit, which is, the one advantage we have to being a half share and now a full share is that we do have a new revenue stream. And so kind of the simple math on that is we're able to, thank you to the university, we're able to take the new revenue from the television contract that will be about $16 million more than we got the previous year, and put that 16 toward the 20.5, if that makes sense. That's real simple math. And then that gap between the 16 and the 20.5 million is what we have to go fundraise. And that's where this Impact Fund comes into play, to making sure that we can be a full share member. And, we have great donors, but at the highest level we always have. And I think what we need to do more is really build out that middle base, and we need to build out our larger extended fan base. Every amount matters, and we have 350,000 alumni. And if everybody does a little bit, we're going to be in great shape to compete at the highest level. And right now, I always say money's not everything, but it's right up there with oxygen, and we got to have it. And we need to support our programs at that level. And so we're expanding our UCATS division. We're adding 3 or 4 new people. We're adding a gentleman named Tristan that will come in from Virginia Tech that's ran their major gift program at Virginia Tech for 8 years, and he's going to help us kind of revitalize and take a different approach and a new approach to fundraising that's going to be more at that Power 5 level. And so we're really excited about that addition and the expansion of our UCATS team.
Moving to the revenue sports, football, men's, women's basketball, it's been a tough transition. I think, you want to compete for championships right away, but there was an understanding that you've got to build up when you're going from, the level that you were at in the American into the Big 12. Is this now okay? We've gone a couple cycles through in football and basketball in the Big 12. We feel like we are financially where we want to be in supporting the programs, and let's see this thing kind of ramp up and get to that level of competing for quality bowl games and football championships and basketball, men's NCAA tournament, women's NCAA tournament. Like, is it at that point where it's like, okay, we've got our bearing, we've had some success, maybe not enough, but we've acclimated ourselves, and now it's time to hit the gas, if you will?
Yeah, Chad, I feel that way, and I certainly think everybody feels that way. I thought the other day I was watching golf, and they say Saturday the third round is moving day.
Yep.
And I kind of feel like our third year in the Big 12 can be our moving day. It's our chance to tighten some things up. I feel like if you just break down, we competed in football, we beat Arizona State, we competed, but we didn't do the little things to win, and we lost close games, and we didn't win the home games that we needed to win. But at the same time, we go out and we do some things in the offseason that I think really sure us up. I think we've been able to stabilize our program the right way, which is we retained a lot of our top players, some of whom you're going to have on today. We've got a returning quarterback that's had a whole bunch of snaps, and we strengthened our offensive line and our receiving core and our defensive backfield. We made some changes that we think are going to help us in special teams. So all those things is what you have to do to take that next step. And so I absolutely, and everybody should have the expectation that we do take that next step. And then basketball, obviously it's a little bit different because there's not a stabilizing force right now in basketball. It's, you got to go into the portal and you got to build a team, and everybody in the country, if you saw the amount of movement, everybody in the country has to go build a team year by year. And so I'm really proud of Wes. I'm proud of, bringing on Corey as our general manager, and all of our assistants for really getting out there and hammering the portal. I think we've done amazing work. I think we've got a great product and team coming back. And I know Wes is excited as he kind of maps out what this group is going to look like. And so I think those two things were really important in this offseason, and I feel really good going into our third year. We know the competition now. We've seen it a couple times, and I think it's our time. It's a moving year for us, and I believe that.
Was last year maybe a learning experience in basketball player acquisition costs? Because I know there was a feeling last year going into that offseason that in pretty good shape, and then when you really start to dig down into the conference, you go, maybe we didn't realize how much money that the top 6 or 7 or whatever in the conference had. Were you able to mentally kind of better prepare for that coming into this offseason, that this league's going to spend in basketball and going to spend at a very high level, especially a couple of them?
Yeah, I think there's an argument it might spend at the highest level, to be honest with you, across the board, top to bottom. Certainly there's SEC programs at the top that are going to spend a lot, but top to bottom, it might be the conference that spends the most in men's basketball. So yes, I think there's a little bit of that. I mean, obviously I think, lot of lessons learned. And I give Wes a lot of credit for sitting back down and really evaluating exactly what worked and what didn't. I think 2 injuries, you could maybe say 3, but 2 for sure, with Tyler McKinley going down. He was going to add some needed depth and we needed size, and we didn't have it coming down the stretch. And then I think Connor Hickman's injury hurt us as well. Again, a shooter, somebody that we were counting on to come in and hit some key shots. It didn't help that Daniel got hurt early. And we had other injuries as well, but you're always going to have some injuries. So what did that teach us? We got to build more depth. We're going to have some depth on this roster, and probably some size depth that we didn't have. We saw that, and Wes mentioned it. We saw it against Iowa State. They were big, but they were big and deep at those positions. And so I think that those are the types of things that we see. But you got to also, again, it's just kind of a mix. You got to find that right mix in men's basketball. And we've had great donor support, and we've asked for more in this portal, because this portal specifically was more money was spent than ever because of the fact that the house case wasn't resolved yet. It created an inflated market, I would say, where people were able to spend before the cap came into place with the house case. So there was a little bit of push to spend early. Again, I think it's probably, I believe, and I think ADs believe, this thing is going to level set quite a bit as we go into next year and be more consistent across the board. Because as you mentioned, Chad, the thing that you were doing in the Big 12, you were trying to figure out what everybody was spending. You didn't know the game that was being played. And you would hear rumors one way or the other. I would hear rumors from ADs that they weren't spending near what the coaches were hearing, right? So it was interesting to hear that back and forth. But everybody kept their cards close to their vest, and some ADs, frankly, I don't even think knew what their collectives were spending, which is another interesting dynamic of it. So it was tough. It was tough to build a roster. We relied probably more last year on some retention of some players. But we also realized in this league, man, you got to have depth. You got to have shooters. You got to have guys that can go in and put in some good minutes and rebound the ball. And so I think Wes has addressed a lot of those. We're really a very different team than we were last year. I think we had really good players last year. I think we're going to have really good players this year. But he's just organized it a little bit differently and focused in on some different things. And when you listen to him break it down, I get excited, and I know those that have heard him talk about the team coming up next year get excited about where we're going and what we're going to have to put out there.
Go
ahead, T. Go ahead.
Is there a player out of this transfer portal class for basketball that you're most excited about, if you'd be willing to single one out?
I never know enough, to be honest with you. I think it's interesting to hear Corey talk about it, as I've gotten to work with Corey Evans here a little bit. He's a really sharp dude, and he's got some thoughts on who he thinks might jump off the page. He said, I'll just share a little. He said the other day that Tillery is going to be hard to keep off the floor, right? And that's not one that a lot of people are talking about, but that's just one that, but obviously the big guy from UCF and the big guy from George Mason. And I'm a Kerr Kriisa believer, having seen him in Arizona. I remember going to Maui and playing against Kerr Kriisa, and I knew right away, I said, that's the dude you want on your team. And the guy that you root against when he's not on your team. And I think we need a little bit of that. I think we need a little bit of that toughness, that grit, and that leadership. But listen, Jizzle coming back, I think he can have that breakthrough year, and I think he did a little bit last year, but just that consistency, even more consistent and being even tougher. And same with Day. So we just have we're going to have a lot of different pieces and a lot of moving parts and things to plug in there. So I don't know enough, but I know what all you guys know, and I'll rely on Wes and others to figure out rotations and things.
You mentioned the GM. What is as an athletic director, you've got a GM in football, men's basketball. Are you moving in that direction in women's basketball? I don't know. if there's
we have someone designated on their staff right now
Okay.
that's doing it. But yeah, I mean, certainly we're looking at that too.
what is the role of GM going forward? Is it more like a pro sports GM where they're in charge of the roster and the hiring and the firing, or is it more of a new evolution of what a GM looks like in college sports is different than maybe when you think of GM on the professional side?
I think it's the latter. I think it's a little bit of a hybrid model, just because of the way that college athletics is built. Largely built around the head coach making decisions about rosters, and I think that works in college more just because of the youth of the players and the recruiting that takes place. There's still going to be a heavy recruiting element to college athletics, so head coaches are going to be heavily involved. I think the GM is slightly different depending on the sport. Certainly in basketball for Corey, and in women's basketball as well, it's going to be a lot about making sure you're working during the off season, working with agents, understanding what players they represent, working high schools, working international avenues, just getting to know people. And that's what Corey does so well is he's known by so many people in the basketball world already. So it gives him an opportunity to walk into meetings or to get a Zoom call or whatever with some key people that will be around the student athlete in terms of the recruiting process. So I think that's where he comes into play. On the football side, it probably is more. It's certainly going to be agents. In fact, I was just talking to Jack in our recruiting office about his work with agents. It's going to be partly that you got to build relationships with these agents, but it's also going to be kind of that fundamental recruiting and evaluation of talent that those guys do so well, because the volume in football is so big. You got to go out, you got to find diamonds in the rough, and you got to find guys that can really play and guys that have the size. That's the big thing for our recruiting department right now in football is they want guys with certain frames, and then they know that they can fit those guys within our program and grow them from there. So I think it's slightly different, but and probably a hybrid between what you see in the pros and in college.
I'm sure your conversations with Corey and Zack are great. What are those conversations with Jack like?
Jack's so smart, man. That guy,
yes.
he's sneaky there, man. I like talking to Jack. I like talking to all those. I like talking to Zack. I like talking to all those guys because they work so hard. Guys, I don't know how, if you know, I mean, they have a real passion for identifying talent, and I just like that unit, and they grind at it. And yeah, Jack's got an interesting story and background and kind of a business mind, and just loves scouting and watching film and finding, transfers around the country. And so, yeah, if you ever have a chance, I don't know if you've had Jack on here, but he'd be a good one to have on.
We have. Zack was nervous, but Syke was nervous, but we made it work.
That's
So you got to be nervous with that one because Jack tells the truth, man. He doesn't hold back. So.
I'm perfectly okay with it. It's great for what we do.
I know.
See, you kind of mentioned with basketball, with the revenue sharing model, is going to kind of level stuff out a little bit and calm everything down. In terms of looking at macro college athletics, after the revenue share model, what's kind of on the top of your list, the top of most AD's list as the changes that need to be made, or stuff that you guys would like to see adjusted in college athletics?
Transfer portal and transfer portal windows, how we go about that. Are we going to continue to have 2 transfer portal windows in football? I think there's a real movement to have one. What that looks like, and then what your calendar around football looks like based on that. Do you have a transfer window after spring ball? You kind of eliminate spring ball and go to more of a pro model where you have, kind of OTA type things going May, June, July. So there's just a lot of different theories and different things going on around football calendars and transfer portal windows. And I think that's going to be really, really important. I think the enforcement around the cap is going to be massively important. So can we figure out how we can prevent people from subverting the cap and getting around it through bogus NIL deals, those types of things. So, there's a clearinghouse process that all deals outside the cap are going to have to go through. The pro model has done that for a long time. They crack down when they need to, and they keep pretty good structure around it. We have to have the same type of structure around college athletics going forward, so that we can all compete on the same wavelength and the same playing field. So I think those are kind of the things. So it's not just it's house, but then it's the things around house that we have to kind of shore up, and it's going to take some time. It's not going to be perfect right away. I think it's going to be progress over perfection for a few years. But we all know we got to get college athletics settled down, and we got to get structures around it and rules around it. We can't operate without rules.
Do you find yourself constantly learning about all this stuff? Because a lot of it to me just seems so hard to understand. So are you like constantly learning every day, or is this something that you have a prior expertise in that you're confident in?
No, I mean, I went to law school, but that was a long time ago. So I know just enough to get myself into trouble. And so this has been a learning experience for me, and a lot of really bright people that we work with all the time. And general counsels from the 4 different conferences have been heavily involved, kind of teaching us how this works, and why something might work and why something might not work. And so the lawsuits will continue. I think we all recognize that there's a lot of different lawsuits out there, but we've got to get, we've got to get this house case settled. I think we really then have to push toward getting some protection from antitrust through Congress. The pro sports have that at some level. Doesn't have to be complete protection. We probably don't win that battle, but we got to get some sort of protection from Congress. And we've seen, the Trump administration actually step in and talk about forming a commission and doing some of those things. So I actually welcome all of that. I think anything where we can shine a light on college athletics, the importance of college athletics, not just the sports, you see on TV, but all of our sports, is going to be important. And people need to know what's going on. It's too good. We have something so precious to protect. We can't lose this. And there's ways that we can put some structure around football and men's basketball and women's basketball. And then that will allow all the other sports to continue and grow. And we can continue to dominate the Olympic Games like we have for so many decades.
Real quick, one more time, let everybody know how to come out this weekend, support the baseball program, and help them get into the regional.
Yeah, so we have it's not Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And we need you out there. Coach Bishel and that team, again, some great seniors on that team. Carrington Cross is one that has been with us 5 years, started right when I started. And he's one of our all-time greats. He deserves a packed house in my mind, and that team, just with everything they're doing. So get out there. We serve beer, on a nice night, have a beer, watch some Bearcat baseball, go beat the Wildcats, and punch our ticket to the NCAA tournament and a regional, and then follow the Bearcats all the way through. So I would promote that. I want to also say we've got our track program right now at the Big 12 Championships. We've had a great track season with 4 individual champions and all kinds of great things going on with our track program. So follow that. And then Ryan Ford, right now we're on Ryan Ford watch, who's our men's golfer. And he's in the first round of the NCAA tournament, and he was the best individual right now. I think he's 3 under. He's battling right there toward the top of the leaderboard there in the second round. So he'll have one more round tomorrow to try to punch his ticket to the next round of NCAAs, the final round of NCAAs. So a lot of good things going on here late spring in Bearcat land, and just appreciate all the things you guys do. Really do. Love the way you support this program, and then obviously love this 513 day because it gets to highlight so many of our great people around this department.
One final thing before we let you go. Ring of Honor, honoring basketball, any progress? We've asked you that in the past. You said you guys are working on it. I get asked about it constantly, so I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair. There is progress. Again, I put together a group that works on it all the time. So we've got a committee that was formed that involves some former athletes, some a media person as well, and some of our employees here that have been around the program for a long time. So we're trying to get all the information, and then we want to make the right decisions. at the right time. So it's not only about getting the right people in, but it's also the timing of it and making sure that you put the right person in at the right time ahead of somebody else and all those good things. So we're working on all that. I think you're going to see some real progress here soon, and don't want to release anything yet, but you'll start to see some of those things pop up. We got to recognize our past. It's really important, and we know that.
Appreciate it, John. Thank you so much.
All right, guys.
Appreciate it. It's been great so far today. We're looking for a great another, what do we got? 8.5 hours to go.
All right. Hang in there, guys. Appreciate you. Take care.
Thanks,
Thanks, John.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
There you go. John Cunningham, Director of Athletics. Tonk, thank you. Don't spend it all on protein bars, Keegan.
They say that to Tonk. He's bigger than me.
Aaron didn't. I popped in as I was eating lunch to ask a question because I didn't want to let the question go away. And then Aaron tagged me in and went and ate his lunch.
I did. Well, you asked more than one. I was like, I waited after one. You continued asking questions, so I was like,
we were on a topic, so I figured I would rock the topic.
Food was sitting here, so I took advantage.
Well, I will. I'll get this started, and then I'll turn my camera off, but I'll still be here because I can't leave while my guy is here. We bring in now Gavin Gerhardt, who is three-time captain now. Three-time captain.
We'll see. We'll see when the voting comes out before the season.
Maybe they won't. Maybe they won't.
Maybe they won't. I don't know. Maybe
They're
they won't.
kind of a big deal. You're out.
Yeah.
Starting center for the Bearcats, an anchor, a staple on the offensive line. Gavin, welcome to the show. How are we doing? How's the offseason going?
Going good. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here to represent Cincinnati in the way. But the offseason's been going well. Just got back from a little break. Was back home in the hometown of Xenia, Ohio for the last 2 weeks, and then came home last night to spend the rest of the week here with my girlfriend, and then get ready for workouts next week.
The bustling metropolis of Xenia, Ohio.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. It's
good old 35.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. So this question was posed at Bucketheads, and I think we all have our answer, and most people agree on the answer for this question. But I'm curious, for you as a team leader, who do you think the funniest person is on the football team?
I would say last year it was John Williams, and for the first 5 years it was John Williams.
Okay.
I'd say now it's probably maybe Logan Wilson.
Yeah,
somebody like that.
You
Logan
got it.
Wilson's, that's my guy. He's we're always joking with each other, always talking to one another.
He just came on with us like an hour ago, and it was it was a great conversation.
Oh, I'm sure it was full of laughter.
Yeah, Aaron said his face hurt at the end, so that's a pretty good signal of how that went.
Yeah.
But so I guess moving forward, you guys brought in a new running back in Tawi Walker, a lot of new offensive weapons. How much better do you think this offense can be just with the plugins at wide receiver, with Sorsby being at year 2, and all that on top of a pretty recreated offensive line given the departures that you guys had?
I think we can be pretty good. I think that the staff brought in the right guys for this program. The offensive line, I'm really happy with how that's coming together, especially with Joe, who just got on campus yesterday, actually. And then you plug in some new pieces here and there at wide receiver that got a lot of speed and athleticism, and Jeff, who's a freak of an athlete. And then you plug in Tawi and a similar style to Corey, who'll get those tough yards for us. And you got guys coming back that are explosive, like Evan Pryor and Manny and those guys. But I'm really looking forward to it. I think we can have a real successful year this year.
They say to a business person who's trying to get a job, sell me a pen. Well, sell me on Joe Cotton, because that dude is a monster.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as the process opened up of the portal and they gave me his phone number and his Instagram link, and I was instantly texting with him and calling him. I think I had a 49-minute conversation with him on the phone, just answering any question he had. I've been here long enough. I know how things work. Different staffs, doesn't matter. I know how the city is, so it was really easy when it came to recruiting with him. He asked all the right questions, how's the culture of the team and whatnot. But the way he plays is length to his advantage. He's a freak of a human. His size is amazing. He's a future NFL left tackle. I promise you that. If you've watched any of his film, he might not have been going against Big 12 opponents every week, but he's ready to play at this level. And we'll see that here soon.
He has the most South Dakota name too, right? And Joe Cotton.
Yeah, and he's similar to me. So I'm an hour away from my hometown. That was where he was at. His hometown was about an hour away. So he's born and raised there. But definitely, yeah, for sure.
All business.
Now, the most important question, and this is something that we grilled you on after one of the last fall practices. How did Joe get his steak cooked?
I feel like he was more like I'm not real sure. It was definitely like a medium or maybe even less than that, but
okay.
Not near as done as mine, that's for sure.
I feel like since you can't remember, it was probably a medium rare. Because if it was medium well,
I probably was looking away.
Oh, that's awesome. So what did he like? What did the staff say to you about this kid and kind of what he can provide for you guys? Because I know you got to know him. You probably watched some film. But how much did they talk to you about what he could do for this offensive line as a whole? Because it's very rare that someone gets their best transfer portal edition in the spring portal, and especially for that guy, especially on the offensive line, to come in and be a plug and play guy like Joe can possibly be.
It was all guns blazing. We knew that we needed a left tackle. We knew that we have a lot of pieces that can play and be in the rotation. But then, throughout the spring, I wasn't out there as much, but watching the guys and making sure that I could coach them up, even though I don't play left tackle, but I know what the scheme with which we run and how we need to do it. I knew that was a big get for us. I knew that's something that we really needed, and they emphasized that from the beginning. Jack was on my tail, making sure I was, as soon as he could give me his contact information, he got it right to me. And I instantly gave him a text, hey, when can you chat, man? I want to get on the phone with you. I want to, tell you all about Cincinnati, tell you about this program, tell you about the offensive line. A lot of new faces on the offensive line. But it was a big get for us, and they really emphasized that a lot.
Gotcha.
You've started 36 games. You're going into your fourth season now as a starter. You've been as someone even alluded to in the chat here, Tonk, you've been a constant here at Cincinnati. You've seen some different things. What are you excited this season about in particular that you feel like you haven't seen over the course of your career thus far?
I feel real confident about this year. I've been a part of championship teams, and I'm not going to put a bunch of expectations out there, but the staff that brought in the right players for this team, and I'm really confident when it comes to, we can win a lot of football games here, and we were plays here and there, and I'm not going to make excuses, but we were plays here and there from having a completely different season last year. And this is my last go around. This is all the eligibility I got left. So I'm just going to try and take advantage of it in every way. And, seeing new places that I haven't played at before and get to go play at the, start off the season at Kansas City will be awesome. So just take advantage of everything.
When you look at this group offensively, does it feel like this is the most complete group that you've been a part of, since the new regime took over? Does it feel like we've got the guys at wide receiver, we've got the guys at running back, we've got the offensive line in place, where you've got the quarterback? Does it feel like, okay, now we're in that position offensively where we can really be consistent and do good things?
100%. A lot of that comes with timing and reps, like with the offensive line, but I do feel really confident in the where we're at as a team, and I think the way this team is put together as of right now and what it will be for this season will be really good for us. I think we can make a lot of explosive plays. We can run the ball. We can pass the ball. We got Joe Royer, who will maybe hide a little bit, but I'm sure he'll be covered quite a bit. But I'm real excited for it, that's for sure.
I'm curious your perspective on this, because we've talked about it a lot going into the Big 12, that first season. coming from the American, when those teams came out on the field, it was like, oh, this is different. Did you
Big
line
12
up?
teams?
Yeah, Big 12 teams compared to like what you were going against in the American previously. Did you line up and look across from you and go, oh boy, this is we definitely jumped up a level here?
For sure. And you see that watching film every week, because Mondays are off days, so we get in the film room and watch tons of tape, trying to pick out the defensive linemen's rushes and different moves that they use. But from American to the Big 12, I mean, the size difference is definitely there. I'm used to going against Dante every day when we go against each other. So I mean, I get a really good opponent to go against every day. But he's a little shorter than the guys that are in the Big 12, and I mean those kids they're pretty big. I played against some big defensive linemen this last couple of years, that's for sure.
I was front row at WWE.
It was fun. It was a good experience, that's for sure. I'm not growing up. I'd say probably till I was 12 or something like that. I was a huge WWE kid, and then I kind of fell off. But never really been to an event besides I went to the Royal Rumble a month before that. I took my brother and Dante up there, and it was a good experience. It's different sitting front row right behind the announcers, that's for sure. Got to have a couple conversations with Pat, and you hear everything they're saying, even you're not watching it on TV. But it was a good time, that's for sure. Yeah.
You tell Sorsby, like, calm down with the WWE stuff.
I had to because I don't know if I said this before already, but when I saw him, when we went to the Royal Rumble, we were walking in, we were, midway up in the rafters, not too high, not too low. And he was on the floor with one of his hometown buddies. So we're two different lines. We were walking in, and somehow we saw him at the exact time we were scanning our tickets to get in. He was coming through. He was cutting across to get to the floor seats, and he had the John Cena wristbands on already, and the John Cena T-shirt, and the kid's all about John Cena. That was my favorite wrestler growing up. But I guess my brother was watching it the other night. It was Randy Orton versus John Cena at Backlash or something like that.
Yep.
So I watched that for a little bit with him, but I had to tell him to calm down a little bit. He was getting a little too excited when we were there.
That's awesome. I just can't picture him in the wristbands. Like, I'm trying to picture it in my head. I can't do it.
I wish I would have took a picture of it. It was hilarious. That's for sure.
That's awesome.
He's joining us at 6:30. Maybe you can text him and tell him, like, go full
Yeah.
Cena when he joins us at 6:30.
Okay. I know he's in Texas right now, so
Yeah,
hopefully he has him with him. Hopefully he has him with him, though.
Travels with it.
He probably does.
You never know. You never know when you got to bring it out.
Yep.
All right, man. We appreciate it, Gavin. It's always a pleasure talking to you. And can't wait, man. I know you're excited to get into that new IPF and get this thing rolling for 2025.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys having me on. Take care.
All right. Thanks, Gavin.
Yep.
Tell your dad I said hi.
Will do.
All right. There you go. Gavin Gerhardt. Starting center. It feels like forever here at the University of Cincinnati. He got pressed into action as a freshman and it has not relented, Aaron. I think it's safe to say he'll be a 3-time captain.
He's an anchor, yeah. But we got another guy who could be pushing for that captain status joining us right now.
Jake Golday jumping
Yes,
in.
sir.
Jake, what's going on, brother?
Nothing much. Just got done with a little workout downstairs. Just enjoying the rest of my day.
Is it going to be nice not having to go like 7 floors up and down between the facilities and the offices?
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the many benefits that we're going to have at our new facility that I'm excited for.
How giddy are you you're a weight room guy. How giddy are you to get into that new weight room, all the shiny new toys that are going to be in there?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be like Christmas morning when we walk in there. I'm super excited. I can't wait to get up in there. And just being able to be up at the facility all day and like have no reason to leave. I mean, it's going to be awesome.
You're going to be a cot guy, aren't you? You're going to have a cot where you just,
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to take a nap here and I'll be back in the morning. I'll be here in the morning when you open up.
100%. I've already heard about there's many places we can go and get a little bit of rest, a little nap, catch a little nap in the middle of the day to get some energy the rest of the day. I heard there's going to be sleeping pods our lockers are recliners now, so I'm excited for it.
3 o'clock in the morning. There's Jake.
Exactly.
He's
That's
got
how I
the
want
mop
to be.
out. He's got the mop out, cleaning the floors.
Yep.
So obviously at Central Arkansas, and then coming to UC, you didn't play at a ton of huge stadiums last season, and now week one you get Nebraska at Arrowhead Stadium. Does that just make you feel like a pretty special kind of way, knowing that that game is on the horizon? Like it makes you look forward to it more than a lot of other games you've played.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all super excited for it, more so the opponent than where we're playing. Obviously, playing there is going to be super awesome because I have dreams of playing in the league one day. So being able to play on an NFL stadium is going to be an amazing experience. But like I said, I think it's more about focus on the opponent and excited to play the opponent than it is the stadium.
You're going into year 2 now here, and as is everyone as far as Tyson Vite's defense. With 1 year now under your belt of Tyson Vite's defense, how much better do you feel going into this season and playing in his defensive scheme?
Yeah, I'm super excited for this next year because last year you could tell at the beginning of the season I was a little iffy on some things and I wasn't playing freely out there. And it took a couple games for me to really be able to show my true ability out there and get comfortable. And now being able to walk in first game of the season and be just as comfortable as possible going into I had this spring and then another fall camp coming up. I think I'm going to be as comfortable as possible and be able to make plays at a high level.
So you talk about being comfortable. We talked to Coach Sett earlier, and he said probably about 90% of the plays run last year were kind of out of the base defense, just being first year in the 3-3-5. Should we be expecting UCF Jake Golday every week now? But since you have that comfort paired with now that you can throw different stuff at opposing offenses?
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, I think we're going to be able to mix it up a lot more because not only myself, but everybody's going to have their second year in this defense. And we're going to be able to mix up different pass coverages, rushes. I'm excited to get after the quarterback a little bit more this year. So, yeah, definitely. It's going to be an exciting year for sure for the defense.
You guys have out of the defensive rooms, you guys are bringing back everybody played last year, so you arguably have the deepest room on the defense. Do you feel like you guys are the deepest room on the defense, or do you think that is there one of the secondary groups or a defensive line? Who's number one as far as depth goes?
Yes, I'm definitely going to say the linebackers are the deepest one on the defense, but I think we've got depth in every position now, and I think that's one of the great things about the transfer portal is being able to go and get those guys to fill in the spots that we may have been missing last year or to get some more depth in some positions that we were missing last year and just fill in those gaps and kind of get the whole team together and see what we're going to do this fall. I'm super excited about it. But yeah, I would say the linebackers depth is pretty intense. I think we've got 3 deep in every position in the linebacker room. So I'm excited about it.
Coach Vite coaches safeties here, but he's long time been a very successful and decorated linebackers coach. Do you guys get any extra time with him? Does he like kind of give? I know you're Court and the guys at linebacker do a great job, but does he ever chime in and kind of help you guys out with thoughts?
I think every now and then he'll throw a little like piece of wisdom in there. It's more like when we go out there on the field and we're out there early with Coach Braz and we're walking through stuff. He'll come over and kind of give you a little tip on something. But for the most part, he lets Coach Braz run the show with the linebackers because he knows Coach Braz knows what he's doing and has had a lot of success. So I think he most of the time he lets Braz run it, but every now and then you can catch him giving you a little tip here and there.
What have you seen from Jalen White McClain so far? I know he's one of the more underrated guys coming in as an outside linebacker. You might be kind of jealous of his role, just getting to attack the passer, because I know you like that so well, and you did that at Central Arkansas.
No, yeah, he's an athletic freak too. So being able to see what he's doing in the weight room just made me super excited about what he's going to do in the spring. And then towards the end of the spring, I really got to watch him shine out there and make a bunch of good plays out there. So I'm excited to see what he does this fall as well. But yeah, he's definitely an important piece for our team this year, and I'm excited to see him go get the quarterback for us.
Who might we be surprised with that's been stepping up on defense as a leader?
I would say the biggest leader on our defense this year is Jack Dingle. I think he's always done a good job of being a leader by just leading by example. But this year he's been growing as a vocal leader and getting everybody in the right spots. I mean, he's always been really smart football wise, knowing where everybody's supposed to be at and where they're supposed to fit and what pass drop everybody's supposed to be in. But now he's being more vocal with it and coaching these guys up, and definitely the younger guys. And it's really impressive, and it's something that I want to also do as well, is to be more vocal and kind of get that leader role as well.
Is it difficult learning that the on off of like when to push your body, when to, okay, maybe today I'm a little dinged up and need to dial it back a bit? And how much does working with Aaron Hemler and his crew kind of help you find that happy medium of, today I can go all out, but maybe, I'm a little sore on Wednesday and might need to dial it back a little bit?
Yeah, I think whenever I'm on the field, I'm going 100% regardless.
Right.
It's tough not to. Like, my body just won't let me, my mind won't let me not go 100% all the time. But it's good that when we're in the training room or if we're working out that day, sometimes if your body's real beat up, all you have to do is go in there in the training room and kind of tell them what's going on. And as you can see, they won the Big 12 award because they're a great team together. You just kind of got to tell them what you're feeling, and they'll come up with a great program for you. Whether that's take it a little easy today, or we need to up your capacity, we need to get your muscles stronger, anything in that range, they're really great at.
Did it upset you guys that Jameson's not in the locker or not in the training room as much as he used to be? And maybe you'll get back to that when you get in the practice facility.
Yeah, I see Jameson every now and then. Yeah, he's an awesome dog, and yeah, I'm excited to be seeing him more often. I think it's good. I've always had a dog. I've got a dog now, and I grew up with dogs. So yeah,
What do you got?
I've got a border collie.
Okay.
Oh yeah, a lot of energy. It's very smart though.
A lot of walks.
Yeah,
you're walking
sure.
a lot.
A lot of walks, or I'll just go out to the park and throw the ball he could go for hours if he wanted to.
That's awesome. If you had to play another sport, which sport do you think you'd be best at?
100% basketball.
Okay.
I played basketball all the way through high school. I loved the game. It was tough to let it go, honestly, but I was way better at football, and I love football way more. So it was tough to focus on one, but I knew it was the right decision. My entire family played basketball. Mom played basketball in college. Dad played basketball in college. Brother played basketball in college. So I'm really the only football player in the family. But but yeah, that'd definitely be basketball. I still enjoy every now and then just going around and shooting around.
Do you think there's anyone on the team that could beat you one-on-one?
We've got a bunch of good guys. I remember when I first got here, I was surprised. I was probably the best basketball player at my previous school on the football team. And then I got here, and there's I mean, like I should have expected, there's a lot of great athletes, and definitely really good athletes in basketball too. I know one like Jonathan Thompson, who's in my position group. He'd be a tough one to take down because he's got a really good jump shot and he can move really well. So, but I always joke around. I say the linebacker, if we had a 3-on-3 tournament, the linebackers would beat any other position group.
Sorsby probably disagrees, doesn't he?
Yeah,
no,
I'm sure. I'm sure he definitely disagrees.
Prater could hoop. Like Prater, not here anymore, obviously graduated,
Yeah.
but
No,
he
yeah,
was
I've
a guy.
heard.
I thought he could have played like American or like really good
Wow.
MAC school. Like he was a good ball player.
Yeah, I wasn't that good. I was like Division II basketball player, maybe, but yeah. My athleticism is the reason why I was pretty good at basketball as well.
Well,
If
you
I was going to take
dominated the
basketball,
glass, didn't you?
for sure, yeah, I was getting the putback dunks, driving through the lane. I couldn't shoot very well because I was always lifting weights for football. But if I focused on basketball, I think maybe I could have gotten a scholarship somewhere. But I ultimately decided to go with football because it's my love for the game.
We're glad you did.
You guys good?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, Jake, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for popping in and joining us, and looking forward to getting ready for Camp Higher Ground and the 2025 season.
Yes, sir. Me as well. Y'all have a good one.
All right, thanks. Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all.
There you
Bye.
go, Jake Golday. Freak. Just freak. That's why I asked him about like I think they have to shut him down sometimes. Because they know if he's going out there, it is going to be balls to the wall. And I think there are times they have to be like, okay, we're gonna turn off the little switch in the back,
Yeah,
and shut you down for the day.
Well, it seems like we got one or two of those every year anyway, right? Like Jack Dingle's built the same way. There was a robot before him, so I mean.
All right, let's real quick. We got 2 of these t-shirt giveaways we need to do. I do have a picture. Here we go. This is the t-shirt that we are giving away. Ryan Geist. It's a good one. That's the one we're giving away all day. Every hour. We're an hour behind. We got a little caught up there, but the first one goes this is your Instagram handle. AJ Hennes, AJ Hennes wins a t-shirt.
We did that one. She was
okay.
winner 3.
Okay, sorry. Amanda Marie 140888. Amanda AMANDA Marie MARIE 140888 is your winner. And the second winner is Jack's Black 7, JAXBLACK 7. So those are your 2 t-shirt winners for the last 2 hours. Sharp looking shirt from Ryan Geist.
Yes.
We have another giveaway, a big one coming up at 3:00, and that's going to be for a tailgate set. That's a cornhole set with branded bags and 2 Cincy Light tap handles. I know those are in high demand. So there you go. Jack's Black, Amanda Marie. Ryan Geist will be reaching out in your DMs on Instagram to get your information and get you a shirt. Just handling some business, Coach. It's a long day.
I know, but there's nobody better to do it than y'all, so I'm sure it'll work out well.
I appreciate that.
Speaking of getting in those DMs to find out about your t-shirt giveaway, Coach Trina was loud about staying out of her players' DMs. Maybe my
Ryan Geist is allowed in the DMs. Other coaches, no.
Maybe my favorite thing to happen of this offseason. I am proud of you just for taking a stand.
Yeah, I think that we're all competing, right? We all want to win, but I do think that there's just always going to be a code and a way to do things. And I think that we just need to move with respect and make sure that we are keeping the main thing, which is these student athletes.
You want to add anybody?
Nobody's watching. There's definitely not 36 people in this room. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's it. We have to do that. We have to, I think you have to speak up sometimes, otherwise people think that it's okay to do things the way they're doing them, and they can do what they want, just not over here with us.
You can attest this portal stuff is chaos. I mean, that's a big part of it is the tampering that's going on. As a coach, how do you keep your sanity through the month of April? Because it is bananas.
What the one thing that I noticed more than anything is just that we just don't have a break. And whether you had a trying season or a great season, there's just no time to decompress. And so you have coaches that are going right from your last game right into recruiting. And honestly, that's been happening the whole time. You got to retain your roster. You have to start to anticipate who's leaving so that you can start looking at the portal and who you may need to bring in. And I just remember a time when we just were able to celebrate the year, right? Just making it through and everybody, being kept in one piece. And I think that that's the hardest adjustment for me, is that there is no break. There's no time to reset and take a look at what's next. You just keep rolling.
So 15 and 14, first above 500 season since 2019, 2020. Did last year vindicate that you guys are moving in the right direction, or is that more of, I want to see more? Like I'm not really satisfied after year 2.
Oh, definitely want to see more. Certainly not satisfied. I think what we try to do though is we said from the beginning, like, we're going to keep track of all these small victories until they add up to the big ones. And we've had a lot of success as a staff, and it's so important for us to be where our feet are and say this was really good for where this program is and where we're going. Because obviously we've won 25 games in a season. We've won an NCAA tournament game. There's just been some things, and you have to be intentional about allowing that to not overshadow the progress that you're making. But satisfied, absolutely not. And we're going to get to work as soon as we can get these kids on campus and making sure we take another step forward.
And taking that step forward, you have to do so without Jillian Hayes. How does Cincinnati women's basketball move on from such an influential and impactful player?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And the good news is that until she figures out where she's going to play in the fall, she'll be around. And she loves this place and the city of Cincinnati so much that she'll be more than willing to come in here and sharpen her tool set too, but to help make us better. What you lose is the experience. There may be somebody else collectively that we can get to get rebounds or, even get points in the paint, but her leadership, just the fact that she showed up every day and worked hard and you could depend on her. She was just so reliable, and as talented as the classes we're bringing in and as happy as we are with our returners, we know that experience is what we're going to miss the most.
Gotcha.
Here in the chat, somebody asked, thanks for coming on and talking about the team. Can you talk a little about your staff and how you build up your coaches?
Yeah, for sure. In this space, they're obviously my favorite people. When we talk about family and sisterhood, we got literal there when I hired my sister a couple of years back when we were in Memphis. But the cool part for me is to always watch them interact with each other. For me to walk into the office or leave the office and come back and just hear there's a party going on because they're laughing and joking. And at the same time, when it's time to get down to business, there's not a harder working group than the group that I have here. Top to bottom, doesn't matter who it is, whether it's recruiting or it's making sure that our kids are taken care of and meals and travel is where it's supposed to be. I don't know. I'm really fortunate. I had an opportunity to speak at the NCAA Basketball Academy about recruiting and developing and retaining a staff. And it just made me even more appreciative when you look back at our pictures, like some of our candidates, and that it literally just looks like friends hanging out and people having a good time. So I'm really fortunate to have them.
To elevate the Abbeys, you need a phone book, probably.
For sure. It's you want to talk about great things come in small packages. Those are two hardworking Northern Kentuckians that everybody is really happy to have here and really proud of. And it is honest, coming to work every day is not coming to work. Two things are important for us, and that's student athlete centered. Right. You wake up every day. How can we make sure they have a great experience? And when they graduate, would they choose to be a Bearcat again? And just the second part is being prideful in the work that you put out there. We want to be the example we expect. We want our kids to work hard. We want them to take pride in Cincinnati being across their chest. And we have to do the same thing, too.
Abby's dad's the best. Have you tried to get him on staff yet?
Not yet. But I don't think they want to be on staff. I think they just like showing up and cheering.
He's a great coach. I know.
I heard that you would know.
He coached us to a city championship in baseball.
Yes, I'm aware because he doesn't brag about it, but every once in a while when we are sitting in the offices talking about our families in general, our parents and our athletic lineage comes up, and I've heard that he was a really awesome coach.
He was an awesome human. He was also my 6th grade teacher.
Oh. Now that's
Yeah.
news. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was my 6th grade teacher. So I
He's
go
gonna
way
get
back.
on you. He's gonna get on you for aging him here in a second.
Well, he was young. He was a young teacher.
Okay,
He was
there
a
you
young
go.
teacher. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Talk about the incoming group. Everybody knows about D, but some additions from the portal and some freshmen as well. You got a lot of new life, new blood coming into the program.
We do. We have a great versatile group. We have a couple point forwards, which includes D, but also Callie Barrett, some people that you're going to see handle the ball at 6 feet. That's going to make us really great in transition. Kalia DeVillasi, who's coming in to be the point guard of the future. That kid is extremely talented. She's disciplined. She's all the things that you want in a point guard. And we always tell her she's a girl's girl. Cheers for everybody. You watch her on social media. She's the first one leaving comments and sharing everybody's stuff, and just going to grow into a really good leader for us. Joya Crawford down in Tennessee made it to the state championship game again. So what we're bringing in is toughness, but winners. People who have winning behaviors. Paige is going to come in here and shoot the leather off the ball. And we're excited about that. Picked up Kylie Torrance late, which was a great get in terms of athleticism and an impact on the floor on both ends. And then this transfer portal was good to us too. We were able to pick up Maya Perry, who's an Ohio girl. So that always makes us happy. She used to come back and play in front of her family, but she was the third highest 3-point shooting percentage NCAA last year. And for those of us who watch our games, you can enjoy like our heart and our hustle rebounding, but we didn't make a lot of shots. And so she's going to be able to help Reagan stretch the defense some. And last but not least, we got Mary coming in. We got some big bodies in the Big 12, so we went and got us another one to back up Destiny and Delaney too.
You talked earlier about wanting to shape your team to where people look back and think, I would choose Cincinnati again. Well, you yourself chose Cincinnati again when you came back to coach. So it is 513 Day. What does this city mean to you?
Yeah, for me, the minute that I came on campus, it was some uncanny similarities. I grew up on Clifton Avenue, grew up on Martin Luther King. So when I pulled up on campus and there's an intersection of Clifton and Martin Luther King, I said, oh, well, this just may be home. But it was the support from day one. And in basketball, women's basketball particularly, didn't have the visibility, but the way that we still felt that the community was behind us, the way that we still felt that we were important and that people looked to us for entertainment, people looked up to us as young role models, for the students that were in the city. So that to me will always be what it is. It's the reason why we were able to sign this recruiting class. It's the city, it's the people, it's the possibilities, it's the co-oping, it's the internships and all the connectivity that you can have outside of just being an athlete and being a part of the university. And that's what I remember the most. I just remember the people. And so I come back here again, and some of these same people are here. And I think that speaks volumes when you are decades later and people said, no, I'm not going to leave. I love it here. And that's how we encourage our team to be. Let's get embedded and connected into the community because Cincinnati is such a special place.
What player or players do you think need to take the biggest step for next season? And are you willing to assign that to a true freshman, or do they kind of get handled in a different manner when looking at that?
We handle them differently in the beginning. And then they'll play a certain amount of minutes or we'll play a certain amount of games and I'll say, all right, that freshman year stuff is over. You got enough under your belt. You got to come on. But certainly I think you have to coach them. Not only are they freshmen and are they transitioning, but the majority of them are coming away from home. So it's one thing to have a bad game and get a pep talk from dad and a hug from mom or vice versa. And now you don't have that. And so just creating that sense of community within our team and that chemistry is important. We're fortunate because we were able to go to Italy in August. So we'll get a couple games in that way and some extra practices this summer. And that was intentional. So shout out to everyone, especially John Cunningham, who supported that, and Maggie and our UCATS group that did so much work, making sure that we could give ourselves a little bit of an advantage, right? Having 6 freshmen, 8 newcomers to play some games. So Everybody's going to expect Dee to come in here and just tear it up. And trust me, we hope that she does, but we're going to support her in her journey. She's got a lot of pressure. I mean, she's a hometown hero, and we got to make sure that while we're pushing her and challenging her, she understands that it is okay to be a freshman and have freshman days and freshman games. And I think we have enough talent, though, that is going to be able to help her with that. So Destiny Thomas and Reagan Jackson are the two, that have to continue to take steps forward, but be great leaders for our new people.
I'm sure making sure everyone has their passports has not been a massive headache at all for that coming in August.
Now you're referring back to this phenomenal staff I have. I have not checked for one passport, but I do absolutely trust that everyone will have their passport and be able to get on that plane come August.
That's awesome.
The IPF is just days away at this point from opening up. So how soon before you and Coach Wes Miller start put together your action plan for a basketball practice facility?
First of all, you ask me, do not ask him. Okay, he's been here longer than me, and so he's probably wanted one way longer than I have. Here's the thing: you always have this really cool thing about being in a city, but our reality is a lot of the time you're landlocked, right? And so you can have all these visions and these aspirations, but that's why we build up here. That's why Varsity Village and where we work has 8 floors. So I think we would love to have a practice facility, but the great thing about Wes and I is that we get things worked out, and nothing a conversation can't fix. And us understanding that we both have jobs and we're competitors and we want to have a great experience for our kids. And so we talk about it, but yeah, you ask him if he can have a practice facility, he snap his fingers and build one immediately.
He's got the money to do it, right?
Say that.
I said he's got the money to do it, right? He can get
That's
it done.
why we're talking about 513 Day of Giving. Athletics Impact Fund. Go ahead, just throw all the money in there. So as soon as they can figure out where we can put it, we can just build it right away with no issues with money or anything.
Marcus wants you to know
Bearcats.com/513. Get that in real quick.
There you go.
Marcus wants you to know shout out Coach. He did go to UC with you, so he wanted to say hi there.
Hey, Marcus.
Bearcat 101 asks how your relationship is with Coach Wes.
Yeah, it's a good time every time we talk, whether it is we're cheering for each other, texting back and forth about great game or head up, you'll get the next one. Again, sharing a facility, even we're in constant communication. I don't know. I like Wes. I think he's a good guy, and I think that he cares about these kids way beyond basketball in the court. He proves that. It shows that in the way he interacts with them and the way that we see them throughout the building. I think these kids get better when they're in his program. He's hired really awesome people. I know he's had some new hires here in the last couple of weeks, so we'll get closer to, but he's always hiring good guys, people who are going to develop his kids and keep the culture where it needs to be. So I think we have a great relationship, and and on our rough days, we sit in each other's office some days and talk about how crazy this madness is, but that we'll get on the other side of it. We'll survive it. We'll be okay.
You talked about the basketball stuff with Dee. How do you help her handle the expectations of being from Cincinnati, having the type of hype that she did as a top 10 recruit, basically throughout her entire high school career? How do you help her with that? Because she's going to have a weight on her shoulders, whether she wants it or not, that you're going to have to help her through early in her career, especially.
Yeah, we're all going to help her through that. But during that process of recruiting her, I told her, hey, here's the thing. You are going to have pressure. I'm going to have pressure. We're going to be stressed. But let's go ahead and do that together. Let's go ahead and walk this journey. My teammates, my coaches, they love me. They think that I'm great and that we're going to do a great job, but they want to be in the Final Four last year. And I'm like, yo, just give us a second. Just, just hold on. And so I joke with Dee about that all the time. Like, you're going to have, when people believe in you, you're going to have expectations, and it's not a negative thing, but we certainly are going to do our best to walk with her through that journey and not allow it to be something that turns this into something that she can't enjoy. Like, we want her to, she's a teenager. We want her to continue to love basketball and to love playing. And she's so humble and so unselfish. My joke about this freshman class is that they're going to be out here looking like the Globetrotters, driving me insane. They all pass the ball so much that we're going to go from, kind of a one-on-one style that we've had to now you're going to see like 10 passes and I'll be screaming at somebody to take the easy open shot and not kick it out, to somebody who's wide open for a 3 when you had an 80% shot in the paint. But I love that about this group, and she is the one with a great level of humility. So we'll help her through it, and protect her as much as we can, but expectations are good.
You're going to have to do the opposite where, coaches will do like 5 passes before you can get a shot.
Right.
Like 2 passes and shoot.
No, I'm telling we already are starting. We talk about in our meetings, we're going to put like 15 seconds on the shot clock. Like, just to force them, like, you have to score. You have to score. I do not want to shoot the ball under 5 seconds every possession because you want to pass the ball so much. But I would rather have that than have a team, that's selfish and only cares about their individual stuff. So I'm not complaining.
That's what people don't know about basketball in terms of like the finer points. Passing is really what is the lost art, I think, in basketball. Making the right pass, making the good pass, making the pass that leads the hockey assist, if you will, the pass that leads to the, I think Corey Evans mentioned it when we interviewed him when he talking about what he's looking for. It's processing, right? Where the processor is fast. You don't get the loading screen a lot. Is that recruitable? Can you really go find that?
Listen, we have a lot of really talented players on this team, but what you just talked about is Kalia DeVillasi, up and down, sideways. That kid, not only does she have great vision, but she has great execution. A lot of time guards can see, but you have to make a decision to make the correct pass, right? Is it a bounce pass, a chest pass? And she can get flashy in a great way, because I think that's where we are in women's basketball with our visibility. Like, people want to see some excitement. And if you're not going to dunk, then you better be making threes and some behind the back passes and watching her be fundamental. Who she's also related to Muggsy Bogues. And you're going to see this when you watch her play. She has some it's kind of uncanny. Like, she has some mannerisms that if you were fortunate enough to watch him play, you'll see in her a little bit. And I don't know how much she actually watched him play. So, genetics or something else. But she can really, really pass that ball, and she enjoys it and loves it. I'll have to encourage her to be more aggressive and seek her own and hunt her own shot. But you're going to enjoy watching that from her, especially.
Phyllis wants to say hello. Looking forward to the upcoming season. Everybody loves Phyllis. Hi, Phyllis.
We do. We love the favorites. Hi, Phyllis. Thank you.
We love Bob. Bob went on a road trip with us.
Okay.
To Allen Fieldhouse. We rented a van and took the BCJ staff to Allen Fieldhouse. We had an open seat. So I said, Bob, you want to come? And Bob hopped in. Bob was rapping at one point in time. He was freestyling, which I hate myself for not getting video of Bob in the driver's seat of the van freestyling.
You missed that.
Yeah, that would have gone viral.
It absolutely would have.
We sent him back to Phyllis, a changed man.
I believe that too, and she's still around, so it must have not been too bad.
No, it was great. We loved it, and Phyllis got like 3 days, free of Bob.
I think that anybody who's been married that long, they probably appreciate a couple days where they can get a chance to miss each other. So no, but they're awesome. We appreciate them.
I said it kind of in passing, like, Bob, we got an open spot, and Phyllis was like, "You're going on that trip."
Well, there you go. There's your answer.
All right, Coach. Well, we appreciate it. It's a great day. I think we have Reagan coming up at 7:30.
Okay.
So a little bit more love for the women's basketball program coming up here during the 513 marathon. But
I appreciate that.
time to make that big jump in the Big 12, right? A couple
It
years
is.
to figure it out. Now it's time to make
Yeah.
the jump.
Yeah, I'm with you. And trust me, no one's more impatient than us. We're like, let's get this thing rolling. But just thankful for that first 2 years and all the players that were on the team. And despite this portal situation, I think it's so critical that we remember, when we say someone once a Bearcat, always a Bearcat, that also means if they feel like one way or the other that another place suits their basketball interests, that doesn't mean that they're not family, So you'll still see some of those folks that played in other schools in the stands after they graduate, because they'll come back and they're always welcome where they played, and that's right here.
We appreciate it, and tell Abby I said what's up.
All right, I sure will.
All right. Thanks, Coach. Have a great
Thank
day.
y'all. Thanks for having
Thanks,
me.
Coach.
Have a good one.
There you go. Katrina Merriweather, head coach of the women's basketball program. And exciting times. One of the top 5 recruiting classes in the country for 2025, and a chance to make their move. We talked about it with John Cunningham. We've talked about it with Scott Satterfield. Talked about it with Katrina. Like year 3, okay, we've got our bearings. Keegan, we understand what the competition, what the level is like, and it's time to make that leap and kind of follow the lead that we're seeing from baseball and be in contention for NCAA tournaments and playing for top half of the conference type finishes.
Yeah. I think the golf reference of moving day was perfect about day 3 kind of being that's where the difference has to be made. And now there's really no excuses with getting the full share from the Big 12, and then the revenue stream to kind of even it out. Although with them pumping so much money from the collectives at the buzzer, this next season could probably still be very well impacted by that. So yeah, but it's got to happen soon. That's definitely true.
All right, let's get another t-shirt giveaway in here at the bottom of the hour. We have a big one coming up at 3:00, but I will show once again. Here is the shirt that we are giving away. It's a Rheingeist t-shirt for 513 day. Let's go into the gift, the prize machine here. And pull out another name. Oh boy. At ROTCIV _ Allen ALLENIM. ROTCIV _ ALLENIM is our next winner. So Rheingeist will be contacting you to get you your Cincy Light t-shirt. All right, let's keep on rolling along. We have Ellie Flower joining us now. Ellie, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. We are almost 4.5 hours in.
Yeah, I see that.
So we've got 7.5 hours to go.
Let's go. Running it.
You want to host for a couple hours? Do you want to host? Hop in?
I don't know if I'd be able to do all that.
It's not that hard. It's just talking.
I can talk. I can talk a little
All
bit.
right, see, that's all it takes. Just be full of crap and talk for as many hours as you can, and you can. We're not that good at this. Like,
I think you guys are doing a good job.
Yeah, we do okay. A graduate student that has been in the program since 2002, a long timer, graduate of Seton, marketing major. Welcome to the show, Ellie. How's it going?
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Let's get into it. Women's soccer in the Big 12. How has life been? How is the program advancing as you navigate these new waters?
Yeah, so I'm currently in going into my 6th year. So I have been here for a lot of changes. I was here when we were in the American. So it's cool
Yeah.
to see kind of the changes that we've had going into the Big 12. It's completely different competition. There's not a bad team. So it's been cool to see. I've grown up in Cincinnati, so I've been able to watch the team evolve since I was a little kid. Both my parents went here, so they brought me to games, and it's just really cool to see all the changes happening at UC, especially like within the Big 12 too.
So
What's it been
6
like?
years. Go ahead, Aaron.
What's it been like kind of going through the NIL process? You see, I mean, when you get here, scholarships are kind of a weird thing, and now all of a sudden you're talking about potentially getting paid to do what you love to do.
Yeah, so when I got here, NIL was not like established yet. It actually was not allowed. So my sophomore year, which was 2021, we were actually finally able to do it. So I kind of got to see both sides of it, but it was really cool just to be able to connect with people around Cincinnati, small businesses. I've done a couple just like that, but it's been really cool to like see a bunch of stuff around Cincinnati and make those connections. That's been a huge help.
So 6 years in the program, what's the biggest area of your life, either personally or athletically, that you've seen yourself grown in? And maybe even how different of a person are you compared to when you stepped foot on campus as a freshman?
I was actually just thinking about this the other day. I would say I'm a completely different person. I think I know how to talk to people a little bit more. Because we're kind of not forced, but it's really important for us to go out into the community and do things. So being able to connect with people either for future jobs or just to be in the community has given me really good like social skills, I would say.
Gotcha.
Great. She's ready to go. I'm out.
All right.
So, Coach Demers just
Mhm.
finished her second season, correct?
Yes, correct.
So what's it been like being kind of underneath her, and why did you decide to stay through the transition?
It's been fantastic. Erica's a great coach. She's nothing but positive. And I think she's going to take this program to a really good place. And I think, potential national contenders in the future. It's been really fun just to kind of see her in a different setting, I guess. But she's taught us a lot. Like we do a lot of stuff off the field. It's not really just soccer. Like she develops us as people as well. So that's been really cool to be a part of. And then it's cool because she will reach out to people in the community and have us connect with them. And she's really involved in all that kind of stuff. So that's been really cool.
Gotcha.
A lot of really close matches in conference. Does it feel like you're this close to getting over that hump and really turning this thing into something big in the conference?
Yeah, so we've kind of completely changed our style of play since she's been here. And that's what you have to do in the Big 12 compared to the American. So she's done a really good job at kind of teaching that. And we've only had it for 2 years. So I can't even imagine where she's going to take the program. And even this next year, I think we're going to do really well.
One of my friends, actually, Ann Thomas, joined the Hall of Fame for women's soccer last year. Did you have a chance to catch up with her when she's, I feel like, constantly on campus with football tailgating and all of that? But have you had a chance to catch up with her at all?
Yeah, so over this past spring, we had the alumni come and we did like a dinner with them. So we were able to sit and talk with them. And then we all went to the FC Cincinnati game together. So we got to connect with some of the alumni, which was really cool. And I made a couple connections. So I definitely talked to Ann there too.
Have you gained anything from those conversations at all that you can transfer to the field?
I mean, people really just continue to say, take it all in. Like you only get to do this one time. So take it in. You're young, do it while you're young. And obviously I'm back for 6 years. So I took their suggestions and kind of ran with it.
You know Garrett Campbell. Did you get any advice for him on being around here so long?
No, I don't know him.
He's a friend of ours. He played football a few years back, and he was on the 6.5, 7 year plan. He was here for a while.
Yeah.
He got a doctorate, didn't he?
Huh?
Did he get a doctorate?
Close. Yeah, close. And then he realized that being then he realized being a doctor was hard, so he went into medical device sales instead.
That's what I want to
There's more
do.
money in that. You don't have to work as hard.
How have you seen kind of the culture of soccer evolve in Cincinnati since FC Cincinnati got here? You just mentioned them, and I feel like from the outside looking in, as someone who doesn't watch soccer, it's a complete 180 compared to what it was before they were here.
Yeah, so I was able to kind of see FC grow. I mean, they played in Nippert their first couple years, so I got to go to a bunch of games, which was really cool because I was committed at the time. So I was like, this is the best thing ever. They're at my school playing. And then when they got the bid for the MLS, it was, I mean, I just knew we were going to be successful, and we continue to be successful. They're really fun to watch. The stadium, if you haven't been to a game, it's just an amazing atmosphere. Everything about it is cool. And I actually got to do an internship with them, which was definitely one of the coolest experiences ever. So it's been cool to like stay a part of soccer outside of UC as well.
Is that something you'd like to do after graduation, is get into kind of the sports business, the business of sports kind of thing?
Thought about it. I think I am headed more towards medical device sales. If I can't go pro, the first goal is to go pro. But the only reason I want to do medical device sales is because I've had so many surgeries, and I feel like I can kind of relate to that.
Garrett would be best friends.
Yeah, I can speak on it. That's why we both were here for so long.
That was before the transfer portal.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
And the COVID year and all the other stuff.
Yep.
You're gonna have to link them, Chad. Make sure she's.
6 years.
Garrett can probably help you out professionally. I think he married a dance team member. Like he's UC Bearcat to the core.
Yeah, I would say I am too. We'd probably get along.
So
he's a big teddy bear.
Yeah. What was the most difficult outside of the obvious, like missing time? How difficult was it going through those injuries, and how many did you have over the course of your career here at UC?
So I missed my first 3 years of playing. I had 4 surgeries. So that was a lot to come back from. It honestly was more of a mental challenge than it was physical. But I always say, like, I'm going to know when I'm going to be done with soccer. And I didn't have that feeling. So I kind of stuck with it. And these last 2 years, I've had a lot of fun and been pretty successful. So I don't regret any of it.
Wow. Who was one of your biggest supporters during that time, just knowing how difficult that can be?
Definitely my parents. I mean, they told me to just follow like my gut and do what I wanted to do. So that was probably the best advice they could have given me at the time. And then obviously my teammates, I was able to recover with some teammates because they were hurt too. So it's always helpful to have somebody there talking you through it, for sure.
From the chat, any plans on coaching in your future?
Thought about it. I do want to try to go pro first and kind of see where that takes me. I think that would get me some credibility also. I've taken a couple coaching courses over my time at UC, so it's definitely something that I have in the back of my mind. A lot of options.
Kind of on that same note, I asked the volleyball girls earlier. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. When would you suggest as a player to get started playing soccer?
I played from basically the age of 1. I was kicking a ball around, but I would say competitively, probably like 6th or 7th grade is when I started really getting into like the travel teams and all that stuff. But obviously play as long as you can. It's a fun sport.
How many miles a practice do you run?
Practice, it depends on the day, but usually like I'd say anywhere from 5 to 7.
And then
it doesn't feel like that though.
How much does that change in a game? Do you run more or less?
I think my highest this past spring was like 11 miles or something. Yeah. It doesn't feel like that though.
You're in a half marathon every game.
Yeah. I'm running with a purpose though, so it doesn't feel like I'm just running to run. So that helps.
Your body feels like you ran 11 miles afterwards.
Absolutely. Absolutely, especially as I get older.
That's one of the misconceptions. Soccer is actually one of the more physical sports. Like high concussion numbers, high injury numbers. Like people think, oh, there's no hitting.
Yeah.
But you can speak from experience. It is not a sport that is devoid of contact.
Absolutely. Yeah. I have fallen victim to taking people out a couple times on accident. So definitely a contact sport.
On accident.
Yes, on accident.
No padding either. Exactly. Ed says his son is a striker in 5th grade. Any advice for him to keep growing? My advice for him would be to have taller parents. But as a player, I guess he means. Yeah, I guess as a player he means.
Definitely continue to work on shooting. That's the biggest part of the game. So just continue to do shooting and working on not only having like a strong shot, but finessing it too.
That's like 6 foot.
I know. I'm just giving him a hard time.
He said keep growing, so Chad took it literally as he does everything.
I took it literally.
Chad's also short, so he immediately goes,
Look, my daughter got to 5 foot. My late wife was 5 foot. I'm 5'8". I told her, honey.
I demand a remeasurement.
On who, Kelly?
Yeah, on Kelsey.
She's actually almost 5'1" now.
No.
Yeah. But I told her it's not getting much better than this, kiddo. Your dad's 5'8", your mom was 5 foot. Like the growth spurt's not coming, honey.
Oh my gosh.
You guys got what does the team look like as we get ready to go into the 2025 season? How's the off season gone? How do you guys stack up? How have you improved, do you think, this off season?
So this coming fall, they actually have a roster cap of 28. So that's going to be a big change. A lot of these teams had like 41 people on it. So a lot of teams have to make cuts. Luckily, we didn't have to make that many cuts. I don't even know if we made any actual cuts, but we have a lot of freshmen coming in, which I think will be really good for us. We had 2 that came early, so they got some development under their belt, and I think they're going to be definitely players, potential starters for sure. We look good. I mean, I'm excited to see everybody get on campus. We'll be back in about 2 months and then start training and hop right into it. So not much of an off season because you kind of have to keep your endurance and stuff off in the summer.
You went from 2 goals to 3 goals to 6 goals in 2024. How do you continue to up that number as a graduate senior, I guess they'll put it?
Yeah, a lot of training in the off season. That's going to be my biggest thing. Just working on that shooting. Again, it is one of the hardest things to do is finishing in soccer. So just kind of training that. But I think also with the team we have, it's going to be easy to score goals when I get the passes from my teammates.
Would you be willing to help Ed's son out if we put Ed in goal and you could take shots at him?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
We're onto something here, Aaron. I think we're onto something here.
I think we should film that for content purposes.
Oh, absolutely. You want to talk about going viral? Have Ellie put a couple balls off Ed's dome.
I can do it. I have pretty good accuracy.
That's what I like to hear, Ellie. That's what I like to hear. You guys got anything else?
3,900 people in here. Ellie, you were here for the largest guest total so far today.
Yeah, you are the biggest guest we've had so far today.
Amazing. Love to hear it.
Thanks, Ellie. Great to
Thank
meet you.
Thank you guys so much. Nice to meet you.
We'll see you around campus. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, there we go. We are rolling right along.
Ed's in.
Ed's in. All right. Ed, have you ever played goalie before?
Not with his head.
She said she's got good accuracy.
You might want to wear like one of the softball.
Yeah, with the face masks on.
Grills. Yeah.
All right, we're getting ready for Dan Horde here in the 3 o'clock hour.
With this being Cincy Light, I really hope he just happens to have the red blazer.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's at home, I don't know if he's at home, but he should have it. That would be perfect.
Yeah, and a lot of people would think like we would stack this thing. Ed played goalie for a whole season. All right, he can defend himself. I don't feel bad about it then. Whatever happens, happens. Never blocked a single shot. Never blocked a single shot.
Swiss cheese.
Oh boy. Coming up here in the next 3-4 hours, Dan Horde, Joe Royer, Zack Grant, Wes Miller, guest from Cincy Light will be simulcast live on Mo Egger's show.
It's a real who's who.
And then tonight, we don't slow down at all tonight. Brendan Sorsby, Reagan Jackson, one of our favorites, Eddie Taylor at 8 o'clock. He'll be here with Trevor Wright to talk NIL and where things are going with that. And then Aaron Himmler at 8:30 and Ryan Holmes, who is the lead of Cincy Sports Partners, the new marketing arm of the Bearcats, joining us at 9 o'clock. So, Keegan, are you staying there all day?
I was going to ask what I'm expected to do. Because I feel like a lot of these people are just going to leave, and I'm just going to be in here like chilling.
In David's office, yeah.
Yeah, until 10 o'clock.
How long does it take you to get home?
35. If I'm from this desk right here to getting home, it'll take me 50 to walk to the parking garage and all that stuff. So if I were to leave after Sorsby, I'd be back for Reagan Jackson. No, Eddie Taylor.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Yeah.
I was figuring out if you left maybe right after Royer, you could be home by Grant, right?
That's well, I was going to say Dave's planning on coming on for Grant. So if he left after the Mo simulcast, we should have some coverage for you to bounce.
Yeah, that would be fine. This is exciting. D1 Baseball just posted their latest field of 64, and they have the Bearcats going to Conway, South Carolina to play in the Coastal Carolina region, which if they do that, I will be going. Because
I don't know that the SID at Coastal Carolina, I don't know. Aaron, do you know who the SID at Coastal Carolina is?
Isn't it Cos?
Yeah, isn't it Cos?
It's Ryan Coslin. Yeah, it's Cos.
Yeah.
He'll probably take great care of you knowing that you have to put up with me on a daily basis. Cos will probably be very accommodating.
We'll be best friends by the end of that trip.
Oh, Cos is great. Love Cos.
I'll just go up to him, give him a handshake, and be like, Chad Brundle sucks. And be like, dude, I know. I moved 12 hours away from him for that exact reason.
You just became best friends with half the chat, Keegan.
Yeah. Look, it's 50-50 on me. You love me or you hate me. So
what is it, Discord? I thought it was StreamYard. Oh.
Both. It's universal. It's just across the board. It's right down the middle. There's nobody ever says, "What do you think about Chad Brendel?" And they're like, "He's all right." That's not how that goes. It's either I love him or that guy's a bleeping a-hole.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
Or you can love him and also think he's a bleeping a-hole.
It's probably accurate. It's probably the right way to handle it, Aaron.
I do a lot of damage control for you because I meet a lot of people out, and then they'll be like, "Dude, what's Chad like?" And they ask it with like a negative connotation, and I have to be like, "He's awesome. Shut up."
With his fingers crossed behind his back.
Oh god!
All right, I'm gonna tinkle real quick. I haven't gone in a couple hours.
Oh, tinkle! Gosh.
Yeah.
goodness.
Be right back. You guys filibuster for a few
Sure.
minutes.
That's what we do here.
Oh gosh. Favorite guest so far?
I really like when Trina's on. Logan
Trina
Wilson's
is really
my favorite.
good.
Logan's my favorite guest, but Trina has a perspective that's unique, all her own. She has a whole energy about her that's very different from your traditional coach, I guess. And maybe that's because she's doing women's sports, which very well could be it. But just in general, I feel like she's very thought out about the way that she answers things. She's very concise to the point, but also just there's always a hint of I care in all of her answers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Chad's question about D was perfect. Of how do you help her manage the load on her shoulders, the weight of the world on her shoulders, whether it should be there or not. Because there's gonna be, but I will be interested to see the attendance at that first game that she's at, and if it's up there with one of the more attended non-conference games outside of Xavier, and the recent history, just because knowing the multiple levels of hype with her being a 5-star, with her being from right down the road going to Purcell Marion, it's going to be really, really fun.
Let's build a conspiracy theory out here, though, Keegan. I know you're into conspiracies. John Cunningham said that there's a media member on the committee for
I heard that
Ring of
I was
Honor.
going to ask about that.
My ears perked up a little bit. So I have two guesses, and I'm curious as to who you may think it is.
I think Chad not making a face or anything means it's him.
Oh, I disagree 1,000%.
Really?
I think it's either Dan Horde, who's about to join us here shortly.
Okay, we will ask him.
Or who I think is the next rung up, actually, because he's a former player here, Jim Kelly.
It's a basketball Ring of Honor.
Oh, was he talking just back? Because football needs to improve the Ring of Honor as well.
Well, they have their own Ring of Honor. I don't think basketball has one.
They haven't added anything, though, in a very long time.
Yes, that's true. We'll have to ask if it's basketball or football only, but I'm pretty sure Chad asked about basketball. I think it's Chad.
I don't think
I can assure you it's not me.
Oh, okay. Dang it.
I would guess Dan. If I had to guess, I would guess Dan.
Okay.
I'm angry. I'm upset with Zack Stipe right now.
Why?
What was our idea for this stream, Aaron? What was our big idea for our big guest that we were going to have on this stream?
Zack Stipe.
The president of the university, Pinto.
No, bigger.
Bigger. Brett Yormark.
Yeah, he's going on with Mo. He can't be on with us because he's in his car, so he doesn't want to do a video stream, but he can do a phone call with Mo. So Mo's taking our idea and getting the reward of Brett Yormark, where
good on him.
Or not. Kelsey's home.
Oh, she's coming for vengeance, Aaron.
Look, we're live in front of almost 4,000 faces right now, so I don't know if right now is the time she really wants to go to war.
Did you apologize for not knowing volleyball?
I messed up in volleyball. I said 6'1" and 5'2" when it's 6'2" and 5'1".
Oh wow! They still.
I had no idea what you were talking about.
Yeah, I thought it was a TikTok trend.
I thought it was heights of players.
Ed wants to know if you were standing on a stool to get in the screen.
No, the dog is here. It's gonna thunderstorm. Really bad.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, were you asking about the Ring of Honor for basketball or for football, Chad? Or for
both? The ring,
That's
well,
what I
like
thought.
honoring players. Both.
Oh.
That's what I thought. Yeah, because basketball doesn't really have a Ring of Honor per se. They have 4 jerseys in the rafters, and that's it.
Yeah, and you don't have to retire every number.
No, you can
honor
some
people
numbers.
without numbers
Yes.
being retired.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the point where number of retirements is starting to have an impact, and you saw it with
Not here.
Cam Ward, and who else did it? Who did it with the Giants? I think the linebacker or Abdul Carter asked to wear 56. It's like, no.
They're up on the back wall. They're still retired. They're still up there. They're just not
Yeah.
like banners hanging.
They're not
up on the
actual
wall.
jerseys. Yeah.
Yeah. But they're still, those numbers are still retired. Those players are still honored.
Twyman and Kmart.
Yeah. Before Dan gets in here, let's do the oh, these are sweet. Let's do the cornhole, the tailgate giveaway, guys.
You keeping track of this?
If you can you just do a spreadsheet or just a
I can
document
notate
with
this. Yeah, I got so this is the tailgate giveaway.
Oh,
the tailgate giveaway. There's the board with Cincy Light Rheingeist bags.
That's a big one.
And on top of that, you will also get 2 of these. Share screen. 2 Cincy Light tap handles.
There you go.
So those are big time.
How much are those? 50? I feel like those could be more expensive.
This one goes out to the winner is Makeup Mama 7. MAKEUPMOMMA 7. Makeup Mama 7 wins the tailgate package, which is the cornhole board and bags, and 2, not 1, but 2 Cincy Light tap handles.
Also, while you're here, donate to the Impact Fund to help the Bearcats recruit and retain top players and compete for championships. Go to gobearcats.com/513 to donate today. Also, if you're here, there's almost 4,000 people on Twitter, not nearly as much on YouTube. If you are not already subscribed to our channel on YouTube, feel free to bounce over there. Just hit like and subscribe, and feel free to bounce back to Twitter or stay on YouTube at that point in time. I don't really care, but help us out.
Yeah, we've got 2902 subscribers on the YouTube channel. There's 3,970 of you in here. There's got to be 98 of you that aren't subscribed to the YouTube channel.
Oh, I'm one of them, bro.
Get out of here. So go over to the YouTube, youtube.com/Bearcat Journal. Just hit subscribe. Help us out. That'll help out the channel to get us over 3,000 subscribers.
All right. Get rid of that.
I'm excited for Dan. I've never been on a podcast with him.
I mean, he's the voice of Cincinnati.
Yeah. You're muted.
Todd. Nobody knows.
Rookie.
My child wants to talk. She thinks she's part of the show, so I muted. Yeah, Jason. It's we're gonna start naming names of people that are in here watching that aren't subscribed to the channel.
I'm not having any part of any of that.
Number 33, number 36, not yet subscribed is
Is the this could be a dumb question. College baseball, the conference tournament winner gets in the field, right? It's just like basketball.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Oh gosh.
On a completely unrelated note, the fact that Paul Dehner keeps calling this whole saga with Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals Trays of Our Lives, I think it's the funniest thing.
Trays of our lives. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That whole. I think
What did you think?
No, I was just gonna say I think Sorsby might be joining from a car as well. Well, I mean, your mark's not
in
coming on from
Texas?
the car. Apparently, he's driving back from Texas.
Sounds safe. Maybe it'll be like at a Buc-ee's or something.
Yeah, that's what he should do. Pull over on a Buc-ee's. I DM'd him and I said, "Hey, make sure you have your John Cena wristbands on." It's like, I don't have them.
Well, we have some downtime. Shout out Nate Yelton from Rheingeist Brewery for helping us out with all of the giveaways and everything today. He's been invaluable through this ride.
Look, it is really we have tried to do giveaways before, like
not
live
fun
on air. It's not fun. So when I was talking with the Rheingeist folks, I said, is there any way you could just send me winners when we need them, so I don't have to go through the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of entries that were on the Cincy Light Instagram channel. So you're right. Big thanks to Nate for making that work. We should have Dan here in a second. I took a pause to make sure he called him and make sure he had the link and was set to join us here in a few.
Perfect.
There we go. Are you golfing?
He's on the golf course.
I am. That's accurate. I have a friend who's moving next week, so we are getting in our last round of golf.
Are you going to do this while you continue golfing?
No, I'm going to remain stationary, and he's going to take a stroke for every few minutes that I kill.
Okay.
Did you rent out the whole course? Does no one behind you care?
It's empty.
Nice.
That's amazing. Dan Horde shows up. They just clear the course. Everybody out.
Everybody out.
That's smart. Smart to avoid the risk of getting drilled in the head.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Dan, welcome in. Aaron was hoping you would be in the red Cincy Light blazer, but you're golfing, so that's a no-go for today.
You know, if it were a little bit cooler, I might consider it, but it's getting a little steamy this afternoon on the course. So I would not want to stink up the red, the glorious, the word glorious always precedes it, the glorious red Cincy Light jacket.
Did you show up earlier for the whole Trey Hendrickson
I was there.
media frenzy?
Yes, I
Super
covered
fun.
the Bengals practice today.
How was that?
I talked to Trey a little bit before he had his scrum with the media, and then I went to the locker room actually while Trey was meeting with everybody else, figuring that I would have the opportunity for a lot of one-on-one interviews, which I did, and then I went back and listened to what Trey had to say to everybody else. So, excuse me, as Trey said, none of this is impossible to repair, but obviously they've hit a point right now where it's not great on either side.
Always the professional. I love it. Giving us secret to the trade.
What's the I know you were supposed to throw out the first pitch at the baseball game tonight. That was postponed, unfortunately. But what's your vibe with the baseball program? Have you gotten to know Coach Bishel at all? How's that?
Yeah, really impressed. I mean, what a great hire by John Cunningham. And it's been fun to watch this team this year. I'm bummed that tonight's game has been rained out because I spent quite a bit of time the other day in the backyard throwing gas to my son Sam, and I was ready. I was not intending to try to lob one over the plate. I was going to try to bring the heat, even if that meant throwing it halfway up the backstop. So I hope to get the opportunity again at some point because my arm is still attached. My rib cage is a little bit sore from throwing as hard as I could, but I was ready.
See, do we just have Dan's friend film him taking a shot so Dan can have the most pressure on a golf shot he's ever had. 4,000 people watching. I don't know if you've ever done that.
Never with 4,000. I have played in some pro-ams and things like that with quite a few spectators. Back when they had the senior tour event at TPC, they had a skins game the day before with 4 of the local TV sports anchors when I was still working at Fox 19. And there were quite a few fans lined up on either side of the fairway. And, it's what you always think as a spectator when you watch these tournaments on TV. Those people can't be safe, right? And with the pros, they are. With me and the 3 guys I played with that day, they weren't. But thankfully, I came through and played reasonably well and didn't embarrass myself.
Oh, there we go. That's perfect.
We talked to Scott Satterfield. There are a lot of projections that have Cincinnati near the bottom of the Big 12. You were in a lot of spring practices. I felt like I was watching a much better roster practice this spring. Did you get the same sense watching them practice that they were more talented at more positions? There was more depth. There was more size and athleticism. I feel like, I don't know exactly what it means, but I felt like I was watching a better team practice this spring.
100%. The only position group where they might be worse, and probably are a little worse, is offensive line. That stands to reason. They've got 3 guys right now in NFL camps, but I think they're stronger everywhere else. I think they are considerably stronger at wide receiver. Caldwell looks like a stud. Allen looked terrific. I think the other guys, when they were healthy, had their moments. So a big upgrade there. Even though they lost Corey Kiner, I think the running back group is better with Walker added to Pryor. They kept the best players they could possibly keep in Royer, Corleone, and Sorsby. And let's face it, we know that they could have gone to an SEC school for a big payday, or they could have gone to the draft in the case of Royer and Corleone. Thankfully, they elected to put that off for a year. So I agree with you, Chad. In my view, they're better at every spot but offensive line. And I don't think there's a big drop-off at offensive line, particularly after they added Joe Cotton in the late portal. So, to me, that spells a much improved team that should be in a bowl game this year.
Are you looking forward to reliving the Bengals victory at Arrowhead when you go there week 1 for UC? And do you think you're going to get the similar result of a Cincinnati victory there?
I hope so. I think Nebraska is going to be pretty good. They were a bowl team last year. They've got their quarterback back. Matt Rule is a really good coach. And even though it's not technically a home game, for all intents and purposes, it will be. But I do expect it to be a great game. And that's one of those games that if Cincinnati is able to pull off the win, to me, it would be just like the UCLA game in Luke Fickell's second season, which propelled them to a great year. If you can win against Nebraska in Arrowhead in week 1, I think you're poised to have a really good season. And even if you don't, even if that's a good game, you wind up losing, I certainly don't think it's going to be crippling for the goals this team has.
Dan, they from the chat here, and just to build on that, they just re-announced a Louisville series for basketball. Are you excited that the Bearcats are going to be playing Louisville again?
Absolutely. I've been calling for that one for years if they could make it happen. To me, of all the kind of regional rivalries that Cincinnati has, and I'm not including Xavier on the list, that's the game that I wanted to see brought back the most. I have so many great memories of epic games, both at home and back then in Freedom Hall before they played in, the Yum Center, that was always the best non-Xavier rivalry to me. Better than West Virginia, better than, Pitt or any other game you can come up with a regional rivalry. So I'm thrilled that it's back. It's going to be great for Cincinnati's metrics, particularly if they win. But even if they lose, just playing a non-league game of that caliber is going to be good for the resume.
Who else would you add? Who else would you add if you were to try and add maybe a couple more on the non-con?
For the buzz, I think Kentucky would always be at the top of the list. The fan interest in a Kentucky game would be sky high on both sides of the rivalry. Indiana would be great. I'm happy they played Dayton last year. I would like to see that game on a semi-regular basis. So any of those good programs that are within a 1 or 2 hour drive, or in Indiana's case, a little bit more, would be awesome.
So 2 years in the Big 12 so far. What's your favorite away atmosphere you've had, whether football or basketball?
Easiest question ever. Allen Fieldhouse.
Okay.
I've been lucky to broadcast from some of the most iconic football and basketball venues in college sports. I'd say that Allen Fieldhouse was the one that completely exceeded my sky high expectations. It was awesome. Everything about the experience was awesome, from the history, from the Naismith rules being on display, in the concourse area just outside of the actual arena itself, to the traditions that the fans observe after all these years. I thought that Allen Fieldhouse was a real thrill.
Is that number
And
one all
that
time?
Number one all time in college hoops, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Okay.
And honestly, not particularly close. I mean, I've been to Chapel Hill. I've never seen a game at Duke. I've been inside the arena, so I guess I have to wait until I get the opportunity to see an actual game there. But for all the other places I've been to, it's Allen Fieldhouse, and it's not close.
that hallway with the Hall of Fame and all the history of Kansas basketball was incredible. That was unbelievable.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. And we were lucky when we went on that trip. Their broadcaster gave me and T-Nell kind of an insider's tour. So not only did we see everything in the arena itself, but we went into the offices and saw some of the other stuff that's more or less reserved for the high rollers. So it was a really great experience. We ran into Bill Self. He invited us into his office. We spent some time in there, which was cool. So the whole Allen Fieldhouse experience was great, aside from the final score of that game.
I'm
And
surprised
you didn't have to deal with Brad Schindel from the Topeka Times.
An inside joke that I don't get, but you can explain it to me at another time.
Somebody asked Wes a question that Wes wasn't really happy with, and I declared that it was Brad Schindel from the Topeka Times that asked that question.
Oh, got
It definitely
now I
wasn't-
get the
it
name
definitely wasn't
reference.
me.
Got
It
it.
definitely
Now I
wasn't
get the
me.
name reference.
Surprised Madison Square Garden isn't close at all.
It's really up there. I mean, the Big East tournament was awesome during the years that Cincinnati was in that league. My son Sam and I watched the Celtics-Knicks game last night, and that's at the top of his list for sports venues that he's never been to that he would like to go to. So at some point, I'm sure we'll make a pilgrimage to Madison Square Garden, probably for an NBA game as opposed to a college game. So it's really cool. Loved games at MSG. The UC win over Syracuse in the Big East tournament was my favorite UC game to broadcast, believe it or not, since I'm a Syracuse grad. But Allen Fieldhouse trumps it. Allen Fieldhouse, I can't imagine there's any place out there that's going to come close.
I mean, you almost went horse. 3 from Kashmir Wright, 3 from Sean Kilpatrick, 3 from Kashmir Wright, 3 from Deion Dixon, 3 from Sean Kilpatrick. That was a fun day.
Yeah, the first half of that game was ridiculous, and they just kept getting further and further away from the hoop. I think at one point, Cash took like one dribble past center court, pulled up and drilled one. So we kind of had the feeling it might be Cincinnati's night the way that game was going. And for people that don't remember it, Syracuse was number 2 in the country at the time, only had 1 loss at the time, and Cincinnati was the only team that year to beat Syracuse when Fab Melo was able to play.
Coming off the big Georgetown game the night before, and then just completely out of gas against Louisville in the Big East Championship, unfortunately.
Yeah, although that Louisville team won the national championship, so I'm not sure it would have mattered all that much. That Louisville team was so freaking good on defense, and we tend to remember the Patino years at Kentucky in particular for great offense, high speed, full court pressing. By the time he got to Louisville, it had evolved into the best half-court defensive team in the country. Cincinnati was up there, but Louisville was even better, and they didn't even get to 50 points in that game, I don't think.
Go ahead,
You hail from Lakewood, New York. You graduated from Syracuse. Today is 513 Day. You've become the voice of Cincinnati. If you're any type of sports fan, what does this city mean to you on 513 Day, Dan Horde?
I am so lucky that fate brought me to Cincinnati. So my then girlfriend, now wife, Peg, got a job at Channel 12 as a TV news reporter. So I started looking for jobs in Cincinnati. Eventually, I landed one at Fox 19 with really no intention to stay long term. But thank heavens it worked out the way it has. I've now lived here longer than anywhere else I've ever lived in my life. It is truly home. I have no intention to leave. We've loved raising Sam here. I've got two of the greatest jobs in the world. So 513 Day is very significant to me because this truly has become home for me, and I'm blessed to live here like we all are.
Before we let you get back to golf, you and I, Bearcat Journal and Dan Horde, are the brand ambassadors for Cincy Light. Have you had Cincy Light Lime? And as a connoisseur of fine barley and hops, what is your opinion of Cincy Light Lime, if you have?
I tried Cincy Light Lime for the first time at the Ball and Brew event last week. Keegan was there at Bucketheads on the west side of Cincinnati. And I'm not really a lime beer drinker, but I found it was very good in that category. Having said that, I am a Cincy Light regular lover, and that will remain my beer of choice. So this golf match going on right now has very high stakes. The winner gets a beer, and that beer of choice will be a Cincy Light if I am victorious. The match is currently tied, although I am putting for birdie right now.
Oh.
If you win, you got to hit the link, pop back in, and you don't have to say anything. Just have the Cincy Light with you to let us know that you were the victor.
I will simply tweet and or Instagram out a photo of me holding my Cincy Light victory beer. There will be no caption, and you guys and anybody else watching this stream right now will understand what that beer represents.
Best of luck, sir. Thank you for a few moments of your time.
My pleasure.
Get this thing in before the rain comes along.
That's the goal. Thanks. Keep up
All
the
right,
good work.
thanks, man.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate
Okay.
it. There you go.
So long.
No one better.
He's the best. He's the best.
No one.
You can tell we're best friends, though, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I really wanted, I wanted to get his buddy to film him with the birdie putt. Just if he makes it, just go absolutely bonkers.
Dan's not gonna brag like that, Keegan. He's not gonna try to show anybody up. Not gonna try to show anybody up. But they're literally, it's hard to imagine. I know like Marty Brenneman is seen as like the voice of Cincinnati, whatever. For me, it's Dan. For me, it's absolutely Dan Horde.
I think in the next 5 years, he might overtake it.
Yeah. I mean, multiple sports. He could be doing baseball. Like he wanted to do baseball. Like that was his ambition, was to be a baseball play-by-play guy. And it just so happens very, very difficult to do Major League Baseball, NFL football, and college football and basketball as one person. There is only one of him.
And he was a Simpson, Keegan.
Yeah. He was on The Simpsons. And I believe he mentored Mike Tirico, and Sean McDonough was his mentor at Syracuse. That's a pretty good. That's pretty good.
Throwing those names out, no big deal.
What is it? Marty,
both Monday Night Football guys.
Marty Glickman Award winner? Is that what it was?
Yeah, that's like the biggest award in broadcasting, essentially.
Yeah.
Syracuse legend Dan Horde.
Mm-hmm.
Name the other Cincinnati media personality that went to Syracuse, Keegan.
Anthony Mazzini.
He's not Cincinnati per se.
Who is it?
Joe Daneman went to Syracuse as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Indiana's coming.
Okay.
All right. Well, we got a guest.
Yeah, let's get it rolling. He's here early. Yeah. Let's get him knocked out early.
What's up, guys?
We have had a heavy 513 influence today, and that continues with the pride of Elder High School. None other, Cincinnati tight end, Joe Royer. Joe, welcome to the broadcast. How are you?
Appreciate it. I'm doing well. How are you guys? Thanks for having me.
Great. The best MLB The Show player on the football team? Are you willing to make that
100%
declaration?
100%.
No hesitation. 100%.
Yeah. I'll challenge anyone. Spent a little bit too much money on that game, though. So,
Well, I think the most pressing question after having talked to Gavin Gerhardt earlier is how was the WWE experience front row?
yeah, I've never been to one. I used to be a big fan when I was a kid, then just kind of got away from it as I got a little older. So I never made it to an event, but that was my first one. It was really cool. It kind of re-sparked my interest in it. So I've been keeping up with it a little bit more ever since then, but it was a good time.
Is Brendan Sorsby really that weird about WWE?
Yeah, he's locked in every Monday and Friday. He lives right above me at our apartment, and he'll text me and be like, "Hey, you want to come watch Raw?" I'm like, "Not really, but I'll come hang out with you."
Wasn't planning on it, but I'm gonna have to listen to you stomping on my floor for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, man,
so.
and that's another thing. Dude walks, he's got to pick up his feet or something.
That's hilarious.
Take us into the end of the season and that process. I know you've been asked this 100 times, but that process that led you to coming back to Cincinnati for your senior year, for your final year.
Yeah, so I always kind of knew I wanted to come back, but I was just taking it a little slow. Just kind of weighing all my options, and I was hearing some pretty good feedback about the draft and if I would have went out and everything. And I did take it into consideration, but I felt like I wasn't quite ready, and I had more to give to this team and this university and city. So it was a pretty easy decision, honestly. I had it decided a couple days before the crosstown shootout, so it really wasn't a long decision at all, but they wanted to announce it then and make it a pretty big deal, and that was awesome to do. But yeah, I always knew I was gonna come back.
Yeah, they hid that from us, right? They usually give us a little bit of a heads up. They told us essentially you were deciding like that day.
Yeah, they did a good job keeping it under wraps, but yeah,
we knew about the other two. Like we had the other two. They wouldn't tell us you though. They respected you a lot more than them.
Yeah. Shout out Stipe or whoever you guys are in contact with about all that stuff.
What was the NFL process like? I mean, I know you didn't go through like the whole deal, but like gathering information and being informed as possible on not only where you stood, but if you did come back, what you needed to work on, what needed to develop, things like that.
Yeah. So I'm signed with my agents, Kyle McCarthy. He works with Athletes First. He's got a bunch of good tight ends in the league, and so I'm blessed to have him as my agent. And he was telling me some feedback from scouts and teams he was talking to. They thought I was a day 2 guy. Depending on how I tested and interviews and all that, it was kind of making it seem like it would be a pretty easy lock at day 2. But then when I was talking with him and I was thinking about coming back and all of that, he wasn't pushing me one way or another. He's like, here, I'm just here to provide you information and help you do kind of what you want to do. And then talking with my family and coaches, obviously I decided to come back. And but the biggest thing, hearing from teams and talking with my own coaches as well, they just want to, I felt like getting another year of film would be helpful as well. And then, in the blocking game, they want to see me stay on blocks more. And I will say that's definitely not my strong suit. So I want to work on that. And then just, be able to win in man coverage against DBs. And when bigger guys are on me, show that I'm quick enough or fast enough to run by them and make plays down the field.
Go ahead, Aaron.
How excited are you about just the retooling of the wide receiver room? I mean, you have pretty much all new guys in there for Brendan to be throwing the ball to, but is that going to allow you to maybe get a little bit more freedom while you're running your routes out there?
Yeah, I think it will definitely help, the offense collectively, because there was a couple times last year, I started to get bracketed late in the season. There'd be a guy kind of typically up on me, then a guy over top, and it was hard to get touches. So having these skill guys that we brought in, man, I think it if we get our offense firing on all cylinders, man, it'll be hard to stop. And honestly, if I'm being bracketed or whatnot, man, I trust these guys that we brought in, and I know they'll do great. And that obviously makes it easier on Brendan as well. So I feel like, if you're going to double team a guy, we're going to throw it to the other guy, and if you want to, double team him, then we're going to go to here. So it's a very skillful room. I think skillful offense as a whole, running backs included, and I'm excited.
Anyone you're particularly excited about?
You said what?
Anyone you're particularly excited about?
Yeah, so we got Cyrus Allen. He's a stud. Really, all the wide receivers we brought in, Jeff Caldwell. I don't think there's anybody who can really run with him if he can get going. He'll be a great deep threat for us. We got Noah Jennings, who's really good. Caleb Goody as well, and then a couple of the guys that have already been here. They're continuing to develop. Barry Jackson had a really good spring, and I'm excited to see how that room shakes out this year.
Which player or coach had the best reaction to you saying that you were coming back?
Trying to think. I think for coach, obviously, I think it was Coach Stepp. That's who I was in contact with the most, obviously, and he was super excited, and after the TCU game, Zack Stipe told me, he was like, they're probably going to ask you what your plan is for next year, and just like, don't say one thing or another. So in my interview, I was like, I haven't thought about it or whatnot, and Coach Stepp, he was a little scared, honestly. He comes up to me and he was like, what are you thinking of all this? And I was like, man, I'm planning on coming back. I'm going to say that. But, Stipe just wanted me to not really put anything out there for him. So he was worried. So he was really excited when I made the news. And then probably Brendan. I think I called him. Well, I mean, we were talking consistently, so I think he knew. But when I finally figured it out and had everything set up, he was super excited and just ready to get to work.
That's awesome.
Put it in your notes, Keegan. Can't trust anything this guy says. He's not telling us the truth.
That was the one time.
I was talking to Coach Stepp, and I think he told me that you guys had a conversation once, and he said you said, I don't want to play for anyone else, and then his response was, okay, then don't.
So I read your interview and with him, and I mean, after the season when I announced I was coming back, man, you wouldn't believe who was hitting me up, hitting my agent up, getting in contact with me somehow, and some of the stuff they were throwing at me. And that's not really why I play college football or why I came back. But I mean, Coach Stepp, man, that's my dude. I love him to death. I don't think you'll meet a better person, better coach to play for. And when all these other schools were hitting me up and stuff, I don't really think he was worried, because I think he felt secure in what I was doing and everything. But if I was going to come back to college, which I obviously did, it wouldn't have been anywhere else. So
as long as you have enough to buy stubs to complete the collection rewards for the show, that's all you need.
I already did that. That's the issue. I got Beltran and all those guys on my squad, but man, after I did it, I mean, obviously it's best cards in the game, but I took them in and I was like, damn, this is really what I'm spending my money on right now. Let me get off Xbox.
Dante's buying a house, and you're
I'm buying stubs. I think I got I'm being smarter with my money for sure.
Oh, that's awesome.
We had Logan Wilson on earlier today. He said that he's not upset that he has moved off of safety and he doesn't have to cover you anymore. He's not upset about it. He'd do it. If Coach Vite asked him to do it, he'd go do it, but he is not upset about having to do it. What's it like going up against Logan Wilson, and who gives you fits right now when you do have to go against them?
You just mentioned Logan. When he was playing more safety, I was pretty much running all my routes against him, and I still did a couple times in the spring, but he moved out more to corner. But he had a really good spring out there. He looked really good, natural. And from a safety aspect, Christian Harrison, he did well this spring. Tough to get open on. And Tatum Barnes, he's a good player. I think he'll be a good player for us as well. Those were really the two main guys I was going against and running routes against. And then obviously you have, the backers. Golday will occasionally pop out in coverage. John Thompson, JT, Dingle, and those guys.
What's it like with Golday, a guy that's kind of your size? Like you don't get many guys your size out there covering you.
Yeah. He's a freak athlete, man, how big he is, the way he can move and do things. I'm super glad we, our recruiting staff found him and got him here because he's a great player and he'll only get better. But yeah, it's tough. Like you said, we're pretty even matched in size, speed, strength. So it's just really comes down to leverage battle, technique, trying to find out things that he does and try to use it against him, try to get him open his hips and snap off behind him or something like that. But yeah, he does well in coverage as well.
He said he's the hooper. He's got some basketball skill.
I could see it. I haven't seen his jump shot, but just based on how athletic he is and how fluid he is.
He doesn't have a jump shot.
He said jump shot was bad, but he could rebound and dunk.
Okay. Then we're not classifying him as a hooper. He's just I'm trying to think of a word for him, but he's just
He's an athlete that could use that athlete.
He's a football player athletic football player playing basketball. We won't give him the hooper name.
This might be
where are you at on that where are you at on that hierarchy of basketball players on the football team?
Man, I would think I would be in the starting five. I would hope. I have a pretty decent jump shot, and I played basketball my whole life, so I feel like I got a pretty good understanding and feel for it. I love to play it. Right now is after the season and then after spring ball when we get our two biggest breaks of the year. I typically get a couple runs in a week up at my grade school over on the west side. We'll go up at 10 or whatever when all the teams are done using the gym, and we'll play till midnight one, just get 10, 15, 20 guys up there and get a couple 5-on-5 teams, 4-on-4, whatever. But, sometimes it's tough because a lot of them are my friends and they're not really keeping in good shape anymore. So they get tired after a couple games. So we have to sometimes switch 3v3 half court. But no, it's good. It's fun.
Some of them aren't borderline future first round picks, so it's kind of tough.
Well, not even that, man. They're just obviously not on the same workout. Yeah. While we're playing, they're out drinking, and that's fun to do as well.
It's an elder tradition unlike any other.
Yeah, for sure.
It's probably the best high school tailgate in the country.
100%. Unfortunately, I didn't really get to experience that. I guess I could go back to a game now and do it, but I was typically playing in the games.
Speaking of the first round draft pick thing, how much did your phone start blowing up when McShay mocked you in the first round? And what was that like the first time you looked at it and saw even the thought of Joe Royer first round tight end? Does that motivate you even more?
Yeah. So my phone was, it was blowing up. I was getting a lot of texts and people were sending me the tweet and all of that. And it was funny because when I clicked on it, I was like, what is this? Because it was 4 slides and I'm just going through all of them. I'm like, why are people sending me this? And the very last one I saw my name, I was like, holy shit. That's pretty cool. Get mocked into the first draft or first round. And, obviously it's cool to see that I'm being recognized in that way. But honestly, I think anyone will tell you that, it's too early to tell none of that stuff really matters. It's good to, like I said, for recognition standpoints, maybe to get some more eyes on me and whatnot. But I'm not really trying to think about it too much. Just want to go out there, play well, help us win some games. And, the biggest thing for me is I want to get to Dallas and compete for a Big 12 championship.
This might be a tighter or a deeper tight end room than even when Wiley and Lenny were here, with yourself, with Gavin Grover, Kamori Smith was doing some things in spring ball. How do you look at the room right now as being the elder statesman, if you will?
Yeah. Obviously me and Pat Gert are in the same grade, but we're the oldest guys and the most experienced. So, I take that role I don't take it lightly. I want to provide a good example for the rest of the group and kind of show them how things are done. And, I'm not really the most vocal guy. I think people will tell you that, but, I just try to go out there and, one of the biggest things I was proud of from this past season is I didn't miss a practice or anything, from being banged up or anything like that. So, just setting an example. And, if I got to come out because I get rolled up on or I get tired, man, it's not a far drop off. Gavin, he's going to be a great player. Devin Zahersky, man, I think he's probably the most improved football player on the team from, last spring to now. He'll be a great, H-back for us, fullback guy, and can do some Y stuff. And then I'm super excited that we got Pat Gerd down as well from Ohio State. He'll complement, me well when we go in those 12 personnel sets. He can do both Y and H stuff on and off the ball. And Kamari, it was a pleasant surprise. I didn't think he would do as well as he did, when you're in college for 2 months and then you jump into spring ball, it's tough. So he did well. I think he'll be a great player for us as well. Obviously, still has some growing pains, but I think he'll shake out well.
Did you and Pat live together at Ohio State?
Yeah, we did for a year.
Who was the better roommate?
I mean, I feel like we we blended well, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
He's trying to throw Pat under the bus.
No, I feel like he can't admit that he was or that Pat was the better one.
No, I mean Pat, I would say Pat was the more what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it. Pat was more responsible, we'll say that. There you go. That was our sophomore year, so we're still young. He was a little bit more responsible than me at the time, but yeah, I'll just give it to him then.
he did his dishes.
Yeah, he did. And I wasn't really a dishes guy because I would just, Uber Eats or DoorDash too much food, and then, garbage would start piling up and we'll have to go bring it down to the dumpster. But no, I love living with Pat. And I mean, I would again, but obviously we're both living alone right now.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
It seemed like your families are really tight. Notice that at the spring game that, it seemed like the two families commingled really well.
Yeah. Just we've been together for, going on 6 years now, and he's got 2 sisters. I got 2 sisters. So, and when we're up in Columbus, they were always kind of around. So I grew close with them. Then I grew close with his parents. And then, when my family was up for games, and then when we were living together, our families just started to blend, and our sisters became friends. Pat became friends with my sisters, and they're a great family, great people. Love being around them.
Have you sat Sorsby down and said, "Look, I'm the guy back. Everybody else left. I know there's new talent coming in, but I'm your guy. Find me. I'll get the first down. I'll move the chains. I'll score the touchdowns. You and me, kid."
I think, I said something to him, and I said something to him and Jack Griffith. There was one time in spring. I think I made a pretty good catch, and it might have come off as cocky or arrogant, but it was me more so just honestly just talking shit, having a good time, being competitive. I think I said something along the lines of, "Jack and Brendan, I know you brought in all these good receivers, but remember who I am," and stuff like that. So, and they're like, "Oh, we know. We brought them here to help and everything." So,
remember who the heck I am. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Remember who the frick I am.
Yeah. Was the one-handed catch at higher ground in traffic where everybody just kind of stopped? Is that the best catch you've ever made? You remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was probably the best catch I've ever had in my career, in practice or out of a game. I really don't know how, because I was running, well, I can't really do it, but I'm going this way, and it was kind of behind me, and somehow I one-handed it like this because Golday was holding my other arm. And after that, I think I just threw the ball down, and
you did. Everybody stopped.
You walked to the sideline.
Yeah, I didn't even really know what happened. I got caught up in the moment, and then
blacked out.
I walked back to the huddle or whatever, and Coach Steps like, hey man, don't throw the ball, blah blah blah. Because Coach Sats,
blah blah.
Coach Sats looking at me. He's like, "Don't throw the ball, man. Finish the play." But then he comes up to me and he's like, "That's the best catch I've ever seen in my life." So it was good.
Like, yeah, Coach. Remember who I am.
Yeah.
I covered Randy Moss when I was in college.
Okay.
And that's one of the best catches I've ever seen. And
Yeah.
Randy Moss did things. I covered Randy Moss the year that he played against Division I AA kids, FCS kids at Marshall, which was literally the most unfair thing I've ever seen in my life. And you did that to Jake Golden.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna, it's Randy Moss, so he's yeah, that's all I gotta say. That's Randy Moss, but
that would have been a "you got mossed," like that would have made that segment.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, like you just said, that's a segment because of him. So
yeah, oh yeah.
I wish I got.
It really was.
Yeah,
it was the most unfair thing I've ever seen in football.
Yeah, I wish I got to see him. If I was a little older, get to see kind of him and what he was doing. Obviously, I can watch old film and stuff, but I mean, seeing it in firsthand, I'm sure it was something different as well.
Those dudes were like 5'8", 175 pounds, and Randy was 6'5", 205, just running past them like, throw it here.
Yeah.
You broke some pretty big records last year. What are your goals for this upcoming season next year?
Yeah, I've hit on it before. Coming into last year, I didn't really have any expectations or goals for myself, and I'm kind of going into that same mindset this year. The biggest thing for me, I hit on it a little bit earlier, is the main reason I came back. Obviously, wasn't quite ready and all of that, but I want to help this university win. And the record 5-7 last year, people might say like, we weren't any good, but man, it really, we weren't far off at all. I think we're 1-4 in one score games, maybe. You flip that number around, what's that, 9-3? So we weren't far off, and I want to help us get to Dallas. I take pride in being from here and playing here, so I'm gonna, carry that and try to pass it on to the other guys may not be from here, young guys, and just try to get them all on board. And I think we got a good group, great players, but also great people, and I think they believe in what we're trying to build here.
How cool is it to be with Dante? The two of you kind of share that incredible love for the city.
Yeah. Yeah, especially the West Side. If over there, everybody knows everybody. And it's hard to get out of the West Side. People leave and they end up coming back. I kind of did that. So just came here off the start. But yeah, just being Cincinnati guys, we take pride in what we do, especially playing here. And it's kind of hard to explain. It's just one of those things that you just feel, being from here. Like, it's just a little different than most guys.
Northern Kentucky could never understand.
No. Even
God's
us,
country.
yeah. No.
God's country.
Oh gosh.
All right, you guys good?
Yeah, that was awesome.
You gave us a little extra time coming in early, so we definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming in, and slow down a little bit on the show.
Well,
buy a house, get a car.
Yeah, since I got the Live Series collection, I really don't have to buy anything else. So now I'm just until new content drops out. But I'm trying to hold off. But yeah,
Aaron's an accomplished MLB The Show player.
I wouldn't say accomplished. I'm not accomplished. No, sir. I enjoy franchise. I don't even like to play online. I think no.
I was trying to set you up, Joe. I was trying to set you up.
No,
I forget what division I was in for the weekend classic. That was just this past weekend, but I was in like the World Series one, and man, it was war every game.
War.
Yeah, it was tough.
Not me.
So, like,
all right.
I would say I'm pretty good, but some of those dudes, man. Let me get out of here. Just leave the game. I throw a lead off. Dude hits a lead off home run. I try to send him a friendly quit. He declines it. Nah, then I'm in for one.
Daddy Ron wants to know who's your team.
Who's my team? I use the Reds. I just made my team Cincinnati Reds, but obviously it's kind of like ultimate team. Like I have cards from all over the place and all. But yeah,
Not a franchise guy.
The Cincinnati Reds.
Has anyone ever seen Joe and Ryan Royer in the same room at the same time? Yes.
They don't look anything alike.
They don't look anything alike.
Don't look alike, but yeah, we've been in the same room together.
Not cousins.
Nope, not related.
Good for you. All the stories you've heard about him are absolutely true. We've confirmed him. We've confirmed it here on this show. All right, man. We appreciate it, Joe. Thanks, brother.
Thanks again.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Thanks,
I'll see you.
See you.
Yep.
All right.
There you go.
You want me to relocate?
Do you want to relocate?
Give me 5 minutes and then you can relocate.
Okay, sounds good. That was awesome.
Where we get this is called filibustering for Chad with.
I'll stay in the room, but I'm turning my camera off for a minute.
He's gonna have to. Go ahead, Aaron.
I was just gonna say 4,273 people in here right now. This is by far our biggest podcast to date. Donate now to the Impact Fund to help the Bearcats recruit and retain top players and compete for championships. Players like Joe Royer, like Logan Wilson, like Carrington Cross, like Ellie Flower, Sydney Nolan, Lily Gillespie, Landon Bitterick. It's been a day so far. Gavin Gerhardt, Jake Golday. But go to gobearcats.com/513 to donate today. Again, that's gobearcats.com/513. You can donate there to help fill up these rosters with outstanding humans like we've had on all day today.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that might have topped it. I think that might have topped the baseball guys.
He might have moved into the number one spot.
Oh no, Logan Wilson had my face hurt.
Remember who the I am was all time.
that was a great line. A great line.
Keegan will attest. That is one of the greatest catches I've ever seen in that practice.
I've never seen, like, it makes more sense to use your left arm and just kind of reach behind and the hand's open and you can kind of grab, but that was being held. So he went like this across his body, backhanded it, caught it, and then
literally just threw it. That's enough of that play.
And then he actually did go like that and then walk off.
Yeah, he just walked off.
He wasn't kidding.
Unbelievable.
What else are you supposed to do after you make the best catch of your entire life?
Like, I'm done. I'm taking my tape off. I'm done.
And you did it while being held, so there would have been a flag. He did the right thing.
Yeah.
By a guy that's like 6'3", like 220.
Yeah.
Also a
that wasn't a little
athlete.
gnat that was on him. That was a large human that was on him. It was amazing. Whose back hurts the most? My back's pretty good for so far.
Yeah, I would say my back does not hurt really. This look, compared to the first time we did this, Chad, when I was on if you remember, at my apartment downtown.
Yeah, you were on a stool.
I had a stool. I was on a stool all day. That was not fun, and that was 15 hours. This is luxury by comparison.
Oh. So you don't have a heavy traffic load on the way back to your house? Like once you get out into the country? How long does it take you to get out into nowhere?
20 minutes.
Are
Okay.
you going to live in Ross after you get married?
Probably.
There's so many other places in this world that are not Ross.
Those places are also 35 minutes from free babysitting.
You have a baby?
No, we will eventually.
It's overrated. Don't do it.
Make it play. What are you doing?
It's overrated. Don't do it. We are almost to the halfway mark, fellas. It does not feel like we've been going for 6 hours at all.
No.
Not even a little bit. Again,
good
that's what
so
happens
far.
when you have guests. You're so busy trying to come up with your next question, listen to the conversation, figure out what the flow, all of that you just, there's no real downtime. It's kind of like what Ellie was talking about when she's talking about, I run 11 miles, but it's running with a purpose. Well, we're talking with a purpose. So it's not just sitting in front of a computer screen.
Yeah. What did you guys do during the 15-hour subathon?
Don't worry about that. What happened on subathon stays with subathon.
We don't speak of subathon.
No, it was a lot of the same. We had a guests throughout the day, much like this. That was honestly kind of the birth of this. Even though we don't count that as 513 day. Yeah, we did have Fickle from the beach.
Wes from a coffee shop in Philadelphia recruiting Dan Skillings. Dan Skillings. The last 2 hours of that 15-hour one was when we had the members on. But we had Bob.
Oh, that's fuzzy for me. We started opening adult beverages around 9. And we were on until about 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
Yeah.
You were just drunk on YouTube.
Oh, we were.
Oh, no. Well,
here was the thing, Keegan. The plan was for 12 hours, but we were at like 940 subs and we needed 1,000. And we were just like, well, we're 60 away. Like, we're not going to do this organically, show by show, grinding out 60 more subs. So we're live until we get to 1,000.
I can't wait to see how many people drop off on this particular show after 5 o'clock when they're done working.
Yeah.
Keegan, now you know why I've always said, like, we need an afternoon show.
Yeah.
There are 4,300 people in here. Wow. A lot of you were on that first subathon. Keegan wouldn't know, he's not old enough to drink.
My mustache is freaking Crypt Keeper.
Crypt Keeper loves your mustache and Aaron's man bun. Like, those are his two favorite things. Yeah, Ed brought out the bourbon. Steven, what's up, man? Good to see you. Cincy Light should have supplied beverages for subathon. Oof.
I'd be in trouble.
They'd be out of business.
I'd be sleeping on the couch.
You might be sleeping on the couch anyway, leaving her with the kids all day.
Oh no, she's fully on board.
Also, my dad told me that they have Cincy Light Lime at the Hamilton Urban Backyard and Casual Pint, both places in Hamilton. So if they're out there, they're probably rapidly expanding through the region. So
yeah,
because ain't nobody going to Hamilton.
Hey, I saw the Mr. Brian Fox on the streets of Hamilton about a month ago. And I said, "What are you doing in my area, sir?"
Lost. He didn't know where he was.
Who was his defendant that
day? Oh man, we'll wait to do a giveaway until Andy gets here. Keegan, you can bounce if you want to, and
okay.
People only go to Hamilton for Spooky Nook. Yeah, I've been there many times for Spooky Nook, unfortunately.
Now, you see, you're going to get me on a soapbox defending Hamilton, and
it's a nice city now.
It's nice. Yes, it's nicer. There's an agave and rye, which is nice. Billy Yanks is very good. Tano Bistro.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'll see you soon.
All right.
We'll be
We'll
here.
see you when you get back, Keeks. We'll be here. Thanks for manning the fort at on location throughout the day. I don't think. Yeah, Jolie might be if she's on campus, she might be Zack and Jolie might be the last two on campus guests. Wes is live from the road. We'll see if we can get out of him where he's at on the road. He won't be able to tell us why he's there, but we'll see if we can get out of him where he's at on the road.
Where does
today?
Where does Baba hail from?
Yeah, apparently apparently BYU is now in the mix as well, which
shocker.
Yeah, that's not great news.
No. They're like that last contestant on Price is Right, where they're like, "What's the final bid? We'll give you $1 more."
Yeah,
Got you.
Yeah, thanks.
Except that $1 has, I don't know, 5 more zeros behind it.
6. What are they offering? Here's an extra $500,000.
BYU's playing with Monopoly money out there. Unreal. You good?
Yeah.
All right.
Texting with Mo, trying to set up the simulcast to make sure we get that. We're doing that at 4:20. I guess that'll probably be like a 15-minute segment, and then maybe Dave can pop on, getting ready for Zach Grant. We'll see if Keegan can make it home by then. Aaron, I might that might be a Keegan Dave interview with Zach Grant for 30 minutes.
I don't hate that.
Might take a timeout.
Stretch my legs. I mean, I gotta be honest. Like when Keegan said it was a 15-minute walk to his car, I was jealous.
I've gotten out of this seat twice to go to the bathroom, and that's been it for 6 hours.
Yeah,
it's like when
I walked my food upstairs. I went and told Rachel was outside with the kids, and I went and let her know that we were in a group text and somebody needed an answer for something, and I went to the bathroom. That's been it.
Yeah. It's like when you hit a Buc-ee's or a rest area or a gas station after a long car ride, and you that first stretch of your legs, you're like, oh, ow, I have been doing this for way too long.
And that first stretch feels better as you get older.
Yeah,
every time.
Yeah, we'll have to let Zach Grant know that we love him, but Aaron and I need to walk around for a few minutes. I'm going to take the dogs out at some point in time here. I don't think it was Mo's idea. I think I'm pinning this on Stipe. Like, they said no to us because he was in the car and didn't want to do like a video chat while he was in the car. And Stipe was like, well, we can just have you on with Mo instead.
See, I think
3:45.
I don't even know that conversation was no to us because he was in the car. I think Zach felt out the situation and didn't even mention us and said, well, I got a guy who that would work out great for. We were not even ever in the picture. He does not know what we're even doing. He doesn't even know we exist.
You know what I'm going to do, Aaron? To get my money's worth out of Brent Yormark, I'm in for Mo tomorrow.
Brett Yormark.
Brett Yormark. You know what I'm going to do to get my money out of that? Is I'm going to replay that interview tomorrow while I'm in for Mo to give me the segment that we didn't get with Yormark.
Goodness.
Yormark on the next subathon. We wanted him on this subathon, Jason.
That was the goal. That's why he was even on with Mo.
It was our idea. Stipe was like, oh, that's a great idea. I'll work on that. Oh, by the way, he's on with Mo and not you guys. Sorry, I hope you don't get mad.
For Mo.
Yeah, I hope you don't get mad. I'm mad.
Oh, I can't wait for him
right,
to tell
I'm
us.
mad.
I can't wait for him to tell you that we shouldn't have ever aired out this dirty laundry.
Don't tell if you look. You know the rule, Aaron. If you don't want it on air, don't tell me. because I'll
That's
talk
the
about
rule,
it,
actually.
whatever
Yeah,
it is.
that's the rule. You can tell me. I won't read it out loud. I would have
Yeah.
gotten it to you later, but yeah.
I'll talk about it. But that's okay. You know what we could do also, if we get slow later, I'll pull up the audio of Mo's interview with Yormark and just play it here while we take a 10-minute break and listen to Mo talk to Brett Yormark.
Who's our next guest? It's Cincy Light guest.
Andy Snyder from Cincy Light will be with us here in a moment.
Did he get the link?
Yeah, I sent it to him.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I know I didn't. I didn't know that thought just crossed my mind, making sure that they got the link.
Yeah. He got the link for sure.
All right. Good dude.
Now we wait. I'll send the email to Mo.
Well,
6 hours, Aaron.
it's cool seeing clips from this show already going out from the different Bearcat socials.
It is. That's been a very nice added touch today. Oh wow. Did you see the breaking news in baseball?
You do tell.
MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred removes Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson from MLB's permanent ineligible list.
Are you sure you didn't get hit with a parody account?
No.
Well, I feel many different ways about that. So, both good and bad.
Yeah, Mo set up in the Linder Center since they didn't have the baseball game today.
Okay.
So there you go. All right, where's Andy? Come on, Andy.
Mo did have Coach Bishel on with him today, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, we've had Coach Bishel's our guy.
Yeah, we had him a week and a half ago.
Yeah, that's our guy. So Mo can borrow him, but All right, here we go. Andy!
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, brother?
What's going on, Chad Brendel?
Andy, Aaron Smith, Andy.
Aaron, how are you, buddy?
Good. I already know Nate, so
that's what I figured.
Yeah. We go back some years, so
you're kidding me.
Happy? No, not at all. I texted him yesterday, reconnecting with him when I saw his name on some of the emails Chad was forwarding me. So happy to be working with Nate. He's a great dude.
You know what? This was his 10th year at Rheingeist.
That's what he said.
And this is really cool. So at Rheingeist, if you've been here for 10 years, you get I want to say it's a 2-month sabbatical, 1-month sabbatical. If Adam Benkovich is listening to this and I get it wrong, he's going to be like, you oversold the sabbatical. But he gets to go away for a little while and enjoy life without work. But Aaron, I'm glad you guys know each other. He's a good guy.
Agreed. Yep.
Chad, you look like you're making it, man. You're pacing yourself.
We're halfway done. We're feeling good. We've had great guests today. Had a lot of fun. We're gonna do. I held off on the 3:30 giveaway because I wanted you here.
Okay.
We're gonna do a Natty T-shirt from Rheingeist.
Awesome, guys. There she is.
And this one, Aaron, is going to Braden Ploes. Ploehs. Braden, Brayden, Ploehs is going to be the winner of the Rheingeist T-shirt for the 3 o'clock hour.
Cheers.
No, that's
cheers.
7.
Cheers, Braden.
that's 7 T-shirts we've given away, and then 1 tailgate that we've given away. So just for those of us keeping
and
track.
one golf. One of the ones was golf too.
Oh, good. It's golf season. It's cool about
golf
that
bundle.
T-shirt, and this is what's so cool about Cincy Light. So years ago, we did a beer called Cincy Standard, and it was the Cincinnati flag, just like that, across a 16-ounce beer. And we were like, yes, this is cool. We finally did something so kind of on par and on brand for this city. And that was 2021, 2022. And we had no idea what was coming. And Cincy Light has been, it's been really, really cool, guys. It's been cool to work with you guys. It's cool to see everything in the background, all the icons you guys are using. And Chad, obviously, we talk a lot. It's fun to be part of this community with you guys, the one that you have built.
Do you want to guess how many people we've got in here for the live show?
I don't, because I'll blush.
4,365 people.
I have like 40 followers on Instagram, so that is way too many people for me to be in front of.
Our guy Jeff Howell actually made this for us too. I don't know if you caught this at the beginning of the show.
Well, awesome, guys.
But yeah. Oh, that wasn't even the right one. This one with the Cincy Light in the corner. There we go.
I love it. That looks like a hand-drawn typeface for the 513 day.
That would be pretty damn fancy handwriting.
How's the day going, fellas?
Good. Winner 2 was the golf bundle. Kirsten.
Okay.
Day's going good. We've had awesome guests. We've had a lot of fun so far. It's been very smooth for the first half of the show. So you're kicking off hour number 6.
Okay.
Which would be the second half of the show. If it goes downhill from here, it's on you. No pressure.
Well, that's what I assumed. I assumed that 4,000 is probably at like 1,000 and dwindling quickly since I've been on the show, but I will do my best, Chad and Aaron.
I will tell you this. We have not dwindled once since we started live. Have we, Aaron? We have gained members the entire show. I do not remember that number getting smaller.
We have individually dwindled. However, the crowd has not.
Andy.
Yes,
give
sir.
People some Cincy Light news, some Cincy Light info that they're looking for.
I would love to. And first, would you guys mind if I give a shout out real quick to Evan Alshire, who I expect is listening to this right now. Evan is a longtime Bearcat Journal fan. He played football for UC years ago. He is my girlfriend's brother. And I just want to tell Evan, hey, and hopefully he's on the show listening. It is a big summer for Cincy Light, you guys. And if you follow the Rangeist page and you listen to Chad, you know that Cincy Light Lime is coming. So back in December, we were like, man, this has been so fun building this brand. What do the fans want next? And usually we do any mix of research. We'll go and we'll see how the market's doing. We'll talk to consumers. In this case, we did a bunch of live tastings of different potential Cincy Light brand extensions. And I think we had 4 or 5, and we did some in our tap room. We did some at Shout Out Holy Grail. And the winner by a large margin was Lime. And it's going to be a really fun space for us. And so Cincy Light Lime is coming out, I want to say, the second week of June, if not earlier. It's already out on draft. So you guys will start seeing cans at your local retailer probably the second week of June. Same ABV, I think, as Cincy Light with just a little bit of lime kick to it. So it'll be a great alternative to Cincy Light if you want something fruity or a little tastier with some of that lime flavor outside of your traditional lager. So it's a nice addition to the family. So that will come out the second week of June. And then, as always, summer's all about getting ready for football season, right? I know we have baseball season now, and one of the things we're working on is what are the fun new limited things we want to do for the year ahead. Last year we did a fun limited edition can that was sold at Nippert Stadium. That was for the 100th commemoration of Nippert Stadium for Jimmy Nippert last year. That was, God, I think that was the West Virginia game, which there it is. I know that was a tough game for us, but it happened to be a beautiful November day. It was like the prettiest November day I can remember. So we did the limited time Jimmy Can. I will not tell you guys what this year's will be, but there will be an Easter egg to come during football season for loyal UC fans and Cincy Light fans across the city, coming to you soon. And then, of course, the merch game is always top of mind. So new and cool and different things as we get closer and closer to football season. You guys have seen the golf collection, specifically the polo. And I remember our merch person came to me and she's like, Andy, you're like a country club kind of golfing dude. What do you think about this? And I was like, you got to look up John Daly's Loudmouth golf brand, because that's exactly what it reminds me of. And so I was just like, I think this will be a really big hit with the fans. It's loud, right? So, you should never get hit by a golf ball wearing this shirt, because anybody hitting behind you into your group should see this puppy 300 yards away. And most people can't hit it that far anyway, so you should be safe. But that one's on the store now. And we'll sprinkle in some more giveaways and fun stuff throughout the summer as we keep rocking and rolling on. One thing, wanted to shout out to a lot of the fans that don't live in Cincinnati. Cincy Light is out there. It's across the state. I want to say it's in Indiana now, Michigan, West Virginia. Cincy Light Lime is going to be making the same journey with Cincy Light. So you should see it on shelves across the board. And I can't reveal some of the details on this yet, because we're kind of the pizza's still in the oven, so to speak, on this. But we've got some fun partnerships coming up for the brand down the road to really hammer home what really is something for the city of Cincinnati, just like UC Athletics is. So that's the summer ahead, guys.
We teased a little bit, and I don't know if you noticed or not, we had Dan Horde on the show live from the golf course.
He's always on the golf course now. I mean, it's, basketball.
It's the off season.
It's the off season. I know there's always Bengals news coming in for Dan, but I think Dan's about an 11 or 12 handicap now. So I know Dan's trying to get down into the single digits. And he played in a pro-am last week, he told me. And he was like, yeah, I mean, I got to see like what really good golf looked like. And I'm nowhere near there, but I know his son, Sam, is home for the summer. And I think they're going to be playing a lot of golf this summer with some other fun stuff to come, Cincy Light related and golfing related too, which I know you've probably alluded to. So
I'll allude to it again. We touched on it earlier, but
we did.
We're going to be at some point in the summer. We're going to be auctioning off. This is not a giveaway. This will be an auction style, a foursome with Dan Horde. So this would be a winner and a guest, right? And
yes.
Dan Horde and some form of UC royalty along with Dan Horde.
I have a pretty good idea who it is yet, but I will not speak for Dan until Dan gives me a definite thumbs up. Is that fair?
Should be awesome.
Okay, good.
Should be awesome. And you're wearing the Cincy Light rope hat.
I got the rope hat.
When will the Hydra Shield hats be back?
Oh, man. I'm going to have to take notes. Okay, so Rob's asked this question. I've got my little Apple notepad out so I can try to get you quick answers in the next day or so. But these have done really well. People really like them. Our merch team is always restocking these. So when these get low to about 5 or so left, they reorder. So I would expect more to be in pretty soon. And there's about 4 or 5 different Cincy Light hats that have come out now. In addition to the original hat, we had the white kind of athletic hat, and then you had the bar collection hat, and then this guy right here. So hopefully any day now. Somebody asked me a question. That's good. I'm bringing engagement to the pod.
How do we win this round of golf with Dan? It's going to be an auction, like I said. We don't have everything set up yet. We thought about fast tracking it for this, but then we wanted to do it a little better.
Got to do it the
didn't
right
want to
way.
rush into it. Yeah, we didn't want to rush into it. It was like 10 days ago that we had this meeting. Andy was like, "You think we can get it ready?" It's like 6 days, 5 days. This was last week.
I'll give you 5. I'll give you 5.
5 days ago. So we're working on that one. So we don't have all the answers for that yet, but it's going to be an auction. So you're going to have to bid on it, and the winning bid will get the round of golf with Dan Hort.
If Dan's got to hang out with somebody for 18 holes, that's a long time. That's like 4 hours of hanging out. You got to do this the right way, right?
And Dan's got all the stories too. You know, he might make you sign an NDA at the start of the round so he can really just let it loose. But yeah, it'll be. I gotta see how Dan's game is. I've not played golf with Dan yet.
It's I hear he's very good.
I'd like to see Dan out there. I know. What is this week? I think there's a big Joe Burrow charity tournament this week that I know he's playing in. So he's getting his rounds in. Whoever is lucky enough to win the raffle will have a seasoned Dan Hort on the golf course.
There you go.
Well, is it okay? I mean, can I sip my open Cincy Light next to me?
Absolutely.
It's room temperature, but it's still. I think it's still.
Still good. Yeah.
Room temperature Cincy Light's good.
Yeah, Aaron
Like
should know. Aaron didn't want to travel with it for a long time because he thought it would go bad.
Now they have it in Athens, and I don't have to worry about it. I go to Kroger here in Athens, and we're good to go.
Alex wants to know if you can get him some Cincy Light to the UK.
Oh
He
my
needs some for
God.
football season. I'm sure international laws are pretty simple, right?
I'm sure, and probably inexpensive.
Yeah.
Boy,
$100 a case.
my goodness. I would love to figure out how to do that. I would also say that any answer I give on this podcast will probably get me in trouble.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't get yourself in trouble. Chelsea says she wants tank tops. That's all.
I can tell you, Chelsea, that might be happening very soon. So, especially as the weather gets hotter. Gosh, what's the date today? It's May 13th. It's 513 day. We will have something that hits that pretty darn soon, I think. Coming out.
All you got to do, ask Uncle Andy, and he gets it taken care of.
I actually am an uncle now. My sister just had a baby a month ago, so I can
Congrats.
actually say that that's an accurate reflection of who I am.
When the tank tops are available, let me know. I'll get one for Chelsea, and she can just come down and pick it up at Rheingeist.
Can you wear it too on your podcast?
Aaron will wear it. Aaron loves sleeveless clothing. Aaron's big on sleeveless gear.
Can Dan
Chad
Hort
makes
wear
me-
it in the
Chad
round
makes
of
me
golf?
put a shirt on before we go live. So
Andy, I've got a pretty strict no nipple rule, and Aaron used to like cutoffs that were very close to areola.
I'm not gonna touch that.
I prefer you didn't touch my arm.
I'm not gonna touch that. You know, I keep looking at the top left here. 6:15, 34, 35, 36. So do you guys do you just like get more and more slap happy throughout this marathon?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And I mean, Chad, do you have enough? Because I know you're a Diet Coke guy, I believe.
No.
Are you regular Coke?
I'm Dr. Pepper.
Okay, you're Dr. Pepper, but no Mr. Pibb.
If I have to do Mr. Pibb, I will, but mostly Dr. Pepper.
That's fair.
Hi, Mo.
You actually have a real celebrity on the show now, so you can get rid of me immediately.
Jason says we drink more Cincy Light as it goes on too.
Oh, good. Tell Mo that I know he loves Morelos. It ain't coming back anytime soon, unfortunately. But the next time we make a special batch, Mo will know.
Okay. If he'd put his headphones on, he could probably hear us. But
how many more guests today, guys?
Yeah. How many more guests? Let's see. I can read the list if you'd like.
I'm curious. Yeah.
So we have Mo coming up, then Zach Grant, then Jolie Cry, and then
wow.
Wes Miller, and then Brendan Sorsby, and then Maggie McKinley, and then Reagan Jackson from the women's basketball team, and then Eddie Taylor and Trevor Wright to talk NIL, and then Aaron Himmler, the trainer of the year in the state of Ohio, and then Ryan Holmes from Cincy Sport and the Big 12, and then Ryan Holmes from Cincy Sports Partners joining us as well.
Awesome, man. You got a lineup.
Yeah, we're rocking and rolling all day long.
What else can I answer about Cincy Light Lager for you?
Is there anything other? Is there like people have speculated orange? Is there
no plans for orange yet? And I will say orange was one of the extensions we tested, and that was back, like I said, in December. And some people did like the orange, but lime was a runaway winner.
It's so good.
Yeah,
and I'm not really a lime guy. It's so good.
I'm not either.
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I'm not a lime guy either, and I really do like it. It is. If you like beers with a hint of lime, it will hit the sweet spot for you. And like I said, dropping in the summer is gonna be good. Yeah, dropping in the summer will be good. I am really curious, and Chad, we'll definitely talk about it offline. What you guys think of the can design? It's really fun. So it should billboard really nicely with Cincy Light, and more importantly, nobody will mistake it for Cincy Light.
Will lime be at the nip early season in cans?
I want to say yes, but I know.
Then say yes.
And
if not, then it's on you to make it happen.
Okay, so how much liability do I put on my shoulders? Let's just go with. I'm damn sure it will be. And
Ben wants to know if he becomes your 41st follower, can he get a free hat?
You can. You can get a. Can you heart when somebody follows you? Because Ben, I could definitely give you that.
Ben, become his 41st follower and then slide in his DMs. Be like, hey, it's me, Ben.
DMs. Yeah, I'm an embarrassment on social media, you guys. I have like fake social media accounts for like work purposes, but no, nobody wants to follow me. Bunch of dog pictures.
Looks like Mo's getting ready.
All right. Andy, thank you, sir.
All right, guys.
You can hang out until we're done with Mo if you want.
Oh, I'm intimidated.
Okay.
I listen to Mo pretty much every day from 3 to 6, and you know, it's kind of like having like a high school pitcher, you know, throw into like, we'll just say Pete Rose since it's his special day tomorrow type of situation. It's the talent levels aren't fair, and I would do nobody a good service by being present with Mo. But I love Mo, and I appreciate both you guys for having me on, talking Cincy Light, supporting the brand, all the great work you guys are doing today. And Chad and Aaron, just pace yourself, babe. Hang in there. You're gonna do awesome.
Thank you, sir. We'll talk soon. Appreciate you, Andy.
I'll see you.
See you. How about that for timing? That was good.
Perfect. Can he hear us?
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't either. I
I
hear him.
Yes.
I hear Mo.
We do
All right,
hear
it's
Mo.
21 minutes after 4 o'clock on ESPN 1530. My engineer, producer, Mike Mills, and I are looking at each other nervously because we've never done this before. We're simulcasting. We're broadcasting from the Lindner Center at UC. By the way, Pete Rose has been removed from baseball's ineligible list, which, boy, that uncovers a whole bunch of different topics that we have to find time for later on. But right now, I think for the first time ever, we're doing a remote simulcast. The guys at BearcatJournal.com are going all day long as part of 513 Day. And so I see Chad, I see Aaron. Can they hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can our audience hear them?
I hope so.
I hope so. Well, very good. Taryn, can you hear Aaron and Chad?
What up, Taryn?
Taryn? You can hear him. I think we've accomplished this. There's a little
Let's
static.
go.
That's probably more with my laptop than anything else. I'm actually talking into 2 microphones, one to those guys, one to our audience. How's it going, guys?
Going good. We're on outward. We've been live for 6 hours, 23 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Going how long?
We're going until probably 10 o'clock, 12 hours.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Happy 513 day. How's the 6 hours going so far?
It's been an adventure. We've had quite a few guests, and it flies by. This is not the first time that we've done this. We did 513 day last year where we had a similar situation, and then we did for our subathon to even get to a 1,000 subscribers. We went 15 hours. That was unreal.
Unbelievable. Well, what would you guys like to talk about?
Well, it's your radio. Like, that's what I'm kind of want. Do I ask you questions? Do you ask me questions? It's your radio show, but it's my live stream.
Yeah.
Do we take turns?
Sure, we can take turns. You ask first.
What was it like stealing Brett Yormark from us right out under our feet?
We had Brett Yormark instead of you guys?
Yeah, it was our idea. We wanted to get Brett Yormark, and then Stipe gave him to you instead.
Sorry. It was fine. He was great.
It's not your fault.
I didn't know this. I was just asked. You guys want Brett Yormark, so we've chucked Zack Stipe under the bus. He was terrific. He was awesome. He was wonderful. I feel bad that we took
my money out of the Brett Yormark interview. Are you okay with me replaying it tomorrow on your show when I host?
You can do whatever you want. Yeah.
Perfect. That's
you
what
can do
I love
whatever
to
you
hear.
want on the show tomorrow. I would imagine there's going to be a lot of regurgitation from what you guys have done to tomorrow's show. Correct?
Probably. There's going to be a lot to talk about tomorrow, though, because you didn't talk about it today.
Mm-hmm.
A lot. You didn't. I'm imagining you're not going to get a whole lot of Trey Hendrickson in today. You're probably not going to get a whole lot of Pete in today. So I'll just come in and talk about what you didn't.
Okay, so this could be my opportunity to talk about both those things with you.
Go right ahead.
All right. First of all, the Trey Hendrickson thing, like there's going to be ample opportunity this spring and summer to talk about Trey Hendrickson. That ain't going away. If there was any takeaway from today, it's this is not going away. It was Trey telling the Bengals, I'm going to be a distraction. And so this is going to be a thing. You think it's annoying in May, wait until August, and maybe wait until September, and maybe even wait until October.
It's not going to be fun. You're under contract, dude. Go play.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same. Like, I think that kind of gets lost in the sauce here a little bit. Like, we keep talking about what the Bengals aren't doing and maybe what they should be doing. Like, Trey has a contract that he willingly signed less than 2 years ago to keep playing for the Bengals. And then there's the Pete Rose news today.
Well, going back to the Trey thing, I just wanted to add the fact that he already renegotiated once. This would be the second, and the Bengals rarely renegotiate a second time. This kind of be uncharted waters for them. So to ask for a second contract while still technically under your first contract, having renegotiated, that's crazy talk.
Well, to me, the next layer in this is Joe Burrow is supposed to talk on Tuesday of next week. Now, he was supposed to talk today. And that time ended up being copped by Trey Hendrickson. So the next chapter is when inevitably Joe Burrow is asked 1,000 different questions about Trey Hendrickson. And by the way, Joe was at that practice today with Trey Hendrickson standing there looking like a golfer. Joe could have come over at any point, put his arm around Trey and looked at all the media and said, hey, they should sign this guy. Like, that would have changed things. I don't know what today accomplished. I don't know. I certainly appreciate the content mill continuing to churn. That's great. But I don't know what Trey, like, did he get in his car today and go, yeah, I'm closer to getting what I want from the Cincinnati Bengals because I talked with the media for 24 minutes and kind of unloaded on the team? Like, I don't know what got accomplished today.
What did get accomplished today is Pete Rose is now no longer on the ineligible list for Major League Baseball. Ahead of Pete Rose Day tomorrow.
Yeah. I think we all suspected that was going to be the case. Like that, we heard maybe a week or so ago that Manfred was set to to mull it over. Well, I mean, he's already mulled it over before. If you're going to mull it over, to me, you're going to, change your mind. He has. This is ostensibly what Pete Rose's family wants, and so I'm happy for them. I think if you're a Pete Rose diehard, if you're a Reds diehard, is today joyous? I mean, the verbiage from the press release made sense. He's no longer a threat to the integrity of the game. It's a lifetime ban. Unfortunately, Pete's lifetime is over. Everybody wants to know if this is going to open the door for him to get into the Hall of Fame. And I don't know the answer to that, but I'm not the first person to use this example. I watched Ron Santo in 2012. It was the same day Barry Larkin went in. Ron Santo went in after he had passed. That wasn't joyous. I watched Ken Riley go to Canton or get into Canton a couple of years ago. Somebody whose candidacy we had talked about a lot, somebody whose induction was overdue. His son gave a beautiful speech. I thought that occasion was more sad than joyous. Pete Rose going into the Hall of Fame after he's long been gone is not, for me, a moment of celebration. I could understand his family wanting it, and I get that. And I certainly believe Pete should have a place in the Hall of Fame, but the key to any Hall of Fame induction is the induction. If the inductee is not there, that's not fun. That's not happy. And a Hall of Fame induction is supposed to be happy.
Fair enough. Any questions for us?
I mean, we could cover. What have you learned today from talking to all the people you've talked to as part of 513 Day?
A lot of really fun athletes at UC.
Yeah.
We've had some really fun conversations already. Joe Royer I know he was on with you. He was just on with us. Did he talk about his where he's spending all of his money, all of his NIL money?
No, I wouldn't have felt comfortable asking that. Where's he spending his money?
MLB The Show cards. Stubs. Yeah, he's buying players for his MLB The Show team. Dante Corleone bought a house. Joe Royer bought stubs for MLB The Show.
To each their own. My guess is Joe Royer is going to have a lot of money to spend on a lot of things in a very short amount of time. So this isn't a quick cash grab for old Joe, nor is it, I think, for Dante, but we'll see.
That is always one of the, especially you get a chance. We've talked to a couple of the players from the women's volleyball team, from women's soccer, a couple of the baseball guys gave us a great interview. Like, we talk to the football and basketball teams all the time.
Yeah.
It's good to be able to broaden the horizons and get to meet some of the other great personalities from around the building.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You're right about that. I'll tell you, one of the people that I've enjoyed getting a chance to talk to, and we'll actually spend some time with her a little bit later on, is Daniela Tomic.
Yeah, she was on with us as well.
Yeah. She's fun to talk to, and I like talking to Jordan Bishel. Jordan Bishel appreciates like a good technical baseball question, which I like.
And he's got a good sense of humor, and it's very dry, which is my preferred sense of humor style.
No question. All right.
He could do this. He could do our jobs.
Well, anybody could do this.
Gordon Bishop.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's not that difficult.
Not very hard at all.
It's not that difficult.
Well, this has been. We have a clock to adhere to, as you well know. So we have to go. Zack Grant, the GM for the football program, is standing by. So I'm going to say goodbye to you guys and go talk to him. But thank you for doing this. This has been fun.
This has been fun. We should do this again sometime. You talking to me in different locations.
I don't know how we did this technically, but we pulled it off.
Mike Mills is a rock star.
There is no question about that. All right, man. You guys enjoy till
Thanks,
10 o'clock tonight?
10 o'clock tonight. You can come back later if you want. You have the link.
Well, maybe I will.
Okay,
Love you, Mo.
we'll be here.
All right. See you guys.
See you, brother.
All right. That's the boys at BearcatJournal.com.
All right. That's Mo Egger from the Mo Egger Show.
I got him out of there before you could step all over him.
I mimicked him.
I know.
I was doing the professional radio exit while he was doing our professional radio exit on the other end. Yeah, here's where Mo tries to steal Bishel. He already stole him. We just had Coach Bishel on last week.
Like 10 days ago. 8 days ago.
For 51 minutes. I don't know what else we would have talked to Coach Bishel about. Katrina was a great interview. Yeah. But yeah, Mo got Brett Yormark and Jordan Bishel, and we didn't today. 4,500, Aaron. 4,501.
Yep.
You guys are the
It
best.
sounds
like for
it
real.
sounds like a great time to mention if you want to donate now to the Impact Fund to help the Bearcats recruit and retain top players and compete for championships, players like Joe Royer. Go to gobearcats.com/513 to donate today. Again, that's gobearcats.com/513 to donate today. Also, if you are one of the, I don't know how many, almost 4,400 people on Twitter or X or whatever the hell you want to call it, hop on over to our YouTube channel, like and subscribe, and help us out on those numbers, and you'll get alerted anytime we do our regular scheduled programs.
Look, I'm just going to tell you right now. Some of you, I need 97 of you to go over to the YouTube page. Aaron, youtube.com/Bearcat Journal. Will you put that in the chat?
Sure.
I need you to go over to the YouTube page and subscribe. If not, I will end this damn stream on Twitter.
That all said, if you are new here, we do a lot of different shows here. On Mondays, 8 o'clock, we do what is known as the Bearcat Bounce podcast. That's hosted by Chad, myself, Ryan Royer, former Mr. Bearcat, and Brent Young, who also covers the Bearcats. Then we have on Tuesday nights, Chad and I do the nightcap, which goes Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 to 5 days a week. That's usually a 10 to 15-minute program where you get your regularly scheduled Bearcats updates. We also have George in the Jungle, where George Vogel, former sports anchor for Channel 5, and myself, we do the Cincinnati Sports Wrap weekly at 9 o'clock. And then on Wednesdays, you have the BCJ pod, where Chad and Dave Simone, they break down your week that has been Bearcats that maybe we did or didn't talk about on Monday. Just some different voices, different points of view there. On Thursday, you have the Road to Omaha at 8 o'clock. That is hosted by JP Sponseller, former Bearcat baseball player himself. And he will have maybe a friend or two of late. And I don't know if this is going to become a permanent thing or not, but it has been Cole has been on with him.
Hartwig, yeah.
And that during football season on Sunday mornings, we have the Bearcat Brunch with Jeff Howell and Dave Simone. So a lot of different things, a lot of different items on the menu. You don't have to consume all of it, but whatever you're here for, we got something for you.
And also during the season, we have the Aftermath, which is our post-game show.
Didn't even think
we live on road games. We're live pretty much right after the final horn. On home games, we finish up our coverage at Nippert or Fifth Third, and then get back home as quick as possible and jump on. You're absolutely right, Jason. Brent is like Beetlejuice. You say BBP too many times, and he just shows up.
He's always lurking.
He absolutely is always lurking. We do have Zack Grant joining us here
after he's done with Mo.
Yeah, after he's done with Mo. Unbelievable.
You want to do another giveaway?
We got 20 minutes to kill.
I was gonna say, you want to do another giveaway here?
Yeah,
I don't know where we're at as far as catching up. We've had 6 t-shirt winners then, since 2 was the golf.
So I need to find out. Okay.
Go on.
No, I think that's right. We actually, Aaron, I think we get multiple bundles of the golf bundle and the baseball merch bundle.
Should probably make sure that that's the thing before we give out. Right.
It says
Check
each bundle includes.
so we
Yeah,
can't
it's
cash.
we've got 4 golf bundles to give away. So we've given away one. Let's give away a second.
Let's.
So the Cincy Light golf bundle will go to S. Davenport Bauman. S. Davenport, Davenport, Bauman. Then we'll do one more of those while we can. The second one, are you ready?
Got S. Davenport Bauman just added to the list.
All right. And then the second Cincy Light golf bundle will go to Connor Rieschling. Connor underscore CONNER underscore REACHEHLING. Rieschling, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that is 2 and 3 for the golf bundle. So we still have one more of those. Still got
and then we have
4 more t-shirts.
Yeah. And then we have 5 baseball merch sets to give away at 6 o'clock.
All right. Giving away all of them at 6?
We can spread them out, I guess, if we want.
All right. Whatever you want to do, boss.
We can spread them out a little bit. We'll give away a couple at 6, and then maybe we'll save 1 or 2 for later in the show.
All right.
You guys have any questions? Anything you want to ask us? If you're on Twitter or X or whatever, I don't call it X for obvious reasons. If you're on Twitter and you have a question, just at me, at Chad Brendel, and I will get to that as we go. And if you've got a question in the YouTube or Twitch chats, you can fire away on that right now as well. Do a little question time. How you feeling, Aaron? You need to.
I want to go grab a drink. But I'm waiting. If we had questions in here, then you could filibuster properly. But
just black out your screen. Just don't exit the room. Just don't leave me with my giant head on the screen, and I'll handle the room until you get back.
I'll be right back.
Nobody wants to see this. That is not what people want to see. You can ask anything. It doesn't have to be UC related. I'll get to whatever as we roll through the show today. It's been a good one. So it's hard to believe we're pushing 7 hours already. One professional sports player who I would like to interview. It would probably be somebody that's been around a while that I know has an interesting story. Let me think about that for a minute. You want to see what? My giant head on the screen? No, you don't. Favorite bourbon? It's funny, Keith. It's not an expensive one. It's not a high-end one. And it's well, I guess it doesn't count. It's a high rye. Favorite bourbon? I do love New Riff. I know they're not a sponsor currently, but in terms of like just a sipping bourbon, I love New Riff. I did ask. I reached out to Jason, but he didn't get back to me, which is usually pretty rare. He usually gets back pretty quick, but probably busy. Mo would have gotten him instead. Yeah. Redemption. That's what it's called. Redemption. It's a high rye, Keith. It's a high rye, and it is awesome. I'm a big fan of the Redemption high rye. Upcoming guests for this evening. Let's see. Zack Grant is coming up at 5. Jolie Cry from the swim and diving program coming up at 6 or 5:30. Wes Miller at 6. Brendan Sorsby at 6:30. Associate AD Maggie McKinley at 7. Reagan Jackson from the women's basketball team at 7:30. Eddie Taylor and Trevor Wright to talk about NIL and where things are at with NIL as we move forward. Aaron Himmler at 8:30, and then Ryan Holmes from Cincy Sports Partners at 9 is what the rest of the day looks like. Why do the Reds struggle so much to hit the ball? I think they have a poor organizational approach, Leroy. Answer me this. What do they want to be offensively? Like, I think they have done a good job developing an identity as a pitching staff. Velocity, spin rate, location, pitch to contact. Like, you know who they want to be as a pitching staff. What's their identity at the plate? Are they a team that draws a lot of walks and hits a lot of home runs? That would be difficult to do for an organization that doesn't have anybody that's like a 30-plus a year home run hitter. I thought when we went into this new era, they were going to be a team that on base, stolen bases, put pressure on the defense. We're now on year 3 of this experiment. Ellie's the only guy stealing bases. They don't have a high on-base percentage, and they strike out way too much to be a team that manufactures runs. What's their identity offensively? That's why they struggle so much. What are they trying to be? What do they want to be? Or are they just send a bunch of guys up to the plate and see what happens? Looks to me more like it's send a bunch of guys up to the plate and see what happens.
I think I'm more frustrated in the way that they actually handle the roster in general. I feel like they're more worried about protecting player options or protecting the
that's
budget.
part of it. Like,
I understand, but
that's
like last week, you call up Reese Hines probably 3 days too late. You called him up, but why did you have Jacob Hurtubise up there?
The much bigger problem is who are they offensively? Are they a power team? Well, if they play like a power team, right? They strike out a ton, and on the days that they're good, they get on base and they hit home runs. But they're only good like one day a week because they're not built to be that team. They're built
champagne dreams on a Cincy Light budget, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
Yeah,
and they
I agree.
Generally, every year have one terrible contract. This year, unfortunately, it's Jaime Candelaria. We'll see if they can figure out how to get him right.
That happens, man. Like especially when you're shopping in the discount bin, like the Reds are always shopping, you're gonna miss. Like, you're not shopping at the can't miss guys.
Oh.
You're gonna miss some. That's okay.
Thankfully, we are saved from the Reds budgetary talks by a guy who knows a little something about budgetary talks at this point. As Zack Grant looks like he's settling in. But real quick, shout out Sam. Thank you for the donation. He says, Chad, it seemed like we had bigger bats in the 99 through 2005 era with Griffey Dunn, Brandon Phillips, etc. Do the Reds have less money now than they used then? What's happened? Sam, I promise you we will get to that question. That's too big a donation, especially not to get to that question. But first, we do have a guest waiting, and I don't think he wants to sit around and listen to us talk about the Reds.
I mean, he could. What are your thoughts on the Reds, Zach?
I love the Reds. I haven't watched much baseball, to be honest.
Good. You gotta pay to watch it now.
Too busy watching football. I like it.
Yeah. I had a baby 2 weeks ago, so too busy watching the newborn. But yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
That's why I haven't bugged you a whole lot lately. I know you've been busy, so I've just kind of let you be. I'm
Very
considerate
considerate.
like that.
Yeah. I thought that was probably due to the portal closing, but either way.
I still will find reasons to bug you.
No doubt.
You, Stike, Cohen, I don't have anybody to text. You guys are all, changing diapers right now.
No, it's been great. It's been great. We're very fortunate to have a healthy baby.
Boy or girl?
Congratulations.
It's a boy. Yeah.
Awesome. Happy for
Lucky you.
Thank you.
Aaron's got 2 young girls. I've got a teenager.
Oh yeah.
So how was your appearance with Mo? How'd that
It was
go?
good. It was good. Yeah. All the hard questions. This one should be a layup, I guess, after that, right?
Yeah,
No, it was good. It was good.
My first question for you, Zach, is how excited are you with the way that the spring portal turned out? You got your guy at left tackle finally.
Yeah, that was it was great, honestly. Objective number 1 in the spring portal was to keep our team intact. Different than most of the portal cycles, there's more nervousness this time just because of the house case not being passed yet. There's a lot of off cap money thrown around across the country. So I can't lie, there was a lot of nervousness and sleepless nights just kind of wondering who the next player would be that would come to us saying that there's a team in his ear. But fortunately, our coaches do a tremendous job, building relationships with their players, both on the field and off the field, where, they know that beyond just the dollars and cents, there's a reason to be here, and that does go a long way when things get a little hairy. But, I felt like we added players that are also going to help us beyond just keeping the team. They are going to help us next season and the seasons beyond. So we build our objectives, so to speak, in the spring portal, and we're really excited about how it turned out and excited about the team moving forward.
You talk about nerve-wracking. Take us through Joe Cotton. Take us through knowing, you maybe had something fall through in the winter portal that you thought might help you at left tackle, or you didn't get exactly where you wanted to get. You go into the spring knowing we have this spot at left tackle that we're going to want to address. And then the number 1 guy that goes into the portal, you make a priority, you get him on campus, you get him committed. What was the saga of left tackle like this offseason?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, obviously we lost our only draft pick last year was our starting left tackle. So that was clearly a huge need. And we anticipated that. And, we had that as a target that we needed to get during the whole offseason, even, leading up to the season last year, evaluating all the guys from 2023 tape so that we knew who we would be watching in the 2024 season. And it's part of it's about who's going to go in the portal and not. Ironically, we had Joe ranked higher than anybody that we seriously had a chance at in the winter portal. But he just wasn't available. Obviously, he didn't go in until the spring. So when we did see about 2 weeks before the portal opened that he announced his intentions to go in, and we kind of knew it was go time at that point. Ultimately, I think what it came down to for Joe was that we had established ourselves as a team that wanted him from a long time ago. And I'm not saying that's because we had been talking to him for 2 years. Obviously, you can't do that. But, Jack Griffith could literally regurgitate all of the snaps that he played over the last 2 years, what he did well and not, to the kid when he's talking to him. So, I think that does go a long way where it's like, yeah, you're our guy. You're who we want. And ultimately it came down to us or Wisconsin for him. He was going to go to Wisconsin the day after he left us. And, they had a phenomenal true freshman playing last season who got injured during spring, so they needed a tackle. I think Joe understood that it's a little more valuable to be the guy that a team wants and wants to build around versus, oh, we had someone hurt, so now we want you. And I think ultimately, through that and our system and how Coach Cardwell portrayed a plan for him, we were able to get it done.
Dave.
Hello. Hey, Zach. How's it going?
How's it going? Good to see you.
You too, man. My internet just went out, so who knows if it will go out again. So I don't know what, Aaron, sorry, I'm flying a little blind here. What have you guys been discussing? What would you like me to talk about?
We only just discussed the spring portal additions and a broad overview at that and Joe Cotton thus far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give us some insight then on the defensive tackles that you guys brought in and kind of the driving force behind wanting / needing more than one guy to fill those roles.
100%. First of all, I think we've done this in a couple spring portals in a row. When there's available big bodies, we're always going to try to go get them. We call it the planet theory. It's from Bill Parcells. There's just not a lot of 300-pound human beings walking the earth that can play football. It's a scarce resource. So if we're able to get the ones that we think can play, other teams can't have them. They're harder to come by. And a lot of the times they end up costing more. It just supply and demand, right? So we obviously, looking at it that way, from a fundamental standpoint, we always want to acquire big bodies. But particularly to this team, we have Dante Corleone. Think he's the best nose tackle in the country. But we rotate a lot of guys. We play a lot of guys on defense. We have Jalen Hunt coming off of an injury last season. We expect him to be a really good player. But, weirdly enough, he came back so strong from that injury that he's playing some boundary end for us. And, we felt like adding 2 instead of 1 300-pound body. Each has flexibility to play nose or boundary end. They have different amount of years left, so we're not mortgaging the future for the current year. We're really excited about those 2 guys and their ability to come in, and they also understand where their feet are. They understand what their role is. They understand who they're learning from and playing with. And I think they're going to make a huge impact in solidifying the defense for us.
I was a little surprised to see. I was a little surprised to see not 1 but 2 additions on special teams. There's a reunion of sorts with a long snapper and a punter, and then you add another punter as well. So you add Eli Stein, the long snapper, and punter Chase Berry. What was the thought process behind those additions?
Yeah, we went through spring carrying 2 kickers, 1 on scholarship, with Steven, who we got in the winter portal. He had a really good spring. We feel like we have a really, really good punter in Fletch, and just he was the only punter on the roster, so we needed to add another body there. So we did that with Chase. Tim Connor did a really good job with identifying him and finding a guy that kind of understood what he's walking into. And then we had a little bit of a competition there in spring ball, and just felt like coming out of spring we needed to add another option at long snapper. That's one of those positions that doesn't show up until it does, and when it shows up, it's usually not good. So we want to continue, for that operation there and the field goal unit to be really good. So obviously, it helps that Fletch and Eli played together.
Right.
I think that happens a lot in special teams where you have that continuity and cohesion. And then Steven Rusnick also did a great job. He's watching guys for us, and I would like this guy. I like this guy. What do you think about this guy? and he did a really good job recruiting in that situation as well.
With the spring portal and being that the indoor facility is that much closer, when those guys went in there and checked that out, I know to me it's more of like a we have it now versus like how great it is, because I think everybody's got, not everybody, but almost everybody's got something that they're proud of and something that is going to be similar. But when you don't have it at all, I think that's the part that sticks out even more. With the spring portal and the closeness of it being completed, what was kind of the reaction from guys? Not that it was like a tipping point of like, oh my God, this is so great, I'm definitely coming here. But did you guys notice comments or just anything from them, being that it's almost done and they got to see it and then make a decision based on that?
Yeah, I think you put it a really good way. Like, everyone in the country has a nice facility for the most part. I do think, obviously our athletic department, we identified, and they, before I got here, identified what we currently have as a facility as a weakness, especially moving into the Big 12, and they fixed that. And it seemed like it's taken like decades to build, but in reality, it's the right timeline to build a facility. But it has been a positive for sure. I mean, it's an incredible facility, state of the art. More than that, though, I think the timing of it's really good, because with revenue share happening coming up, athletic departments are going to be, a lot of their money is going to be used on the players, right? And there's going to be less money to spend on facilities moving forward. And so we're going to have one of the newer ones that might exist for the next decade. And I don't know if there's a specific spring portal comment made, but I do remember Christian Harrison from the winter when we were taking him through that, and it wasn't nearly as done yet. And that's a guy that had been at Tennessee, one of the blue blood programs, and he was commenting that this is probably one of the best facilities in the country. And I think when you see enough guys that have been at really nice facilities comment on how nice they think it is, it gives you a good relative idea that it's going to be really nice. We're a little different, obviously. I mean, I think sometimes a facility helps self-select the types of players you want sometimes. There's been a ton of really good players to play at Cincinnati in this facility, which people view as a negative sometimes, right? But, those same really good players trained in that facility. And if you're a guy that's going to pick to come play football at Cincinnati, we don't want you to be a guy that just wants to go play at a nice facility. We want you to be a guy that wants to play ball, to play football. And so when you're going through, it's self-selecting. Those players that don't care too much about all the bells and whistles aren't going to need that. Now, where it's really positive for us is that there is much more player support. The nutrition's going to be much better there. In the training room, all the resources that they can be developed in the training room and weight room, it's going to be night and day. And that's what really makes the difference, where we can show them and not just talk about, hey, here's the way that you get developed. We can show them, listen, we're going to use this salt tank. We're going to use this hydrotherapy. We're going to do this. And here it is for you to be able to get all that stuff done. And so, yeah, it's played a huge role. This was the first, time we could say, hey, when you step on campus, like a few weeks after you get here, you'll be in the facility. Not, hey, you'll go through spring ball without it and then you're in. It's the first time where it's like you are coming here in the new facility.
You've got a ton of depth at linebacker currently, and you add another linebacker largely because a lot of the guys are now either juniors or seniors in that linebacker room. So you add a Daryl Gibson from Idaho State. What drew you to him?
Yeah, it's a great question. We do have a lot of depth at linebacker. We feel like we, obviously we returned a lot of guys that have played a lot of football. But if you look at it, we also play a ton of linebackers. We love to rotate on this defense, keep guys fresh. We're hoping to, play 13, 14, hopefully 15 plus games, right, in the college football season. So to get through that, we do have to play a lot of guys. What really drew us to Daryl was that, you know, if you look at our linebacker room, we have a lot of guys that can play Sam linebacker. We don't have a ton of big bodies there. So we needed to add another guy that can play Mike or Will. And I think a big thing that we look for sometimes in the portal too is system continuity. And he came from Idaho State, where Josh Runda, who we hired as a defensive assistant, who's helping with the secondary, was the defensive coordinator last year. And you look at Daryl, he was a true freshman last year. He played as a true freshman. He's got really, really good size and instincts. We feel like in our development program, he's going to even add a little bit more speed and refine his body. And he's got 3 or 4 more years to play. So we did recognize that there's some older players in the room. So if we were going to add a guy that is walking into a situation, returning so many players, he has to be a multi-year guy so that he knows there's a future for him. If you sign a 1-year guy in that situation and he's not going to play, you're signing him for no reason. So we definitely targeted a multi-year guy in that situation.
Hi, Keegan.
Going off of that.
Welcome
Yeah.
back.
Hi, guys. Hi, Zach. How are you?
Keegan, good to see you, man. Thanks for
Good
joining
to
us.
see you too. Thank you. Kind of going off of that, I feel like the linebackers that can play all 3 are pretty rare. And obviously you kind of said size is the big thing you look for in that factor. What else sets a linebacker apart having the positional flexibility? Is it a lot of mindset? Is it speed? What would set them apart?
Yeah, the first thing that they have to have to play all 3, they have to mentally be capable of doing it. That's the biggest thing. And then obviously they need the body type to hold up in all different areas. Our Sam linebacker has much more coverage responsibility and has to play in space. But the Mike is going to be a downhill player that has a lot of pass rush responsibility. Last year, Jared Bartlett was high up in the conference in sacks. Like, they're going to get after the quarterback. So they're different skill sets. So if you can find a guy that does it all, it's rare. But if a guy can mentally handle that workload, then they have a chance. And like, if push comes to shove with injuries, you're able to put him out there. We're fortunate right now. Like, JT can play Sam or Will. Golday can play all 3. Simeon can play Mike or Will. Jack Dingle can play Mike or Will. We're getting there where there's a lot of interchangeable parts now. But I'd say the mental aspect for that. And then it is rare to find a guy that can play in space like Jake and also rush the passer when we're asking the Mike to add into the pass rush game.
Yeah.
You guys are a little over 3 weeks away from the kickoff of the big June, which is the big visit week or visit month for high school recruiting for the 2026 class. Obviously not going to talk about specific players or anything, but I mean, we have almost 4,700 people watching this right now. I'm sure there's some that at least don't know, outside of checking out the new facility and taking them out to dinner, what really goes into a official visit weekend, and what are kind of the things that you guys, I don't know, like to highlight or think that you do maybe differently or better than to try to separate yourself, because now they can go on as many official visits as they want. So what goes on a Cincinnati visit, and what goes on that maybe puts things in a little different light compared to other visits they might take?
Yeah, we try to, first of all, for each individual recruitment for all these guys, like we have 3 big weekends with 10 to 15 players each weekend. For each individual recruitment, going into it, we've recruited these guys for a long time. We try to figure out exactly where they're at in the process and what they need to see or what we need to do for them to make them want to commit, right? And that's different for each player. But by and large, we are with a big group of players, so we're doing group events a lot. This specific summer will obviously be showcasing the brand new facility. It'll be the first time that they're all in it when it's done. So that makes it a little unique from past years. We've had all of these guys on campus at least once, if not several times. and they've seen a lot of what we have done. They've been in a lot of the meetings. They've met with their position coach. They've met with the strength staff multiple times. In this one, it'll be a little more hands-on with the training staff. It'll be a little different type of position meeting, more player specific. We'll have more serious meetings about what it will take for you to commit. Where are you at in the process? But it's a great opportunity to show them the city. And we try to do several different things within Cincinnati based on where we go to lunch with them, where we eat breakfast, where we take them to dinner, tours around the city. That's a huge thing that differentiates us between, all, if not most of the other Big 12 teams. Like, we're not out in the middle of nowhere. Like, there's a lot to do. There's a lot of different ways to build your personal brand. There's a lot of connections you can make that, are both going to help you in college, but more importantly, outside of college, with Fortune 500 companies that are at an arm's reach. You can both rely on a huge alumni base here, but you can also rely on the city, which I think once we get this thing rolling and start to win more games, will come put their arms around our players even more than they already have. And I think the track record we've shown of retaining the players that we want to and the important players on the team speaks volumes to even high school players, where it's like, wow, these guys that come here, they stay. They must be staying for a reason. So there's something going on. But beyond what we show them, it's also a good opportunity to spend 48 hours around these guys, and where we're always evaluating them. I think sometimes that's a bit of a missing piece in a recruiting nowadays, where it's all get the player, get the player, get the player. Ultimately, with NIL and revenue share coming around the corner, it's a reality that we need to, use that money wisely and protect the investments for our university. So there's no better way to know, what you're investing in than to spend time around the players and make sure it's right. And, Coach Satterfield always preaches that we care about character, both football character and personal character. So that is a bedrock to our program. And if we don't have the right feeling about a player, then those conversations change a little bit within the official visit, and how hard we press the gas to get them or not definitely changes based on how we evaluate them in person too.
I feel like, I think it's the balcony outside of Coach Satterfield's office in the new IPF. I feel like that's going to be used a lot, because if you can time that up to like have a meeting with Sat while the players are on the field getting warmed up, and you can just like look out, that would probably get me if I was a high school football player. So I think that'll be used a lot. But we've talked about before, like, kind of how you guys, like, the specific things you do is that you talk to your players on the team that you recruited here, and you kind of ask them like, hey, what worked? And then you'll kind of like scrap some stuff that didn't work and scrap some stuff that or use some stuff that did. With the guys that you got to commit, when you had those conversations, what were the biggest things that they really liked that you guys did, and like the mainstay things of your recruiting pitch on the official visits?
Yeah, it's a little twofold. The feedback always from players is that they loved their time around our players and they want more of it. Now, we can't just like bring them here and like just let them run free with our team. There has to be some structure to the visit. So, but that always is a positive. And I think that's going to continue to be with the guys that we bring in. So that's a huge positive. But when you ask the parents, they're really impressed with the academic presentation that Carrie Thoman and her staff give. They're really impressed with our player welfare presentations, both from Nico and from Aaron Himmler. And they're really impressed with the family feel that, you get from Coach Satterfield and the staff. Like, I think being genuine and, showing that you truly care, and that kind of, it comes across in just different ways from spending time with guys, right? Coach Satterfield opens his house to the recruits. typically on Friday night, they'll go over there for dinner, and there'll be a little social with the parents and the staff after. And it's a good way to just, in a relaxed setting, to just, get to know them in both ways. Us to know them to know us. And I think the family feel becomes really genuine, especially with the parents. Like if you're a parent, you want to be sending your child off to somewhere that's going to take care of them. And I think that care and compassion does show through with our staff. And then our players have a really good time, or our recruits have a really good time with the players as well.
What was your first job like in recruiting?
My first job, I was a student at Notre Dame. I was a recruiting student worker my junior and
Really?
senior year. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
You got any like really cool stories that you wouldn't have been able to tell us at the time, but now you can? About, because I'm picturing those socials, and I'm like, as a student recruiter, you're probably thinking you're way in over your head about your ability to talk to parents, talk to players, and try to sell them on your school.
Yeah. Trying to think of a good funny story. I mean, obviously, like I had no idea what I was doing. I was just trying to take whatever directive that my boss was giving me and do it to the best of my ability. I think in 2014 we played Michigan. So I was at Notre Dame. We played Michigan, beat the brakes off of them, and then Coach Kelly had the recruits out to his house for like a brunch Sunday morning. And this was back during games. There was like huge official visits that you couldn't have OVs in June at that time. And we ended up not getting this player. I think he signed with Oklahoma, but he was committed at the time, and the coach let everyone like use his jet ski if he wanted. And he like took the jet ski on the lake and just left for like 3 hours. He was gone. And like, we were worried he had run out of gas or we lost him or something. So yeah, that one sticks out. That was like the second weekend I ever worked. I'm like, is this normal? Or like,
We're like, Zack, what happened to Marcus? You're like, I don't know, coach.
Luckily, I was like not directly responsible for the player there. Yeah, but
He's
I mean,
like,
again, like, I didn't know what I didn't know. Like so.
Oh my gosh.
Definitely one memory for sure.
I'm decommitting anyway. I'm just gonna take a joyride and have as much fun as possible. That's hilarious.
But for you guys, for you and your staff moving into the new facility, does it change much other than you get a new office with a new chair, or are there actual features to it that do affect the work you guys do?
Yeah, it's going to change quite a bit for us on the recruiting side. Currently, we're all in the same room together on the main floor of the Lindner Center. So our coaching staff is upstairs. So it's like 4 flights of stairs to walk to go even see them, right? But at the same time, I can like look at Carter, Cass, Taiji, Jack, Caroline, and our interns all day. Like we're in the same room together. So I think the communication within the recruiting staff will change a little bit, probably professionalize it a little bit because we're all in separate offices now. But the literal distance between us and the coaches will ease communication significantly. I've always thought like, it's funny. When I was at Western Kentucky, we had limited office space too. I placed myself like where the coaches had to walk from their offices to the staff rooms so that like, hey, here I am, like you got to recruit this guy right now. So like sometimes it takes like reminders and the distance between people just in anything else, it helps. So I think the functionality of that building from a coaching staff standpoint is going to be really big too. But I'll have the same computer and watch the same film. So from that aspect, nothing changes.
How much has just recruiting for your guys' role and coaches' roles changed? I won't say in like the NIL period, but it's gone a lot from coaches being the main watching the tape and going to the high school games and all of that to now how much of it is like you guys are doing the tape and sifting through what's a real a realistic player and then recommending that they then watch it and then getting their agreement on it to then go on the kid? Is that kind of how things have changed in the last, what it seems like maybe 5 years or so?
Yeah, a little bit. It's certainly changed. So like when I got into this, what is this? My 10th, it'll be my 10th year post graduation working in recruiting now. So, but back then, the personnel staff just kind of created the lists for the coaches, and from there they'd evaluate it, right? And we'd make some cut ups and assist them in that process. It's kind of more administrative. And since then, the way I like to say it, like in our current standpoint, is the coaches can kind of rest easy, where we will find the players for you. We're going to evaluate them and recruit those players. And if we don't sign a player that we like, then we can look back and evaluate where that went wrong, whether that was something that we did in the evaluation process or whether the coach should have truly signed him, right? But if we do sign a player and he's not good, you can point the finger at us in the personnel department, because ultimately we're the driving force behind the players that we decide to recruit. Which that paradigm shift has been significant in the last 10 years. But if I'm a coach, and from talking to most of them, it makes their job easier, right? Like I used to have, as a coach, I used to have to, get a ton of phone calls from high school coaches. I used to have to spend a ton of time evaluating this film, have to spend a ton of time organizing my lists and all this stuff and recruiting the player, not to mention coaching the team. Now, all that stuff is just kind of done for you. Here's guys that you guys should recruit. And then they give their input and like, well, I don't really like this guy. All right, let's sit down and watch it. And then the coordinators ultimately has a big hand in deciding. We watch as a staff a ton. So I'm not trying to say like, Coach Veit, you're recruiting this player, you have no choice. That's not how it works. It's every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning, we're going to watch a whole bunch of players together. And that way there's a, good knowledge and back and forth on whether we like them. And not to get too into the nitty gritty, but we do have a specific set of critical factors for every position that we look for. And that tries to make it as objective as possible, where like this guy doesn't really meet this. And if he doesn't, he better be like special in other ways. And if he's not, then he's in a different bucket where we're going to evaluate him at a later time, or with a different exposure from camp or something. Hope that helps answer the question.
That's a good one.
Definitely changed for sure.
Do you guys keep score on like, I like this guy, you didn't, I hit, you didn't, or vice versa?
Not really. I mean, we'll keep score in our head, obviously. Ultimately, we're all getting the score capped by winning or losing, right? So ultimately, that's all that we're trying to do collectively. And it takes a lot of teamwork. But I think we're dealing with a lot of really good people. Like we can all work together and get the same goal of like, it's not personal. We're just trying to find the best players we can possibly find that have the right fit to play here.
Do you feel like Coach Satterfield trusts you with the player personnel department more than most head coaches trust their GMs or DPPs?
Probably. I mean, I think we're fortunate here in the personnel department that we have a lot of leeway to operate how we see fit. Like,
yeah,
that's not to say like we have more or less power or influence. It's more of like the way we go about finding a player and the process we go through in evaluating them, and the services we subscribe to get to the result of is this or is this not a good player, is the process that I've always felt is the right way to do it. And Coach Sat trusts that that's the case. And I mean, I don't know about other programs and all that, but I do feel like I love going to work every day, knowing that he does trust me to do what's best for the team at all times, and there are certain situations where, you have to make hard decisions on players, whether you got 4 coaches that really like a kid and I'm going to say I don't because of X, Y, and Z. It's sometimes human nature would say it's a little easier to just go with it. But if I'm trying to do what's best for the team at all times, both in evaluation and valuation of players, there are hard conversations, but they're worth having because, we're trying to make it as good as we can and have the best team program possible. So
I guess that something you said made me think of like just such a big change is it's not just the evaluation of the player, especially in the portal, that you have to have a valuation as well. How does that balance work with coaches when they're, not more concerned than you guys, but like they're like, we need to win games, so we need the best players we can get. You guys want to win games too, but you're also looking at kind of the valuation of it all and having to balance all that and balance future classes and the dollars and cents of it, where that really wasn't the case previous. You just tried to get as many of the best players as you could get.
Yeah, I think finding value, but also like the valuation of players is the key now, and recruiting the right players at the right positions at the right time for the best value is the name of the game moving forward. We all want to win games, but you can't just try to sign 85 guys with 1 year remaining, So I've always felt like it's my job as the GM of the program to try to do what's best for the program, both in the current year and the future years. I do think our coaches have the same mindset too. So it's never really hard to convince them of one thing or another. I will say this, like, we're fortunate in the way this is set up that our coaches don't have to have a whole lot of involvement in the money discussions or decisions. That allows them to coach every player the same. So if a player is walking into their office and they know that the coach is deciding what money they're making, I think you have that can be a bad situation sometimes. We just want the coaches to, coach the heck out of them, love them off the field, love them on the field too, but, develop all of the players in your room to the best of your ability, regardless of what they're getting paid. Coach Satterfield, myself, and the few players the few staff members that have a hand in the money discussions and strategies, we can handle, how to make that work. But we're never going to mortgage the future for the current year. I think that leads to high school recruiting a little bit. Like, on the one hand, you can try to sign the highest rated class in Cincinnati history by just using your entire NIL allotment on that. And that would make my name pretty good in the industry until ultimately those guys have to play and you have to sign guys the next year and the next year after that. So ultimately it's my job to take care of the program from that side of things. And, we're going to continue to do that through all avenues.
I'm curious because the dynamic of what you do and recruiting the players, identifying the players, getting them to UC, and building relationships while they're here, but when they're on the field, you're completely hands off, and basically whatever happens. How long did it take you to find peace with that, to where you can't control what happens on the field? And, is that something that still bothers you and you really haven't made 100% peace with it?
It bothers me when, we lose like a close game, because I think if we had more talent, the game wouldn't be close. And so it's like, that bothers me because like I should increase the talent on the football team where that shouldn't be a discussion. It's never bothered me like not having control over anything we're doing as a staff with the players. Like, I've never wanted to be a coach, and I never plan to be. So I'm at peace of like, all right, here's the talent level of the team. Let's go see what we can do. Ultimately, in the Big 12, there's going to be a ton of close games. I felt like last year there were a few games that we were less talented, and I view it as my job to make sure we become more talented year over year. But yeah, I guess the way you asked the question, like it doesn't bother me to see a player start over another player. Like if we bring a whole group of players that I think are really good in, and a guy starts over him, clearly like that, iron sharpens iron, and that means that guy earned it, right?
I just know you guys are Moneyball fans, so I didn't know if you wanted to pull a Carlos Pena thing.
No.
Oh gosh.
That's
I will
another
ask
reason why
Josh.
we don't have the coaches know about the money, because you're not going to just
yeah
play the guy because we're paying him. The best players should play, and football needs to keep sacred the meritocracy that it is.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Now that Coach Veit's been here for a year, has the recruiting philosophy updated, changed at all now with his perspective involved much more than it was before?
Yeah, a little bit. Just the scheme of the defense causes us in high school to be recruiting, each year we're going to recruit more linebackers than we were in a 4-2-5. With the fact that I think we probably rotate more players and play more players like truly in game, like a lot, than most teams in the country. To me, that means like, it doesn't mean we have more players we can use. So we have to hit on every player is my kind of deal. But Coach Veit and his philosophy, we preach size a lot. Like we want big players at the star position. We want a big boundary safety. We want size at linebacker. We need big people in the front three to, win at the point of attack. So it's changed from that philosophy a little bit. Whereas in the past we were a little bit more, quickness, speed matter, or size mattered a little less. And now we're just trying to acquire the big bodies.
You excited about Logan Wilson?
Yeah, man. I love Lolo. I recruited him when I was at Western Kentucky in 2018, and he ended up going to Kansas State. It's funny how the world works sometimes. Luckily, was able to get him back from the open market last offseason. I always thought he had really good corner traits. I think the sky's the limit there this year, and Coach Hicks has done a tremendous job with him. And I know you guys had him on earlier. Like, there's nothing like his bright-eyed smile sometimes. Like, he's a joy to be around, and positive influence, and highly energetic. Logan's got a really bright future, both in football and whatever else he wants to do. And I think he's in for a really big season. He's got that confidence and swagger you want at corner for sure.
Yeah,
and he's hilarious.
Yeah,
he is. He is funny.
That's just kind of crazy to think that a guy that you recruited out of high school in 2018, when you were at a different program, the connection stays alive for the 2024 season.
Yeah, and now the 25 season, it is nuts, honestly. I think, part of that and why we're able to go back in on a guy like Logan Wilson, or at least I was, is like, yeah, you chose to go to Kansas State out of high school. I don't blame you. Like, no love lost. And I hope it works out for you. Let's see you on the other side. It's you kind of have to keep things open-ended sometimes, because you never know what's going to happen in today's day and age.
Mm-hmm.
Never burn a bridge.
No, sir.
Unless you have to. Sometimes the zombies are coming and you got to burn the bridge. But, I mean... All right, man.
Oh,
thank you
Thanks,
a million, as always.
Yeah, of course.
Didn't mean to leave you with Keegan and Dave, but Aaron and I had not stood up for 7 hours. So
I've been waiting to have Keegan on here. I mean, he's skipped every time I've been on in the past.
I sped home to make sure that I was here for your interview. I did not want to miss it.
That's so nice. I appreciate it, man.
Before you leave, are you willing to tell us who took the jet ski, or do I have to keep researching on 247's commit
Prentice
profile?
McKinney from South Oak Cliff in Dallas.
Oh, that's
He
hilarious.
loves a good jet ski ride.
Yeah. Yeah, he got us. We also had a player when I was at Notre Dame. We went to Ruth's Chris. Some guys aren't like they're fish out of water at a steakhouse. I won't say who this is, but Torrey Hunter Jr. was on the visit with him, and he's at the table with him. And obviously, that's the baseball player Torrey Hunter's son.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so he's had a steak before. He knows what's up. But the other player picked the steak up and ate it like a cheeseburger. He's never been to a steakhouse in his life. You know, and he turned out to be a really good player. So
Yeah, I was gonna say you tried to sign him immediately.
Yeah.
Pick it up with
Signed,
his
sealed, and
hands.
delivered.
That's a D lineman. That's got to be a D lineman.
Yeah.
All right, man. Hope you get some sleep. Congratulations again. And maybe get a
Appreciate it.
nap in your car before you go home, Jack Griffith style.
Yeah, Jack, man. I won't even get into it.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate you,
All
brother.
right.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank
Zach.
you guys.
See you, Zach.
See it.
Did you hear that jet ski story, Chad?
Yeah, I did. I was
3 hours.
Did you hear it, Aaron?
No.
So,
When he was go ahead, Keegan.
he said it was like 2014, and they had this kid committed. He was at Notre Dame as a student recruit liaison. They had this kid committed, and they all came to Brian Kelly's house for Sunday brunch after they killed Michigan the day before. And one of the things Kelly would do is let the kids like take short joy rides on his jet ski on the lake. And this Princess McKinney kid just took the jet ski for 3 hours. He was gone.
See ya.
He was like, did it run out of gas? Like, what happened?
Yeah.
And then he decommitted and went to Oklahoma.
That's the best part of the whole story. Brian Kelly sucks.
He tried to grind on him. It just headed out. Gotcha, Keegan.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna bounce. I'll be back on for the late night edition, the after dark version.
We'll be here till 10.
All right,
We're swapping you out.
see you in a little while.
Bye,
See you, David.
Chad, I'm curious. What was the biggest? Oh, sorry, never mind. We're gone.
Go ahead.
What was the biggest fish you tried to get on the podcast today?
Jason
Brett Yormark.
Kelsey.
That's what I think. I knew you texted him.
Jason Kelsey's bigger than Brett Yormark.
I didn't know you tried to get Jason Kelsey.
Surely, if you had to pick Brett Yormark or Jason Kelsey.
Yeah.
See? Yeah. I sent him a text. I figured he was busy, but
Yeah.
you miss all the shots you don't take.
Michael Scott, Michael Jordan.
Yeah. Jolie,
How
how
are
do you
you
say your is it cry?
Yeah, cry. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that extra E throws me off. I didn't want to screw
Yeah.
anything up.
Some people say cree, but it's cry.
Right. Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Jolie Cry, the first All-American on this show today. We've been going for 7 hours and 37 minutes nonstop.
Wow.
And you're our first All-American. Welcome to the show.
Thank
Jolie
you. Thanks
Cry.
for having me. Happy to be
Thanks
here.
for being on.
Also,
What's it like being an All-American?
It was a shock, honestly. Well, it wasn't a shock being All-American, but touching the wall and getting fourth, like that was I was speechless. I stared at the clock for like a minute after that. Like, did that just happen?
Also, the first female Big 12 champion in Cincinnati history.
Yes, I believe so. So yeah, that was fun too. That was a really close race. It came down to the touch on that one.
Wow, that's awesome. So I'm curious, as a swimmer, who were the swimmers that you looked up to the most as a kid?
Yeah, my mom was actually a swimmer. She swam at UB. So
Okay.
she was like my coach all the way up until like college. But like when I got older, I kind of pushed her away a little bit. Like, Mom, I don't want you to be my coach, but she'll still like give me those like, hey, you're not doing your turns quick enough. Like she'll send me those texts after my race, and I'm like, Mom, come on. But definitely my mom for sure, and then just all the coaches I've had like growing up.
Okay. Did you start at like 1.5 or something? Were
I
you
started,
always
like,
good?
6 or 7, and then I started like taking it really seriously when I was like, I want to say 10ish, and
Okay.
then yeah, because then I moved to like higher end club around that time, like moved from like just swim lessons, and then I started like doing year round around 10.
Okay. Gotcha.
Mhm.
How many hours a week do you spend in the water?
Yeah, it's a process. We do 20 hours here when we're in season, and like just yesterday I had 2 swims and a lift on top of work, so it's fun, but it's definitely humbling at times.
Okay. Swims. What entails a swim?
Yeah, so like practice wise, we have like normally if I have 2 swims a day, they're both 2 hours. So
Okay.
like yesterday I had 2 free practice, which was like aerobic, like just getting my like endurance up. And then afternoon I had 100 breaststroke practice, which is like my main one. It's just like working on strategy and like staying in shape for that 100 breaststroke race.
Okay. Gotcha. Because we
Yeah.
talked to Ellie Flower earlier, and she said, I think
Okay.
the average game as a soccer player, she runs like 11 miles. So like,
That's
what's the
insane.
average distance you swim in like a practice?
It's probably around 6,000 yards. So it's
18.
hard. It's kind of hard with that. So 1650 is a mile. So essentially it would be close to 4 miles of practice, like 3 or 4 miles of practice, which I know that's confusing, but yeah. Yeah, I don't really know how to say. So it would be like 60 100s. Like 100 is 4 laps.
Okay.
If that makes
Gotcha.
it easier. Yeah, less confusing.
Gotcha.
I think I'd rather run 11 miles.
I don't know. I think I feel like it's easier to tune out when you're in the water and
Yeah.
not feel your entire body aching like when you're running.
Yeah,
But
personally, I'm swimming any day. Like running is not for me.
What is that culture like in swimming? My best friend, his 2 daughters are swimmers. One swims in college. That constant like the parents are in the stands with the stopwatches, and it's always time. Oh,
Yeah.
drop 3/10 off her PR. What is that? Even I'm sure at like 10 that started.
Yeah.
Living that your whole life.
Yeah. It, like I said earlier, is really a humbling sport. Like you train twice a day year round to like this year I dropped 0.1 second in the 100 breaststroke, which like you can't even like see that. You can't like that's like a fingertip, but still that 0.1 got me to be that All-American versus last year being that honorable mention, that's all it really takes. And like when I think about like the culture here, like the Cincinnati swim team, I think really that's our strongest selling point to recruits is our culture, because that's what we really try and improve and have the best. Because if you have a good culture, like you're gonna have improvements because people are supporting one another, where there's a lot of programs out there that are so cutthroat, and it's really hard to not be so intense with it, be so cutthroat. Like if I'm swimming the 100 breaststroke and someone else is swimming the 100 breaststroke and they beat me that day, like you still got to give them a pat on the back, so that's kind of like what we've been trying to do, is just motivating one another. And that's why like these girls are my family and why I do love the Cincinnati swim team so much.
Gotcha. Wow. Do you have a favorite moment so far from your career?
Being an
That's a tough
All-American?
one.
Hey, let her answer. Gosh.
When our seniors had their senior night, they were asked like their favorite moment. So I've been like reflecting on that since then. Like, what would I say? I probably being an All-American, like that moment, like of just being in shock afterwards. And then so this year we had a relay. previous years it was just me going, which
Mhm.
that's really hard, like being at a meet by yourself. And then this year having that relay, having those girls give me like a hug after my race, that really made a difference for me, and it just felt so much more rewarding, and like my family was there. So that was a really big moment for me. But then there's also like the little things too. Like we beat Miami my sophomore year in a relay, a 2 free relay, and it was like the decider in the meet, and they're just a big rival for us. So
Mhm.
and it was the last like race of the night, and that determined the win. Like the energy on the pool deck was amazing. So it's like just like stuff like that and the people around you that make those moments so much more special. And then there's just like the funny moments, like our coach Scott, he joined us last year, and then he said if we made a relay this year we could shave his head because the coaches, they did the bleach, because you might see like the guys have some bleach hair, so they surprised everyone and did bleach, and he said if we make the relay we'll shave it off for him. So that's what we did.
That's awesome.
That was fun. Yeah. Mhm.
What point do you decide if you're going to be a swimmer or a diver? Is that just something that you know all along, or is it something where you have to actually sit down and make a decision?
Yeah, so I personally think of swimming and diving as like a completely different sport. Like you'll see divers, I would say most of the time are normally in like cheer, gymnastics or an early age, and then they're like, okay, I'm going to shift to diving, where swimming is kind of like you start when you're young, you stick with it. Like very different, but at the same time we're all like the same team, so we'll still hang out with them and stuff. We're still like doing all the same things, going to the same
They're
meets,
okay.
what they
You
do,
don't like them, Jolie. You don't like them. Don't lie. You hate those divers.
No. But yeah, I could never dive. I would smack.
That's hilarious.
It doesn't look. I had a cousin that used to 10-meter platform, and I'm like, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. You're jumping off a building. Stop it.
It's hard to watch when they're up there. They're doing like a handstand, and I'm like, I can't even watch. I'm so scared, like just doing that. I can't imagine being in that position.
Well, you are number 4 in the nation, but today, thus far, you are number 1 guest. 4,800 people in the room watching you right now.
Really? Wow. Well, thank you for having me. I'm so happy to be here.
How deep are the pools? Like, are you like an Olympic pool that you would
Yeah.
swim in?
I think it just varies. I would say normally like 6 to 10 feet, but the deeper the
Okay.
pool, it's actually like statistically proven that you swim faster in a deeper pool. So
Okay.
shallower pools like 4 feet, 5 feet are not as quick or not as common.
Okay.
I would say the one I swam in for Olympic trials this summer was probably like 8 or 10 feet.
Mhm.
Yeah, like not touching distance. You got to like tread water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do any of you guys swim or have swum?
I've swam in a
No.
pool. Just normal.
I have swam in a pool. Yes.
Just normal. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
It's in my family. Like I said, I have a cousin that dove. My uncle was a
Yeah.
swimmer. My best friend's kids are swimmers. I've been around it, but I was a runner,
Yeah.
stupidly enough.
You were a runner.
Yeah, I was. Short distances, sprints. I did
Oh,
cross country
okay.
for one season, and I was like, no, I
Not
don't
really.
think that's for me.
Yeah.
I'll run 100, like I'll run a 400, and I stop that one lap, and I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah.
Keegan,
Yeah.
that was back when he was this Chad.
Not the current Chad.
That was a whole person ago.
So if you didn't play, or if you were going to play another sport that wasn't swimming, and you can't say diving, what would you have played, or what would you have pursued?
Yeah, I actually played club softball and like for my my town softball all the way
Okay.
up like until I was a senior, and it actually was a really big decision for me choosing between the two. So like sophomore year in high school, I kind of was like, all right, I'm gonna take this in the direction of swimming. My dad wasn't too happy about that, but my mom was very pleased.
I think it worked out.
Softball.
Mom was going to
Yeah.
cut you out.
Yeah, how big a fight was that at home? Softball and swimming.
Well, okay, so my sister's playing softball right now. She's a junior in high school, so she's getting recruited for that. So my dad's happy, but he wasn't happy at the time.
Mom doesn't
Yeah.
even talk to her anymore. She's family
Oh my
dinners, they do
goodness.
them in separate rooms.
All right. Well, we appreciate it, Jolie. Congratulations
Yeah.
on the All-American honors, and you'll be back for your senior year.
Yeah, one more year. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a
Thanks
pleasure.
for being here.
Yeah.
It was great.
Awesome. Have a good rest
Thank
of your
you.
night.
Yeah.
Thanks
See
you
you.
too.
Thank
We'll
you.
be here all night.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
See
Have
ya.
a good one.
All right.
All right. Our first All-American.
We never had a swimmer before, not even last year when we did.
We've got a national champion coming up.
We do. We do. What should I get for dinner?
Izzy's.
I just got Izzy's.
Oh man. I know we got some things, some business to attend to here before 6 o'clock, but real quick, while you are here, donate now to the Impact Fund to help the Bearcats recruit and retain top players like Jolie Cry, and compete for championships. Go to gobearcats.com/513 to donate today. Again, that's gobearcats.com/513 to donate today. And celebrate your 513 day with a nice little $5.13 donation, or you can continue to multiply that by 10 if you're feeling froggy. That all said, there's I don't know, 4,700 of you plus watching on Twitter. If you get the chance, and we hope you do, hop on over to our YouTube channel, like and subscribe to our channel so that you are alerted for when we do podcasts. We do a lot of different things. We'll give a rundown on all the things we do later on. I did that, I don't know, about an hour ago, so I don't really want to get down that road again. But we would appreciate the like and subscribe. Help us get over 3,000 if we aren't already there. Chad, there's some giveaways, though, we got to get to before the 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I'm getting to that here in just a second. Was trying to double check with Wes and make sure he was good for 6. All right, we have a T-shirt to give away from our 5:30 time slot. So let's see. The last one was Connor Reachling, right? Yeah.
It was.
So this T-shirt goes to H2 Owens. H number 2 Owens, Owens. That is our next T-shirt winner here for the 5 o'clock hour. If you haven't seen, this is the T-shirt that everybody is winning. There you go for that. Fancy. I like it. Clean. Good design. All right. And then let's do if you were here when Andy joined us, he had the baseball T-shirt on. He had the baseball package on. You had the Cincy Light baseball T-shirt, and then the black rope hat that he had on as well. Stop sharing, present, share screen. There's the black rope hat. There you go. We are going to give away 2 of these right now. I am, at some point in time before we're done, Aaron, I am going to go to close one of those screens. And I'm going to close out this.
StreamYard? Yeah, sounds about right.
StreamYard. Yeah. Cincy Texan. Cincwytexan. That's got to be Tonk, right?
I think he's just at Tonk.
Yeah.
Okay. Cincy Texan gets the first one, and the second one goes to PGA YNOR 14.
All right. Both of those are on Instagram.
Keegan, how was the ride home?
It's good. Very little traffic.
It's good
Just
to
the
hear.
usual 35 minutes.
You got here right at 5 o'clock. Were you waiting to jump in, or was that like just perfect timing?
I talked to Carissa for as long as I possibly could, and then I clicked on the link.
Real quick, I did want to mention we told Sam, I promised him we'd get to this question. Now seems as good a time as any. Chad, it seemed like we had bigger bats in that 99 to 05 era with Griffey, Dunn, Phillips, etc. Do the Reds have less money now than they used? I guess than they used to. What's happened?
They haven't drafted power hitters well. Those guys, I mean, Griffey obviously was signed. Brandon Phillips was in a trade, but like Dunn, Kearns, Jay Bruce, those guys were all homegrown talents. And they have done a very poor job at finding outfielders and corner infielders, guys that generally have the power. That's where those guys come from. And they have drafted them at a very poor rate, Sam. Those guys, the Reds with their budget, they aren't going to be able to go out and get 40 home run guys in free agency. You're going to have to draft and develop those guys. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, what's their identity? Who are they? I don't know what their identity is. Draft as many shortstops as you can and then quote unquote figure it out later. And it's not working. I don't know how else to put it. That is not a sound strategy. That's how you build a little league team. Go get all the most athletic kids you can and then just be more athletic than the other team. They strike out too much. They don't get on base. They don't hit home runs at a consistent clip. It's a poorly constructed major league roster.
You're in favor of a salary cap, I'm assuming, right?
I mean, sure. Whatever. Like, I don't know how in baseball, I don't think a salary cap is ultimately fair.
Ow.
I don't even know how you implement it at this point in time because
they've gone so far down this regionalism because, like in football, Keegan, everybody is under the same TV contract. In baseball, everybody is under their own deal. Like everybody is tied to their and baseball is a regional sport. Like they have whatever strategy they have done this to themselves. Are you watching a Rangers White Sox game? Like at any point in time? No. Like nobody cares. Like maybe there's a national audience for the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Red Sox, but for the most part, like everybody watches their team, and you're gonna take all that money that New York earns in their situation because more people watch them, more people attend their games, and then distribute it evenly to everybody else and implement a salary cap. Like that doesn't. I think the baseball model, the way that baseball has done things, doesn't align for operating the way the NBA and the NFL do.
That makes sense.
Right? I think ideally you would like to have a salary cap, but I don't. But Keith, they have a plan for pitching. They have a plan. They brought in a great pitching coach. They implemented a system. They developed what they were looking for in starting pitching, and then that plan worked. It's crazy when you have a vision and you have an idea of this is who we want to be, and organizationally everything works in the same direction, then you come out on the other side really good. Their plan is to draft shortstops. We just got all the shortstops. Well, now you don't have any corner outfielders, you don't have any corner infielders that are worth a crap. You don't have any consistent power. Like it's stupid.
Well, we are just a couple minutes away from having Coach Wes Miller join us here on the show. If you didn't already know, also still on the docket after Coach, we've got Brendan Sorsby following up Coach Wes at 6:30. Maggie McKinley at 7 o'clock. Reagan Jackson at 7:30. Eddie Taylor and Trevor Wright. I think it's the first time Trevor's going to have joined the show. They'll be on at 8, and then Aaron Himmler at 8:30, and Ryan Holmes at 9.
Just confirmed with Wes. He's good for 6. So he should be here.
You said he is on the road?
He's on the road recruiting, yeah.
Is he in a coffee shop again?
Maybe. I don't know. That was I think they were going to watch Dan play in the state championship game in Philly, and they had time to kill before the game, so they ended up at a coffee shop and hit us up from the coffee shop.
Good old Baylor Dan.
Baylor Dan.
This is the second time he's asked that. Bearcat 101 wants to know if he's in the Sunshine State. Do we know where he is?
I don't.
We'll have to ask him. See if he gives us a real answer. Or if he's
I
smoke and
guessed.
mirrors.
I know where he is, but I won't divulge.
Okay. A salary cap would spread superstar talent around the league, thus making every team watchable to see the talent. In theory, yeah, that's not how that really works. It's how it's supposed to work. Apparently, my kid's turtle escaped. Any tips or ideas?
Turtle soup.
Be faster than the turtle.
Watch out for green ooze.
Yeah, we're 8 hours in. I'm out of. I don't have a whole lot of filler right now.
I mean, we can just. I mean, I just pulled up their first round draft pick since 2010. If you want to go through all the misses they've had on position players,
the Reds, no thanks. I'd probably get sick.
Remember Austin Hendrick?
No, thankfully I don't.
Yeah, that was their first round pick in 2020.
He's one of my first trades every single year when I get MLB The Show. He's out the door, gone. Get out of here, Austin Hendrick. You and your B potential. You aren't a B. You're a B, but you're rated 67, and you're like 28 years old. Get out of here.
That's so disrespectful.
No, it's not. It's disrespectful for him to not be good as a first-round draft pick to fans.
And then Nixon Bell didn't work. Philip Irvin didn't work.
Yeah.
Traded Yasmani Grandal. Cam Collier could be really good, but
could be really bad. For all we know.
What's up, Taylor?
Happy 513 day. We got 4 hours to go. This is the hard part right here. That
coming off.
That sounds great.
Supposed to be the Indiana game.
Is that announcing the 9 p.m. Eastern for kickoff against Nebraska?
Yeah, we could hit on that until Wes gets in here with us.
Could hit on that until we're all pissed off, which is already too late.
I mean, I don't care. Whatever.
They play. Jeff Gentle's comeback, which is are they kicking in another $1 million for playing this game at 9 o'clock?
Hopefully.
You got to talk, Keegan, because this thing's still going off and Chad's on the phone.
I just can't. It's like, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense for that game to be at 9 to me. I feel like it should be a 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern kick because it's a Thursday. What's going on that Thursday?
Especially at Arrowhead.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if it's on ESPN, what is scheduled before that?
Around the Horn, Stephen A. Smith.
No, that's going to be off. Their last show is coming up. Oh gosh,
there's a game before it at 5:30 on ESPN, according to Leroy here.
South Florida gets the favorable time slot. That's amazing. But yeah, I can't wait for that game. Cannot wait.
I think I'm gonna try and go.
I'll be there.
Yeah, Boise State, South Florida at 5:30. Boise State's got to be mad about that time too.
They're at South Florida.
Yeah.
Well, Boise State, that'd be a 2:30 local kickoff.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you just completely ostracize an entire fan base? I don't get it.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't double book ABC and ESPN, Leroy. I feel like a lot of the time it's just simulcasting on. It's like Monday Night Football, but I guess they also could. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, the Nebraska-Cincinnati game is going to get so much more viewership than USF and Boise State, and you make it at a time where it will purposefully get less viewers because people will go to bed. But it's also one of the first big games of the entire college football season, so it'll get viewers.
People watch it. I mean, people watch Thursday Night Football. If you're a fan of the team, no one's going to bed on the first game of the season, especially in that type of matchup. But
I mean, it's going to be
inconvenient, wildly inconvenient.
It's going to be 11:30 at the end of the third quarter.
Guys,
what's up, Coach?
How we doing?
How you guys doing?
Doing excellent.
I'm outside of a restaurant in Toronto. Came up to visit with Jalen Celestine and his family today. So I stepped out to call you. So if there's people walking by, I'm sitting on the sidewalk. So there you go.
The last time I think you were in a coffee shop in Philadelphia. The last time we did this, so
there you go. There you go. Well, how's everybody doing?
We're doing good.
Excellent.
We're
8 hours.
We just started our 8th hour of this stream.
Well, you guys look better than I thought you'd look after 8 hours. So there you go.
We didn't look good to begin with. We had a bad starting point, so
a lot of room for growth. There you go.
Yeah. How's the off season going? Are you starting? The portal is at least calmed down a little. Have you got some of your sanity back?
You know what I'd say, guys, is it's been an unprecedented. I don't know what it's been. 7, 8 weeks? I don't know. 2 months. I don't know what it's been, but it's been an unprecedented off season in college basketball. But I think from our stance in the basketball program, we're excited. We haven't come up for air yet, but in a good way. We've been very focused. I think we've been very intentional about, what it's going to take to not just compete in the Big 12, but compete for championships in the Big 12. And it's been a lot of opportunity out there for us to try to put something together that can do that. I think we're pretty close.
the first two guys that were announced or whatever in this portal process, Kerr and Sincere, some toughness, some attitude in those guys, some guys that play with some fire. Was that something that you looked at and said we need to bring a little bit more of that into the program in this conference?
Yes, yeah. I mean, we were Sincere was one of the first guys. And he goes by Buck, guys. So, just FYI. But like, if I say that, you'll know what I'm talking about. But he was one of the first guys that I visited with when I was the head coach at Cincinnati. He came down for an unofficial visit, and because we were coming off of the pandemic, I had not seen him play. I had just seen tape, and he was angry that I didn't offer him a scholarship because I hadn't seen him play yet. And he remembered that when we went back to recruit him after we did see him play. And he remembered that when we played against him this year and reminded me of that. And I have to say, as much as I didn't like the way that he reminded me, I loved his edge and I loved his approach because I'm somebody that doesn't forget either. I got a long memory. And, it's like one of those things that I was really pissed off about losing, games to West Virginia. But every time we'd lose the game, I'd watch the tape and kind of feel like that's the guy that I want on my team. And when the opportunity came about, that was easy. So, I got a chance to get it right. We probably should have taken him, or tried to get him when we first got the job, but just hadn't seen him and didn't kind of know who he was. But now that we know who he was, it was an easy once we got a chance to get that right.
You get another guy who's got that toughness and grit in a guy like Big Slime. What does he add to the roster that we've been missing?
There's a physicality that you have to play with in this league and at this level in the front court. I think that's the obvious part, right? I mean, he's not a guy that's afraid of contact. Guys, he's a guy that likes contact. He initiates contact. But I think, beyond that, it's kind of like Sincere and a bunch of these other guys. Like there's a mentality that winning is more important than everything. There's an edge. I think sometimes, that edge can come out in a gregarious way with those guys. I like that. I was excited about that. And that kind of, when you watched Jalen play, that was really obvious. But it's not just the physicality. It's not just the edge and the competitiveness that he plays with. I think he's a guy that can really score the ball, like a guy you can throw it to on the box or off the box, or you can isolate. I think he's a terrific passer and facilitator and playmaker. In a lot of ways, like arguably he wasn't, but probably pretty close to being the A10 player of the year. So it's pretty proven, in my opinion, a very well-respected league on a team that won the regular season. So again, winning was something we've really valued moving forward here.
How important was adding a guy that you can throw it to and get a bucket? That wasn't something that you really could do a whole lot of last year.
Yeah, it's a priority. Yeah. I think you go through the league play and the such a high level of basketball. You have to have different ways to attack offensively, and we were looking for more ways that we could attack offensively. And he gives you, it's not just the ability to score on the box. He lets you attack the game offensively in the front court in ways we just probably haven't been able to attack enough the last couple of years.
Kind of going back to what you said about Sincere, we talked to John Cunningham earlier, and he said on Kirk Risa that he's a guy that you hate playing against and you love it when he's on your team. Is that kind of the similar thing with Sincere, that you played against him at Arizona, you played against him at West Virginia, you know the impact he can have on the game, and you wanted him with you, not necessarily going against you anymore?
Yeah, I think you could say that's fair. I mean, he's got a different kind of edge. Like all three of those guys, they would be on the extreme side of playing with competitive edge and competitive character, in my opinion. And it comes out of all three of them. I think that's something that I liked about both of them. It's not always, like you said, something that's fun for guys to play against, but but Kerr has that. He's pretty fearless. I think all those guys, but Kerr's fearless. There's not going to be a moment that's too big or an environment that that he'll enjoy that. And I think, again, I could say that about a lot of guys on our roster, but his ability to pass the ball and create shots for others, whether it's in the open court or in different situations in the half court, I think that's something that everybody will benefit from. I think playing multiple guards on the court together is something that as we kind of study this level in our league, I think you have to have multiple shot creators, decision makers. We're going to have the ability to do that, and Kerr's certainly a big part of it.
He can really shoot it, and so can the guy that you're visiting now in Jalen. How important was it to get Jalen, giving you a guy that has some size and can really stretch the floor?
Yeah, and I think you gotta dig a little deeper than just the year he played at Baylor. He played in the Pac for a long period of time, and he's a career 40% 3-point shooter, shoots it with range. So I think that's the obvious part, but and the role that he was in at Baylor, maybe that's all you got to see. But two things: one, there's a lot more to his game. He's actually a great player with the ball in his hands and a decision maker. So I think there's a more complete game there than just shooting. I think physically he was coming off of a major injury going into the last year at Baylor, and then had a really severe ankle injury that kept him out of the game we played them the first time. I think he's going to get healthy, and there's some things he can do physically that he wasn't able to do last year. So I think he's got a chance to be a really impactful player as well.
And then Mustafa Cham, you've built a reputation now. You play a guy at the end of the season, and then you play a team at the end of the season, then you go get one of their best guys. You kept that up this year with Mustafa from UCF.
Yeah, I don't know if that was part of the plan, but I think, listen, you want to have rim protection. You want to have a lob threat. Aziz did that for us at a really high level. Mustafa's 7'2", so he's bigger, he's longer. I think he's got a crazy amount of versatility beyond those things. Like, I think he'll have the ability to switch out and guard guards. I think he led the Big 12, or it was maybe second in the Big 12 in block shots, whether you look at percentage or true blocks. I mean, so he's going to have a terrific defensive impact, but he can step out and shoot the three. He's a good passer, decision maker. He's got great touch. He's a guy that just he's already shown that he's an impactful player in our league, which is really important, right? He's already impacted our league, but his ceiling is as high as you could have as a college basketball player, and that's going to be fun to watch him continue to become an even greater player at Cincinnati next year.
With all these additions, how do you think you've set up Keyshawn Tillery and Sean Abayev to come in and kind of learn from these guys, and whether it's Jizzle and Day or the transfers that are coming in?
Yeah, well, I think one thing we have is we have a lot of maturity and experience on the team. A lot of guys that value winning. I'm about to get rained on now. All right, excuse me, guys. I love you guys. I ain't getting soaked for you. All right. Excuse me. So, get under this awning here. It might be a little louder. I'm sorry, but it's raining pretty hard, guys. But
you're good.
So I think, honestly, like, having that maturity and that experience on the roster, guys that have won, value winning, I think it's a great opportunity for two really, really gifted young players to join our team. They'll have good examples. They're going to get pushed right away, which they both want that. Like, they both like that. So, yeah, I think the roster makeup, Keegan, to this point, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right, on a lot of levels, and that was strategic and intentional. So we're proud of it.
Mm-hmm. You added 2 additions to your staff and a GM and a new assistant coach with Drew Adams leaving. Talk about what that brings to the team that you maybe didn't have before.
Yeah, I think in this evolving landscape of college basketball, like I think a lot of teams will have a general manager role this year. I think by this time next year, there won't be a high major college basketball team in the country that doesn't have that. As I just talked about this on Mo's show, like that role for us is new, and it's evolving and will continue to evolve. But what I'll say is like Corey really brings something different to our team. Number one, I trust him. I've known him for 15 years. Like he has got a tremendous work ethic. He's tremendously well connected throughout all levels of basketball, and I mean globally connected. And then number two, he just spent 5 years, working hand in hand with Sam Presti, who's arguably the best general manager in all of sports. So he's got great perspective of the way things are being done, in my opinion, and maybe one of the best organizations in sports.
Scheduling. The Big 12 is dropping back from 20 to 18 games. How do you build a non-conference schedule this year? Looking at what you've learned over the past 2 seasons in the league.
Well, I think you first we got to get to it, right? Because that puts a little more pressure on us to get scheduling done. As you guys know, we haven't done anything but roster build here for the last 2 months or whatever it's been. And we have to hone in now on putting together a really, really good non-conference schedule, one that prepares us for Big 12 play, one that puts us in the best position to build a resume for the tournament, and it also allows us to grow our team, throughout November and December. So we'll be trying to kind of balance that thing out and put the right pieces together. But as you know, it's not like we just decide, let's go play this game here. Like, you got to find agreements with other schools, and we're in that process as we speak.
Do you have a number of high major games, or what people consider high major games, even if they're maybe against an A10 or a quality, second tier team? Do you have a number in mind?
No, but we'll be looking at all this is where guys like Bill Comar on my staff and Corey are so analytically driven, and we've done studies on tournament teams and what they're doing, and seeding, and Big 12 play with 8. SEC had 18 games last year. We had 18 games 2 years ago, so it'll be intentional how we do it. But to give you, I'm not the guy to ask for that, because they have that kind of stuff on paper in the office. But guys, I'm sitting outside of a restaurant in Toronto. I couldn't tell you. But yes and no. We probably yes, but I'm not going to take a guess at what it is today.
Send Bill the link and we'll talk to him. We'll ask him.
I'm sure you guys would like to put anything out there you could, but I honestly don't know, and we'll fill you in if we get this schedule starting to go.
Well, we appreciate the time. We'll let you get back in. I know you're out to dinner with his family and hanging out, so we want you to get back to the business at hand.
Look, appreciate you guys being patient with me today. Sorry I wasn't in person for 513 Day, but it's a good cause, so appreciate what you guys are doing all day.
Appreciate you,
Thanks,
Coach.
Wes.
We'll get you back on soon. How's that?
Okay, guys. Be good.
Thanks, Coach. He was not hanging out in the rain for us. I'll tell you that right now.
I wouldn't either.
See, for Dan, it was nice and sunny, and the weather was probably good on the golf course. That one was not exactly.
I mean, you're hanging out in Canada. Gets wet. A little damp. Little cloudy, dreary Toronto. But there you go. Are they going to sign any more players for next season? Yeah, we have talked about that. They will add at least 1, potentially 2 more players this offseason. So count on that. Who? Can't tell you yet. Don't know yet. We'll see how it goes. See how things play out. So there you go. Wes Miller, a little info on the 5 guys added from the transfer portal. And Hopefully we'll get him back on here in the not too distant future and discuss some other stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, let's keep it rolling. We have another giveaway. We'll do another Rheingeist shirt for 630. And this one is this is the Instagram handle at Hoff16, Hoff16. So HOF16, HOF16. So nice, he said it twice.
That was a t-shirt?
That's a t-shirt, yeah.
All right.
And now we await
that's t-shirt number 9. It's only one more t-shirt there.
9.
All right.
Now we wait to hear from Brendan Sorsby, live from Texas. Hopefully with his John Cena wristbands on.
I don't think you're going to get it.
He has those wristbands on. We might not be able to see him.
It's fair.
It's a great point.
Maybe he's here already. Maybe he joined us a couple minutes ago.
Maybe that's where the jokes are at when you've been doing this for 8.5 hours. Who was it that asked if we got slap happy as it went on?
Yes, we do.
I don't remember who asked it, but
oh man, what happened to Brent saying he would be around all day?
You called it. He put one comment and he's like, "I'll be on. I cleared my schedule."
Yeah, Keegan. He told us he cleared his schedule to be part of the show all day today.
He literally just texted me
when we brought his name up. What'd he say?
He said, "Work sucked. When will there be an opening without a guest?" There isn't an opening without a guest. You just hop in.
Yeah. There's no opening without a guest.
Keep your questions to 20 words or less.
The whole point of this show is that we have guests every half hour the entire day.
He's trying to be in the 10 to midnight slot.
Yeah. Brent, you can do 10 to midnight by yourself. Unbelievable, that guy.
I don't think he's going to be upset I read his text message out loud.
No, I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be okay. Oh. I'm tired. I'm getting tired. I've got dinner on the way. Went with a steak, a little Mexican restaurant close by, steak burrito with cheese sauce.
Oh gosh.
What?
You're gonna pass out.
Why?
The food coma from that.
I'll be all right.
Steak burrito.
This coming from a guy who ate Chipotle in Vegas. Get out of here.
Yeah.
It was delicious.
Yeah, arroz con pollo.
That's rice with chicken. That's the most gringo thing you could order, Ed.
Chicken with no seasoning. Just cheese sauce on it. Arroz con asada. And cheese,
we're losing the plot here.
Yeah, well, waiting on Brendan. Chipotle in Vegas is a crime.
No, it's not.
In all 50 states, actually.
I'm telling you, I'm going there at the end of July, and I will get it again.
Here you go, Chad. Something actually we're talking about. Chad, in your opinion, does the new additions complement Jizzle and Day-Day's game, or do you see the two adjusting to the new players?
Yeah, it gives them somebody to throw the ball to that can score. That helps. It should open up more avenues for offense. It should allow them, you can throw the ball into the block, get a bucket. They don't have to have the ball in their hands at all times with Carissa on the roster. So the two of them can act a little bit, be a little bit more active off the ball. Celestine, you've got a wing shooter that can open up space. Carissa can really shoot it. So, and Chom can shoot the three a little bit, can score with his back to the basket, and also gives you that lob threat that, obviously Wes wants that to be a part of what they do offensively, or it wouldn't have been such a major piece of what they did for the longest time. So, yeah, I do think there's going to be some 3-guard lineups. I think you'll see Harris some at the 3 with 2 other guards, whatever combination you want to add in. So I do think there'll be some 3-guard lineups there. And some of that is also going to depend on how good is Zabayev.
All right. Sounds like we're getting Brendan here soon. So we got 4985 of you in here. That's insane. Considering we'd never eclipsed 1,000 before. Now we're at nearly 5 times that. Donate now to the Impact Fund to help the Bearcats recruit and retain top players and compete for championships. Players like Brendan Sorsby. Go to gobearcats.com/513 to donate today. Again, that is gobearcats.com/513 to donate today.
Have we heard from Kathy in a while? No, Kathy, I don't think Kathy watches anymore. I think she got sick of my crap and bolted.
Sick of my crap.
Kathy did not like me, Keegan. She watched every second of everything that we did and complained about me every time.
It's like a certain Discord server I know about.
Like you said, it's 50-50 shot.
Do I think Scott Hatterberg's a good player? Yeah, I think Scott Hatterberg's a pretty good player. Do you think Scott Hatterberg's a good player, Danny?
He gets on base.
Never mind, Keegan. You don't know the joke.
I don't know.
That was the banana phone call from Adam Dunn, wasn't it?
Yeah. They were in a rain delay in Milwaukee.
Hey, Marty.
Hey, Marty. It's Adam from Milwaukee. You think Scott Hatterberg's a good player?
I'm going to take my
That's
shirt
amazing.
What do you think about Luke Stowe? And then Marty said, yeah, I think Scott Hatterberg's a good player. And Dunn goes, I think he's overrated.
0% chance he was sober during that call, right?
I mean, it was during a game.
Like I said, 0% chance he was sober during that call, right?
He used to always show up at a bar in Newport after games with like an entire table full of girls. Like you just find a whole friend group and bring them to the bar with them after a game. Do you have your shirt on?
We did eclipse 5,000.
Ring, banana phone.
So as there is over 5,000 of you people in here with us, be sure if you haven't already, please jump onto our YouTube channel, like and subscribe if you haven't already, and help us out there. Yeah, Adam Dunn did end up at we were at the same, it was at Montgomery Inn Boathouse, but he was there for prom. It was crazy. Finally, something else to talk about.
What's up?
How we
Live
doing?
from the road, Brendan Sorsby. What's up, brother?
Not much. Actually, currently in the car on the way back to Cincinnati. So if the Wi-Fi is all jacked up, that's why.
And if you're worried, his dad is driving. I did want to clear that up. Zach let us know his dad is driving. We don't have the quarterback driving while on a YouTube show with us. So
Yeah, that's what I had to tell him at least, you know. So it is what it is.
We believe you. You know, you. I mean, you're a big time quarterback in the NIL area. You probably could have got a private jet back home.
Sorry, you cut out. What'd you say?
This is gonna
be brutal. I apologize to anybody this happens to.
That's all right. I said you're a big time quarterback in the NIL area. You probably could have got a private jet back to Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's what I should have done. This drive is brutal.
It's a long
That's what
drive.
I should have done. Next time, I might just hit up Chad and ask maybe you could come drive me, Chad. Maybe we can work something out.
I mean, if we can get content out of it, I will fly to Texas and we will drive back to Cincinnati. Stipe would lose his damn mind, but I'll do it.
Yeah, he would.
I think we should do it. How's the offseason been, man? How was spring ball and getting into summer and the workout process?
It was really good. We had a really good spring. Really pleased with how we did as an offense, and just as we, obviously having a ton of new guys in and how we meshed together, and even defensively, I feel like we had a great spring, and I'm excited to see what the summer has in store for us. Getting a couple extra pieces in here and getting to work out with those guys and mesh with them. But I feel like we had a great spring. I feel like we're, a lot ahead of where we were last year, obviously. As far as my grasp for the playbook and everything, I feel like I'm way, way ahead of where I was last year. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the summer and fall camp and the season has in store.
the wide receiver room's been pretty much completely revamped since just a season ago. You got plenty of new guys at your disposal now. So who's impressed you thus far through spring and all of that?
All of them. And it sounds like such a quarterback answer, but I mean it. Like all of them have their differences. And, you got Jeff, who's 7 foot and can jump and run. And then you got Cyrus, who's really shifty, great route runner. You got Noah, who's play at his own pace, still really explosive, really good hands. And then you got Goody, who can just take the top off of any defense. He can absolutely fly. So, and then you got the young guys, that are coming a long way and, getting a good feel for the playbook. And they've had literally our entire receiver room, our entire running back room had a great spring ball. And, I'm excited with where we're at.
We talked to Coach Sat, and he said one of the biggest things that players do in year 2 is just not really trying to be over aggressive or force stuff. And he said one of the big things he wants to see you do is, not try to make the hero throw, but, like take your check down sometimes when you get them. What in your mind is the biggest thing that you've done so far through spring ball in year 2? Because, I mean, it's like going from football 101 to taking graduate level courses. I mean, that's how Coach Thomas put it to me.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, whenever you get older, your arm gets a little tired, a little more fast. So you're also like not opposed to taking the check down all the time. So I feel like that's also another thing. As you get older, you get more mature. You're like, well, maybe I don't have to try to throw this ball as far as possible. And maybe I can check it down to Evan Pryor and let him go run for 20 yards. And it looks the same on the stat sheet. So, why wouldn't I do that? Why would I have to, try to force certain things? Now, granted, I'm still going to try to force some things in spring ball, and I'm going to tell Sad as well. Like, I'm going to say, listen, I got to see what I can get away with too. But definitely just, letting it come to me more so than trying to force, certain things, certain looks. And, I feel like I had a really good spring as far as that goes and taking care of the ball.
We talked to Joe, and he said there was a moment in spring practice where you threw him a ball and it was like a long gain, and he kind of went to the sideline and went to Jack, and I think he talked to you too, and he said, "Hey, I know you brought all these guys in, but I'm still that bleeping guy." What's it like to, despite bringing in 4 or 5 weapons on offense, not only do you still have Joe Royer, the player, but you still have the guy who has the mindset that he can be one of the best offensive players in the team?
Yeah, I mean, that was something, he literally lives in the apartment right below me. So we're always together. He's like my best friend. So, we're always talking. And at first we were like, I would always message him and be like, "Hey, Joe, like your targets are going to go way down, man. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is." But like, we'd always like come back to the realization that like, it's going to be great for him, whenever you're getting some attention drawn away from him and, he gets those one-on-one matchups and can free himself up a little bit more. It's just going to be that much better for him. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do this season. He's obviously a freak of a player. So, yeah, I mean, he's still that guy, and I'm excited to see what he can do.
While we had Joe on and Gavin as well, they both talked about your weird obsession with the WWE. And do you have the wristbands on?
No, I don't have the wristbands on.
Well,
I don't have the wristbands on. And
of course you don't, because we can see you. If you had them on, we couldn't see you.
Exactly. That was part of the reason I didn't put them on. The other part was because I couldn't find them. I was gonna wear them, but yeah. Because I remember my brother-in-law had listened to whenever Gavin was on, and he called me and said, "You got to find your wristbands." And I'm like, dude, I don't know. I'm a big WWE guy, but it's not like I am a big WWE guy, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I wouldn't say like an obsession, but I'm gonna tune into Raw and SmackDown, and then all the big. I mean, I'm a big WWE fan. It is what it is.
So is Aaron. You're fine. Aaron's right there.
Yeah.
Like you and Aaron can do the rest of this show just on WWE stuff right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
What'd you think of Orton Cena at Backlash?
Disappointed. I don't like Cena anymore. I'm not a Cena guy. I was hoping Orton was going to win, but yeah, I don't want to talk about it, Chad. I'm still
I'm still mad about Mania.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh god.
He had his childhood dreams, hopes crushed.
Yeah.
Talk about the defense. How was the defense in the spring? Did you feel like you saw another jump in what's going to be year 2 of the Tyson Bite era?
Yeah. I feel like we are in a really good spot defensively. You never truly know until the season actually hits, because like defensive guys are always going to say, "Oh, we tackled you here," and I'm like, "You didn't tackle me." I understand I'm a quarterback, but like I don't go down that easily. And like there's like certain things where we'll give each other a hard time about, but like you never, obviously we know that we're really talented on defense, but I guess we'll, whenever like you're full on live and you get to actually, see what happens, I think we're going to be really, even more impressed than we were this spring with them. I'm really excited to see what our DBs can do. Our linebacker room is unbelievable, and then we got a ton of new guys up front. So, and Dante decides, that he wants to take the spring off because he's got his veteran status now, and it is what it is, and he wants to come up to me and brag about that. But I'm excited to see what he's going to do whenever he's not getting double teamed and triple teamed.
We had Logan on earlier, and we asked Logan Wilson, who's going to win CB1, you or McNoom? So you've seen them both, and we know what Logan's answer was. You don't have to ask you what you think it is, but who's going to win that battle between those two?
I don't know. I usually, whenever I see them on the field, I try to just check the ball down or something. I don't like to throw it at them because I also made a deal with anybody that picked me off. I'd said I'd pay them $100. Anybody that picked me off, and I don't throw too many picks. And then you got to have the discussion whenever Joe trips on a route and Tatum Barnes picks me off, and I'm like, I really should make Joe pay for this, but I'm still gonna do it out of the kindness of my heart. But no, I genuinely don't have an answer for you. They both make great plays, and they're both really good players. I'm glad we moved Logan to corner. He's been really good at corner. And then the addition of McDoom has been awesome as well. So I'm excited to see what those two guys hopefully they're both CB1s. And in all honesty, I hope people look out there and they see Logan and they say, oh, we don't want to throw it at him. And then they look out there and they see McDoom and say, well, crap, we're running the ball, boys. So that's what I hope happens. But, they're both great players.
Chad, do you think Tony Pike was betting $100 for interceptions during his college career?
Tony Pike didn't have $100 during his college career. He's from Reading. He didn't have any money. Donk, thanks for the donation. He said he's taking the boat out to Grapevine Lake right now. Shout out to the Denton County boys. Salisbury for Heisman.
Heard it here first.
Big time.
So, not a lot of players get the chance to open up week one in their careers against a really talented opponent. You did that in 2023 with Indiana when you played Ohio State, and you were in the midst of a quarterback battle that whole fall camp. How does that first game against a big opponent kind of set the tone for fall camp? Is it different than other years when you kind of have an easy game out of the gate?
Yeah, I think your mindset, like you said, is just, from running at this moment now, like I think all spring we've known, obviously. So, we've kind of shifted our focus to, we have to be ready to go week one. You don't get a game where you're like, all right, we're going to win. So like we can mess up and stuff. Like we don't have that opportunity. And, we have to go in there ready to be perfect almost. Obviously you're not going to be perfect, but you have to go in there ready to go. And whenever I was at Indiana playing Ohio State, it was a little bit different situation because I still had no clue what I was doing. I was still so young and, playing against Ohio State, and it was wild. But no, I'm excited for this matchup. I don't think it'll be a really good game. Obviously Nebraska's a great opponent, but I like where we are as a team right now, and I'm excited to see what we can do and how we attack fall camp and everything. It'll be good to see.
You started that game, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I remember the first play. I remember rolling up. I don't think I knew what the play was. I don't know what happened. I was kind of shaking a little bit whenever I was going to clap, but yeah,
that's wild.
It was wild.
They just announced that game is at 9 p.m. Do you like the late night starts?
I got no choice. It is what it is.
That's a no.
What are we going to play at noon on Thursday? I knew it was going to be a late game. So, I'm not I like the night games, and it'll be fun. Obviously, we'll have the weekend to come back and travel back and do whatever. But I don't know. I'm excited. I'm excited about the night game. It'll be a fun atmosphere, and it'll be good.
NFL Stadium, does that throw a little extra juice? Throw a little gas on the fire, being at Arrowhead?
Yeah, I think it kind of adds a little bit to, which obviously whenever we played Louisville whenever I was at Indiana, we played in Lucas Oil, and that was a really cool environment. But I'm excited to see what Arrowhead's all about. And it's obviously a big time game, prime time game. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. Obviously, I think Arrowhead being outdoors, I would assume it's a grass field, I'm pretty sure. And it'll be definitely a fun environment.
The good news is you won't be in the beating August sun. It'll probably still be warm, but you won't be out there, 115 degrees on the turf.
Yeah, no, that'll be nice. I like playing on grass. Obviously, like Iowa State grass where I'm slipping all over the place is not the most fun, but I think playing at Arrowhead and whenever the weather's good outside, I think it'll be really fun.
How much does seeing your name with a 14 next to it on rankings in the conference motivate you even more this offseason?
Yeah, the way I look at it, I really try not to pay attention to that stuff. But I don't even like to talk on it because like my thoughts on it are irrelevant, obviously. But you know how I feel about it. I think it's obviously stupid, but it is what it is. It's my job to prove them wrong. Really, my job to. I always like to word it as prove myself right. I know what I'm capable of, so go out there and do what I do, and then see how it shakes out at the end of the year. But a little disrespect, never hurt anybody.
What about having you ever hit up Avery Johnson and tell him, hey man, I still have better hair?
No, I actually do talk to him, but I don't ever tell him that. I just, he's got his long hair going on, so I try to, stay out of his way. And his hair is a lot longer than mine is, so I got a long ways to go before I can. I get so inconsistent with my hair. I let it grow and then I cut it. If I had the commitment that Avery has, then I would my hair would be down on my freaking ankles. But it is what it is. So.
What was the Brendan Sorsby sales pitch to Joe Cotton when he was on campus to go get yourself a left tackle? We heard how hard you recruited the wide receivers. What's a quarterback do for a number one left tackle in the portal?
Obviously he was a massive name. Really just preached to him, how cool of just a staff and locker room that we have. Honestly, I think he would fit in really well, and obviously come in here and be a guy for us right away. Whenever you're entering that portal right at that, that June, whenever you're going to get in there, late May, early June, you gotta be sure that you're going to come in and at least have a really good chance to compete for the job and be a guy. So I think that was another thing that he liked is, how close we were last year to being really good. And, we were missing some pieces, and now we've got those pieces in line. And I think he saw that opportunity and he wants to, come try to turn it around.
What was your relationship with John Williams? John looks quiet to the John looks quiet to the public. He acts quiet, but he's not quiet behind the scenes.
I remember y'all asked me this question about Joe. It's the same way. Whenever they get up in front of everybody, it's different than obviously when they're, with all the guys. But John is a great dude. I love John. I talk to him, pretty often. Obviously, we're kind of doing our own things right now, obviously with him in Green Bay. But he's a great dude. He's definitely a wild guy too in the locker room and stuff. But he's a great dude. I have a really good relationship with him.
How fun was it to see him have his name called and get to go up there on the stage and get to hear his name called and be drafted?
No, that was awesome. Really excited for him. He had obviously said that he went on a visit to Green Bay and, I liked him obviously. So whenever he got his name called, I was really excited for him. Gave him a FaceTime call. We celebrated for a solid minute and a half before he had to go back to doing whatever he was doing. And then, it was good to see that, though. I'm excited and happy for him.
Have you sat down and laid out what your goals are for this season, or is that something you do later on as it gets closer to camp, or when do you reflect?
Yeah, I really do. I do that right around season. I like to, get through fall camp and focus on, getting through the summer and just taking it one day at a time. And then whenever a season's about to come up and, I'm kind of like just chilling on my own or whatever, I'll write the goals down. But right now I'm not really trying to, people always say it sounds cliche, but I'm not trying to like cap anything right now. I don't know. I want to go through summer. I want to go through fall camp and then write a bunch of goals down and look back hopefully in 6 months, 7 months and be satisfied. But we'll see.
We got Higher Ground coming up. Is that something you might do at Camp Higher Ground now that this is your second time around? You know what it's all about? And
yeah, I don't know. I like to soak in Higher Ground I'm a huge Higher Ground guy. I love it. So not everybody is, but I love Higher Ground. So we'll see. I might write down my goals at Higher Ground. I don't know, Aaron. Should I write my goals down at Higher Ground this year?
I mean, if you do, I usually come out to, because it's a 2.5 hour drive for me to get to Cincinnati. So I usually come out for like one day at Higher Ground. So if you do, save it for me and I'll ask you about it that day.
Yeah, I will. I'll be sure to let you know if I write them down at Higher Ground and I'll attribute it to you.
Fair enough.
When you go back over the tape from last year, what was different from the 5-2 start until you guys can't get across the finish line at the end? Were you able to see anything on tape? Were you able to kind of pick anything apart? Did you lose a little steam at the end of the season? What do you think it was? That thumb injury that you told us didn't bother you?
No, it wasn't any injuries or anything. It was just, I think it was just solely just consistency. Like, I feel like, you know, you kind of get towards the back half of the season, and if you're really not on your P's and Q's, I think it's so easy to like kind of just slowly, steadily decline, which I did. Obviously, I had a pretty hard start, and then not that I played just awful in the back half of the season, but like I definitely didn't play like I did in the first half. And that could have been a little bit of everything. I think as a team, obviously, we didn't play up to what we knew we could have. And yeah, I mean, that's all I got for you. I just kind of lost some consistency, and, you know, I'd have a good play, I'd have a good drive, and then I'd kind of stall out on the next one, be inaccurate or whatever. So I just gotta, you know, take it 1 week at a time this upcoming season, and, you know, just try to be the best that I can each play.
I miss Brendan Sorsby 35-yard plus passes. Is that something we're going to see early and often?
I sure hope so. I hope you're seeing 50 plus, 60 plus, 70 plus. Really?
Me too.
Yeah. I like to just throw a ball and just let them run. That would be ideal for me. You know, the arm's feeling great on Sunday. The body's feeling great on Sunday. I'm not having to run as much. Don't tell Stan I said that, but just, you know.
Give us your best Joe Royer story.
Oh gosh. I mean, the thing about Joe is like he's genuinely the same guy like every day. Like I mean, we're getting like heavily into MLB The Show right now. So like he gave me a call. He gave me a call the other night, and like I remember he didn't have the game yet. We literally sat up in my apartment playing MLB The Show together for like probably 5 hours or so straight of just like MLB The Show. And, you know, we were just chopping it up or whatever, but then he ended up getting the game. And I was making like a Rangers team, but I wasn't doing as well. So then he's got that on me. But I really don't have anything too crazy, you know, that you could be shared to the general public. So, yeah, that's all I got for you.
He said he's spending most of his NIL money on MLB The Show.
Stubbs
building his roster.
Yeah, we've made a couple of phone calls back to each other saying, "Hey, yeah, I think I just spent way too much money on this game." So I just had to, you know, I had to call and make sure we were both on the same page. Though he's like, "Don't worry, buddy. Don't worry, buddy. I just did the same thing." I'm like, "All right, good." But at least makes you feel better whenever we're both doing it.
Love it. All right, man. Well, we'll let you get back to it on the road. Where are you at? How far away are you?
We're like, I mean, we've got we're a long ways away, Chad. A long ways away.
You're still in Texas, aren't you?
By the time you lay your head down on your pillow tonight, Chad, just know that we're not close.
Still be in Texas.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, people don't realize, like, once you start driving in Texas, you got a long way to get out of Texas.
Yeah, you got a long ways to go. But we'll be there sometime tomorrow. I don't know when. I gotta come in and lift, and I want to throw to some of the guys tomorrow. So I'm trying to. We might be driving through the night. Might be rolling on.
Buc-ee's guy? Is there a Buc-ee's?
Oh, absolutely. Is there a Buc-ee's? Usually that's how you just coordinate the stops. It's like, where's the Buc-ee's? And then you run out of gas, you run out of gas. But if you got to make it to the Buc-ee's, you got to make it to the Buc-ee's.
What's your go-to at Buc-ee's? What are you getting? What do you get? What's the checkout line look like?
Well, it was. I used to always get the Dippin' Dots, and then there's the Buc-ee's just did away with the Dippin' Dots without informing me. So really, I kind of stopped going to Buc-ee's for a little bit after that.
Oh my
and
God.
I was like, I'm kind of holding out on them right now. Like I can't do it. So, but now I get whenever I want, whenever I go now, I just grab a snack or something. I'm still upset about the whole Dippin' Dots thing, but I get over it. The bathrooms there are phenomenal. So like, that's the reason you go. You go for the experience of Buc-ee's. You walk in, everybody's happy, and you know, it's good.
So John Cena and Buc-ee's have learned that if you do Brendan Sorsby wrong, he will cut you off very quickly.
I'll cut you off straight up. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, be safe on the road. Hopefully your dad's got a couple more hours in him.
Yeah, he's gonna have to have a couple more hours in him. A couple more. No, I appreciate it. Good talking.
Thanks,
y'all.
Brendan. Thanks, Brendan.
Thanks.
Appreciate
See
you.
you. All right. See you.
Jeez. I knew he
Cut
was
you off
down
quick,
to
boy.
earth. I didn't know it was that much.
That was the first time I feel like we've actually had Brendan Sorsby not quarterback speak. Normally
like Brendan
he is,
Sorsby.
yeah. Normally he's polished, and we actually got his personality today, and I love it.
That was great. It's Dippin' Dots. I went for Dippin' Dots. They took out the Dippin' Dots. I'm out. He's not like he's not a Bluebell guy, which is
Dots.
incredible. Bluebell ice cream, which is like a Texas thing. It's outstanding.
He just wants
No,
those
Dippin' Dots.
those little balls of ice cream.
I also love he's like, I'm not that big of a WWE guy, and then he's like realizes that's a lie, and he's like, you know what? No, I am.
I'm
It's
a
fine.
big
He walked it back like 3 different times. He
I know.
tried so hard.
He's no man of John Cena. He's almost out on WWE. Not quite, but almost. Brett, how you doing, buddy? Sorsby went up a few notches in my book with that Bucky's banner.
Told Brent he could hop on any time.
I know.
He
No,
has
he
the
wants
link.
to be Brent in the chat. Sorsby, maybe the best one today. That's the thing, Chelsea. There's like 6 contenders for best one today.
Yeah.
It's been a strong day, especially the athlete performances have been outstanding today.
Right, like that was
better
really
last
good,
year.
but Royer's still probably number 1 in my book. But yeah.
Sorsby wasn't too far behind.
I feel like Sorsby and I really connected today, though.
I think you might be best friends.
You
Just
might
like
be
Dan
best
Horton.
friends.
Me and him and Dan Horter are all going to go golfing together, and somebody can join us.
He's like, I don't know, Aaron. Should I write down my goals? What do you say?
Yeah, the baseball team guys were great too. Especially giving JP a little bit of a hard time.
JP was sweating. Without a doubt, he was sweating.
Bad question.
Hot water burn baby. Hot water burn baby.
Oh, man.
We have had a lot of fun so far today. Supposed to have Maggie McKinley here momentarily. Stipe texted me. He said, you guys want me to jump on and fill any time? And I said, you can jump on at 9:30 and get us to 10. Get us to 12 hours.
Zack, the media guy, per Dante Corleone at Bucketheads. That's what he called him in front of the entire
Zack,
crowd.
the media guy.
Yeah. Not even like laughing, like that was just his title.
All right, now we got one of my favorite people in the room. Let's go. Maggie McKinley. Let me get this right. That you've changed titles a lot in our time as friends, Maggie. Deputy AD SWA.
Yes, that is correct.
What's SWA?
Senior Woman Administrator. It's an NCAA designation.
Okay.
Yep. This means I get to have all the fun with the governance stuff.
Yeah, you've been on like every committee. Let's see, the Division I Council for 5 years, the Council Coordination Committee, chair of the Legislative Committee, name, image, and likeness, transfer legislation, Division I Board of Directors, Infractions Process Committee, now a 4-year term on the Oversight Committee. Did you ever like look at all this and go, what did I did? This is not why I got into this.
You know, it's funny you say that. I like go, gosh, why do I keep saying yes to all this? And then I go back to why I got into this industry. And it was because of a conversation I had with Bob Goyne, who was my athletic director when I was a student athlete. And he convinced me to kind of shift career paths because I wanted to help student athletes and I wanted to make them have a great experience. And he said, well, you need to go into administration and you need to be at the table where the decisions are being made. And so then I decided once I got into this industry, you know where the decisions are being made? Around the table at the council meetings, the board of governors and the conferences, because they're the ones who ultimately end up influencing the rules and where like kind of our boundaries are and what we can do. So I decided, well, I'll volunteer. I'll raise my hand because I know which direction I want this to go in and how to position Cincinnati to be at the table and have a voice. And so I just keep saying yes, Chad. Just keep saying yes.
That the real question is, did you get out of compliance because at one point you looked around and went, there's no compliance anymore?
No, it's every compliance. It's every compliance person's career goal to get out of compliance. No one. Yeah, you're like, okay, this was great, learned a lot. I want to do all that now, or I want to kind of do the fun stuff. Work a little bit more with the sports on the fun aspects, not, oh yeah, we can't do that, or sorry, the rules say you can't do this. Like I want to start saying yes to a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to go over here and do this. So yeah, it was, I didn't see a light at the end of the tunnel. Now I'm like, what's all this deregulation? Man, it's so
right.
easy.
There's no compliance anymore. It doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. There's no rules. You just took Trevor and you like bait and switch Trevor. You're like, here, I'm going to be gone for 3 weeks. Can you sit in this chair for me? And then 3 weeks later, you were like, no, that's your chair now.
Yeah. I said, oh, I'm just going to, wow, there's an office open down the hall. I'm going to just shift my office down there. That way you can have a bigger office, Trevor. And then I was like, oh, I'm not in there anymore. All yours.
Accurate. I'm out of here. Take us through the evolution of women's sports to get to where things are at now, because women's basketball has seen an explosion that I don't know if that was predictable. I know everybody wanted it to happen, but the way it exploded and how fast it exploded was unbelievable. I think volleyball is very much on the rise as well. Probably for me, the most entertaining of the women's sports to watch on a like appreciating the athleticism and the skill. And it's got to be great to see the rise that women's sports are on.
Yeah. And
women's soccer.
The attention nationally and internationally has been phenomenal. And I think you go back to the days of like, whatever, but you started seeing it the national team level in the Olympic success. I think that helps in the US, right? When you have a women's soccer team, the US women's national team that's just dominant on the world stage, it gets people's attention. Volleyball's win in Tokyo with Jordan Thompson on that gold medal team, drew a lot of attention. I think a lot of people finally were seeing some of the things that we were seeing at a local level on campus. Basketball, they call it the Caitlin Clark effect, but like a lot of people are interested in a lot of different players, but she really brought a lot of people and a lot of attention, and they stuck around, and now they found their own favorite players or their own favorite teams. And now you're seeing that in the community where, youth in the community are looking for that connection with student athletes. And I think our women's teams here locally have done a great job connecting, whether it's via their camps, whether it's after games, kind of autograph sessions, or just even taking photos. But on the national scene, we've seen the investments. We've seen investments at the NCAA level and at the professional level where people are seeing a return. Like, hey, if we invest in this, the return's pretty amazing. The value of these WNBA teams or the NWSL teams, just like a couple years ago, it was just a couple million to get a team. We just went through this in Cincinnati where unfortunately we didn't win the bid, but it had gone 50 times the price just to be able to say, hey, we get opportunity to have a team. So it's exciting and trying to capitalize on that and be that hometown team here in Cincinnati.
You've been here since '96, since you
Yeah.
were a track and field athlete. Did you know then that this is where you wanted to put down roots, or was it a realization that you had at some point in your professional career?
Yeah, it wasn't initially. I came here and I thought I'd be here for 4 or 5 years. I was originally in a 5-year program because I was in a cooperative education program originally. So I thought, day I graduate, I'm back. And I'm from Northeast Ohio, so born and raised up there. And I thought, well, either going to go back up there or I'm going to just go somewhere else in the country. And when it came time to go to grad school and start my career, Cincinnati, what I had here, it felt like home. And there was a sense of comfort that I could make some mistakes here. This was the best place for me to learn. And this was the best place because they were my family. And, they watched me grow from age 18 to age 22, 23. And they were there as a support system. And so it was great because I wanted to come in and learn the industry. And then it just kept getting bigger. And like the thing that I have the most pride in is watching the growth of Cincinnati, whether it's the campus or whether it's the athletic department. And so I just continuously wanted to be a part of it. And now it's like my roots are set here. Am I a lifer? Don't know, to be determined, I guess. I know, Chad, don't even give me that. But it is something where it's like getting to represent University of Cincinnati, wear Bearcats and Cincinnati across my chest. Like, I'm proud of that. This is my home now. And so whenever I go somewhere else, Cincinnati like has my heart.
What's been the biggest challenge with all the changes going on? Has it been the new buildings in and around campus? Has it been the athletic department as a whole? Is it NIL? I mean, there's plenty of stuff that's been changing in your time here at Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's, keeping up with the change, the pace of the change. Change sometimes costs money. Let's be real. So for us to continue to elevate, to go onto a national stage, we saw it when we went from Conference USA. This is just during my time, Conference USA to the Big East. That was a big change. We were competing against a much higher level of competition, and that was going to cost resources. That's dollars. And investments into the product. We saw it again going from the American to the Big 12. That is the thing, is making sure people grow with us, right? We're not going to overnight just have like a stash of cash and we're not going to do this. We have to make sure that we're investing and growing and getting there at a pace that's sustainable. Overnight success, a lot of times you see those teams and those institutions crash and burn. And then, they're trying to dig out of a hole. They have, personnel changes, a lot of turnover on their roster. What we're trying to build is something that is sustainable. So I think, Aaron, it's the pace of which change happens and being ready and prepared and being ready to make those investments. And that's why today is so important to us. Is about the investment into our impact fund. So we can keep up with that pace of play and that change.
And by the way, if you wanted to donate to that impact fund, that is at gobearcats.com/513.
I'm curious about your relationship with student athletes themselves, and how much does building that up and getting to know them on a personal level, on a kind of professional level, how much of that is a part of your job on a daily basis?
Yeah, I think establishing relationships with our student athletes so that I can best serve them, really. So if I'm traveling with the women's basketball team, eating with them at their meal table instead of the coaches and staff. I always say meals are like truth serum. Like people are just more forthcoming and they're more natural in that setting. And you get to really know your student athletes and understand who they are, what drives them, and really what they need and what we need to do to support them so that they can perform at the top level. it's 5 years later when there's an opportunity that comes up and I'm like, I know the perfect person for this. You have to meet, Jillian Hayes or Reagan Jackson or Delaney Snyder. You have to meet this individual. They're perfect. They're exactly what you're looking for in terms of this job opportunity or whatever it is, or even on campus. So I think it's critical because I can't guess at what people need. Maybe I'm just going to waste money on something that isn't going to go as far. But if I actually know the student athletes, know what's driving them, I'm in the best position to help them. And it goes for our coaches as well.
That was good. The next question I was going to get to is you've been involved in coach searches. So is there one, can you tell us what you've been like, what you do as far as that process goes when you've been involved? And then also, did you have a favorite coaching search that you were part of or a favorite hire or anything like that?
All of the ones that are currently on our staff are my favorite hires. No.
Good answer.
It's a tie. It's a tie.
Answer.
Yeah.
Blink twice if John Cunningham's standing on the other side of that computer.
So you sit there and go, before it even happens. So you kind of build out your list before you ever even have an opening, right? Because sometimes you have an opening because you're having great success and your coach is recruited away. And other times you're not having success and you're making the move. And so you need to be ready because these coaching searches, they go fast because they're all happening at the same time. So we're building out a list. We're doing research. We're looking at records. We're looking at, what their ties might be to the region, looking at rosters, where did they recruit from, what's important to us and kind of like what people in the industry are saying. So we're doing a lot of legwork and research so we can narrow down and focus on, those first 10 calls that we're going to make, for instance. So these are the people that we want to target. We want to call first, gauge their interest, see if there's an interest to kind of jump onto a Zoom for an interview. And then after that, narrow it down to who we're going to bring to campus. So generally speaking, most of them kind of go the same way. And some of them go so quickly, we're done in a week. We just did the volleyball search with Daniela. That was probably 1 week exactly. Our women's basketball search was a little bit longer only because our top candidate kept winning in the postseason. So we had to wait a little bit to get her announcement going. But she was a target of ours from day one. So each search is a little bit different, but generally speaking, they all start with a list and you're just digging into like who fits Cincinnati. What are we looking for? And sometimes it's different because of the circumstance they're coming into. Do we need a rebuild or do we need someone to come in and sustain success? And, what's that roster look like moving forward? So, it was really interesting going into the Big 12 with 5 new head coaches, taking over teams that competed last in the American. So their last season of competition that was in the American, and we're having you come in and we're saying, here's your roster. Right here's, and by the way, hi, congratulations. Your first season that you're coaching is going to be in the Big 12. And yeah.
Is that like the most adrenaline filled part of your job is those coaching searches?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. It's fun because, the things that you learn from talking to all these candidates, like you kind of take a little pieces and you're like, oh, I really like that. I don't know that that's who we're going to go with, but that's something that we need to look at doing here. And it's secretive. It's kind of, right. You're keeping it tight because you want to go through and protect, the identity of your candidates in case they're not selected, right? They might be a sitting head coach. They got to go back into that locker room to their student athletes. We don't want to disrupt that. But it's fast paced, it's long hours. You're doing everything and trying to ask every question because you want that right person to come in here and lead the program, because I don't want to do another coaching search for a long time. It's fun. I just don't want to. I want to do it because we like won a bunch of national titles and someone's alma mater stole them.
Yeah.
Right. So luckily we're Katrina's alma mater. So we're not going to let anyone steal her, but those are the things that, are exciting because of like a lot of kind of the stuff behind the curtain that no one ever gets to see.
Any of those coaching searches, you ever get home at the end of the day and you need somebody to talk, vent, just let it all out. I'm here for you, Maggie. I'm always here for you.
So nice of you to offer that. I'll keep that in mind.
I hope
what was
yeah.
What was the okay?
Did you know Katrina? You were both here at the same time, right?
Yeah, Trina and I have known each other since we were 18 and 19 years old. So I was the student athlete who basically went to every other athletic event. So I remember watching, it's so fun, going into the old Fifth Third Arena, the shoe, and watching Trina and her teams play, which really, I didn't realize how lucky I was to basically be watching like the most successful women's basketball teams of that time play. And it was fun. And we all knew of each other. And then we both went into this industry, right? But different paths. She went into coaching. I went into compliance. So when she was a GA on our women's basketball staff is when I really first got to actually know her. And then we stayed in touch all through the years. She would call me when she thought she got a crazy compliance answer. She would call me as job opportunities came up to just kind of bounce some ideas or questions off me. Is this a good opportunity? What do you think? How do I position myself for this opportunity? So we always stayed in contact. So it was really funny when our opportunity came open, and I called her personal cell phone. I said, okay, let me know when you're ready for me to call your real cell phone and let's talk. And she's like, just give me a day.
You texted her like, you up?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I was like, this is Mags calling Trina, So yeah, is it okay if I call you tomorrow? Yeah.
What's the go-to meal when it's 2 a.m. in a coaching search and you're trying to figure stuff out?
Oh, okay. So we love Gomez salsa.
Oh yeah, okay.
We
The
love
turtles.
Gomez salsa. Like can't go wrong with them. And also I will say, you just thrown out there, Taglios.
Yeah.
Was it hot honey, the pepperoni? Yes, that one.
The Detroit style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh.
That's good.
So good.
What's John Cunningham like during a coaching search? Because he stays hidden in the shadows, but he also always seems so calm, composed, collected all the time. It's weird to even think of him stressed out. So
I don't know he is. I mean, right? He is. He's the calm, cool, collected guy in the room, right? And we're, there's some of us, we're trying to add in humor and this and that, and but he's on point. He's locked in, and focused to get it over the finish line, right? And
lawyer mode.
Yeah, he's go.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think one of the most impressive. I will say this: the most impressed I ever was during the coaching search process was when we were doing the football search and the women's soccer search and interviewing candidates at the same time. So we were sequestered for the football. We would leave that point, come to campus, do a meeting with the women's soccer coaches candidates, and then go back. And no one ever knew we had come on campus for basically an hour to meet with the coaching candidate for soccer. and how we why we it was that important to all of us to make sure that we were meeting with each of these candidates when they came on campus. And so we made it work, but we hid.
Now
hid.
Everyone knows why the Varsity Village parking garage is underground. With
yeah.
Elevator access.
You want? I'll tell you one of our funny stories about that parking garage. The
Oh,
day
gosh.
Mark D'Antonio retired.
Okay.
So we had basketball media, and Justin Williams and I are walking back to our car, and the Mark D'Antonio retires news breaks. So we get into that parking garage, and we're like, well, we can hang out and see if anybody goes to their truck that I happen to be parked right next to. So Luke, we knew he had to go pick up his daughter every day from school and, do the volleyball dad thing back and forth. And he walked out and saw us standing by his truck, and he was like, you guys are idiots. I'm not telling you anything. What are you standing here by my truck waiting for? We were just standing here talking, Coach. We didn't even think that you might. So what's going on?
Yeah. That's funny. And I can actually hear him say, you guys are idiots. Like
he told me that all the time. Not
well, I mean
he's not wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't say he was wrong.
Yeah.
You have been on all these committees. You have been at the forefront of everything that's happening. I you can't tell us what goes on, but like, how do you all sit in a room and go, how do we get this reeled in? Because what happened this offseason in football and basketball was not the right, wrong, or indifferent. That's not the intent of how this was all supposed to go down.
No.
You all sit and brainstorm, troubleshoot, because the saying is you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, but it kind of needs to go back in there a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you sit there and you go through you try to think like, what's the intent? What are we trying to do, accomplish? And then we sit there and go, okay, so where are all the workarounds? What are the loopholes? What are the gray areas? How is this going to be exploited? And you have all the good intentions of saying, okay, yeah, we're going to allow student athletes to transfer at least once, one-time transfer and all of it. But then it snowballs very quickly. And so we just have to decide as an industry, like, how far is that line? What can we live with? Because we can't go back. You're right, Chad. Like, we are now in a stage that you can never go back and now put in limitations. We might like to. Maybe that's in the future if we ever get to like a collective bargaining type world. You could maybe put that in there. But now we're at the point of like, yep, we asked for it. Like, be careful what you ask for, because it means everyone gets it, and it means you're re-recruiting your roster every single year. So there was good intent, but it went a little bit further than I think anyone wanted. But no one wanted to, just say, we're gonna hold tight on this. And then you go into, I think, when I went into the council, and literally the last vote I ever cast on the council was the name, image, likeness. So it was June 30th, my last day. We said, hey, we're going to put in this interim policy. And it started out for the first 6 months, probably very much in how we intended it. And then someone,
we're going to start
may
a
have been
collective.
eavesdropping, they figured out the loophole, and then the collectives came on board, and now you have the House settlement that's we're working into. And so we kind of got there a little bit faster, and maybe for good reason, but it is one of those things where you sit there and can't be afraid of change, can't be afraid of the new era of collegiate athletics. Kind of have to embrace it, or you'll get run over and left behind.
How involved were you with the IPF project?
So a little bit, John Daniel came on board right when we were really kicking that off. So I was in the early stages of that project, looking at, what did we need to have over there to serve all of our sports, and then also become a home for football. It just didn't make sense just to build a square box that was just an indoor practice facility. We were outgrowing the Lindner Center. presented a perfect opportunity if we could fit it into that space to create a great home for football, right? It's like it leads us, it's a driving force, and success breeds success for other programs. So if we can make sure that we're positioning football and all of our other sports to have an unbelievable facility to practice in, that indoor football field, grass field is going to be amazing. And the dining hall that's going to fuel all of our student athletes is going to set us apart. I think a lot of institutions are scaling back on a lot of those things, but we're forging forward because it makes a difference for our entire group of student athletes. So kind of helped think about like, what do we need to capture in there? And then John Daniel came on board and helped really through all the design phases and has done an amazing job in getting that into reality.
It's crazy that it even fits there with everything.
I don't even, thank you. We saw I'm like, really? Like, how are you going to squeeze that in there?
I did.
Now I'm like, okay. I'm like, it's like when they put the Fairfield Inn over there on McMillan. I was like, it's like a little surface lot. How are you putting a hotel there? And I'm like, oh, I guess you don't really need that much room. So
it's massive.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable standing next to it.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm so excited. And I think just makes it such a difference for all of our sports. And to think that football went from my days of having an AstroTurf field and a grass field to practice on to then not having anything, right? Chad, you remember like everything was in Nippert. There was no cover. We finally got
yesterday.
Exactly. We finally got a bubble, right? That you had to put up and down every single year. And now to have this facility on the edge of campus, it's kind of the first thing that you see when you roll into our campus, into Varsity Village, is amazing.
It's wild. It still doesn't fit in my brain. Like knowing what was there before and how many times I've walked up and down and every inch of that practice facility, and now to look at what's there now, I
know
that stadium and press box took up a lot more space than I thought it did, Maggie.
I still can't believe it because I've gone on tours and I'm like, wait a second, how? I don't. The math isn't mathing to me. I don't understand.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, but it's amazing, and it's going to be an incredible facility on our campus, and like our staff, our development team, and led by Karen Hatcher, has been an incredible job on securing gifts from our donors to help support that, and they're still working to get that over the finish line. So, and I'm confident they will. With our support of our donors and our fans.
Well, Maggie, it's been a blast. I hate to bump you, but
no, you're good. You're good. Oh, is it Reagan? Are you serious? It's one of my favorites. Now this
you
is
two want to talk? Like we'll take a break. You two can talk for a while.
Reagan deserves all the spotlight. Reagan deserves the spotlight. She can take it from here. This is one of my student athletes I eat with. When I said I eat with and I get to know, so
yes,
I'll let her take it over, and I will talk to you guys later. Thanks for having me on,
Maggie.
guys.
It was great.
Thanks, Maggie.
Bye,
Maggie.
Bye.
There you go, Reagan. You Maggie. She talks a lot, so we needed somebody to kind of. Maggie and I have been close for many, many, many years. I work in recruiting coverage. You got to get friendly with compliance to make sure that they're not after you all the time. So I've been friends with Maggie for a long time, strategically.
Yeah, we love Maggie. We love Maggie.
Reagan Jackson, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How are you? You got lucky. You didn't have to go in all the way up to the 8th floor and sit in front of the backdrop. You got to join us from home.
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
We're good. We've been doing this for 9.5 hours.
That's crazy. I didn't even know y'all were doing it for this long.
Yeah, we started at 10 o'clock this morning.
Did y'all eat lunch?
Yeah.
We give each other little breaks in and out.
Okay.
I'm still working on dinner right now. So if you see me pop in and out real quick, it's because I'm finishing a steak burrito.
Understandable for sure.
So you've been here 2 years. You've been here for the transition into the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me the strides that you guys have made as a program entering into this conference, stepping up a level of competition, bringing in a new coach, bringing in a new system, everything that went with it. Could you feel like there was a lot of progress being made in this last season as you guys went through the year?
Of course, I feel like we had got the adjustment period. So, like our first year, it was new for everybody. We had the returners coming from the American, and then we had Coach Trina and the staff also coming from American. So, it was a new rigor and it was a new form of competition for us. But I feel like our second year, we understood what was necessary for us to be successful in this conference, and we just used that day by day and stacked days by day and continue to get better.
So I'm curious. I asked Coach Merriweather this, and Jillian Hayes has been such a big part of the program, from her leadership to her play on the court. How do you now, as one of the leaders, kind of move on from her? I guess, like, what do you go about doing to do Cincinnati women's basketball post Jillian Hayes?
I think it's important to just follow in her footsteps, honestly. I mean, when I first came in here, Jill took me under her wing and I learned a lot from her. And I think that using some of her leadership skills and some of my own and some from Trina as well. And just, we have 6 freshmen coming in, so helping them along the way and get them used to what's expected and what the standard is. And I think we'll have the support of Jillian always, but it's important to make her proud as well. I mean, it's her first year not being with the team, and everybody knows she bleeds Cincinnati. So just making her and our fans proud, honestly.
Seems like Coach Trina is starting to stack off seasons, where every off season becomes the most hyped off season since she's been around. So what's this off season been like, and how excited are you to get back on the court and get with the girls and the sisterhood and get back to work?
I'm very excited. I think the greatest thing about the offseason is you have the whole year to look back and see what you were really good at and what you can tweak for the next season. And so we use that offseason and the preseason to work on those things and just get better at that. So when we do have a tip off and we're ready to show the world and show the conference what we're capable of, and I think that's why it's our favorite time, because we have the time to work on the things that we need to work on without feeling rushed. And then you have also the time to just like have fun a little bit and be there for your teammates and be there for each other through the adversity. And you really get to see, because like you said, like in off season, like you have the mile time runs, you have the heavy weights. So you get to be there for your teammates going through that, and y'all get to build that chemistry off of that.
Yeah, obviously, this kind of era of college athletics, it gives a lot of players a lot of options, and you can basically do whatever you want in terms of the school you want to play for. Why are you choosing to stay with Cincinnati? Why are you so committed to this university when, you could enter the transfer portal and go somewhere else, but you decide to stay loyal to Coach Trina?
Yeah, I would never leave Cincy, like ever, just because, not even just because of the basketball part, but because of what Cincy is and what the staff means to me. Like, we are a family, and I don't take that for granted. Not to knock other schools and other teams, but I just feel like this is my family, and I don't leave family. And I also started here, and I don't start something and not finish it. And so that's why, like, would I have the opportunity to go to transfer portal? Yeah, probably, but I would never leave regardless of what's going on, because this is what I built here. This is the people I surround myself with. I love them to death, and I'm loyal to the 513.
Awesome. Go ahead, Aaron.
I was just going to say, you had 24 points in the Big 12 championship against Arizona State. You had 7 assists and passed 500 career points against West Virginia. You had plenty of big moments over the course of the season. What was the biggest moment for you over the course of this past season?
Oh, that's a good question. I think the biggest moment for me, honestly, was that last game versus Arizona State, because even though we lost, I feel like that was when all the team, not only just the team, but like our support system was like, okay, we lost, but we're going to be in good hands this next upcoming season. And I think that was because not only the way that I performed, but the way we continued to fight throughout that game, even though we ended up losing. And I think it gave the fans to be like, okay, we're going to be okay. Like, no matter what happens, we're always going to be okay, because not only we have me, but we have the team and we have the staff that's going to fight regardless. So I think that was the biggest like aha moment for me throughout the entire season, honestly.
Not the 29 against Western Illinois.
That was fun. That was fun. I think that was the biggest, like, my biggest little turn up. When I was like, yeah, like, I'm here. Like, RJ3 is here. But like, as of like for the team wise, it would be definitely the last game.
Oh.
What's your kind of opinion on Dee Alexander? Obviously, a lot of people around Cincinnati are very, very excited for her. Coach Trina is. How often are you guys talking? What have you heard about like the plan for her to come in and try to be the difference maker that a lot of people and a lot of college coaches that were recruiting her think that she can be?
Dee, I mean, that's my girl. We were really close throughout this whole season. I came to a couple of her games. I'm always there to support her. When she was at McDonald's All-American, I'm pretty sure she was the first one that we recruited and the first one that we got. So that was a big thing, not only for her, but for our program within itself. Her going to Jordan Brand Classic, just doing all of these amazing things. And I think it's important for me as a leader of the team to show my support, not only just to her, but to everybody by like reposting her and showing her the love and giving her the love that she well deserves. I think my biggest thing for her coming in this next season is honestly to just not conform to the pressure she feels around her, because like you said, like, she's the hometown hero. So that comes with a lot of responsibility, which she can handle. But my biggest thing for her is to just be yourself and play your game. Like, don't block everything else out. Just be Dee. And so I think that's going to be my biggest thing for her this year, is just to believe in herself and what she can do, because we all believe in her.
Trina's put together a pretty great cast of characters around her as far as the staff goes. Is there anybody outside of Coach Trina that you feel has really influenced you in your time at Cincinnati already? I mean, Abby's got the drip. I mean, Trina's got her sister there too. So and they've both done big things. So I mean, I didn't know if anybody really has had an influence on Reagan Jackson.
I think all of them have had an influence in me their own way, and I feel like that's why I love this staff, because any type of day that you have, like whether it's a bad day, a good day, a sad day, whatever it is, there's somebody on the staff that's there for you in that day. What I mean by that is they all contribute to this team in such different ways. Like you said, you have A-Jump, who's more of the, oh, that's the style, that's that dog mentality, that's the hard-nosed person that you have. And then you have Brina, who just has the biggest heart and the best soul I've ever experienced in my life. And she's like your biggest cheerleader, supports you no matter what. Then you have Ashley, who's more, she keeps you grounded. She keeps you on task with academics and athletics, and she just makes sure you're straight all the way. And then you have AO and Rye, who always take care of everything off the court and on the court and make sure that we are straight. So all of them bring their own special je ne sais quoi to this team, and that's why I love every single one of them. As far as like who influences me the most, it's most likely A-Jump, just because we're cut from the same cloth. Like, that's my dog. We call each other DMX because we're both very hard-nosed, very dog mentality, which they all are, but me and her just have, they all know. It's just it's a different mentality that we have. And so that's really one of my dogs on this team for sure.
You guys like growl at each other and stuff, right? Like...
No, like it's so ridiculous. Like before practices and stuff, like she'll just grab me and be like, one-on-one right now. Like she's like hadn't touched the ball in like 2 weeks and just think she can outshoot me. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, that's my dog.
I've noticed since she's a toddler, she's not as tough as she. She's all right. No,
one of them ones.
You do your work in silence. You are not one that puts a lot of it out there, but I know I walk through that gym a lot, and more often than not, you're there. Talk about that mentality of like, I'm putting the work in. I want to be great. I know that it's on me, because not enough players have that. Not enough players have that. Work in the shadows, put the work in, make sure that you're going to be ready when your number's called.
Yeah. I feel like I've always been like that. Like, I grew up, and of course everybody knows I grew up in a time and a space where everything was being recorded and stuff like that. But my dad, he's very old school. So he was always like, what you recording for? Like, why are you showing these people what you doing? Like, just put in the work and then show them when the lights come on. So that's always been my mentality coming up. And I've always had the underdog mentality to where like I was like always either smaller or wasn't technically as talented. So I always had to work 3 times harder. And so coming into my freshman year when we made the transition from American to Big 12, Big 12 was all I was gonna know because I didn't play in the American. So I knew in order to make an impact, I have to work, like I said, 3 times as hard as everybody else. And that's what just comes with it. And that's been my mentality, like I said, since I was little. So when people are like, oh, like that's the difference in you is your dog mentality, this and the third, like I understand it, but that's honestly just normal to me. That's day to day to me.
You worked with Mamadou some too, didn't you?
Yeah, sure do. That was my coach. She was my head coach for 3 years, assistant coach for 1. And like she always understood that like after practices, I'll be in there after practice getting shots up. Before practices, I'm doing my ball handling. Like, and she was the road dog. Like she always stayed, no matter what she had going on, she would always stay with me before, rebound for me after. So and I think that's important to have people in your circle that not only support what you're doing, but will be there physically for what you are doing.
Has Abby ever given you her link to all of her old school Bearcat stuff? She's got that super secret link that she'll never let go.
I haven't seen none of that, honestly.
She's got stuff from the 90s that like I don't know where she gets it.
No, she's gonna gatekeep. Like she's literally gonna gatekeep. She walks in, I kid you not, she will walk into our practices with some retro gear, jerseys, some shoes, and we like, yo, like where's our gear? She's like, nah, this one of one. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. My fault, big dog. My fault, big dog.
Recruits love that though. They see that. They see like,
yeah,
oh.
I used to see their faces like when we like, because we do like the photo shoots and stuff like for their visits.
Yeah.
When we pull out that retro, like the smile on their faces, they're like, oh, okay, like this is for real, like this is legit. like when we pull out Trina's old jersey and stuff like that, they're like, oh yeah, like nobody else is doing this. And just seeing that the way it impacts it is just so cool. Cause like some people like, they don't really care about that stuff. But the fact that it means so much to the people that we're bringing in, the people that we have here, I mean, it means a lot to them. So it's great. It's a great feeling.
There's not a lot of women programs that get to wear that Jordan.
Mm-hmm. That's valid.
And it wasn't when you got here. What was that like when all of a sudden it was like, oh, we're Jordan now?
I mean, so when my freshman year, we were already Jordan, but like at first, when I first came to Cincinnati, they were Under Armour, and I was like,
right.
I don't know how to get through it because I mean, my high school was Under Armour, but I'm a Nike and Jordan lover. Like I have probably every pair of Jordan you could think of. So when we came into Jordan, I was like, all right, like that matches what we're about to do in this conference. That's how I feel, honestly.
That's awesome.
What's 2024, 25, 26 look like for the Lady Bearcats?
I mean, I said this when they posted the hype video. He's going to have to come see because I know what we're going to bring to the table. So, but I can show it. I mean, we can show you better than we can tell you, honestly.
You were at 9.5 points a game last year.
Mm-hmm.
Is that dogging you? Like that's not double digits. Like,
I'm sure. For
keep
sure.
Keep on the up.
And as a leader on this team, and I'm going to be completely transparent with y'all. Like they told me coming in here, like, at minimum 14 points a game. And I said, bet. And that's what this work that I'm doing down here, this work that I did before, because we had postseason, we had 2 weeks after that. And I stayed an extra 2 weeks longer. Like I could have went home and I didn't, just to get that extra working with my trainers out there, because it's going to be something serious next year. And I know my responsibility and my role on this team is going to be greater than it was this past year. And I'm ready for it. And I'm going to prepare for it.
Are you back in Texas now?
Yes, sir.
Brendan Sorsby's probably driving by. If you want to catch a ride to campus.
Yeah, that was crazy. When he signed, I was like, he another Texas kid. Like we coming to the 513.
Well, we just talked to him. He's in his truck driving from Texas to Cincinnati, like right now.
Oh, he's making that drive?
Yeah,
that's what I said.
Gosh, y'all, I did that last year in the summer. Never again. I can't do it.
I reminded him he's a Big 12 quarterback. He can afford a plane ticket, bro.
No, literally. Maybe he was just trying to, maybe he was just trying to enjoy the journey, stop in Nashville, stop in Memphis, Arkansas. Maybe he's going on a road trip. But we got stopped in Memphis. He's not? He's going straight
got
through?
lift tomorrow. He's got to live tomorrow.
Oh, Brendan, he's one of one. I did that one time last summer. This summer, I was like, I'm gonna get a flight and please get me a rental because I can't do it. I can't do it. It was so much.
You have to talk some sense into him next time you see him.
No, I definitely will, because that's crazy. Mm-mm.
All right, Reagan. It's been awesome having you on. We appreciate it. Enjoy your time at home, and then you'll be back, in probably 2 weeks to get ready for summer workouts?
I come back the 26th. I'm coming back a week early to get some extra work in.
Surprising. To no one. We appreciate it, Reagan. Thanks for jumping on with us, and have a great rest of your whatever summer break, I guess, that you get to call it, and we'll see you on campus here soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank y'all for having me.
Thanks, Reagan.
Thanks, Reagan. Appreciate it.
See you.
Thanks, Reagan.
Even she thinks he's crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. I'm gonna have to ask him why he chose to do that.
I mean, it's a long ass drive.
Let me do it. I'll put it in Denton.
Built different.
It's got to be, what's Denton, like 2 hours from Dallas? It's got to be 14, 15 hours.
15.
Yeah. Straight through. And waits in the tomorrow. And he wants to get out and get some throwing in with his guys. And he's still in Texas. He could, like, if he would have been like, oh, I'm in Nashville, like driving through Nashville right now. I'll be back up there shortly. No, he's still got like 10, 12 hours to go. He ain't even made it to Memphis yet, and Memphis is 8 hours away. I worry about him sometimes. Uh-oh. Here we go. How are we?
Oh my God.
Hey, how are we, gentlemen?
We're good. We're
Happy
about to hit
513
hour
day.
10.
Who's feeling it the most? You also rocking?
Good.
Keegan, you changed scenery from what I saw earlier.
I did. I made the trip back.
Okay.
Brent, I'm not trying to be rude. I will say hi, but I need to go say good night to my daughters before they do go to bed. So
Well,
I'll
good
be right
timing
back,
by me.
but
Good timing
it
by me
was.
then. There we go.
Happy to see your face.
Happy to see you as well. Love you. Well, how's it going,
We
guys?
Good. We get one of your favorites here in a minute. Eddie's coming on.
Oh, Eddie, the
Talk
boy.
a little NIL, Eddie Taylor, and Trevor
NIL.
Wright will be here shortly.
Okay.
How's your day been? I thought you cleared your day. I cleared my day. That's what you told us.
It's the
22
days that
hours ago.
it's the days that you clear that end up being the ones that are the hardest. So it was not fun, day, but we made it through. And I was gonna pop on earlier, but I was like, nah, they're zooming, and Aaron's got that whole 4-screen thing that he loves, so I didn't want to interrupt that for too much. So figured this would be a good time to pop in.
Well, Phyllis, it depends on where you're driving from in Texas. There are parts of Texas that it's a 24-hour drive. Dallas, you can get to Dallas in about 12, 13. And Denton is like 2 hours from Dallas. So, yeah. Sorsby's driving back to campus from Texas, Brent. And he's got weights tomorrow. So
he's going to throw.
What time do those start?
He's gonna throw.
In the morning?
In the morning, I would guess.
But, I mean, what is that? He's not going to make it in time. 12 hours?
They're driving through the night, him and his dad.
But even still, if it's 12-hour drive, I mean, where's he at right now? Is he in Texas or is he north?
He said he was still in Texas. He hinted strongly that he was still in Texas.
All I caught was the Buc-ee's part, and I was like, okay.
He's out on Buc-ee's because they took out the Dippin' Dots.
You know what? I was introduced to Buc-ee's a year ago, and I've probably been about 10 times. So
yeah.
It's a slippery slope. Let's just say that.
They got him down in Florida now, right?
Yeah. Going any drive up north, go to Savannah. Last year is where I kind of found a couple of nice Buc-ee's on the way, and And just like you said, it's like, okay, gas station. Even if we don't need gas, we're gonna stop at the next Buc-ee's for whatever it is we need and keep on rolling from there. So
I get to go Friday. I just realized
Yeah,
oh,
you do.
on the way down
Where-
to Memphis.
There's a new one open in Bowling Green, Kentucky. It just opened last week.
I don't think I'll go. I might. I think I might on the way to Memphis. Yeah, I might stop at 2 on the way.
Which one are you?
I mean, if you're going to Memphis, you'll go down. You'll go through Bowling Green on 65
and
to
go
get
through
to, like,
Richmond.
Nashville. No, you won't go through Richmond. You'll go through Bowling Green.
Okay.
The Bowling Green will be your first one, and then there's another one I think in between Nashville and Memphis.
Sevierville.
No,
Is that what it
Sevierville's
is?
the other way. Sevierville's like going towards like North Carolina.
Okay.
But I mean, you got a chance to go to a new one. That's it's open like a week.
I have a feeling it'll look like all the other ones.
They all
Copy
look
and
pretty much
paste.
the same. They're all awesome. They're all awesome. We have a. I probably should wait for Aaron to get back before we do another giveaway.
Yeah, who's been winning all the giveaways? Is it a hodgepodge?
Well, not Chelsea. Chelsea has not been winning the giveaways.
She not trying to, or what's going on there?
No, she's trying to, but she has not had any success, and she has been mad at me. about that.
Yes,
like it's,
you are
like
the
it's my fault.
You're the correct one to take it out on. I agree.
Eddie, what's up, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
How we doing?
We're
Good,
about to
Eddie.
cross into hour 10.
How do you like, are you caffeinated for this?
I'm on my
Heavily.
second Dr. Pepper.
Heavily caffeinated.
What's everyone's caffeine of choice?
I'm
Coffee.
right here.
I had a Ghost energy drink this morning, and I'm on a Celsius right now. So, yeah.
What about you, Eddie?
Yeah, we're doing
Had a
good.
ghost as well. I had a ghost as well, and 2 blackberry Dr. Peppers, and now I'm on an Alani pink slush.
Oh, the worst flavor in existence.
I think you're pushing into like cup. That's a lot of milligrams.
Oh, you worry about you. Well, I got this.
Keegan used to take 800 milligrams a day of caffeine.
Yeah, I used to.
What
I think
happened to
there's,
that?
Like, there's certain people that can just handle it based on their occupations. Since you guys do this all the time, you can. Other people that are just really good at handling caffeine are strength coaches. I think they just wake up and inhale caffeine. I am not one of those people. I'm super caffeine sensitive.
What did
You'll be
Brady
like
keep
up
in
for
his
like
What did Brady
You'll be up
keep
for
in
2
his
days?
refrigerator?
No, I think it was no, wasn't it Nico
Nico?
that has
Was it
yeah,
Nico
he's got
or-
a fridge. He's got a fridge full Celsius, I'm pretty sure.
That sounds bad. That would track if it's true. That sounds true to me.
Right. Either way. So what, Eddie, no coffee for you in the morning?
I'm like a performative coffee drinker. Like, it's like, like I'll do it like if it's there, but really I'm more of an Alani guy. Just my favorite flavor is juicy peach, so I just take one of those around like 11 o'clock. It'll die off around 11 o'clock p.m. and then let's go to bed.
Wow, hats off to you. Yeah, we my day job, we had a trailer full of rejected energy drinks. So I had Alani for days. I think I'm done with the Alani for a while, but always tasty.
Aaron, real quick, we're gonna do a giveaway. Another t-shirt. This time
t-shirt.
going to what's that? The last t-shirt. And then we have 3 more baseball merch sets to give away that we will do here to round out the show. This one is going to _ Emma Steffen, EMMA STEFFEN _ Emma Steffen.
Do
So
they
our
need to
last
be
t-shirt of the day.
so do they need to be listening to know they won, or do they get a
No, Ryan Geist, Cincy Light is going to contact them via DM after
Nice.
Aaron sends the master list over to his buddy when we are done tonight.
What a day.
Yep.
What a day.
What a day. Speaking of what a day, what a Chelsea demands a recount. I'm sorry. They sent me the list, Chelsea. I didn't get a chance to rig the game this time. Normally I do. You know what we'll do for Chelsea, Aaron?
Here we go.
We'll give her a free oil change from Danco Transmission.
Oh, yeah.
And
There
a
we
hat.
go.
And a hat. You get a free oil change and a hat, Chelsea, from Danco Transmission and Auto Care.
The gift that keeps on giving right there.
I mean, I told Danco Joe to hit me up this morning because he wanted to give away 10 of them, but he didn't hit me up. So instead, I'm just awarding Chelsea a oil change. And I'll get you in touch with Danco Joe to get your oil change, Chelsea.
Yeah.
Eddie, let's talk shop. How's things been for you with trying to keep up with this whole house hearing? It feels like there's something coming out every single day. It feels like every offseason there's more and more going on with NIL. I don't know how to keep track of it. I don't know how, I understand it's your job to keep track of it, but what are we doing?
Nothing, actually. We're not doing anything. It hasn't passed yet. I think
well played.
From a Cincinnati standpoint, it's gotten a lot easier. We've put a lot of things in place. We've been building a lot of systems just to make like streamlining workflows from like a back end, like things I deal with every day perspective. And then he should be hopping on in a few, but Trevor's going to come on and talk about the role he has with NIL. And then we've also had a bunch of amazing hires with our Cincy Sports Partner team. And we just have like this more cohesive, I like to call it ecosystem of just ways we can build around the student athletes and really just help them out. At the end of the day, you know, we're not saving lives here. We're not doctors, but we are impacting lives every single day. Like when I go in to like this person today asked me for like an Alani deal, and I was like, okay. And like they see the fancy Alani and the possible money, but I see like, you know, here's the network we're gonna build. Here's like all the cool stuff we can do. I'm working on it, don't worry. You know, I think about all the other things because I'm a big believer in money follows skills. So like if I can teach them these skills to be successful, I can impact someone's life in a positive way. The deals will come. They come with everything else, with the systems and the workflow. But you know, I think this is the best we've ever been. We're like a machine. The team, like internally, and then all of our like external, like when I say external, I mean like the other departments. So like I'm really tapped in with our SIDs. So like today I had something happen and I was like, hey, this is what happened. Like we can write a story on it and get it out. And then internally, my interns and then Trevor as well, we have like this streamlined workflow. Like now we are peaking. We're not at our peak, but we are peaking. I feel good about going in July 1.
What's some of the main like evolutions of NIL that you've seen? You know, initially it seemed like it started out like, oh, they're going to be in car commercials and local, you know, food places. They're going to have burgers named after certain athletes and whatnot. And it's just kind of blown up into something that I feel like people might have saw coming, and now they're kind of just figuring it out, the ways to tone it down or corral it in, or even just continue to ride that ride. What's the main evolution that you've seen that's kind of just taken your breath, or that you've had to adjust to the most?
Yeah, I think we started out and it was just strictly organic, which is stuff I do. So the brand deals, commercials, etc., social media stuff. And then we kind of went into the collective space, and now we're bringing it back in-house. So we was out, and now we're bringing it back in-house. So we really just saw it start with nothing external, and now purely back to internal, which is why the impact fund is so important. So we can, you know, we can pay them now. So we can pay them, but more so than paying them, like put systems and stuff around them to help them on and off the field. I always tell people, like, you know, when recruiting, like, hey, if insert coach brought you here, you're good enough to play here. I don't got to worry about that. I worry about putting stuff in front of you and around you that can help you, you know, with your brand from when you graduate to now. Like I have to start thinking about graduation now. Like you want to go pro, we got to start branding like a pro now. Or you want to do this, we got to start now. So for me, NIL has not really changed. The systems and the people I talk to have changed, but really that core value, that focus on the student athlete and just focusing on like, hey, it's like, let's do this. We're going to do it like this. We're going to shoot for the moon. I'm a big, anyone that's Cincinnati will tell you, I shoot large. I think big. And sometimes I bite off more than I can chew. But you know, we always get it to where, you know, we can get the student athletes in a good spot. So really, for me, nothing has really changed.
Right. Well, it sounds like with the way that they're going to be implementing the rules going forward, it sounds like everybody's just catching up to you. From our past conversations, you've always done things by the book, and now the NCAA is setting up this committee that's going to be like a third-party investigative committee to make sure that everybody is on the up and up with their NIL deals. And it sounds like it's just old hat for you from the previous conversations we've had with you.
Yeah, above the cap dollars will be important, but I think we have a good system of having, you know, we have GMs like Trevor and, you know, everyone else. And then we have our above the cap dollars, which will come from a various amounts of sources. But yeah, I would say a lot of people just kind of rushed into like one space and neglected the other, where we did a really good job of having a holistic view of the space. So yeah, like I said, we're peaking. We're good. I feel good.
What's up, Trevor? Congrats on this new position as you haven't jumped on with us before.
Yeah, thank you very much. How you guys doing?
He wasn't touching us when he was in compliance. Now it's okay to talk to us.
I stayed far away every time I saw you on the football field or the basketball game, that's for sure.
It's probably best.
Just making sure you weren't taking pictures of any recruits or anything, you know?
Never. I didn't even have a camera. I don't know what you're talking about. Wasn't me. What in your world, what do you guys think of when you hear true NIL, and is it going to be able to be governed from what you've seen in the space and your experience? So people are going to try to find a loophole.
When I think of true NIL, I think of Eddie, so he'll take this.
Yeah, true NIL is, you can look at a real NIL deal and just be able to tell, like, oh, this commercial, oh, this like social media deal, these appearances, these things. You have seen so many ads in your life. We get bombarded with ads every day. You can almost smell an ad when it's like someone's trying to tell you something. And you can kind of tell, like, that deal with insert company, this is an ad. They got paid for this, for the deliverables. Maybe it was whitelisted. Maybe it wasn't. It's a true NIL deal. You can also kind of tell when they're not true NIL deals as well. It's very easy to tell. I would say the main thing with true NIL is looking at, are they working with a brand? Is there some type of work required? Like, did they have to go to this commercial shoot? Did they have to work on this script? It's the amount of work that goes into it and who they're working with that really determines true NIL.
And
Go ahead.
As far as are they going to be able to govern it? The second part of Chad's question, I think you know, that's the multi-million-dollar question that everybody's wondering. I mean, word is out of a lot of the conference calls that we've been on with the Big 12 and others that the enforcement arm. So right now there's LBI that's going to keep track of your salary cap, your $20.5 million. That's the software system that was picked as part of the settlement. And then there's Deloitte, which is obviously everybody knows about, where you're going to put all the deals through. The third arm, the enforcement arm, is very mysterious. We haven't heard much about it. Apparently, the day of or the day after the settlement occurs, we're going to hear a lot about it. And it'll become public who's going to run that organization separate from the NCAA. I think, as we all know, there's been, years of investigations into potential issues at schools. This is supposed to be very streamlined, very quick, almost Roger Goodell-like. And I think that's what we're all looking forward to. If there's rules, everybody should have to stick to it. And if not, then just go back to the free market, and whatever you can raise and pay players, so be it. But we all want this system. But in order for it to work, there has to be severe punishments for anybody who breaks the rules.
I know you generally help student athletes, but are you going to be able to help Coach Jordan Bishel get a deal with Diet Mountain Dew? He's begging.
Come on, Eddie.
I try to stick to just student athletes. I'd rather get the baseball team that deal, and maybe he can have some of theirs.
I don't think you know how much Diet Mountain Dew he drinks, Eddie. If you get the baseball team a deal, Jordan Bishel's going to drink all that Diet Mountain Dew.
Once the deal gets done, I don't care who drinks it.
There we go.
All right. Well, that's your next task.
I don't know how
anyone
can consume that much Mountain Dew. It's
the players earlier said they've never even seen him drink water, ever.
I haven't either.
Right. But it's diet, so it is technically water, right? Are we gonna
Hydrates better than
say
water.
that?
Oh,
We'll say that. We'll say that.
100%.
Eddie, you sent a few deals that are out there on Instagram that I imagine you had your hand in deal. Some companies that are Cincinnati based. You see TQL for Dingle and Gold A. What goes into getting those deals done, and can you just talk about those a little bit, as well as the Call of Duty one? That one seems pretty wild out there as well.
yeah. So I'll just start from the list.
Yeah.
At the top, so Nike with Juliet. Juliet's one of our standout track athletes. She's also an amazing content creator. She's one of the athletes where some of them you kind of have to be more hands-on with content. It's not something that everyone gets right off the bat. We got her within 4 meetings. She was off and running, no pun intended. She just took it and ran with it. Again, no pun intended. She has really blossomed as a content creator for us, and is also an amazing track athlete, but I try not to focus on their athletic performance as much as I can. So we were contacted by one of Nike's affiliate groups to then, do the creative and do everything, and then, do the deal for that. And really that came from her putting in all this effort. I always tell people, typically the seeds of your NIL deals are planted 6 months before they happen. And if she hadn't been posting for those 6 months, she would have never been seen by these people, and she would be on these lists. So that's how that kind of happened. And then, yeah, we had an amazing, one of our creatives, Ben, if you're watching this, you're the GOAT. He came in and he helped us produce it. And it was just a full team effort. We got it turned around in like 48 hours too, which is crazy.
Wow.
With TQL, TQL is an amazing supporter of ours. Obviously, their name's on the field, but TQL really has a mission to not just support us monetarily, but also like drive our student athletes to be better humans. And I really align with that. So whenever TQL does a deal, it's not just like, hey, put on this hat. It's, hey, come to TQL, learn how we operate, learn career development stuff, learn how you can come here and how you can stay in Cincy. We can retain you in another way. And you can grow here and you can learn how we work. We went in there and like one of the guys didn't really know what logistics was. And he left talking about like, I want to work in logistics. This was awesome. This is how I get my package and like all this stuff. And then the Call of Duty one, for that, we just kind of asked. A lot of deals are just asking. I know Evan Tangenstall's a huge gamer. So like he has a deal with a local gaming computer company that he builds his own PCs. Like he's really into it. So I was like, oh, I see like this might be this campaign that COD's doing for Warzone. If any of you know what Warzone is, it's their free-for-all battle royale, their Fortnite competitor. And so we kind of asked, we said yes, and then we just got it done. A lot of NIL is just seeing what's on the horizon and seeing if you can insert yourself in it. Like I will say in the winter, I was telling all of our female athletes about summer campaigns because, summer stuff gets decided in the winter. And just like right now, I'm not thinking about the summer stuff. I'm projecting for the fall. Like what can we do in season for football, volleyball, and all the other sports that are fall sports.
Trevor, you left compliance and you've taken on a new role. What are your day-to-day requirements with your new role here and on this side of things, now that you're not dealing with compliance, but instead dealing with getting student athletes paid?
Yeah, it's I would say it's evolving for sure. I think I started in late November, right before the football mid-year transfer season, which was an event in itself. And we're sort of in this unique phase, right? Because all the way up until June 30th of this year, it's the collective. So working closely, with them, because really we wanted it to be a seamless transition from collective contracts to University of Cincinnati contracts. So I work very closely with the University of Cincinnati General Counsel's office, and then also with the GMs of the teams and the head coaches, as far as there has to be an alignment there from all parties of how we're working, and I don't do anything. I think there's a misconception out there because I get hit up all the time and people are like, oh, how do you think this player, is? Or, I don't do any kind of talent evaluation. That's strictly the coaching staffs and the GMs of the programs. Where I come in is right after that. So almost like, pro sports, once you've identified the player, what happens, and that arm of it, which I think is exciting. But every day is different. Sometimes there's an urgent contract request, you got to turn it around because you're competing with 3 or 4 other schools. And if that agent, wants to redline a lot of red lines, you got to get general counsel's office involved. And they've been great, working weekends and after hours. They've been real superstars in this process. And then turning it around, getting it back to the GM or the agent itself or both of them, making sure we get university signatures because these are university contracts for a lot of money. And so, you got to make sure the AD signs off on it, have a whole bunch of processes in place. Whereas on the collective side, it's sort of the wild, wild west, to be honest. They pretty much all across the country, can do whatever they want. So it's very evolving, I think. I'm hoping as we get into the fall and we still have one more portal season in baseball, which is coming up. And that's going to be wild. That's probably going to be the craziest portal season, not money involved, but because the MLB draft is involved. So you never really know who's coming back or not until after that. And then allocating resources accordingly. So we still got to get through that. And then we get to August, which used to be my busy season in compliance, will hopefully settle down a little bit.
Did your time in compliance kind of lead a good path for you to kind of be able to take things that come at you now and know in the past, I knew I had to do this, but also now I got to flip a switch and say, now we can do that?
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest thing in compliance, I think people always think they're the police, but they're proactively building relationships, both with the coaches, staff, players. So you're involved, everybody, and then also everybody across campus. So in this role, which affects sort of everything, even financial aid, I think it's perfect. And you're seeing that a lot across the country, compliance people sort of moving over into the new department on the rev share side. Again, I don't really have a lot of experience with the organic NIL that Eddie has. I mean, it's tremendous what he's able to do, finding deals and assisting these athletes find their passion for something that could actually help them get a job after sports. But on my side, I definitely think compliance really, really helped. I mean, you got problem solving. You're dealing with the NCAA, so I know everybody in Indianapolis. All the other heads of compliance and a lot of people both in the Big 12 and out of it. Obviously, we were in the American previously, but then people move around. So people at every school you can ask, hey, what's in your contract? Are you guys doing this? So it's been, I would say, a smooth transition, but there's nothing really smooth about the change in college athletics right now.
Right.
Yeah, obviously tracking down everybody in the athletic department and counting how many times they liked or retweeted one of my tweets has prepared you for this.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm so glad a lot of those I remember calling Chad when that rule changed was that 3 years ago? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Whenever that changed, calling him saying, hey, people can now retweet and tweet this. It was like Christmas for Chad in July, whatever it was. So I've never seen him so happy. And then people started doing it all the time. And we probably got 4 or 5 less violations a year after that. I remember President Ono tweeted you once. I mean, it was just, we were getting violations from everybody.
You had to ding the president for retweeting me. That was we were not a fully registered 24/7. It wasn't Bearcat Journal. It was 24/7 as a whole, right? At the time,
yeah,
because they handled recruiting. Nobody on coach. That's how petty the NCAA was. Nobody that worked at the university could like or retweet anything that I said or did on my personal or on the Bearcat Journal account. And it was an NCAA violation if they did.
When I first started,
I actually had to spend time doing that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Chad's name is in the NCAA database multiple times.
Oh man.
But that is an omen. I remember when I first started, you couldn't put cream cheese on a bagel because it made it a meal. And the evolution 14, 15 years later to now paying $20.5 million for the players is just something no one could have ever seen back then. It's just first it was, cost of attendance, then Alston, and now here we are. So,
I mean, you should want to stay in compliance now, though, right? There's no compliance it's like compliance now does what? Like You sign people. You process transfer portal paperwork and complete.
So I will tell you, that is the biggest misconception of what's going on. Because I will tell you why. Because coaches now are way more apt to turn each other in.
Yeah.
All across the country. So when they hear of stuff that's happening, and mostly when they're recruiting the same players, it used to be everybody would just turn away. I'm not going to turn anybody in. I don't want to rat anybody out. It's not like that anymore. All across the country. I mean, it's crazy what's going on. But I think coaches are so fed up with tampering that it's reached a whole nother level now. And if they can find any evidence all across the country, they're doing it. And some of them publicly. I mean, Trent Dilfer's come out. I mean, people are even just putting people on blast publicly.
I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Bring it
I
on.
mean, it's all going to depend on the new enforcement system, Chad. I know you were off for a minute. I was talking about that.
I was still listening.
Yeah, they gotta have teeth, and it's got to be quick. It's got to be this fall before the mid-year football transfer portal period starts. They got to hammer people that they find out are tampering. You know, a lot of it is hard to track because you're going through the agents. But there's been some real issues with coaches calling players. So, they got to come out, hammer anybody who violates the rules, set the standard, and then it'll go away. But it can't be 5-year investigations and things like that that's happened in the past.
5-year investigation to slap them on the wrist and really no penalty at all, and then it just incentivizes cheating. Well, if they're not going to get in trouble for it, then I'm not going to get in trouble for it. They've already set a precedent. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want.
Yeah. And meanwhile, you win, in the meantime of the investigation. And then that coach might not even be there. So,
and they vacate wins that you think Louisville fans, like, they didn't win a championship in 2013?
Oh, they won.
Because the banner's not up. Those people are like, no, I partied. I celebrated. I was at the game. I saw it happen. Like, I get to keep that.
What may or may not happen in Michigan, I mean.
Right. Silly.
Yeah.
That's why you're good in your space, Eddie, right? You keep that stuff over here, and I'm going to do my work over here.
Violation free.
There we go. There we go. Eddie, do you have some more deals in the pipeline that you are excited to be working on? Is there kind of like a white whale out there for you that you want to? I mean, obviously Nike. I mean, TQL Local, Fither, these are all big name companies, but is there something that you kind of have your eye on with a certain athlete that you're excited to see if you can tackle down?
I mean, selfishly, I'm waiting on someone to help me crack 2 very important deals to me, Taco Bell and Lego. But as far as like anything, no, I don't go looking for deals. Like, I prospect and stuff locally, but I really don't go looking for deals on my own. I ask the athletes what they want, and I try to like get what they want. So what I want is what they want, and that's a lot of Hollister, which we just did actually. Hollister and Alani New and just whatever. So I try to just whatever is on the docket for them is what's on the docket for me.
Who are the top 3 athletes right now, student athletes that are easiest to sell?
Can't really give you a top 3. I think just off the top of my head, on the male side, you had him on today, but Jake Golday is very easy. He's very easy to talk to. All of our athletes are very like great people. My biggest thing is getting them in front of people to then talk to them, be like, oh, this person's awesome. Especially our Olympic sports, which aren't on TV. So I do a lot of like getting them outside so they can like see people and meet people. Jake Gold is one. We have a ton. On the female side, I mean, there's so many. I would say Gabby Gunther from women's tennis.
Are you seeing that companies and businesses are starting to become a little bit more open to the whole NIL, scenario that they could be placed in? Because I'm sure initially a lot of companies were probably a little timid, not kind of the unknown of what this whole NIL thing is. Are you seeing kind of they're pulling back on the reins a little bit and saying that, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let's help out the student athletes.
I live in this space every single day. So NIL to me is just like a thing. It's just like breathing, like just a part of my everyday life. It blows my mind every time I'll reach out to, whether it's email or word of mouth or LinkedIn, however I get to them. And they're like, oh, I didn't know I could do that. I thought that was still illegal. And like how much education I get it's still like it's only 4 years old now, but it's still on us to you know, be out there and like be on offense. I always tell my interns talk on defense, which is like, you know, while we're in the office, like communicate. But like for me, I need to be playing a spread offense. Like today, I send out 67 outbound like messages. Like I'm trying to get as many people to know about Cincinnati NIL. That's why we write the blogs. That's why we do what we do, so people can know this is an option. But overall, yes, we're seeing a ton more involvement from both national and local brands. The community, the Cincinnati community has been awesome. They've really embraced it. There's a lot of good ROI, which especially we can track and be like, hey, more people showed up to your business, more people clicked, whatever. But I think just the allure of having a student athlete just makes your business cool. I'm a big proponent of boring businesses. I love a good boring business. Pair that with a cool athlete, and you have a great NIL deal typically.
What are your goals for the 25-26 season? That question is actually to both of you.
For me, my biggest goal is to make sure that every single one of our student athletes has a chance to do at least one NIL deal, which is we've done that every year so far, so that's good. Maybe actually I changed that. 2, let's double it. 2 NIL deals, and then also just doing more events, more things that, you know, companies can get behind because they love doing that. And then also having better systems and workflows to then be able to streamline NIL education for them, because I think what's forgotten about in all this is that they're still student athletes, and it's still, at least on me, to educate them. It's not just like, hey, get paid, get out of my office. It's like, hey, like, let's think about this. Like, these are the repercussions you could have. So figuring out how we can better educate them and have them think and plan and not just do and act, because they're used to just doing, acting, and just nothing bad. Like, you know, and this is real life now, and you could sign a bad contract, you could get hurt, like things can happen. So making sure that they're always thinking like a business and not thinking like an athlete, at least when they're in my office.
Yeah, I think on the rev share side, just making sure everything goes smooth, and then trying to increase efficiencies with all of our teams that are getting the rev share, and making sure, you know, when kids come on visits, we present the deals, you know, in a manner that is going to get the kid to commit, you know, and just, again, building those relationships, which we have across campus, but making sure as soon as we identify that prospective student athlete, we make the appropriate pitch, we sign the kid, both with the scholarship and then with the rev share contract. And we do it with very efficiently with speed, because you're competing against a lot of other schools, and you want to make sure that alignment's there, and we get the players that our coaches and GMs identify. So I think, you know, it's brand new. July 1's right around the corner. We've got a lot of contracts that will be kicking in July 1st, you know, with payments going out, and just making sure it's very, very smooth process. And I think it will be. I think that's what we've been planning for the last 6 months, you know, coordinating with John Cunningham, and the GMs and head coaches to make sure that this process goes as smooth as possible come July 1. So I think we're approaching that, and I think we're in a good spot.
How hard is it to wrap your head around the fact that you've been in college athletics for a long time, and in July 1st, you're cutting the players' checks?
You know, I think as an industry, it's been really hard to wrap your head around that for people who've been in it for a very long time.
Yeah.
Not to say hasn't been right for a very long time. You know, packing stadiums and doing things of that. I think I myself worry years from now that you'll lose sight in some of the sports that, you know, some of the Olympic sports. I hope that's not the case. You know, I really hope, you know, primarily football, men's basketball, and a few others across the country that can generate some revenue that have been funding everyone else. You hope that the funding structure goes up enough with TV deals, et cetera, to be able to keep that student athlete world-class experience for everyone. And I hope that's the case, you know. But I think that's the biggest worry right now for me anyways. You know, I think, but I to your point, Chad, it is mind-boggling. Like, I always go back to that cream cheese and a bagel example.
Right.
And it's just, you know, over the last decade plus, the changes and the benefits that the athletes have gotten, you know, that they never used to have, and rightfully deserved, but it's just crazy the amount of changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know what kind of changed all this? It's like practice would end and the dining halls would be closed, and the university had to just say, "Sorry, I guess you can eat tomorrow. Like nothing we can do. Can't help you."
It's a long ways away from that.
Now they're going to Jeff Ruby's 2 hours after a game.
Yeah. Tasty steak and ranch, right?
But I know you asked the question earlier. There's a lot of issues that come with that. We have a world class psychology department head by Lanisha, and I think for me, obviously the compliance background, and I've been involved in sports wagering and all sorts of stuff that we've had at UC and across the country. I worry that the fans now, like, oh, these players are, these to Eddie's point, they're still 18 to 22-year-olds.
Yeah.
And now there's all this gambling pressure that's happening, nationwide. But realizing, hey, they're still 18 to 22, and if you want to call it semi-pro, whatever you want to call it, they're still very young. What is it? Your mind doesn't develop until your brain doesn't develop until you're 25. And so some of the stuff fans yell at during games are mind-boggling. I feel like, you win by 8, but the spread's 8.5, so they lost, and people are booing them. I was down, I've been down there, Trey. You see me, and I'm like, what is going on? It's your own fan, So it's like, but that matters, and it's just becoming more and more prevalent all across the country. So I think it's just something to keep in mind, and I think we do have adequate resources here, but you can always have more, and we really try to surround the kids the best we can.
I sure hope
I'm
my brain's still
47.
developing.
Yeah,
Chad,
I'm
you as
47,
well?
and some would argue not there yet.
Right. Yeah, me too. But
Might
hey,
not ever get there.
we try our hardest, though. We try our hardest. Trevor, you mentioned speed numerous times. Just one last question. Is that something that you kind of feel is like the most paramount thing? Is if you to just be the first and be the fastest?
If you ask Corey and Zack, that's priority number one. Whether they ask for a contract at 11:30 at night on a Tuesday night, or what was it, Sunday at was it Easter Sunday, whenever it is, whenever you can get that, you get that confirmation of a kid committing to a dollar amount. They want us both from a rev share side to have that contract ready, and then also have the scholarship ready immediately, because right now the scholarship is very important, because you get in the portal and it has a do not contact tab if they've actually signed the scholarship. So working in conjunction with the compliance office to get the paperwork done as quick as possible is paramount. I think our coaching staffs believe that. And then again, if agents want to make any red lines, you have to get that. We're no different than any other public institution. You have to get that approved across campus everywhere. And they've been phenomenal of getting back and working with us after hours and weekends. And that's something we, proactive relationships, and John, we've got weekly calls with OGC and making sure that relationship's there and everybody's involved. So that was, it's been all about the planning process since last November.
Jeez. Wild.
All right, gentlemen, we appreciate it. Great stuff. As we try to keep everybody as informed as possible on what's going on in a world that is changing about as rapidly as you can possibly change.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
Crazy.
We'll talk soon.
Thank you so much.
Great content.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Trevor. Good to have you finally.
Yeah.
Speaking of good to have you finally.
Oh, wow.
Gentlemen.
Look at that guy right there.
What are you doing?
Look at that guy right there.
Man.
What a stud. What a stud.
I'm just
Live
honored
from
to
the
be with
man
you
cave.
for tonight, for sure.
Live from the man cave. Oh man, like we are blowing up right now.
Everybody wants in with Aaron Himmler.
Oh, stop it.
Pop in.
not
Oh,
you.
wow.
Oh, we get the whole cast, huh? Where's
The
Ryan
most
Hart?
we've had. Let's go.
Get in here.
Royer was flying somewhere. I
Oh,
don't.
stop
He
it.
was. He claims that he's so important that
Connecticut,
GE
wasn't
now
he?
that they're
Well,
Connecticut. Yeah,
Don't give away the secrets, but yeah, supposedly. He's fine.
he's so important at GE now they're flying in places.
Gotcha.
We now present to you the best athletic trainer in Ohio, the best athletic trainer and best training department staff in the Big 12, a man that needs no introduction, Mr. Aaron Hemler.
Wrap it up,
Aaron,
Chad.
Aaron, who also lives here in God's country.
Yes. Coming to you live from Fort Mitchell, Kentucky.
What's going on, brother? How's life?
We're good, man. We're good. Obviously some nice accolades recently for myself and the troops, my cast of Avengers. So, massively proud of them and, the work that we put in, and glad it's getting recognized for sure.
Have you gotten the hardware yet? I expected to see you just sitting here.
I should have put on a chain and put it around my chest, but it's the plaque for Big 12 Sports Medicine Staff of the Year is at back in my office. So we'll find a nice place for that in the Lender Center soon.
The more important question is, did you ask for the raise yet?
No. We're trying to get some athletes and facilities paid for there, David. So my battles wisely,
We had Cunningham on earlier. I would have asked him for you.
Nah, it's all right. They take good care of me, man. That's one of the things that I, wildly blessed. I think we have, in Clifton in the Lender Center is a group of administrators that I think really value the health and wellness space as a whole. So it's that's an easy thing that they do for us and take care of us for sure.
He's flexing the finished basement. I think he's fine.
Right.
And
I did none of this. No.
The Ian Hackstein jersey looking good.
Yeah, I've got Ian back there. Little Cortez Broughton floating back there for those that remember that name.
Yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
You guys have spent a tremendous amount of time with.
Mm-hmm.
Friend of the show.
Now, Bob,
you work with Bob, so there's got to be hazard pay involved, right?
What's that?
I was gonna say Bob totally asked for his raise already, right?
Oh, probably. Yeah, he probably asked for that in December.
And I said, you work with Bob, there's got to be hazard pay involved.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Got to be ready at all times.
How's Michelle, by the way? Or do we have a baby yet?
We do not have a new baby Bearcat yet. She is well. She's doing, I think, everything in her power to have said child here in the very near future. Due
she
date
was ready a month ago.
Due date is today. Due date is 513 day. So there's still a little bit of time left. You never know.
Did you guys all sync this up? You and David and Stipe and
well, it's not him. It's Michelle. His trusty.
Yeah, I've got 3 kids. I'm done. I get that. We can't have any more. We can't have any Bearcats over here. I gave Stipe a little pep talk before his for sure.
We got him coming up in an hour.
He's got a little bit of a beard. He's got some scruff.
He does. He hasn't been able to care for himself for a while.
Right.
How's life in the business? How's life getting ready to go into your brand new fancy digs?
Yeah, it's good. Fast pace. I mean, we're a lot of chatter right now with big things getting delivered. I know sports medicine's kind of time, if you will, for things get delivered is the first week of June. I snuck over there 2 days ago, just hard hat, vests, walked right in like I own the place, and it's coming along quite nice. So saw some of Nico's new toys and some of those things going in, and I think it's gonna be a space that everybody on campus is enormously proud of. The design and the flow and the efficiency that I think it's going to bring our athletes is going to be next to nothing, man. It's awesome. It's a really, really special place.
You guys are pretty innovative with whether it's the concussion testing, the light, well, I don't know what it's called, but what is kind of with this new space that you have now? What are some of the new, I won't call them toys, but just like new innovations, new things that this will now allow you to have and kind of keep expanding on some of that type of stuff that you guys have been at the forefront of?
For sure. So I think, some of the flashy, if you will, some of the toys, a lot of what we're going to have is, at least in our space, is going to be geared either towards rehabilitation from, a training standpoint, trying to get, athletes when they are hurt back and healthy and strong again. or a even bigger part of what we've tried to accomplish is the recovery space and making sure that we can really kind of take that to the next level and really kind of harness everything that we've got from a recovery standpoint. So we'll have the cold plunges, hot plunge, steam room, dry sauna, cryo chamber, wet float tank. We'll have 2 dry float beds, red light therapy bed, and then we got something special coming, hopefully in about August or so that I think the players are going to like quite a bit. But it's called a Tursa Sava pod. It's a vibroacoustic sound pod that kind of try to get everything to relax, calm down, get rid of the stressors for a little while, and try to get back down to baseline basically as fast as you can. But a lot of opportunity for recovery. We just hired a director of sports science, Jason Stone from the Cincinnati Reds, that I think is going to be instrumental in helping our health and wellness space between Nico and Michaela and the mental health staff as well. I think really try to bolster literally everything that we got to work the guys hard, get them bigger, faster, stronger, but also recover better than they ever have before. So I think it's going to be a really, if you guys haven't been in there yet or haven't got a sneak peek, or for those that haven't seen it yet, the efficiency that we're going to have is going to be unmatched, man. It's going to be great.
Last time we had Nico on, he kind of just sang your praises, and we got to hear him talk about how you're in all of his meetings as he's looking ahead for the next year. So what's it like being in a meeting when you're talking about strength and conditioning with the crazy person that we've come to know and love, that is Nico Palazetti?
So one of my stipulations for coming on tonight was ensuring that I didn't follow him and his energy, because I got to keep up with that all day long, and three kids, and there's just not enough caffeine in the Linder Center to make that happen sometimes. But no, I think we collectively, weekly we have something called a performance team meeting. So it's his entire staff with performance, my entire staff with sports medicine, our 3 mental health providers, and then our 2 dietitians, and then some of the GAs and other individuals that we have. And then obviously with Jason coming in, the sports science side is now part of that. But I really, and even on when we have recruits come in official visits, and I really try to, I think we all try to collectively paint a picture that meeting that we have on a daily basis or a weekly basis really is a powerful thing for all of us to be on the same page. And we go down the injury report and basically kind of reflect on who made what gains and what our targets are going to be next week. And basically if there's anybody slipping through the cracks in one space, we want to make sure that doesn't bleed over into a second or third space. And then even during the season we get academics involved. That way we all can kind of hear what's going on, and making sure that we just got this holistic approach to wrapping our arms around our athletes and making sure that we're giving them our best, and as they we ask for their best in return, for sure.
I have a 2-part question, and they're both related to tape. So with the training staff,
mm-hmm.
Who of the trainers is the best ankle taper? That's the first question. And number 2, how much tape do you go through on a daily basis in a typical practice?
I can tell you, we go through a absolute metric ton of tape. Like, we use a whole lot of tape. I'm going to answer number 2 first and go with the tape thing, because especially our offensive linemen. They look like they're going to war with their wrists and hands and fingers and ankle tape, spat, the whole 9 yards. It's just a lot of those guys. And some of their feet are 18 size 15, so it takes a little more than the average bear to get those joints all secured up. In terms of how much we use on a daily basis, I don't know, but I can tell you it is a lot of money. Thousands of dollars every year, probably tens of thousands of dollars every year on tape across our entire athletic department. So it's when you got 450 times 2 ankles and, wrists and stuff like that you're trying to keep intact, all year long. It takes a lot. In terms of best taper, I don't know if I can call myself that right now. There are days where I feel like I don't leave my desk, trying to organize and help manage everything. I will say that back in the Coach Fick era and Brady Collins era, they put Michelle and I head to head one day for one of the team meetings. I might have won.
Maybe. Check the tape.
Legend has it that I won. I might have cheated, but nobody else knew the difference. But no, I've got a good group, man. They all are top notch, and trust them with anything that we got going on, every single day. And taping is the least of those concerns, that's for sure.
What does cheating look like in speed ankle taping?
Don't worry about that, Chad. I can't give you all my secrets. Come on.
Sounds like just pure.
So you're gonna come in and ask a question and then depart again? What is this?
Aaron is very OCD about the layout when we have guests.
If we're gonna do 5, 6 is just it's the same.
Okay,
I think the layout's beautiful right now. Layout is nice.
I'm just trying to respect Aaron's boundaries about the layout on the live show.
Nah,
we're good.
It's a give and take relationship between you two.
Right.
Aaron, I also have a 2-part question. First part, players need to get mentally prepared for Camp Higher Ground.
Sometimes.
Is that also for you? Do you also have to get mentally prepared for Camp Higher Ground? Because it's
absolutely, for sure. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a acclimatization period for your brain to go out there a little bit. But I have went. So 2013 was my first year at UC. I started off with our baseball program, but even for those 4 years with Coach Tuberville, I went out to all of Higher Ground, because I would have 2 or 3 athletes on campus that stayed back, and a lot of those guys were playing college ball, up in Cape and stuff like that. So there's just nobody for me to take care of, and I've got far too much ADD just to sit at my desk by myself. So I've went out to Higher Ground consecutively since 2013, and it becomes a little bit of a challenge, especially as you have that second and third kid. I can promise you that. But there's a lot of things that we get accomplished out there, that's for sure. And I think it's institution fabric of us a little bit, and definitely think gives us a little bit of an edge.
Are you all in? Are you bunking there overnight, or do you head back home and then?
Oh yeah, I'm in. I am probably one of the few people that I get quality sleep at Higher Ground. It's probably because I'm exhausted. But that room 101, man, that bed is the same bed I've had for a long time, and it works out well. It works out well. As long as you bring a dehumidifier. The dehumidifier is key. Gotta have that.
You walk in hello, old friend.
Yes, absolutely.
I've missed you.
Yep.
Bring your own pillow. You got to bring your own pillow.
I do.
Right?
Yeah. I've got a pretty tuned up pillow to try to keep the neck and the back in good working order for the season.
Brady told us for 6 years the importance of neck strength. So having a healthy neck.
Neck strength is critical.
Takes care of the rest. Yeah,
for sure. I need to work on my traps a little bit, though. Definitely have some nice equipment in the new APC to accomplish that. That's for sure.
Speaking of Higher Ground, we had a player on earlier who said the food wasn't up to snuff this past year. Are we going to get things back?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, they'll take care of us. They'll get the thing. They'll get the ship righted, man. It's
no, it was you bring in all these nutritionists and they've scaled back. They
might have used a little less butter and salt.
They put the restrictor plates on the staff at Camp Higher Ground.
Right, I know.
There's not as much bacon in the ranch dressing.
We're trying to keep our cholesterol down, Chad. we try to accomplish that sometimes. You
got a mouse in your pocket,
high and we want cholesterol low.
Who's this we you speak of? You got a mouse in your pocket?
I maybe 4 or 5 of the 6 of us here, worry about that stuff.
6 on that.
I can promise you it's
Get
maybe
wrecked.
two of the
Maybe
6.
Maybe 2.
Yeah.
2 of the 6. Worry about that stuff.
Hey, Aaron admitted to drinking full octane Dr. Pepper, so I don't
Oh,
know
yeah.
where he stands with that.
Spare me with
That's
the 0. Just give me full.
That's a
full
Bob
bottle
thing,
stuff.
right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Bob got you hooked on Dr. Pepper.
Bob and Tubbs, man. You had to have Dr. Pepper on the sideline. Had to.
In a cooler, like ready to go at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was.
I've seen
very,
Bob throw a fit before when his Dr. Pepper cooler wasn't right.
very serious business.
Is that the weirdest request you've had for a sideline beverage or snack?
Yeah, some of the guys always seem to find a way to like smuggle some like Skittles or something, some kind of sweet down to the sideline, that type of deal. I think they cut deals with some of our students, and they're like, "Hey, put that in your fanny pack real quick, or your sweatshirt." But yeah, for the most part, from that standpoint, coach has been pretty low key.
Did Brian Cook do the Sprite at UC from that video with the Chiefs?
So I saw that. I'm like, I don't know, man. That might be for camera. Or maybe he did. There's a chance that I just flat out didn't know about it. You guys see me at practice. Most of the time I'm walking around with like a chicken with my head cut off, trying to just go from position group to position group and see what how everybody's doing, and check guys that are coming back from injury and stuff like that, making sure they're looking sharp.
Speaking of staying with that earpiece. Like
What's that? I can't hear anything with that in. Nothing. 0. If you're on my right side, you got no chance.
Is that why you pretend to ignore me? That's how you pretend to ignore me. You turn to the right side. And
what did you say? I can't. Next question.
He lifts up the microphone thing and acts like he's talking to people.
Yeah.
When he's not. The radio's off. It's like
I might have done that once or twice.
That actually happens. I want to confirm that right here. I've seen it in practice. Who does that?
The golf tournaments I used to work, I would do that when like some spectator would want to come talk to me. I'd be like, "Oh, sorry, I'm on a call." And just drive away on the golf cart.
Right. There's plenty of thoughts going on up here during a practice, and then when other people start getting into my ear, you'll see me like take it out, and I need some silence here for a second. There's way too much going on. Way too much.
You are about as humble a human being as exists. Is it uncomfortable to get these awards for you? I know it's gratifying.
Painfully uncomfortable. Absolutely. I don't thrive in the spotlight. No, I like to be behind the scene, and I mean, literally, we as athletic trainers, that's kind of what we do. Try to help people get healthy, and our big reward is seeing other people get back to what they want to do, and get back to what they're trying to achieve. So those are the things that are ultimately gratifying for me. But I think the OATA, Trainer of the Year came out a handful of weeks ago, and one of the things I set off, and like I appreciate the praise I'm getting from everybody, but that doesn't happen without a staff and the support to do the things that we try to do on a daily basis. And sure enough, we get sports medicine staff of the year. So I think validated my answers a little bit from that standpoint. But I really feel wholeheartedly we got top to bottom, not just in football but across all of our sports, just a really solid group of athletic trainers and PTs that really care about our craft. And we got a group of doctors and hospital system that bends over backwards for us, and all the other ancillary people that help the behind the curtains scenes run as fast as they can and as efficiently. And it really takes a village of people like that to do what we do at the the level in which we hope and we strive for. So my hat is off to all of them, and everybody involved in our process for sure.
What goes into those, like winning those awards? Do you have to give data to, like, how do they decide who the sports medicine staff of the
Good
year.
question. I didn't pay anybody off. I don't think. No, the Big 12 award was actually all of the directors of sports medicine. So every year, the everybody in my position, basically votes forth, and I think a lot of that, is probably taken in over the course of the year, going to different places, interacting with, the different staffs and stuff like that. And, I honestly being, new kids in the block a little bit, wasn't expecting, Cincinnati to get called, but, after the shock of, having to go up and get the award, wore off, is like, yeah, this is something, we all should be, super proud of. And, I think it's, we may not outwardly try to, get these types of awards, but I think it's something that's, special and reflects, a lot of people's hard work. And, like I said, my hat is off to them for sure.
My sources tell me that there was an ankle taping contest involved, and it's under review for illegal methods.
Well, there could be some video evidence of that somewhere in the archive. That is definitely possible.
Jason says the team made the Cotton Bowl with more bacon in the ranch.
More bacon than ranch. Yes, I would agree with that. I think we had by far at Higher Ground, my favorite dessert is the fried apple dumpling with the ice cream. I think
they only do that at night.
We got to have it at least twice. I think 3 is the winning combination, though. So
that
you can make all this happen.
Yeah.
They only bring out the dessert table for dinner. So we're there for lunch. We get and they cut out Bearcat bars this year. There was no Bearcat bars this year. That was heartbreaking. Those were too much. There's probably too much butter in those.
There could be some
if
butter.
I had to guess. but at night, I've been for dinner twice. They got dessert tables.
Yes,
lined up in there.
Yeah, they do a good job with the dessert, man.
If you want, Aaron, I could make a call and have the Graders truck show up one night after practice.
Oh gosh,
brother, I'm in. I live we're talking hundreds of yards away from the Fort Mitchell's Graders, so you're speaking my language.
Then what's the go-to flavor? Go-to flavor.
Go-to flavor. So I got 2 of them. Period end discussion, cookies and cream all the way.
Wow.
I will say, and this is no home bias.
Wow.
Boldy Bearcat is special, man.
It's very good.
When that first came out, I was like, yes, absolutely. And then it went away there for a little bit. And
they changed it from the original.
They did from the formulation
style.
a little bit. They did. But when I don't usually post a whole lot of stuff on social media, but when that went missing for a while, I saw Dan Horde make a comment on Twitter or something like that. I'm like, I'm following his lead. We're gonna get this stuff back.
I'll tell you guys,
yeah,
the new cinnamon sticky bun.
Oh yeah,
top 5.
I want it to go bad.
All right,
have you guys all tried the Skyline one? Was that
I
solid?
actually have I've about this much left in my freezer still, so I've been saving.
I had the new Riff bourbon bowl. Mixing that with the cinnamon sticky bun is pretty strong too. Yeah, new Riff sponsor. What is it? Former sponsor or still current sponsor?
Former sponsor. Yeah.
Former sponsor.
Potential future sponsor as well.
No free ad.
Yeah, we didn't part on bad terms. They did a 2-year run. It was a good run.
They just didn't want to rip
took
with
the off
Royer
season off.
anymore.
Yeah, they took the off season off. I will. I will say, you say athletic trainers are humble, but every time I turn on the radio, Bob is on with Tony, like 4 times a week. It feels like.
Yeah, he must have his own spot there. He must have his own spot for sure.
Somebody's getting paid on that deal. I don't know who, but it's probably not Tony. But somebody is.
I'm looking for my retirement gig with you guys. I'll be your medical correspondent.
I'm in.
Yeah,
Dean's territory. Put it over to Aaron Himmler for his stuff.
How long is this guy going to be out for?
Yeah.
Well, speaking of being out for it, Aaron, does it blow your mind how quickly some of these athletes are able to come back from injury? And I guess what's the protocol in your eyes for them?
Honest with you, protocols are just merely a guideline because some of the things that these athletes do are just literally it's superhuman.
Right.
there's average people, and most of those protocols are built for like that middle, 80% of the bell curve.
Right.
And then we tend to have a lot of the 10% on the, the high end of the curve. And man, that they, I've really tried to, get out of the business of being, in any kind of like negativity with, well, this is how long you're probably gonna be out, or this is, it's more of like, well, if we all work really hard at this and, things go our way, yet, who knows what's going to happen. I mean, we've accomplished a bunch of things that just, you're like, how did that happen? Like, I don't get it. Some of them just have this innate ability to heal. Like James Wiggins, we literally, I think we could have fixed his knee, put him in a room for about 3 months, and came out and he'd be like, guys, I'm ready. Let's do it. Like, as if nothing happened. So it's some of them just have that superhuman gene.
I remember he was running in like 8 weeks, right? Like straightforward. He wasn't cutting or anything, but I remember like it felt like very shortly after he tore his ACL, I'm standing there next to you watching him run, looking at you going,
yeah, you're like,
that's
man,
normal,
like, brother,
right?
I don't know either, man. Like, it's
I'm not supposed to. You shouldn't be doing that. Why are you letting him do that? And you're like,
it's because he's built different. Built different. Yep.
Some people hit the genetic lottery, and then there's 4 of the 6 people in this room that didn't.
Yep. And Zack, hopefully you're throwing me in there. I thought for sure I was going to be a Major League Baseball player, and here I am as an athletic trainer. So definitely not built different either.
Keegan thought he was going to be a Major League Baseball player, and look where he is right now.
Yeah.
Respect.
Hey guys, don't give up on the dream. There's still
I've given
time.
up. I've fully given up.
Ain't much left in the right shoulder.
I've watched the Reds. You guys could give as good of at bats as some of those guys do.
No lie. The moment I knew that I had zero like athletic ability left was Connor Walsh was back from it might have been one of his years in AAA, and he was like, "Hey, will you catch a pin for me over in the bubble?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." And for those that have seen Connor Walsh pitch when he was still doing it, very herky jerky, fast motion, tightly wound kid, and he's throwing strikes, fastballs, no problem. Then he comes at me with a slider, and I'm talking gloves here, balls over there. About blew my right ankle off my leg. I'm like, done. We're done. This is unsafe. This is an emergency situation. So we're done with trying to track 94-mile-an-hour fastballs into a mitt. So
yeah,
fair. Speaking of average Joes, Aaron, how often do you get phone calls from average Joes that are just like, "Hey man, rolled my ankle Friday night. Could you come take a look at it?"
At least once a week from Chad. At least once a week from Chad. So.
It's not for me.
No,
I'm not physically active enough to need to call Aaron for anything.
It happens. It happens often, and we all do. I think that's it's also one of the cool things about doing what I do is getting those messages from athletes that have moved on, have turned into average Joes, or trying to relive it a little bit. But the free consultations are endless, but it's one of the good ways to keep in touch with everybody as well. So definitely not opposed to it. And phone is on 24/7. I'll probably have about 400 text messages when we get done with this that I got to try to file through, but we'll make it shake.
When he sees my number, he picks it up and he goes, "What'd she do?"
Yeah. What do you want? But speaking of superhuman healers, his daughter's she heals fast as well.
She bounces back quick.
No doubt, man.
She's in pain for a couple days, and then she's back at it.
Tougher than $2 steak.
Chicken.
Yeah,
it's the chicken.
We've had this conversation a couple times today, Aaron. What do you say to the volleyball players that wear their knee pads underneath their knees?
I mean, when your knee gets hurt and you're not wearing it on your knee or well below it, not a whole lot I can do to fix that. It's kind of like what our football players when they get thigh contusions from
How about fashion
little
these days?
postage stamp, thigh pads that they wear.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically up at their hip. So I can't
The thigh
fix
pad's
it.
this big. It's just
they're
one
tiny.
pad.
Right. They think they're all built for speed.
Can lead a horse to water.
Can't make them drink.
Can't
Well,
drink.
I appreciate you for popping in so that the Avengers would assemble.
Yeah, man.
And everybody would pop in. Like,
That's what I do. I try to bring people together. So I'm glad you got your supporting cast with you.
Fans in the stands.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
All right, man. We appreciate it. Thanks a million for coming on. And it's great to chop it up with you. And congratulations. Like I said, I know you hate hearing this.
Yeah.
But it's been an incredible year, and you are the best of the best. And it's been awesome to become your friend over the many years that we've been around together. So thanks again, brother. We appreciate
Likewise.
it.
Thanks, gentlemen. Salute to you. All right. Good luck in hour 11. All right.
11 hours, 2 minutes. We got 58 minutes to be done.
Proud
We're
of you.
almost to the finish line.
You guys got this.
Thanks, man.
Thanks,
See you,
Aaron.
Aaron.
Appreciate it.
There we go.
Wow.
The best of the best, literally.
The best.
He's got hardware. I told him he should put it on a belt. Wear it over his shoulder.
With the plaque, just a belt.
Yeah.
Coming off the.
Yeah.
It'd be like Aaron. It should be like the 24-hour championship. Anybody could come and try to take it from him at any time.
Who's this? West Virginia's knocking at his door. Oh,
Dave, did you get to hear Brendan Sorsby talking WWE with us?
No, I didn't. I'm gonna have to go back and listen.
It was amazing.
You should have texted me. I would have tried to jump right on.
I couldn't because I didn't want to let it go. We just kept talking about it.
So who's he a fan of? Who's this guy?
Look, he was so distraught about the backlash. He's so distraught about it.
What, that it sucked?
Yes, he would not talk about Mania, and we got him to admit he tried to walk back being a fan of wrestling about 2 or 3 different times, and finally just I'm a wrestling fan. It is what it is. I'm sorry. Yes, I am a wrestling fan.
I mean, I'm wearing the Ric Flair t-shirt right now. You just you are what you are.
From the sound of things, he was a childhood Cena guy that is just not
Cena
down
broke his heart.
with John Cena literally broke his heart.
See, I was Cena's essentially whole run was when I was really not watching it. So I'm kind of not into any of his shtick right now. So
all right, we'll keep it rolling. Ryan Holmes joins us
What's
now.
up, guys?
Ryan, I want to get this right. Executive Senior Associate AD and President of Cincy Sports Partners.
Kind of long,
Welcome to
huh?
the show.
Thanks for having me. I gotta update my wife's office. I don't have nearly enough UC gear to be on this with you guys, man. I gotta update it. So I got some work to do.
I mean, Dave puts in a lot of effort on his.
There's some stuff up there in the corner. We got a good mix mash here, but thanks for having me on.
Thanks, man. How's it been? You're what, a couple months in now? How's the transition going?
Yeah, so I think I'm in month 4, and it's been fantastic. I grew up in a small town, college town, just up the road. It used to be a rival of UC, no longer in the same category.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, so it's been, I love the energy of growing up around a college campus, and it's great to be back around that, be around student athletes, be around the energy, and it's a great campus. So it's been a really good transition for me.
What's the biggest thing you miss about working in professional sports? Because I know you had a pretty long career with the Bengals over there for a while.
Man, good question. Wasn't expecting that one off the jump. What's the biggest thing I miss? I don't think really there's anything right now. I'm super excited about what we're doing, what we're building. To say that I missed something, 4 months in, that would be a tough answer. I think, the difference probably that you guys would anticipate, the dollars are a little bit different, when we're talking about sponsors and the amount of dollars that, a naming rights deal in the NFL with Paycor demands versus what a sponsorship in the college space. But that doesn't really change, I've sold much smaller sponsorships than what we're doing at UC. So to me, they're just zeros at the end of a check. It's not necessarily what makes it gratifying. The size of the check doesn't make the work gratifying. So just a different type of sale in this space.
When you walk around campus, do you just view everything through like a VR lens where everything could be an advertisement somewhere?
Yeah, no doubt. I laugh, and as we built our staff, which I'm super excited about, they're doing the same thing too. So I probably get at least in the first couple weeks, it was every day. Hey, can we sell this? Hey, can we sell this? Hey, can we sell this? But yeah, I think that's probably the new angle everyone's looking at is, what's another way that we can drive revenue, or a different way we can drive revenue. Not to talk about my former employer, but one of the things that was brought up was, the Bengals looking at things differently, and they did the bar recently at CBG Airport. So doesn't have to just be your traditional signage in stadiums and arena. It could be something that no one on this call, including myself, has thought of yet, that we could come up with to try and drive revenue for UC.
Is it pretty cool having two main venues in Fifth Third and Nippert that are, two of the cool, Fifth Third, brand new, renovated, state of the art, and then Nippert, some call it the Wrigley Field of college football. Is it pretty cool being able to try and sell those and put those up on a pedestal, and it's pretty easy to do that?
No doubt. We're really excited. I don't know if this is public information yet, but we're working towards some new video board, not video board, I shouldn't say that. We're working towards some new LED signage in Nippert. So you'll see some new kind of digital signage throughout Nippert next year, which we're really excited about. It's going to not only give us opportunity to get better exposure for our partners, but it's going to enhance the game day experience, which, in my opinion, Nip at Night, I've been as a fan multiple times, is as good of an experience in sports, college or professional. So really excited about being part of that as part of the team. I've been there as a fan. And then, I think the Fifth Third experience, I'm a little biased. My wife oversees all sponsorships for Fifth Third Bank nationally. So she negotiated that deal years ago. And, when you talk about that arena, and not just because of the renovations, but the fans that come out and how loyal they are to UC basketball with the history, and that experience when you're there as a fan is as good as it gets. I tell people that ask maybe not the exact question Keegan asked, but like, what's it been like the jump from pros to college? Is like, why was at a game, against Utah on a Tuesday night, there's from 30 minutes from tip off till 5 minutes into the game, 4 inches of snow came down. We were, not having the best year, and the place is packed. There could have been so many reasons why people wouldn't have showed up to that game, but UC basketball fans showed out on a Tuesday. I think it was a Tuesday night. It was definitely a weeknight for a game with real bad weather. When we were kind of, not living up to our expectations, and our fans still showed up. And I think that says a lot about UC basketball, the history, and the fans we have.
So this job, go ahead, Dave.
I was going to ask, what is your strategy or strategies as far as kind of combating the smaller market that has 3 teams in it and 1 major college that you work for now?
Sure.
Because it's few and far between that have a population and a size of Cincinnati that also have 3 professional sports teams. So when you're selling for UC, how do you guys deal with something like that? Just because a lot of colleges, they're the only game in town, so it makes it
a
lot easier.
Yeah, I think you used the word small market. I was used to saying that in the NFL. We're not a small market when it comes to college athletics, and I think that's a competitive advantage in my opinion. I think a lot of people would look at having 3 professional sports franchises in town, other competitive collegiate programs in the area as a disadvantage. I think it's an advantage. I think there's probably more business opportunity, whether it's sponsorship, suites, whatever it may be, in our market than other collegiate markets. And I think that, whether you're UC or any of those professional sports teams, it's your job to compete. So we're going to find ways to differentiate ourselves. And if we have to do things a little different, be a little more creative to try and win over brand dollars, then we'll do that and we'll try and compete with this professional sports franchises in town. That's my hope. I think we also have an advantage in our fan base. We can reach a lot of different demos, especially the student population. That's a population that a lot of employers in town really want to get to. So,
Cincy Sports Partners is in a space that has been for the longest time essentially dominated by 2 companies, Learfield and IMG, and they have had wide portfolios. What is the opportunity, the challenges? What is doing this internally, bringing this in-house? What are those challenges, and what attracted you to this job to kind of spearhead this?
Yeah, so for us, I think Cincy Sports Partners is kind of a unique name. I didn't have a say in that. I think it's interesting because it's kind of, the ticketing department doesn't have its own name. We are just part of UC Athletics, and we're the partnership and marketing arm that, as part of UC Athletics. So that name, it kind of is what it is. But any sponsor of ours is going to be, a proud or official partner of UC Athletics. We're not going to use Cincy Sports Partners as a moniker with our partners. They're going to be supporting UC Athletics. So I think that's just a name in itself. What's attracted to me, you saw Clemson do this years ago. You've seen Rutgers jump on board. Arizona State's had this model for a little while. Notre Dame was kind of the last one to have it and then go to a third-party model. I think it's intriguing. For me, I love my leadership responsibilities at the Bengals, and the opportunity to come here and build a team from scratch and have, John Cunningham and his staff entrust me with that was really important to me. My family, we love Cincinnati. We've been fans of this city for a long time. We want to stay in town and raise our family here. So that opportunity to stay in the sports industry, get a new challenge, build a team from scratch, and do it at a place like UC is pretty hard to pass up. So that's really what drove me. I think we have a great platform, but there's a lot of work ahead. There's a lot of people fighting for dollars in this market, and there's a lot of people fighting for dollars in the Big 12. So we have a tall task in front of us, but I think the team we built, we're going to work really hard to make it work.
One of the arms it says is being part of the student athlete NIL side of things. On top of it, you were a star quarterback at Wittenberg, I believe. Plenty of record holds.
A loose use of the word star.
Pretty sure you held the record for most passing yards in a single game at one point.
I did.
Come on.
Yeah. We lost. I threw an interception in overtime. We lost that game. So it's like, yeah.
Who are you playing?
Worcester College.
Oh God. All right.
Yeah. It was a fun one, but they were in cover 4. Safety came down and I underthrew it and he ripped it right from my guy. So That it was a good game until that last pass.
What was the yardage total?
It was over four.
I just want to know
450
what his
maybe,
thoughts,
something like that.
what your
Okay.
thoughts are on Station 1.
Station 1 was fun. I was a Mike and Rosie's guy myself.
There you go. My mom and dad went to WIT, so I know.
Nice.
I know it all quite well.
And McMurray's, but McMurray's is no longer around, I don't think.
I think Mike and Rosie's reopened.
Oh yeah, Mike and Rosie's has been around for a while, and they kind of built out a whole new area. But yeah, I mean, those playing days were fun. You know, as I wasn't sure if I wanted to be a collegiate athlete. I knew that if I didn't go give it a shot, I probably would end up a little overweight and never get back to being able to play the game at even a remotely high level. So I gave WIT a shot. Growing up in Oxford, I was going to go play for Coach Hepner, but there was a pretty good quarterback there at the same time. That was a freshman by the name of Roethlisberger that I didn't think I'd sniff the field there. So
never heard of that guy.
Yeah, I
Ryan,
gave myself
when did you play at WIT?
I was there 01 to 05.
I think you might have been on a team with one of my best friends.
Who's that?
Ryan Grosjean.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I hated that guy. That guy sucked.
Terrible football player. He was not
That's funny.
setting any records, Dave. I'm sorry to tell you. But as far as just obviously having the ability to play yourself, or at least the knowing of being on a team in college sports, now with this new landscape and everything that you see, sort of what is your main focus and goal when it comes to that leg of things, and kind of do you want to help give your side of things, or is it kind of more of a we're gonna do what we can on our front and let the certain ones that's their main avenue take it what they want to do?
So if I go the wrong direction with this answer, let me know. I can reel it back in. But I've always been an advocate of like, and this is probably comes from my professional capitalist background, but if an engineering student has a special skill and they can go make money on the side while they're getting their degree, they can do that. And I don't think that athletes should be I guess I feel like even back to when AJ Green was drafted when the Bengals, was the year that I started, and he had some issues with signing a jersey or something. I just felt like that was shortchanging collegiate athletes. I think there will be a discrepancy, and that's part of the real world in terms of who gets paid and who doesn't. You see it in the NFL when quarterbacks get paid and certain positions don't at the same amount. So I think, I'm excited because I have a professional background, and I think that's where we're headed. I mean, we're there, in collegiate athletics. I think it's changed a lot, and it's going to continue to change. I think the hope is that it kind of gets maybe a little more, I don't know the right word I'm looking for, but probably more streamlined or buttoned up, as opposed to kind of changing so fast that no one even really knows what's going on. But I think that's back to the question of why make the leap to collegiate athletics. I think I can add a lot of value personally from my professional experience, and I think that's where this is headed. And I know that there's other members of our staff that have joined, in terms of GMs and things like that probably feel the same way.
Kind of going off Aaron's first question when he talked about the VR headset and like seeing everything through a lens of sponsorships. When you were sending like every day, hey, can we do this, what was the most unorthodox thing that got shot down? Like the weirdest thing you wanted to put a sponsorship on?
So far at UC?
Yeah.
So I haven't had anything shot down yet. I probably haven't.
Oh, okay.
As I'm getting in there, I'm probably not like, going too hard.
Yeah.
I think there's some categories. That's one that is an unwritten rule. The NFL has a lot of policies in terms of what categories you can sell and you can't sell. And as a team, you have to follow those policies. In the college space, it's kind of left up to the university. So I think there's some categories that we're exploring with the president's office that, but it's a little bit like unknown. It's kind of, can we not? So that'll be, up for discussion over the next few months, but nothing too crazy. I mean, I think it's not just about signage. Like you can only put so many signs up that are going to have value. So it's more about thinking creatively. How would there's never been baseball outfield wall signage. There's been scoreboard signs, but can we sell some ads on the baseball outfield wall, especially with the level of production that Trevor and his team do with our baseball broadcasts and the way they're playing? Like there's value there. Are there ways with other Olympic sports that we can drive some value? So we're looking at everything, new signage opportunities in Nippert, new ways to brand Fifth Third Arena and include brands in a unique, different way there. How the current signage is structured. When you look at, I was just watching the Cavs blow a massive lead. And, when you look at, courtside signage in basketball, the way that teams set that signage, I think really drives value when you have, sorry, I'm getting way too detailed into it, but like when you have that center location, so, and the screen pans and you only see a third of it each time versus in the Cavs game, they have a center small one and they have two at the end, so that when the ball's on one of the court, you're always seeing that Kia logo or whatever it may be in that whole shot. So we're reevaluating all of that to see what can drive the most value for sponsors. So it's a little bit of category, locations, and then how do we restructure the stuff we currently have to drive more value.
Gotcha. I told John Cunningham on the sidelines once that you guys should move the Ring of Honor onto the triangles of the Lindner Center and have the Ring of Honor there, and that would free up a ton of space. For signage at Nipper. And he told me that's not allowed because the triangles are sacred. Yes. But maybe you could pull some strings because they don't. That
is one thing I found about having a school that's so well known and driven with its design and architectural background is some of the buildings slapping logos on buildings is
can't all be sacred. Some of it has to be okay.
That's their windows, Aaron.
Not on the windows, but around the windows. There's plenty of white space. I'm just saying.
The triangles are the windows.
You could put names up there like Kelsey and Ritter and
like diagonally. You're saying
wherever all the names that you can't find room for in the Ring of Honor because you owe about 78 players names in the Ring of Honor. You could just do some things around the triangles. I'm just saying.
Noted.
Let's get you on payroll, Aaron. Come on.
It's been 11 and a half hours. Some great stuff.
I was going to say, I'm not quite Mr. Irrelevant. I don't know who's got the last half hour, but they got to be more important than me.
Zack.
Oh, yeah. So he's definitely not Mr. Irrelevant. I'll take that crown.
Ryan, do you guys handle naming rights too?
Yeah. So that's something that we'll explore in partnership with UCATS. I think that's probably one of the biggest changes from my days in the NFL is, here, you see with the Shakely Center, the Shakely family makes a donation for naming rights to a facility. A company could technically buy, Fifth Third is technically a donation to the foundation. That's why they have the arena name. With us being in-house now, it's all one shop. So whether it's a company or a family, how do we go about that? What are the opportunities? Can we name the baseball field? Can we name Varsity Village? Can we name other things? The arena, Fifth Third, comes up in a couple years. So we're looking at naming rights. But again, like I said, naming rights are a little bit like signage. My experience in leading and selling naming rights for the Bengals to that stadium, a lot of people think that there's companies lined up around the corner for that. There's typically not a lot of CEOs looking to burn through a bunch of cash real quick to put a logo on a building. So you got to find the right partner that makes the right sense. It has to be the right deal for both parties. So we'll evaluate, which naming rights opportunities have the most opportunity and then, target those over the next year or two.
And sometimes your boss comes to you and says, we got to pay for Joe Burrow. Figure something out, Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try to
The
get
TV
UK
contracts
off
in the
of-
NFL are pretty good. They
Yeah.
could pay Joe and all those guys probably without that Paycor money.
Get Kroger off UK's field and on to something that UC related.
Would love that.
So, what are your thoughts on? It seems like it's starting to progress to that level where, like, people are saying the 50-yard line on certain collegiate football fields it's going to have a big logo on it instead of the the CPAW being there. Do you see that being the trend that people are starting to fall in line with?
I mean, I think it's kind of like you see in all sports. I think the NBA went first with jersey patches, then the MLB went. It's a matter of time before the NFL does it. I think once the first college field has a logo at the 50, the floodgates are going to open because no one wants to get left behind. Do I see a day when they just replace the CPAW at midfield? Probably not. You're probably going to put it at the bottom so that it's TV visible at the 50.
In the bar of the CPAW that's underneath it, you put the
I
logo
would probably
right
that'd probably be against brand guidelines, Chad.
Damn it, Ryan! I'm trying to help.
I know, but no, I think you're spot on. I think it's going to happen. I just don't know the exact execution and when. But definitely things we're evaluating. And there's opportunities. I don't know if you guys have seen in European football. They have signage on the field that's like either painted or vinyl signs that lay flat up. They lay flat on the ground, but when you're watching on TV, they look like they're at
propped up. Yeah.
Yeah, they looks like a 3D sign. We've explored that. Is that an opportunity we could sell on the sidelines of Nippert, in addition to other digital field level signage, things like that. So,
Great.
to your
Just
point
more
about
area,
VR,
we can't walk.
exactly. Exactly. Just put you in a corral. No,
Basically
but I
already
think
do.
I think that there's, like you said, it's a VR headset, and we're trying to look to find what are the best places and what are the spots that have the most value. Not just do everything, because we still want it to look good, right? It can't just be full-fledged NASCAR. Nothing against NASCAR. I worked in that too.
There's a lot of space in the middle of the sea. Like there's a lot of area in there.
Yeah. Canes. Yeah.
Chick-fil-A. Everybody says
No.
looks like Chick-fil-A. Just lean into it. Just lean into it.
Falcons.
Oh, you guys got anything else? No.
Only quick 27 minutes.
It is, and look, we got a lot of ideas, so we'll have you back on here for a regular
Would love
segment
to.
soon.
No, would love to. I you guys are doing awesome work. It's my first 513 day. I hope there's a ton of fans, alums giving back. I think it's never been more important to college athletics, and I think it's only going to increase as we try to get to the top of the Big 12, and revenue is going to be a huge part of that. So I know myself and my staff are really excited to contribute to that front. That's why we've done this and built this team, and we're excited about that cause, because not everything, not every person in our position gets to sell to truly impact wins and losses. And I think if we do it right, we're bringing in the right amount of revenue that can help, attract and retain really, really good athletes that can help us win games. So we're excited about it.
You don't have a child on the way soon, like everybody else in the department, do you?
No, I think we're done. I'm surprised you haven't heard my 4-year-old. I think he's playing one-on-one with my wife downstairs.
Okay.
So he's grinding late. So.
Is your wife a block the shot of the 4-year-old type?
No, she's too soft. She lets him score.
Yeah.
So he's doing it.
Kid toughness.
He's doing his best Tyrese Halliburton impression right now, right?
What is the score? What is the score before you let me go?
104.97 Pacers up. 3 minutes 40 seconds left.
Oh,
Brent's an Indianapolis guy.
Oh, sorry, Brent.
Sorry.
I grew up. All my family's from Cleveland, so I grew up in the Mark Price days. I was a huge Cavs fan back in the day.
Well, then I'm sorry.
Yeah, tough one.
No
Tough
worries.
one.
No worries.
All right. Appreciate
Awesome.
you, Ryan. Thanks,
Thank
man.
you, guys. Have a great night.
Thanks, Ryan.
Appreciate you.
Yep. See ya. one last guest.
Wow.
What's up, gentlemen?
The man that made this all possible, pushed all the buttons, made everything happen while on maternity leave. The man, the myth, the legend, Jameis Winston's former right-hand man, none other than Zack.
That's a problematic title.
How you guys can hear me fine, right?
Oh yeah, we hear you great.
Wait, so it's Zach's fault he got busted for the free crab legs?
It was a crab leg.
Hey, I got the phone call. I was the first person to find out about it. Because you get tight with the media guys, right?
Right.
And so that's part of this job, right? So one of the media guys in Tallahassee there, he gave me he saw the police report and he gave me a heads up. Hey, your day's about to get real ugly. And I was
Police
actually
report. You're probably thinking like, who did he beat up?
yeah.
It's like crab leg.
I was also the beach volleyball SID, and I was driving some of the beach volleyball team to the national championships in Gulf Shores. So it was like 8 a.m. and I was driving the van, and I was
Windows
like,
down. Oh yeah.
I was like, you're joking. Like, this can't be true. But Jameis, awesome dude. I actually hadn't seen him in probably 10 years. Dan Horde and I and a few of the rest of my team, we went to Super Bowl media days. And right as we're walking in, Jameis is walking in too. Stopped, ran over, gave me a big hug, said, "What's up, Zach?" So it was really cool. And he was awesome. That guy's going to make so much money doing media stuff.
Eating W's.
Wow.
Hey, Aaron, I loved your idea for the Ring of Honor.
Wait, what
happened?
There's
What
so much room up on the triangles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm obviously joking, but I appreciate the thought there. You know,
Put him on the
I'm
payroll,
obviously
man.
joking.
That's a heck of an idea.
we'll bring that back to the committee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me know how that
Na-
goes.
National championships are sacred too, and if there's stuff on places that are sacred, I think that would be worth it.
I mean, they have the stuff you put over the windows that you could see out still, but that you have the ad on the front.
So I do have we have 105 people have donated today, which is awesome, and we have we're close to $20,000 raised. So I just wanted to shout that out. That's awesome. So this next 30 minutes, anyone on here and they want to donate a few more bucks to the Impact Fund, that'd be phenomenal. I want to thank you guys for doing this. 12 hours is a long time. I know Chad, Aaron, Keegan, you guys have been on the whole time. So we really appreciate this partnership. We appreciate you guys always promoting the Bearcats and stuff. So this has been a lot of fun, a lot of hard work from my team behind the scenes, Spencer Tuckerman, Molly Mitris, Chris Cullum, David Cohn, who's also on paternity leave, Maddie Reinbach, Zach Swain, our whole crew there. So setting this all up and stuff. So but thank you guys so much.
I want to thank you because this was just a crazy idea thrown out last year. And you were like, yeah, I think we can do that. And I don't think you understood how much work goes into it when you agreed to it. So hats off to you for agreeing to do it a second time after going through it the first time.
I want to keep doing this, and I want to. I feel like for us, like we just got to set up the guests, you know. And I think it's great content for you guys. And you know, along the way, if we can raise a few bucks to help out the athletic department, to help us compete for championships, why not? You know.
Today was
so we helped raise 20,000. That sponsorship for the janitor's room, the janitor's closet inside the indoor practice facility was 5,000.
The Bearcat Journal janitor's room.
Yeah, the Bearcat Journal janitor's closet when that thing opens, and I'll be happy.
The Bearcat Journal Zack Stipe satellite office over there.
Yeah.
My office will obviously remain in the athletic department over in Lidner there, but I'll be walking over there every day. That building's phenomenal. I think Chad, you've seen it. Keegan, you've seen it, right? We got to get you guys, the rest of the crew, over there in June. It's incredible.
Today, I will say, Zach, today ran far smoother than last year. I don't know what it was about today, but it felt seamless. So hat tip
That's
to
awesome.
you.
No, it's the team. We did this from an external unit there. All hands on deck to make sure we got it rocking and rolling and everything. So
probably a
I'm
little
excited
easier
about
that baseball game didn't happen.
Yeah, that would have been cool though. That was another part of it was the Mo doing his radio show too. Like I look at in my job, like what can I add each year? Like what's the new thing we can do? How can we make stuff better? That's what I'm constantly thinking about. So I thought last year was awesome. Like, hey, we've never had Mo do his radio show live. We should be doing stuff like that. I think to help naturally promote the athletic department, we should do more live radio things like that. So I hope to do more of that stuff in the future. That would have been cool though. I think, promoted the baseball game too. How awesome is the baseball team? Carrington Cross, all those guys, by the way. It's been a lot of fun this season.
Mo's
The
never
thing
had
is-
Brett Yormark. We'll give him Brett Yormark.
Yeah. So I told Chad this. It was Chad's idea to have Brett Yormark on here. So I reached out and I was like, hey, we have this awesome live stream. It would be great to have you guys on. We're raising all this money. Also, live stream's a top priority. Also, if you would want to do this radio show interview too. And they're like, oh, he's going to be speaking, driving back in the car. We'll just do the radio show interview. So, Chad, thanks for getting Brett on for Mo. I hope Mo buys you a couple Cincy lights for that. I was cracking up though.
Did you hear what I'm going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm in for Mo tomorrow. So I'm just going to replay that interview during Mo's show again tomorrow and use that as my piece of content from Brett Yormark and just be like, hey.
It'll be the first time Chad's heard it.
Chad,
yeah, I haven't heard it.
You should voice over most questions with your voice and be like, I interviewed Brett Yormark today.
Who was the best guest you guys had?
Oh, man. The players stole the show today.
Yeah.
Like really stole the show today. Sorsby and Royer were both incredible. Logan Wilson was incredible. The volleyball crew, the volleyball duo were great.
Cross and Viderick.
Right. Yeah.
We got a good crew of student athletes. We got a good crew. Royer's kind of coming into his own, I think, with this media stuff. He never really did need to until probably midway through last year, and obviously he's a face of our program, so that's been cool to see. Loved seeing him in that Todd McShay first round mock draft, so that was awesome a couple weeks ago.
Reagan Jackson dropped the biggest word of the day on us. What did she say, Aaron?
Je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, she dropped a je ne sais quoi on us.
That's French.
That's French, right? Yeah.
Do you know what it is, Chad?
I took French all the way through my first year of college. I cannot tell you what je ne sais quoi means. I can't remember.
A quality that cannot be described or named
style.
easily. There we go.
It's French for drip.
Like an aura.
Drip. Oh,
It's like your
the
aura,
kids.
your vibe.
Aura.
Like
I got 3 kids now, so there's no more aura there. There's no more drip.
Zach
is
has,
standing right off screen with sunglasses on at 9:30 at night. 9:40.
She's got some drip. She's got some
Elsie's
drip.
got Northern Kentucky drip.
Northern Kentucky, je ne sais quoi.
Zach has Bandit from Bluey drip.
There you go.
Jack is wondering why he wasn't a guest today.
Great question.
We'll probably do Jack once a year, Jack Griffith. Shout out to Jack though. What a incredible job those guys do in the recruiting office. I know how hard those guys work, the hours Jack puts in. I think we did a phenomenal job in the portal. I know you guys talked about that probably ad nauseum today, but getting Joe Cotton, the #1 offensive linemen in the spring portal. Obviously, we've talked a ton about the new wide receivers that have come in. So, like, I'm the football SID, right? The head of communications. I've been doing this for over 10 years. I don't know how to coach or scheme or anything. I don't really know much about football. It's kind of a miracle I'm in this job, right? But out at practice, I'm at every practice, right? And so, like, there's not going to, and I say it to me, like, there's not going to be a ton I notice, right? Like, I'm not going to be like, hey, like, so-and-so looks good. But last spring, I'm out there watching, I'm like, man, like, Joe Royer looks different. You know, like, Joe Royer just looks like, he just looks like a dude out here. Like, he looks like he'd belong on that, like, 2013 Florida State football team I was on. Like, he would make sense on that team. Like, it'd be like, oh, okay, like, that guy, yeah, like, he fits in here, right? I remember thinking that. And then, like, this spring, I'm kind of watching, mostly just, you know, BSing with people, talking to you guys. But I see, like, Jeff Caldwell, right? And I'm like, okay, this guy looks completely different, right? He's 6'5", probably 230, right? Appears to be making every catch along the sidelines for touchdowns. So, you know, hopefully he's a game changer. But I think everybody also noticed Royer was a game changer last year in the spring. So not to say I have an eye there, but like,
have an eye.
but Caldwell really like jumped out at me. I'm like, oh, whoa, okay, yeah, like this guy looks different. So I'm really encouraged about that with those guys. So
Royer also has a crippling video game habit.
Really, what did he play? What did he play? What you said?
MLB The Show.
Okay.
He leveling up on MLB The Show apparently is a problem for he and Brendan Sorsby. Like, you know, Corleone is buying a house and like setting up his family, and those guys are buying players on MLB The Show.
So wait, just to be clear, like you can just spend as much money as you want on a team.
Yes.
Actual money.
Yeah. Well, you can buy stubs.
True
and
money.
then you buy cards with the stubs.
That makes you better, your team better?
Yes.
Yeah. For
That's
online play.
That's incredible.
I'm with you,
Yeah.
Zach. I have no idea what they're talking about.
My son just got my son just got Minecraft.
Yeah.
I think holding off on the playing online for probably as long as we can, you know.
Good idea.
Get them on GTA as soon as possible. It's a rite of passage for for
You got
7-year-olds.
a year for the next one, yeah.
For sure. Man, hey, the Cavs lost. That's really disappointing for me.
Oh, did you finally,
Northeast
there it is.
Ohio was represented well on the stream today. Ryan Holmes, Maggie McKinley, you.
Oh yeah. Maggie's right up the road, Cuyahoga Falls. We talk about Northeast Ohio a little bit in the office, you know. I saw Ryan. I didn't know Ryan's family grew up in Cleveland because he's from Oxford over there, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phenomenal Division III college athlete, Ryan Holmes, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned
another Division III college athlete right
You?
here. Briefly, on the
okay.
Ohio Northern cross country track and field team right here.
You
This
did
guy.
set the record. Yeah, that's right.
No
Fastest,
records.
I would have lost
To be
the
clear,
bet.
no records were set. Maybe like fastest beer chug on the cross country team. That might have been my only record at
That's
the
the
time.
record.
You know.
Hey man, that's all right.
Next year, Zach. Here's what we need. We need Doug Martin from the NCAA tournament while they're playing. We need him talking.
I made that suggestion to like, hey, let's try to get Doug on, but you can only do so much on paternity leave, you know.
Next year, just that's your way to make. You said you wanted to make it better each year. Get him on.
We had him with Bishop again.
Oh,
did him and Bishop go together
last year during 5?
Yeah, last year they
was
butted
it on
up
here?
against
Oh,
one
that's
another.
right. That's right. It wasn't
was
as
on here.
coordinated. I see what you mean. People just like in together.
They're now best friends. So
there you go. I mean, how could you not be best friends with the guy that can get you on like the nicest golf clubs? You know, the courses in the city. You know, I bet Doug's everybody's favorite coach.
Did Dan drop where he was playing today? I came on.
No.
No.
I meant to ask.
He also didn't post a picture of him with a
he
Cincinnati.
lost.
I heard that part. So I will say, speaking of golf, Ryan Ford, another strong day today. He is second out of the individuals, one shot back. So
did they take the top 4 individuals or the top 3 to NCAAs?
I don't.
I should know this. I should know this.
I would think you would know that, not me.
Let me ask the SID real fast.
I'm not sure. He's one shot behind a guy from Michigan, and I think 4 shots clear of third.
Oh.
So if they take 3 or 4, he's in a real good spot going into tomorrow.
But yeah, I have a lot of people in here. What a lot of people don't know is Jameis is not, the funniest guy that Zack Stipe worked with. He also worked with Butch Jones while he was at Tennessee.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, Butch Jones, kind of the pantheon of comedians.
No, Butch was great to me, man. It's funny. I feel like I've lived 1,000 lives in college athletics because I worked with Pat Summitt as a young buck, as a graduate assistant in Tennessee. And I was actually telling someone today, so I had 2 different stints at Tennessee. I was like a GA and kind of like a young buck role from like 2008 to 2011. I worked with Pat Summitt there. I actually worked with women's golf team. We went to NCAA championships 3 years in a row. And then I was at Florida State for almost 7 years. And I went back to Tennessee for 3 years. But in the 6 years total I was at Tennessee, they had 5 different head football coaches, which is insane. If you think about just the sheer, it was just like everything was crazy there. Because Fulmer was the head coach. He gets fired. He had been there like 20 years, right? He gets fired. Lane Kiffin comes in for a year in 2009. He's like 30 years old, right? He's like Keegan's age, head football coach in the SEC. And then he left. And then, funny story. So Kiffin leaves in like the middle of the night, right? It was at like 8:00 at night. And they have like nobody to come, like, we got to do a press conference. We got to like figure it out. So they're calling everybody. I'm like a graduate assistant. I'm out at the Half Barrel doing my Tuesday night trivia, slamming brewskis.
Oh yeah.
I was like, probably not going to go in and work this press conference. Probably not a great idea.
Any bigger of a shit show than what it was, even if you were there.
David, you're a Vol fan. Great point. You can go back and check out that one. It's a classic on YouTube.
It really is like let's just bring media into one room. Lane will stand at the end of the table and just tell you guys what is happening, and then he's going to walk out, and then they're all just going to stand there and go, okay, and then the students are going to burn down half the, riot down the streets of campus.
Yeah.
So after Lane, they had Derek Dooley, and then I was at Florida State there with Jimbo Fisher that whole time. Then I came back, and I was with Butch that year. And it was funny in Tennessee. They had been 9-4 the 2 previous seasons. I'm like, man, like Tennessee's gonna get it rolling here, But like I get there and like the fans are just like so upset, like they're like ready for Butch to be gone. And so it was kind of shocking to me, but it was like from a PR like standpoint, it was really good learning experience. Because that team had lost Josh Dobbs, it had lost Alvin Kamara, it had lost Josh Malone, like all these dudes. And so that was disappointing then that Butch Jones, that staff, they all got let go. And then Jeremy Pruitt came in. And so I was there with Pruitt for a couple years there. And then I moved to Cincinnati.
They were paying all those guys at the same time too.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Dave. I know the guys. I know the guys can get.
What was your?
I know guys can get paid now. I know.
I'm talking about the coaches. Like they were paying all those fired coaches at the same time.
Yeah.
What was your favorite Tennessee Butch Jonesism? Was it 5-star hearts or champions of life?
I think Butch got a bad rap for that because all coaches use stuff like that, right? Like
not like that.
He
Not like we're not recruiting. We're recruiting 5-star hearts. Like, get out of here.
I think the my motto that my season there was Dat Way, and that was the hit song. Who was that by? The song was Dat Way. Do you remember that song?
No.
You're like stressing.
You're
Migos and Rich the Kid? No way.
Migos? Brent says it's Migos.
Was it Migos? You just looked it up. I thought it was somebody else. I thought it was
2016.
In 2017,
You
yeah,
really got
2016.
the whole gambit of like Dooley talking about either old.
Fetty Wap. I thought it was Fetty Wap.
No.
It wasn't Fetty Wap. Regardless, that way stood for details, accountability, and toughness. And so that was the that way. That was the saying my season there. So.
And then true or false, like you weren't even looking for an SID job, and Ryan Coslin leaves, and somebody informs the people at UC that they've got an SID in town that's available. Is that how that went down?
When I had first moved here, I moved here without a job for my wife's job, and I just kind of tried to network with folks, and I moved in like January, and I actually went to like one of like they used to do the in-person coffee with Cunningham's. I went to it, and I introduced myself to some people, and then I met with John Cunningham, and so I just to like network, and then I didn't hear anything for probably like I guess a year and a half because COVID hit, right? So like right after that it was crazy. And then like Ben Hoster texted me kind of out of the blue, and then it happened really fast because that was the first week of the football season when Ryan Coslin left, and so I had been itching to get back to college athletics. It's the type of thing like, I don't know, I missed it so much. I worked at a PR firm in town, and I really enjoyed it. I did really well with that, but I just missed, I'd done it for so long. I feel like I'm kind of an expert in college athletics, football, PR and stuff. So, I mean, I was doing like helping out, some other colleges with stuff just like for fun, like with people I knew, just like doing game notes for fun. That's how much I missed it. But it happened pretty quick, and I started the week of that Notre Dame game. Yeah, so it feels like a sprint since then. That was like September 2021. I started. I've had 2 more kids since then, so I've been lucky enough here. They've given me, substantial responsibility, so I've really enjoyed it. Really deep bit of gratitude to John Cunningham and all the people here at UC.
And then you met me, and you were like, maybe this was a mistake.
Yeah, I was like, this is so I got to deal with every day. But no, it's been great, Chad. I mean, I think I really enjoy the media beat here. You guys all do a great job. Getting to know Scott Springer's been great too. He's been a great addition to the beat the last couple years. Russ Heltman with Sports Illustrated, the front office news guys. I do the 4 TV stations. We're really lucky to have 4 TVs cover us too, but Bearcat Journal, you guys do the most thorough coverage, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Appreciate you.
Aaron, we got 3 more giveaways for the before we get out of here, before we officially hit 12 hours.
All right, can I ask Zach one quick question before you do that?
Yeah.
Can you ask him right? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Zach, you have been at Tennessee, Florida State, UC. UC's, before you got here, obviously now, have been what Chad and I always talk about from an access standpoint. I find it hard to believe any other college athletics program gives their media more access than UC does. Why do you guys find that to be so important? And is it difficult to ingrain that into new coaches, especially on the football and basketball side, when they come from places that is not the standard, and then how quickly do they either just not worry about it or realize that it's not as big of a deal as they thought it was at their previous stops?
So that's a great question. I think at other schools, the reason you close off access, you want to eliminate distractions, and the media there's so much more. Like I've joked with people, I was like, there was 30 Chad Brendels at Tennessee, there was 20 Chad Brendels at Florida State, and everyone it's a competition.